Originally, Su Taotao stubbornly married Jingtu on her own. During these 3 years of marriage, you all have treated her well, like a treasure. Now that the child is almost 2, she says she can't take it anymore and wants to divorce and go back to the city. What's this about? Abandoning her husband and child? She just walks away. What about the child and Jingtu? Yes, second aunt. Your family has been too kind to her, which made her become so unruly. I think a good scolding would make her obedient. Even breaking her legs wouldn't stop her from going back to the city. Exactly. Even if we want her to go back, we need to wait for Jingtu to come back and decide. We can't just let her leave. In a corner, a weak voice asked, "What if Jingtu doesn't come back?" Everyone turned to look and spat at the corner. Pa, pa, pa. Spitting at you. You're the one who won't come back. Everyone argued passionately, full of anger. Fu Jingtu's mother, Zhou Linglan, was holding her pitiful little grandson in one arm and wiping tears with the other, choking on her words. What if she jumps into the river again? Nothing is more important than a person's life. We can't keep her in this mountain nest if she wants to leave. Just let her go. The eldest aunt, who always looked down on this weak and helpless sister-in-law, said, "It's because of your soft heart that she walks all over us. Are you really not afraid Jingtu will blame you when he comes back? And what about Chen? He's his own mother. Women from the city are really ruthless. She even refuses to protect her own child, Chen. Fu Guoqiang tugged at his mother's sleeve, signaling her to stop saying such things. Second aunt, at worst, we tie her up with a rope. We'll take turns watching her. She definitely won't run away. The eldest aunt patted her thigh. That's settled then. If she dares to run again, we'll break her legs and tie her to the beam. She really thinks the Fu family is easy to mess with. She's gone too far. The team leader of the production team, Fu Dongliang, took a puff of dried tobacco, frowned, and interrupted the heated discussion. Don't worry, she can't run away. I haven't issued her a permit yet. Even if she reaches the town, she can't buy a train ticket. But we can save her once. We can't save her 10 times. A person determined to die has more than one way. Jumping into the river is just one of them. When the team leader said this, everyone looked at each other in silence. A few days ago, a young person from the neighboring team drank DDT just to get back to the city. They were willing to risk death just to leave. Linglan Zhou's tears fell more fiercely. After wiping her face roughly, she picked up her weak grandson, stood up, and bowed deeply. Thank you all for your hard work today. You can go home now. When Taotao wakes up, I'll talk to her properly. But whatever the outcome, it is our family's fate. Our Fu family's second household's fate. Please go back. The eldest aunt still wanted to say something. Fu Guoqiang pushed her shoulder and said, All right, mother. Second aunt knows what to do. Let's go back first. Elder aunt, don't let her squeeze and crush him again this time. If you don't stand up for yourself, no one else can help you. In fact, everyone in the production team hoped this troublemaker would quickly return to the city. But as the saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. Plus, the child is still very young. Although this mother seems absent, she is still different. Su Taotao was half asleep and half awake, still thinking about what kind of messy dreams she had. It felt so real. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to see a dark tiled roof above her. The beams looked shaky and old, clearly indicating this house was quite old. It couldn't even be called dilapidated. It was a dangerous building. Su Taotao quickly closed her eyes, hoping this dream would end soon. Suddenly, her temples throbbed with pain. Memories that didn't belong to her flashed like scenes rewinding in a movie, playing back one after another in her mind. In just over 10 minutes, it was as if she had watched the first half of a female-educated youth's life. No, more accurately, it was the unlucky life of a terrible female supporting character. She had somehow traveled into a book. It was set in an era she had recently read about. Unfortunately, she wasn't the powerful heroine with a magic item and space abilities, but a very annoying supporting character. This unlucky supporting character's cliched story was so over the top that even someone with the same name and surname as her couldn't help but complain. After graduating high school without a job, she was forced to go to the countryside. There, to avoid labor, she tricked the most handsome young man in the commune, Fujinto, and successfully married him. After marriage, the original owner never worked a single day. She just loafed around, becoming a big parasite. She didn't do chores, slept all day, stole her nephew's candies, snatched her brother-in-law's eggs, stole sweet potatoes from others' private plots, and even set traps for wild animals around the old hunter's home. She often went out to catch wild chickens and rabbits. Because she married into the Fu family, who was well-liked in the entire production team, her reputation plummeted. The members of Qinglian commune shook their heads when they mentioned her. She was even disliked by dogs. After she became pregnant, things got even worse. It is said that even her underwear was washed by her mother-in-law. After giving birth, she didn't even get a single day off except for breastfeeding. Thinking about it, she just wanted to joke around. When she cried or fussed, she was always handed over to her mother-in-law or her little uncle. She would hide away to play peacefully, while the whole family treated her like a revered ancestor. They were living what others called a godlike life, yet she kept running to the main female character to show off. She was often mistreated by her. I really don't understand what her problem is. The original owner's husband, Fu Jingtu, the author didn't say much about him. Only that he was the most handsome in the whole commune. Soon after they married, he took on a secret mission and disappeared. Even when Su Taotao arrived in this world, she never saw him. No matter how she thought about it, Fu Jingtu's features remained blurry. All she remembered was that he was tall, with a six-pack and a smooth V-shaped body. As for the original owner's attempt to jump into the river, it was because her childhood sweetheart, who had gone to the countryside and then returned to the city, sent her a confusing letter to flirt with her. Life in the countryside was easy, her husband was handsome, and her body was good, but she was basically living as a widow. She was young and couldn't hold on, so she staged a dramatic scene of abandoning her husband and child to force her way back to the city. She died, and Su Taotao came into this world. After understanding the basic plot, Su Taotao was so upset she wanted to bang her head against the wall and go back. Although she had no close relatives now, her parents left her a large inheritance. She had just graduated from university, was fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, and had many zeros in her bank account. Yet, she inexplicably arrived in this material-scarce, impoverished 1970s. Money was in the bank, but who could understand the pain of being in heaven? Taotao, are you awake? Zhou Linglan's gentle, weak voice, with a hint of pleading, made it clear why she was so submissive to the original owner. Su Taotao's eyelids moved, but she didn't want to wake up. Zhou Linglan knew she was awake and sighed, continuing, Taotao, I've been a widow for over 10 years. I know you're hurting inside. Didn't we agree before? You wait 3 years for Jingtu. If after 3 years he still has no news, you can go back to the city or marry someone else. I won't stop you. Just think of Lil Chin. He's not even 2 yet and can't be without his mother. Can you wait another half a year? Waiting 3 years for her lucky husband? Su Taotao didn't expect to hear this. Wait, Chen? Her lucky son? Su Taotao suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to look. An old woman and a young child appeared before her. She was stunned. The woman in front of her was about 40 or 50 years old, dark and thin, with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. Despite her age, her expression was kind and gentle. Her actual age might be a bit younger, but Su Taotao couldn't bear to look directly into her eyes, which were full of hardship and pleading. How many struggles had she endured to have such eyes? Su Taotao looked down at the small child in the woman's arms. The child was so thin that he looked almost skin and bones. His features were delicate, but his expression was dull. He had big, empty eyes, as if he was looking at her or through her, not focusing on anything. In her past life, Su Taotao had met children with autism while volunteering in remote mountain areas during summer and winter breaks. They often had such eyes. But in the 21st century, children are well-fed and warm, so they wouldn't be so thin and weak. The child in front of her was truly emaciated, almost to the point of being a skeleton. Su Taotao had seen similar children in documentaries about war-torn countries, living in refugee camps after losing their homes. Their eyes were full of pain and sadness. She wondered if this child was her biological son. Maybe because they shared blood, Su Taotao's eyes turned red with emotion. She looked at her own hands, delicate, white, soft as if made of no bones, without any signs of hard labor. She had some flesh, indicating she hadn't suffered much or gone hungry. What kind of cruel mother would let her own child become so miserable? How heartless to let her mother-in-law suffer like this while she herself ate well and dressed warmly. Su Taotao didn't know what to say. She remembered Fu Jingtu had left a large sum of money at home before going on a mission. In the countryside, living costs were low, and even if she didn't work, she could at least have enough to eat. But the original owner was careless, often going to town to indulge in good food and drinks, probably spending all the money. Su Taotao was furious. Zhou Linglan didn't know her daughter-in-law had a new mind, nor did she understand her feelings. Seeing Su Taotao's eyes turn red with anger, she thought she was upset again and quickly changed her tone. Taotao, if you don't want to, then forget it.
But if you really want to leave, then...
Thinking that calling her mother might no longer be appropriate, Zhou Linglan changed her words. I'll ask old secretary to give you an introduction letter to go back to the city. Please don't do anything foolish. Life is precious. As she spoke, Zhou Linglan started to tear up. Zhou Linglan didn't usually cry. Her husband died in battle, but she didn't cry. She stubbornly held her teeth and raised their 2 sons alone. The youngest son was an orphan from birth and had never seen his father. The eldest son had been gone for over 2 years with no news. She didn't cry either, firmly believing her son wouldn't abandon them. They had agreed he would return in 3 years, and she trusted he would come back, just unable to contact them for now. After Su Taotao married into the family, especially after the eldest son left, life became very difficult at home. She was always scolding and causing trouble, using all kinds of tricks to deal with people. She never cried or held resentment. She understood the pain of widowhood better than anyone. Just because she was a beautiful young girl who gave birth to a good grandson for the Fu family, Zhou Linglan always forgave her no matter what she did. But today, when Su Taotao jumped into the river and was rescued barely alive, she cried bitterly. When the eldest son left, she didn't know Su Taotao was pregnant. Sadly, the grandson had never seen his father since birth. If even the mother was gone, how pitiful the grandson would be. Listening to Zhou Linglan's words, Su Taotao felt speechless again. Taotao? Zhou Linglan saw Su Taotao's face change unpredictably but said nothing, worried she might have been hurt badly. Spring was still cold, just after the beginning of spring. Falling into the river could be a big or small matter. Su Taotao snapped back to herself, looked at the kind and gentle woman, and shook her head. She said without guilt, I'm fine. When I fell into the river, I thought a lot about things I couldn't understand before. I was too naive and made many mistakes. Now I feel ashamed. Whether she liked it or not, she had to carry this heavy burden on her head. Zhou Linglan was shocked, almost dropping dust from her hands. She looked at Su Taotao in disbelief. You really are fine? I'll call Huanglu back and check your pulse. Let me check your pulse first. With a look of disbelief, Zhou Linglan didn't give Su Taotao a chance to speak. She turned and left the room. Su Taotao wanted to call her but couldn't stop her. Sigh, Su Taotao knew she had scared her. If she wasn't possessed by a ghost, she wouldn't say such things. Su Taotao lay back down, her mind a mess. Although she had no choice but to accept her situation, her most urgent task now was to think carefully about how to survive in this era. She watched the story and remembered the general plot. She knew Fu Jingtu would return soon. According to the story, the original owner left her child, and went back to the city. At that time, Fu Jingtu left in a hurry and missed the date they had planned to register their marriage. In this era, people valued holding a wedding banquet and formal marriage more than official registration, so they were technically not married yet. After returning to the city, the original owner kept secret that she had married and had a child with her childhood sweetheart in the countryside. Soon, she married her childhood sweetheart. However, her husband was not a good person, or rather, he was similar to the original owner. To live comfortably in the countryside, he also married the daughter of the local production team leader shortly after moving there and had a child, but they were not officially married. Later, when he got the chance to return to the city, he abandoned his wife and child and ran back alone. The saying goes that when people are well-fed and warm, they start to think about other things. Setting aside personality, the original owner was very beautiful. White skin, good looks, curvy figure, and long legs. Without financial pressure, other women naturally couldn't catch Fu Jingtu's eye. So, he found the original owner in every way possible, and they quickly fell into a passionate relationship.
Their marriage was bound to end badly.
When Fu Jingtu returned and learned about this, he immediately went to the commune to get a certificate proving his marriage with the original owner had ended, so they could marry freely without any ties. Then he took his family away. Later, the original owner and her husband couldn't continue their life together, and she couldn't find anyone to take her back to the city. Su Taotao turned over and thought about her current situation. It was now 1973, more than 4 years before the college entrance exam was restored. Besides marrying her husband, there was no other way to return to the city. Even if she took Dust back now, she had no job and no place to live. Her family, 7 or 8 people, squeezed into a tiny 20-square-meter room in a crowded courtyard. Her older brother only dared to get engaged after she moved to the countryside to make space. The story didn't focus much on her, let alone her family. In her memory, she wasn't close to her family either. The road back to the city was completely blocked. The best plan was to stay here and wait for her cheap husband to return. She didn't know how long she had been dozing when she suddenly fell into a semi-conscious state. She felt that Zhou Linglan barefoot, and a doctor came to check her pulse. Her forehead was also touched by a warm hand. She couldn't remember what was said. When she woke up again, it was already dark. Opening her eyes, she saw a small child sitting by her bed, staring at her with big eyes. She was startled and only then realized that this delicate-featured little child was her lucky son. Her heart softened, and she gently reached out to touch his face. Dust, what are you doing?" The cute little child pursed his lips without speaking. He glanced at her with his eyes cast downward, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans, then looked away and continued playing with his toy. Su Taotao watched him carefully, holding her breath so as not to scare him. She hadn't looked in a mirror yet and didn't know what she looked like now, nor did she remember Fu Jingtu's face. She was very curious about what kind of parents could produce such a perfectly beautiful little angel. She wanted to reach out and hold his small hand, but when she saw what he was holding as a toy, she was stunned again. "What's this?" Su Taotao asked knowingly, picking up a paper airplane folded from old newspaper. Dust ignored her naturally. He pursed his lips, focusing his big eyes on the old newspaper in his hands. His small hands skillfully folded the yellowed paper into several squares, then a rectangle. He rolled a small stick the size of a pencil, and somehow, after fiddling with it back and forth, he inserted the squares to form a body. Finally, he threaded the pencil through and fiddled a bit more, and a perfect paper gun was made.
Su Taotao stared in shock.
If she hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't believe a child under 2 could make something like this. She was clumsy with her hands and hadn't even seen clearly, yet he finished folding so quickly. Dust didn't lift his head. He put the paper gun aside and folded a few paper boats of different sizes from the remaining newspaper. Seeing some scraps left, he casually folded a few tiny stars. In the end, not a single piece of scrap was wasted. Su Taotao was beyond shock now. How is this possible? Could Dust really be a child prodigy? Feeling complicated, Su Taotao thought about her own mediocre talent. She guessed that her husband's genes might be quite strong. She turned over onto her stomach, propped herself up on her elbows to look directly into the child's eyes, and gently asked, Dust, how are you so amazing?
Who taught you?
Dust tilted his little head, with big eyes full of curiosity. Maybe because his previous mother didn't speak to him with this kind of tone and attitude, he sensed something unusual. He looked at Su Taotao with confusion and seriousness. Although he didn't speak, his eyes were focused and even curious. This discovery made Su Taotao breathe a sigh of relief. If Chin couldn't perceive external emotions at all and didn't respond to her, she might really have autism. Her skill in folding paper shows her intelligence is fine. Now that she can respond to what she says, it means her understanding and hearing are okay. Even if she doesn't speak much and is a bit shy, at least her condition isn't too serious. She's still very young, so it should be easy to help her improve. Su Taotao wanted to say more, but Zhou Linglan pushed the door open with a bowl in her hand, followed by a boy about her height. Taotao is awake. Zhou Linglan put the bowl on the bedside table and looked at her carefully. Huang Lu said you're fine, just rest well for a few days and keep warm.
Su Taotao didn't know what to say.
She was worried that if she said something polite, it might scare her again. So she simply sat up and nodded at her. Zhou Linglan let out a sigh of relief and pointed at the bowl on the table. A hang caught a few small fish. I made fish soup porridge for you. I removed the fish bones and added slices and pepper to make it less fishy. Eat it while it's hot. Her tone was still cautious. In such a time of scarce supplies, she specifically emphasized removing fish bones and adding pepper. It was clear that the original owner was very picky and had caused them trouble over such details. Su Taotao looked at the creamy white rice porridge with a layer of oil and couldn't help asking, have you eaten yet? Not only Zhou Linglan, but even Fu Yuanhang was surprised. The mother and son exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhou Linglan took a breath and nodded. Yes, we've eaten. They had indeed eaten, but their meals were different. The fish weren't big, just a few small ones about long. The fish meat was limited. The family staple food was for Su Taotao and Chin. Zhou Linglan's share was made by boiling fish heads, tails, and bones into soup. Half was used to make porridge for Su Taotao, and the other half was mixed with coarse grains and eaten with salted vegetables, with Fu Yuanhang. For them, this was a rare and delicious meal.
Su Taotao sighed silently.
She already knew what was going on. If she married a wife who could manage the household, and with Fu Jingtu's money and ration tickets, the family wouldn't have to worry about food and warmth. But unfortunately, the original owner wasn't like that. She told herself to take it slowly. Life would get better eventually. Su Taotao got off the bed, sat on a small stool, and held Chin in her arms. She scraped a spoonful of fish porridge along the edge of the bowl, gently blew on it to cool it down, and then carefully brought it to Chin's mouth. Our Chin will eat first. Dusty's big round eyes are still full of questions, and she even furrows her small brows in confusion, then tilts her head to look at Zhou Linglan. Zhou Linglan rubs her hands nervously and says, I left a small bowl of food for Dusty. How about you give me the child, and you eat first? Su Taotao doesn't respond to her and gently taps Dusty's mouth with a spoon, slipping a little into his lips. Eat, it's very tasty. Dusty instinctively opens his mouth, swallowing the porridge before he even realizes it. Su Taotao smiles happily and goes to scoop a second spoon. Maybe because he hasn't tasted such delicious food in a long time, Dusty puts down his guard and eats half a bowl of fish porridge from Su Taotao's hand before shaking his head to show he's full. Su Taotao happily finds a clean cloth to wipe the child's mouth. She grows more fond of this well-behaved little one and gently places him back on the bed, saying, Dusty is full now, so it's Mom's turn to eat. You can play by yourself for a while. In her previous life, Su Taotao had taken care of her cousin's young nephew, so she was quite experienced with children. Now, her only thought was to raise this little one as healthy and chubby as her previous nephew. However, the mother and son watching Su Taotao are already stunned, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. If it weren't for the barefoot doctor just having checked her, Zhou Linglan would want to call him back for another look. It's just a small fall, but the changes are so dramatic, like she's a different person altogether. Seeing her mother-in-law and brother-in-law's shocked expressions, Su Taotao doesn't know what to say. Their faces look as if she's done something extraordinary. Anyway, Su Taotao has accepted her new role in others' eyes. She can't become the person the original owner was, so she can only let them get used to her change. She slowly finishes the remaining half bowl of porridge, wipes her mouth, and then seriously says, "Mom, Yuan Hang, Fu Jingtu's departure hit me hard. Plus, he's been completely out of touch. I've been carrying everything alone from pregnancy to childbirth. Over these years, my thoughts have become twisted, and I've done many things I regret. After falling into the water, I thought a lot. I will treat Dusty well in the future and won't think about returning to the city. Our family will live happily, eating the same meals, focusing on Dusty. When Fu Jingtu comes back, our life will be better." Su Taotao understood clearly that the older members of the family are old-fashioned, and the younger ones lack their own opinions. Once Fu Jingtu leaves, the household becomes chaotic. That's why the original owner was easily led by others, riding over them and acting arrogantly. Since that's the case, she decided that from now on, she must rely on herself to manage the family. She needed to come up with a good excuse for her change, so they wouldn't keep looking at her with strange expressions. She couldn't explain why she, Su Taotao, suddenly appeared in the body of that other Su Taotao. Anyway, even if the heavens fell, she was still Su Taotao now. She had to make them get used to the new her as soon as possible. Zhou Linglan listened to her and already had tears in her eyes. She kept nodding and said, Okay, I understand your pain. You didn't do anything wrong. It's our family's Jingtu who let you down. From now on, we will all live happily together, and everything will be fine." Su Taotao was surprised. Was it that easy to fool them? She thought it would take much longer and more effort to make them accept her change. Fu Yuanheng wasn't so easily fooled. He was skeptical and wondered if this troublesome sister-in-law was planning to cause more trouble again. What new tricks was she up to this time? Su Taotao initially wanted to ask more about Chen Chen, but she thought it wasn't urgent and didn't want to reveal too much. When Zhou Linglan took him away, she casually mentioned that he could take the paper folding toys back to play. Zhou Linglan smiled and said, "Just leave him in your room. I have a lot of these." Zhengtu's father used to like folding these things. Zhengtu was influenced by him and learned to fold everything, but I'm not good at it, just learned a little. She looked at Chen Chen with affection and gently patted his head. Our Chen Chen is as smart as his father. He learns quickly. In the past, Su Taotao didn't like listening to her nag about these things. To be honest, she didn't even bother to talk to them much, always looking down on them. When she had money, she went to town to eat, and it was normal not to see her all day. When she had no money, she only appeared during mealtime. She was either picky about the food or complaining about the meals, or fighting with the children over food. Now, she was calmly talking like this for the first time. Actually, when Su Taotao first married into the family, she wasn't like this. If she had shown her true nature from the start, Fu Jingtu wouldn't have married her. It was only after Fu Jingtu left that she changed into this. Zhou Linglan was very happy about Su Taotao's transformation, but she was also worried she might revert to her old self soon. Su Taotao nodded, thinking the same. Chen Chen was much smarter than most children her age. Su Taotao gently patted Chen Chen's head and told him to go rest with his grandmother. She wanted to stay with him forever, but Chen Chen still felt a bit resistant, so she decided to take things slowly. After they left, Su Taotao immediately looked in the mirror to see what she looked like. She almost dropped the mirror in shock. Now she finally understood why Chen Chen was so beautiful. At least half of his good looks came from the face reflected in the mirror. That face surprisingly resembled her past self. It was a small face about the size of a palm, with smooth, porcelain-like skin, a high and straight nose, and eyes that were slightly larger and rounder in her previous life, giving her a sweet, innocent girl vibe. The face in the mirror, however, looked like a reincarnation of the legendary beauty Daji, with captivating fox-like eyes that slightly tilted upward at the corners, exuding charm and allure with just a gentle lift of her gaze. Chinchin's long, dense eyelashes were inherited from her original owner. But in this era, looking like that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Luckily, the original owner wasn't good at dressing up. She wore a big braid and thick bangs, which hid her spirit and energy, reducing her natural beauty's impact. Plus, her personality was quite unlikable, so although she was very pretty, she wasn't a troublemaker or a flirt, avoiding any romantic scandals. She looked at her own figure. Her chest was full, but her face and other parts had little flesh, and even her waist, after childbirth, was slender and delicate. It seemed all her body's flesh was concentrated in those areas. Su Taotao covered her face, thinking how her appearance and figure were both alluring and seductive. If she were a man, it would be hard not to like her. It was rare to be so attractive, but unfortunately, she was born in the wrong time. She decided to keep her original dullness, even using some tricks to make herself look a bit uglier and more rustic. She couldn't appear or charming, especially since her family was old and young, and if a ruthless bully took notice, she had no self-protection skills and could easily get into trouble. Better to be cautious. Next, Su Taotao checked her belongings. She was very poor. According to her memories of the original owner, she searched everywhere for hidden money but only found 13 yuan, 85 cents, hidden in an old iron box she didn't often use. There weren't many scattered receipts, and she had no food or meat coupons at all. Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the situation. This large sum was probably forgotten by the original owner. In this era, 13 yuan and 85 cents, what could she do with that? I wanted to buy about 10 jin of meat, mainly because I remembered there was some leftover somewhere but it had already been eaten or used up. Su Taotao sighed and decided to tidy up the messy room inside and out. I have to say, the original owner was really careless. Take the pillowcase, for example, it was almost dirtier than a rag. Maybe she didn't ask Zhou Linglan to wash it, and Zhou Linglan didn't dare to touch her things casually. The pillowcase even had a layer of greasy hair oil on it. Thinking about how long she had slept on that pillowcase, Su Taotao silently repeated in her mind, "Resources are scarce. Don't waste food 100 times," to stop herself from spitting out the fish porridge she had just eaten. Her clothes were also thrown around messily. The clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all mixed together in a pile. Compared to this era, where clothes are often patched multiple times, she had quite a few nice clothes, but the styles were all very flashy and hard to look at. Isn't this era supposed to value simplicity and neatness? Where did all these colorful clothes come from? Su Taotao looked down at her own clothes, which were also brightly colored and looked like they had been spilled from a paint palette. She took some time to pick through them and finally found a green military uniform and 2 white shirts. The big padded coat was simple and plain, just an ordinary military coat, looking a bit old, probably brought from the countryside. She picked it up and examined it. Some parts had even become moldy, and there was a bulge on the back of the pocket. Su Taotao pinched it and felt that something was off. It didn't feel like cotton. It seemed like something was sewn inside. Thinking for a moment, she found a rusty pair of scissors and carefully cut open the seam. When she took out what was sewn inside, she was instantly stunned. The item sewn into the back of the pocket was actually a loan note and a black and white photo. Whoever sewed this into the coat was very careful. It was wrapped tightly in waterproof oil paper, so even if the original owner washed the coat, the contents inside probably wouldn't get wet. The loan note clearly listed the borrower's name, date of birth, detailed home address, and immediate family members. It stated that on a certain date, the borrower borrowed 200 yuan from comrade Su Donghan for a specific reason, with a 2-year repayment period. Both signatures and a photo of the two of them served as proof. After 2 years, with interest included, the total repayment was 215 yuan. On the due date, the borrower could repay with the note and the proof, even if it wasn't personally him. Besides the signatures of a lender and borrower, there were also 2 witnesses' signatures, all stamped with red thumbprints. It's clear that the person who wrote this loan note was very meticulous. The date on the note was over 3 years ago, which was just before the original owner went to the countryside. Su Taotao carefully tried to remember. It seemed that this part was not written in the book. Probably, after the original owner returned to the city, she didn't find the IOU sewn inside her cotton-padded jacket. Since she entered the story through a book and made different choices from the original owner, the plot developed very differently. Apart from real people or events, the original story no longer has much reference value. Su Taotao picked up a photo and looked at it, smiling unconsciously. Genetics is truly a wonderful science. The original owner's fox-like eyes are actually inherited from her father. Even though she has never met him, she can tell at a glance which person is the lender, comrade Su Donghan, who is also Su Taotao's biological father. The original book doesn't say much about Su Taotao's family, just a brief mention that their relationship was not good. The IOU shows that the borrower, Chao Guohua, lives in the county town where Qinglian commune is located, about 10 kilometers from where Su Taotao lives. Su Taotao was sent to the countryside here, and the IOU sewn into her jacket suggests it was not a coincidence. It was probably arranged by Su. The phrase not getting along well with family might just be the original owner's perspective. Her family probably still treats her well. These days, people believe in having many children for good luck, and most families have several kids. She has 2 older brothers and a younger sister. Being in the middle, she is the most easily overlooked. Su's father or mother probably didn't tell the original owner about this backup plan. They likely knew she was extravagant and careless. When real help was needed, they couldn't be there in time, so they prepared this emergency fire in advance. It might help her in a critical moment. It was a very thoughtful plan. Su Taotao carefully stored the IOU and the photo. With only 13 yuan and 85 cents left, she would soon need this emergency fire. Even if she doesn't eat, Dust, who is still growing, must be taken care of quickly. This clever little one can't waste his talent. While tidying up, Su Taotao found a letter from her childhood sweetheart to the original owner. She looked it over. The handwriting was good, and the writing style was nice. The letter didn't mention love directly, but love was evident in every word. It was full of genuine feelings. No wonder the original owner couldn't forget it all these years. Su Taotao thought for a moment and found a matchbox. She struck a match and lit the letter. Nowadays, men and women are careful around each other. If someone found out, she couldn't explain, even with 10 mouths. She didn't want to be caught in a trap. Her body, which had been soaked in cold water in the river, was still weak. After tidying up for a while, she was exhausted. She reached under her pillow and looked at her watch. It was already past 10 at night. These days, staying up late is common.
苏套他忍住困倦，重新换了被套和床单，还拿了一件旧衣服当枕巾，才重新躺回床上。临睡前，他胡乱想着，手表是傅征途的一件聘礼，虽然结婚时没有凑齐3转一响，但在农村已经算不错了。原本是因为傅征途回来休假，原主看中了他，用了一些不光彩的手段，才顺利嫁入傅家。其实，傅征途和傅家都没有亏待过原主，也没有说过他一句不好。原主以为结了婚可以跟着傅征途离开这里，没想到过程出了偏差，要等3年后才被他接走。他守不住，他阴差阳错穿了过来，不知道一觉醒来，他还能不能回到21世纪。事实证明，醒来后，苏桃桃还是70年代的苏桃桃，回不去了。他原本有熬夜容易失眠的习惯，但现在睡眠质量却很好。清晨推开门，厨房上空已经升起袅袅炊烟。他呼吸着70年代的香甜空气，和一只漂亮的小崽崽打招呼：“早安呀，晨晨。”2岁不到1点的晨晨发育比普通孩子慢，走路还不太稳，正摇摇晃晃拿着葫芦瓢去喂小鸡。被苏桃桃这么一叫唤，水差点洒了出来。他不解地看向苏桃桃，毕竟他从未在这个时间点见过他，也从未听过他用这么愉快的声音说早安，一时间愣在原地，没能回应。别说晨晨了，就连刚挖完蚯蚓， 正在喂小鸡的傅远航眉头都皱成蚯蚓状。在他看来，这个大嫂自从落水后就变得不正常，这样看她更吓人，指不定藏着什么大招。傅远航一激灵，想到什么，惊恐地看着他。他忽然对晨晨这么好，难不成是想骗他把晨晨卖掉？苏桃桃哪里知道自己一句早安引发了傅远航的脑补，他只是因为睡得好，一大早看到这么可爱的仔仔，心情特别好。他笑眯眯地走到晨晨跟前，蹲下来看着孩子的眼睛，指着他的葫芦瓢问：晨晨，你这是要做什么呀？这就是狼外婆的眼神和笑容。傅远航觉得自己看明白了，对着晨晨喊：晨晨，快过来，小鸡渴了。听到小叔叔的叫唤，晨晨毫不犹豫，迈着小短腿慢悠悠地走过去。
Su Taotao felt quite regretful, almost able to poke Dust's little face. She hadn't yet guided the little one to call her mom, nor did she know if he could speak now. No rush, take it slow. Su Taotao didn't disturb the two children, one big and one small, feeding the chickens. She stood with her hands behind her back, inspecting the small yard. The typical rural courtyard building covered quite a bit of land. It had a main house with 4 rooms in a simple layout. The kitchen and bathroom were opposite the main house, both made of blue bricks and dark tiles, indicating they weren't very old. Between them was an open-air courtyard of about 20 to 30 square meters, with a water pump in the middle. Around it was a small cement pond where things could be washed. At the door, on each side, there were various plants like bamboo, and one side was fenced to raise chickens with hanging tools. On the other side, there was a small vegetable patch with coriander, garlic, and green onions. Nearby, there were 2 wooden forks and a bamboo pole used as a simple clothes drying rack, with a few clothes hanging on it. The house looked a bit old, but it was well maintained. Her first impression yesterday was that it seemed like a dangerous building, but that was an overstatement. She had never seen such a darkened, soot-covered brick house before. Today, from the outside, it looked quite sturdy. The roof tiles were new and clean, so it probably wouldn't leak, and there were no safety issues. Most importantly, it was very clean. It was obvious the owner was diligent and tidy. Overall, she could accept this living environment. Much better than she had expected. The most important thing was the bathroom, which the original owner and Fu Jingtu had insisted on building to resemble city bathrooms, so it had a squat toilet. She didn't need to use the so-called foul-smelling public toilet. This was the only thing the original owner had done that she found satisfactory. Su Taotao was about to go to the bathroom to take care of her needs when a figure suddenly darted in from outside, running into her bathroom at lightning speed without greeting her, and directly slammed the door shut with a bang. Su Taotao blinked and looked at the 2 children happily feeding the chickens. She used her eyes to ask, "Who is this person? What does she mean?" Although Fu Yuanheng didn't like his sister-in-law very much, he tolerated her well every day, influenced subtly by his mother. As long as she didn't keep thinking about selling Dust, he wouldn't argue with her. It's the eldest aunt. She comes to our house to use the bathroom at this time every day. You didn't see her before because you've never gotten up so early. This is not blame, nor accusation. Fu Yuanheng was simply stating the fact. Su Taotao opened her mouth but didn't speak. Staying up late isn't a big deal. The original owner had plenty of strange habits, so this is nothing new. She casually asked, "Does your family not have a toilet?" Fu Yuanheng shook his head. "Only our family in the whole village has this squat toilet. It was because you strongly insisted on hiring someone when you got married," Fu Yuanheng thought, "and it cost quite a bit." Su Taotao knew her question was pointless. It was the 1970s, and every household used a chamber pot at home, then built an outdoor toilet with a squat seat. The reasons were both practical, conditions didn't allow more, and for storing organic fertilizer, since every family had a garden that needed nutrients. A bad feeling started to grow. Su Taotao asked again, "Besides Uncle's wife, no one else will come to use our toilet, right?" Just as Fu Yuanheng was about to reply, a few women entered outside, discussing who had the right to use the toilet. "Auntie, oh no, I think my leftover pickled vegetables went bad." I've had stomach issues all morning. Sorry, can I go first? B. No, I got here first. I'm in a hurry too. Why come so early, if not urgent? C. Exactly, first come, first served. If you can't hold it, go to the toilet. No cutting in line. Auntie A pushed forward, saying, How can you do this? If I could still use a toilet, would I waste fertilizer here? Please, I really can't hold it anymore. B and C pushed her back together, both saying no. Su Taotao was silent. Had these women ever asked her for her opinion about coming to her house to use the toilet? She walked over, crossing her arms and smiling kindly, blocking their way. Good morning, ladies. The women, who had been arguing fiercely, saw it was Su Taotao. Their eyes widened as if their throats were suddenly constricted, and the argument stopped immediately. Auntie A pointed at her.
You.
Are you Dust's mother? How come you're here? Su Taotao smiled and asked back, Shouldn't I be asking you that? Have you forgotten this is my house? Auntie A pouted, thinking, You still remember this as your home? You're never around. No wonder the women were surprised. The original owner was rarely home, and they hadn't seen her in a long time. Aunt B was more aware of the situation. It's been a while since I saw Comrade Sue. She looks more and more beautiful. Aunt B was just casually saying this, but when she said it, everyone suddenly thought, Has she descended from heaven? Everyone looked carefully at Su Taotao. Yes, she looked like a fairy standing in the spring sunlight, her face as lovely as a peach blossom and her skin as smooth as jade. Compared to the darkened laborers around her, she looked even more stunning. At a quick glance, she really seemed like a fairy from heaven. Aunt C snapped out of her thoughts. Girls from the city are different. They look so good. Even the toilets at home are especially nice. Is anyone inside? Let's use the toilet first, and then chat. Oh no, she forgot to pretend to be ugly before leaving the room. Her face, so natural and beautiful, was the first time she saw it. What could she do? She could only frown and use a bad attitude and an unkind expression to lessen her attractiveness.
Shu Taotao stopped smiling.
She crossed her arms and pointed at them, scolding. What are you doing? Coming to my house early in the morning to cause trouble? Do you think this is a public toilet? I haven't even gone to the bathroom yet. And you come here, making my yard smell bad. Do I still want to eat breakfast? Go away, go away. We don't welcome you here. Go back where you came from. The women were stunned by her scolding. Aunt A was the quickest to respond. Hey, what's wrong with you? We came early in the morning to bring you fertilizer.
If you don't thank us, fine.
But how can you turn around and say we're causing trouble? Aunt B said, Yes, we feel sorry for your family. You're all alone with few people, and there's not enough fertilizer for your land. We kindly came to use your toilet. Why are you insulting us? Aunt C added, And we're just high school students and young workers. We come every day, and your mother-in-law never said anything. But you talk so badly. You're just a shrew. Su Taotao wasn't angry. She wasn't good at shouting or arguing. The atmosphere could only be pushed so far. She put out her hand, pinched her thumb and index finger together, and made a money-giving gesture. Oh, so you ladies are so kind? We don't just need fertilizer. We also need money. Look at our Daodu. She's so thin because she's hungry. Why don't you kindly give us some money? Or, how about this, from now on, you can pay a dime each time you use our toilet. If you come regularly, we can give you a discount, 2 yuan a month. How does that sound? Auntie A's stomach was indeed a bit uncomfortable. After hearing Su Taotao's words, her blood pressure shot up too. You. She blushed so much her face turned red. Before she could finish speaking, she covered her and turned to run away. She was in such a hurry. Auntie B jumped up and started screaming like a chicken. 2 yuan? Are you crazy about money? Why don't you go rob someone? Her whole family worked hard for a month, living frugally, barely saving 2 yuan. Now, just to use the toilet, she wanted to charge her 2 yuan. It was almost like asking for her life. Auntie B looked at Su Taotao's ugly face and thought she must have been blind earlier to think she looked like a fairy. Her greedy face was even uglier than the village's bean-skin woman. Auntie C pointed at Su Taotao. You must have fallen into the river yesterday and lost your mind. Hurry and find Huang. If you dare to charge us money, I will report you to the commune for trying to exploit us. Su Taotao nodded. That's right, charging money isn't right. So, this time, I'll give 1 egg. A monthly pass is 20 eggs. Eggs are very valuable nowadays. Auntie C pulled Auntie B. Bah. Huang Lu only charges 5 eggs for medical treatment. Why do you think you can charge more? Let's go, back to our own toilet. The fertilizer is for our own land. We can't let someone with such a brainless mind cheat us. Su Taotao watched their backs and laughed happily. She shouted, Hey, aunties, you really aren't going anymore? The toilet is so smelly. 1 egg is still worth it. Remember to help spread the word and bring more people to use our toilet. No matter who comes, I promise to only charge 1 egg.
No cheating.
One of the aunties staggered and almost tripped over the threshold. They both turned back and glared fiercely at Su Taotao. They weren't sick, nor did they lack their own toilet. Besides Su Taotao, who else in the production team was so brainless? Sure enough, within 10 minutes, everyone in the team was gossiping that Su Taotao fell into the river yesterday and lost her mind, and that she was charging a single egg for using her toilet. From then on, no one dared to go to Su Taotao's house to use the toilet. Of course, that's a story for later. The eldest aunt, who had been listening in the toilet, finished long ago but was too afraid to come out, worried Su Taotao would cheat her out of an egg. Finally, Su Taotao couldn't hold it anymore and knocked on the door. Annie, did you fall into the toilet? If you don't come out soon, I'll have to kick the door. Auntie had no choice but to nervously open the door, afraid to lift her head to look at Su Taotao. She left with a hurried excuse, saying there's something at home, and ran out of the yard as fast as she could, almost matching her speed when she came in. Neither Su Taotao, nor Zhou Linglan nor Fu Yuanhang liked having these people come to their house to use the bathroom. Since they built the squat toilet, people have been coming all day long, claiming they're bringing fertilizer. But the fertilizer in the septic tank is all taken back by the family to water the vegetables, and Zhou Linglan has never used it. Zhou Linglan is shy and gentle, so she finds it hard to argue with the villagers. Even if she doesn't like it, she has to smile and welcome them. Fu Yuanhang has said this a few times, but everyone just sees him as a kid and doesn't take his words seriously. They're also worried about their mother's reputation, so they just endure it. Today, Fu Yuanhang finally saw things clearly. It really proved that bad people meet their match. Dealing with these people, sometimes harsh methods are necessary. Fu Yuanhang watched Su Taotao, who was smiling and insisting on hugging Dust to wash his face and brush his teeth. He thought to himself, maybe his sister-in-law really is a bit out of her mind, but she seems to be doing pretty well. People are visual animals. They naturally like beautiful things. When someone looks good, feels happy themselves, and makes others happy to see them, that's wonderful. Su Taotao poked Dust's little face, feeling satisfied with every part. Such a well-behaved and cute kid belongs to her. It's really great. Dust finished washing his face. Although he's a bit darker from the sun and not very chubby, his features are nice. He looks obedient and soft, which makes people feel fond of him. Su Taotao couldn't help but lean down and kiss his face. Dust looked confused and a little uncomfortable about her sudden closeness. He puffed up his cheeks, rubbed the spot she just kissed, and blinked at her innocently, as if asking, "What are you doing?" If she wasn't worried about scaring him, she might have kissed him a few more times. She smiled and gently held his little paw, bringing it to the wash basin while muttering, "Mommy loves you, so I kiss you. Now, let's wash our hands. Rub your palms and backs of your hands. Keep germs away from me." Dust, remember, the first thing to do after waking up is brush your teeth and wash your face. Before every meal, don't forget to wash your hands too. Kids in the countryside are usually raised roughly. Dust has been taken care of quite well compared to other children, but Zhou Linglan is very busy. Plus, nowadays, Children are often left to grow freely and aren't as particular about hygiene, unlike Su Taotao, who pays close attention to cleanliness. Dustin's little eyebrows have never loosened since Su Taotao forcibly carried him into the bathroom. This mother is really strange. She never used to do this before. But I don't dislike it, just feel a bit uncomfortable. Fu Yuanhong's gaze has been fixed on Dustin. The more he thinks about it, the more anxious he becomes. His sister-in-law never cares about Dustin's eating, drinking, or toileting, yet today she personally washed and combed Dustin. Something's wrong. She must have cleaned Dustin thoroughly to sell him for a good price. It must be that. She was also talking to Dustin about many things, probably saying goodbye. It has to be that. Before Su Taotao comes out, Fu Yuanning quickly throws away his small shovel and runs into the kitchen. Mom, I suspect that sister-in-law wants to sell Dustin. Zhou Linglan is startled by his sudden words. She quickly looks outside and sees that Su Taotao is still in the bathroom. She gently pats her son's arm and lowers her voice. Early in the morning, what nonsense are you talking about? How could your sister-in-law sell her own son? Fu Yuanheng stomps his feet anxiously. Mom, haven't you seen how good she was to Dustin today? She kept smiling at him, washed him very clean, and talked to him a lot. Dustin has never heard her say so many words since he was born. It's very unusual. Hasn't she spent all the money her older brother left her? A few days ago, she even scolded the family meals as pig feed. How could she suddenly switch to eating coarse grains and wild vegetables with us? She must have changed into someone else to lower her guard, maybe trying to exchange Dustin for money and go back to the city. We need to watch Dustin carefully. Zhou Linglan's heart is pounding. Thinking about her daughter-in-law's past misdeeds, she admits that she might not be incapable of doing such things. At this moment, Su Taotao has already carried Dustin, who is very clean and neatly combed, into the room. Mom, Yuanheng, what should we have for breakfast? Zhou Linglan looks at her grandson, who is clean and tidy, with his hair combed neatly, looking much more spirited than usual. She thinks about her son's words, and her eyelids start to twitch. She takes a deep breath secretly, slowly exhales to calm her heartbeat, and then says, still sweet potato porridge and pickled vegetables. Su Taotao, just check the chicken coop. Nowadays, every household keeps a fixed number of chickens, usually only 2 or 3. Their chicken coop has 2 hens and 3 fluffy, yellow chicks, probably just hatched. Su Taotao thinks for a moment and asks, can the chickens lay 2 eggs a day? Zhou Linglan nods and says, yes, Yuan is feeding them earthworms every day. The eggs are quite big, and the supply and marketing cooperative pays 8 cents each. Zhou Linglan's inner unease grew stronger. She used to pick up the eggs before Su Taotao woke up, one to exchange for money, and one to steam for herself and her grandson, splitting it equally. These days, eggs are considered hard currency, accepted by the supply and marketing cooperative. Usually, medium-sized eggs are worth about 5 or 6 cents, and the largest eggs can be worth 7 or 8 cents. Su Taotao never cared about these things before. Su Taotao said, from now on, let's keep the eggs at home for ourselves. Don't worry about the money. I'll find a way. Oh, and I'll take Qinshan to the county office later to handle some matters. Suddenly, a loud crash. The aluminum dish in Fu Yuanhong's hand fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he stormed over, frowning, snatched Qinshan into his arms, and shouted at Su Taotao, if you want to go to the county, go by yourself. If you want to go back to the city, that's fine, but you can't take Qinshan with you. And you definitely can't sell him.
Xiao Han.
Zhou Linglan quickly stopped him. Fu Yuanhong's eyes reddened. He closed his mouth and stubbornly stared at Su Taotao. Qinshan is the son of the eldest brother, his own nephew, and he had been helping to raise him little by little. Su Taotao wanted to take Qinshan away, unless she was willing to fight him to the death. He wouldn't let her pass over his body. Zhou Linglan thought for a moment and turned pale. It was as if her youngest son had guessed her thoughts. She was both shocked and scared, her face full of pleading as she looked at Su Taotao. Taotao, I can agree to anything else, but Qinshan is your and Zhengtu's only child.
Can you?
Mom, Xiao Heng, what are you all imagining? Su Taotao was almost laughing and crying. She didn't need to listen to anything else. Just from Fu Yuanhong's last words about selling and his defensive reaction, she knew they were thinking the worst. She loved this little boy so much. How could she possibly do something so terrible? But the original words were hard to deny. Su Taotao took out the IOU and handed it to them. Look, this is something my dad gave me before I went to the countryside. I plan to go to the county to ask the person on the IOU for money. What are you all imagining? Last night, when I said those things, you all just ignored me. No matter how crazy I get, I wouldn't do what you're thinking. I've made it very clear, we are family. You need to trust me and live peacefully. Stop doubting each other like this. Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng could read. They leaned in and carefully looked at the IOU from start to finish. They exchanged glances, both feeling a bit overwhelmed and unsure. Su Taotao handed over the photo again and pointed to Su Donghan.
This is my dad, she said.
Then she pointed to Chin Chin. Chun Chun looked quickly.
This is Grandpa.
We will take Chin Chin back to the city to visit Grandpa someday, but not now. Su Taotao then pointed to another person. This is Comrade Chao Guohua, who borrowed money from our family before. I wanted to take Chin Chun to the county to ask him for the money. Raising children is hard, and it wouldn't be good to owe him money when we see him. Also, it's a good chance for Chin Chin to see the world. Fu Yuanheng realized he had misunderstood her. His face turned red. He lowered his head and softly said, sorry. Chin Chin tilted her head and looked at the photo for a while. Suddenly, she pointed at the window outside the kitchen. Zhou Linglan was lost in thought and forgot to feel shy. She also stared at the person in the photo for a long time. After a while, she asked Fu Yuanheng, Xiao Heng, do you think this person looks familiar?
Does he look like?
Fu Yuanheng had not looked carefully before. He thought Chin Chin was pointing at something else and was still looking out the window. When he finally saw clearly, he was surprised. He also pointed at the small window outside the kitchen, mimicking Chin Chin. That person? Teacher Chao? Su Taotao was a bit confused. What do you mean? Su Taotao usually didn't care about the affairs of the team. She didn't know who lived next door or nearby. Zhou Linglan folded the letter and put it back into Su Taotao's arms. She sighed and said, Taotao, I'm afraid we won't get the money back. Comrade Chao Guohua now lives in the cow shed behind our house. He's been there for 2 years. His family has probably been robbed and searched many times. When he came, he was wearing torn clothes, and his belongings have been searched many times. I doubt he can hide even a single thread, let alone the money. Su Taotao never expected there would be such a story. No matter the time, debtors are always in a tough spot. She knew it wouldn't be easy to get the money back, but she didn't expect it to be a total loss. Mom, why do you call him Teacher Chao? What's his character like? Zhou Linglan paused, then suddenly thought of something from more than 2 years ago. Her eyes flickered, and her expression became a bit unnatural. She quickly tidied up the table to hide her feelings and said, I don't know him well. I mean, he used to be a comrade of Jingtu's father. I only saw him once. Later, I heard he transferred to a military school to be a teacher. 2 years ago, he was suddenly sent down here. Widowhood is common around here. I've never dared to talk to him alone. Sometimes, I ask Xiao Heng to deliver some fruits and vegetables to him. He also secretly teaches Xiao Heng some things you can't learn from textbooks.
I see. With that, Su Taotao understood.
During the Great Movement, many teachers were labeled as old reactionaries and sent to the countryside for reform. As long as they had good character and didn't make serious mistakes, they could return to the city after the movement ended, and most could go back to their original jobs. She could definitely get her money back, but it would take a few more years. The problem was she needed money now. Fu Jingtu wouldn't return for at least half a year. Not to mention, Dusty's nutrition was already falling behind. Even if she couldn't buy formula, she needed to buy some malt extract to supplement him. She only had 13 yuan, 85 cents left. Buying salt that wasn't salty or sugar that wasn't sweet wouldn't help much. What could she do with that? Suddenly, Su Taotao had a bright idea. Oh, Sugar. White rabbit milk candies. These days, white rabbit candies are very good. In later stories, a few pieces of white rabbit candy were said to have as much calcium as a glass of milk. But she couldn't buy much, especially since she didn't have any sugar coupons. It was truly true that a resourceful woman can't cook without rice. While eating breakfast, Su Taotao was distracted, thinking about how to get money. Zhou Linglan knew she couldn't stand sweet potato porridge and pickles. She called it sweet potato porridge, but only Su Taotao and Dusty's bowls had white rice. She and Fu Yuanheng's bowls were mostly sweet potatoes. There wasn't much fine grain at home, so they had to prioritize Su Taotao and Dusty. She took half of the steamed egg custard she made for Dusty, added a few drops of soy sauce, and placed it in front of Su Taotao. If you can't eat the pickles, you can eat this. Only then did Su Taotao come back to her senses. She looked at the steamed water egg in front of her, then at her own bowl, which had more sweet potato porridge and less rice. She looked at the others. Dusty's diet was the same as hers. These days, just being able to eat enough and stay warm was a blessing. There was no need to feed him specially. The little guy was already skilled with his small spoon, steady and precise, eating the porridge with the egg custard, mouthful after mouthful, looking very happy. In theory, if Dusty ate like this every day, he wouldn't be so thin. Maybe Dusty didn't get to eat eggs every day, or perhaps the original owner took them away to exchange for money. The family's money had been spent by Su Taotao, and they had no money left for salt or matches. Fu Yuanheng and Zhou Linglan looked unbothered, eating rice soup and pickles with sweet potatoes. Su Taotao felt uncomfortable inside, feeling sorry for this kind and gentle mother and son. They were doing their best to be kind to the original owner, but she was truly a terrible person. This family was still too poor. She had to think of a way to help. Su Taotao took a deep breath, then divided some plain rice from her bowl between Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng, one portion each. She also split the half bowl of egg custard into 3 small parts, which was really just 1 spoonful for each. She directly scooped the portions into their bowls. Eat quickly. Yesterday, I told you that our family will have rice and porridge in the future and no more 2 kinds of food. Mom, how could you forget? Just pretend that the old Su Taotao is gone. The current me is like this. After saying that, Su Taotao lowered her head and started drinking her porridge. Her personality changed so much, whether it was suspicion or not. She believed that even if she told this mother and son that she came from the 21st century, whether they believed her or not was another matter. But they definitely wouldn't tell anyone. She just didn't want to explain so much. It was too troublesome. Zhou Linglan and her son looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Since yesterday, Su Taotao had surprised them many times. It wasn't until this moment that they truly believed she had really changed, as if she had become a different person.
She was so much better now. Clang.
The sound of a spoon hitting a rice bowl. It turned out the little one was imitating, scooping a spoonful of egg custard from his bowl and putting it into his uncle's bowl. The sound was made when the spoon accidentally hit the edge of the bowl. The little boy's expression was very serious, and he wrinkled his little brows and grinned, saying next. Fu Yuanheng was so startled that his bowl almost flew out of his hand. He quickly put down his chopsticks and grabbed Dustin's small hands, staring at him. Dustin, are you talking? Tell Uncle quickly, did you just speak? Zhou Linglan covered her mouth and nodded. Sometimes she held her hand tightly, sometimes she let go, excitedly saying, yes, I heard it. Dustin spoke. Dustin spoke. No wonder they were so excited. Dustin was almost 2 years old. Some children his age could already say short sentences and clearly express their thoughts. At worst, they could call their parents. Sometimes they even blurted out a few words. But Dustin, who never liked to cry or make trouble, understood everything they said. Whatever they taught him, he learned quickly. But he was reluctant to speak. Such a smart child, yet he had never said a word. Sometimes he liked to daydream, lost in his own world. Su Taotao was lucky to be this mother. She never cared about her son. Only Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng were anxious and worried. There were many rumors about Dustin in the village. Some said he was mute, some said he was slow, and others said he was both mute and slow. Fu Yuanhong's first fight happened because a classmate called Chunchen mute. He punched that person in front of Chunchen, so no one dared to say that again in front of him. Even the usually kind Zhou Linglan only gets angry when she hears others say that about Chunchen, and she yells, "Smart children speak late." Actually, she isn't sure herself because no matter how she and Fu Yuanhang try to teach him, Chunchen refuses to speak. Zhou Linglan feels more worried. His father is not around, and his mother doesn't care. Although he's young, he understands everything. She believes he's probably upset, and therefore won't speak. Now, Chunchen has finally spoken. He is not mute, and he's not slow. It's because Su Taodao has been talking to him and getting close to him these past days. She just shared some food with him earlier. She knows his mother has changed and cares about him, so he is willing to speak. He's smart and just speaks late. Su Taodao also feels special about it. She moves her small stool next to the little guy, looks into his eyes, and teases him. "Chunchen, your first word should be mom. I am your mom. Try calling me so I can hear." But the little guy helplessly glances at her and then looks away, calmly continuing to eat. It's as if that precious moment of eating was just a dream. Su Taotao isn't upset. She moves her bowl closer and playfully says, "Chunchen just shared his egg with Uncle. Mom wants some too." Chunchen still looks helpless, pinches his lips, and scoops a bit from his small bowl for her. Su Taotao laughs happily, scooping most of the remaining third of the egg custard into his bowl, leaving only a tiny bit for herself, and says, "Thank you, Chunchen. Mom shares some with you too. From now on, we will share everything. Chunchen, eat more so you can grow tall." Today, the spring sunshine shining through the window feels especially warm and gentle, just like this family. Although poor, they are beginning to feel warm and full of love. After breakfast, Su Taotao decides to visit the cow shed to see Teacher Chow and find out his attitude. Zhou Linglan suggests waiting until everyone goes to work, then going when there are fewer people. She says he used to treat the cows in the production team, and now all the cows are under his care. He should be in the back mountain tending the cows. Su Taodao nods and says, "Then I will take Chunchen today. I will also cook lunch and dinner." Zhou Linglan almost asked, "Do you know how to cook? Why aren't you going to the county today?" But she held back. She was very pleased with Su Taotao's change. Anyway, the family only had that much grain, so she couldn't waste it. Let her do as she pleased. Chunchen heard this and ran over on short legs to hug her little uncle's leg. "Shu Tao Tao." Chunchen wasn't stupid. Although his mother had become a bit easier to get along with and seemed to like him more, he still felt safer staying with his little uncle.
Fu Yuanangrarelli smiled so happily.
He finally felt he hadn't wasted his affection on this little guy. He bent down and picked him up, rubbing his little head. "Chunchen, I think I should take you to school." Su Taotao wanted to take him herself, but she only gently pinched the little guy's face, reminding him to think of his mother, and then said goodbye to him. Chunchen still looked a bit helpless, but didn't resist her hand. In rural areas these days, the adults in the family all had to go to the fields to earn work points. Either the eldest child carried the younger siblings to school or they simply didn't go to school, staying at home to take care of brothers and sisters and help with chores. Especially girls. Very few of them took school seriously. Actually, Fu Yuanhang was still just a young boy, only 11 years old. He was in the 4th grade at the commune elementary school. Chun had been going to school with him since he was 1 year old. Su Taodao knew about this from reading many stories set in that era, but she understood that early childhood education was very important. She planned to let Chun get used to it for a while and then teach him herself later. School for some, work for others. Su Taotao, the only person with free time, began to count the family's supplies. Zhou Linglan was hardworking. The family's small farm grew many crops, including sweet potatoes, taro, potatoes, and cassava, which were stored in plenty. However, there wasn't much rice or flour, just a small bag. The rice was mainly from the rice fields in the south, and the flour was stored in a tiny bag. There were also various beans and a little glutinous rice plus a small jar of peanut oil. Su Taotao was really worried. It was only early spring now. The rice from a harvest, after shelling, probably weighed less than 50 jin of white rice. With so little grain, the whole family would have to eat for more than half a year. No wonder Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng didn't want to eat it all at once. I have stored quite a bit of dried goods like dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, dried bamboo shoots, and dried fern. These wild organic ingredients are priceless in the 21st century, but in the 70s, they were considered landlord dishes. Eating them alone wasn't as good as wild vegetables and fruits because they needed to be cooked with lots of oil and need to taste good. Poor farmers like them simply couldn't afford such luxuries, as they had no meat and only a small amount of oil allocated to each household. Their production team was better off because they had many fertile mountain lands, and every year they grew plenty of peanuts. Most families could see some oil on their tables. Some teams didn't have much mountain land and didn't want to use their good farmland to grow peanuts. Families with many children often didn't put much oil in their cooking. They would just dip a piece of cloth in a little oil and spread it over the whole pot instead. Su Taotao remembered that in her past life, she used hot water to rinse off the oil from vegetables before eating to lose weight. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was a foolish act. After checking the household supplies for half an hour, Su Taotao realized that the only thing that could be considered a meat dish was eggs. After she mentioned it in the morning, Zhou Linglan took out all the eggs hidden under the bed. Zhou Linglan had recently exchanged some eggs at the supply store, so now they only had about 10. Even if their 2 good hens laid 2 eggs each day, for people in the family would only get 1 egg per day, which wouldn't last long. It's really troubling. These days, just eating enough and staying warm has become a big concern. When it was almost time to go out, Su Taotao styled her hair into a big braid, changed into her old, dull clothes, and even dusted her face with some soot from the stove to cover her natural beauty. At most, she looked a bit fairer and more spirited than an ordinary village girl, so she wouldn't stand out too much. She took her IOU and photos and left through the back door, being careful. Coincidentally, when Su Taotao reached the cowshed door, she saw someone leading a cow out. "Excuse me, are you Comrade Chao Guohua?"
Su Taotao asked.
Despite having white hair, the elderly man looked energetic and upright. He looked up calmly and asked, "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" Su Taotao observed him quietly and admired him. Even though he had fallen on hard times, his soldierly spirit was still strong. "Talking here isn't convenient. Can we speak somewhere else?"
she asked.
Chao Guohua looked into her clear eyes, nodded, and pointed to the back mountain. "Let's go there to talk." Chao Guohua's eyes were firm and focused, always keeping a distance of about 3 meters behind or in front of Su Taotao. Su Taotao couldn't understand how her cheap labor father knew someone like him. They reached a quiet little mountain hollow. Su Taotao decided not to beat around the bush and directly showed him the IOU and the photos. "Teacher Chao, do you remember this? I am Su Taohua, the daughter of Su Donghan and also Fu Jingtu's wife. I know your situation isn't good right now. If our family wasn't about to go broke, I wouldn't be coming to you at this time. I just want to ask if there's any way you can pay back this debt. Just the principal, no interest or at least some part of it to help us get by." Chao Guohua took the IOU and photos, looked at them in surprise. He hadn't expected that Fu family's infamous daughter-in-law was actually Su Donghan's daughter. Though she had bigger eyes, her words and actions didn't seem as unreliable as rumors suggested. It seemed the rumors were exaggerated. After all, a daughter raised by someone like Su Donghan probably wouldn't be too bad. If Su Taotao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely complain. The original owner was in such a state now. Chao Guohua felt relieved and nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, I borrowed this money from your father. A man of his word, what he promises is what he pays back." Su Taotao was silent, thinking she had no objections. Even if he dared to give her 520 yuan, she would still take it. After all, she was poor.
Then,
Chao Guohua raised his hand to stop her. "I've already prepared the money. Do you have paper and a pen?" Coincidentally, Su Taotao did have them. Her habit of carrying paper and pens everywhere, learned from her previous life as a designer, was ingrained in her DNA. Chao Guohua wrote down an address, attached a letter, and his handwritten signature, then handed it to Su Taotao. Go to this address and find someone named Chen Sihai. He will give you the money. Su Taotao took it and looked at the address. It wasn't far, just in the county seat. How is your father doing? Chao Guohua asked again. Su Taotao couldn't answer this question. In her memory, apart from returning home once during her first year of rural work, she had a falling out with her family. Later, she insisted on getting married, and her family almost cut ties with her. After marriage, she never went back, only writing a letter to report her safety when she got married and had children. The only thing her original self had some backbone about was not asking her family for money or things. Thanks. Otherwise, what else could Su Taotao say?
Gao Guhu not dead.
He was not very talkative, but he still said, the Fu family are good people, you. There are many rumors about Su Taotao in the village, and she can't tell which are true or false. He didn't continue speaking, as he didn't have the right or standing to say more. But Su Taotao understood his meaning and smiled, saying, I know. I was not very sensible before, but I won't be in the future. Chao Guohua didn't say anything else. He nodded again and left with the words, the journey will come back, then led the cow into the mountains. Teacher Chao, never give up. Keep going, and you'll see the light soon. If you have difficulties, tell us. We will help if we can. In 3 or 4 years, you'll be able to clear your name and return to the city. Su Taotao couldn't say this directly, so she just mentioned it briefly. Chao Guohua's back straightened noticeably, but he didn't turn around. He only said, let's go back. When we meet again, pretend we don't know each other. Su Taotao watched his tall figure for a while, feeling a bit sad. Such a person shouldn't be treated like this, but she also believed that nothing could break his spirit. After returning from the back mountain, Su Taotao felt much more at peace. Fu Jingtu would return in about half a year. With this money, their family could get through that time comfortably. But they were just living day by day, and she didn't have the habit of asking her husband for money. Even if Fu Jingtu came back, she still needed to find a stable income. Take it slow. The most urgent thing now is to get the money back. Feeling reassured, Su Taotao felt much lighter. During lunch, she hummed a little tune while cooking. When she was a child, she lived with her grandmother in the countryside for a while, or she would have been worried about the big rural stove. But the Fu family didn't have many people, so they used small stoves, charcoal burners, and small iron pots more often. This morning, she had sweet potato porridge. At noon, she cooked taro rice in a small clay pot, with rice and coarse grains in roughly equal parts, unlike Zhou Linglan, who mainly ate coarse grains. When the small clay pot started bubbling, Su Taotao opened the lid and poked a few holes in the rice with chopsticks. She also removed the firewood from the small stove and moved the charcoal to the small coal stove. Then she placed the clay pot on top, using the residual heat of the charcoal to steam the rice until it was cooked. She couldn't judge Fu Yuanhong's appetite, so she added a few sweet potatoes to the small coal stove to stew. While waiting, she planned to pick some tomatoes from the small vegetable garden to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch. Zhou Linglan was really good at gardening. The vegetables and fruits in the small garden were many and grew well. Su Taotao looked at the bright red, round tomatoes and couldn't resist. She picked the biggest, reddest one without washing it, rubbed it on her clothes, and took a big bite with a crunch. Just as she expected, it was sweet, juicy, and a little crunchy and sticky. When she lived with her grandmother in the countryside in her past life, she had never tasted such delicious tomatoes. They were perfect for her taste. She ate 3 bites quickly before stopping. She picked a few more tomatoes to eat as fruit, grabbed 2 cucumbers to make cold cucumber salad later, and also picked some peppers and eggplants to eat at night. The best thing about living in the 70s was that she could eat these natural, pollution-free vegetables every day. Su Taotao thought that if she ate like this every day, she might live a few years longer. She carried the fruits and vegetables back home. The aroma of taro rice was already filling the yard. The rice cooked in a clay pot smelled wonderful. First, She went to her small vegetable patch to pick some cilantro and green onions, wash them, and set them aside. Then she went to Zhou Linglan's room to get 2 eggs and started making the cucumber salad first. The cucumber salad is simple and doesn't take much skill, but it needs some time to soak in flavor. She sliced the cucumbers, added garlic, cilantro, and green onions. Since Duken also wanted to eat, she didn't add chili. Then she added salt, sugar, and vinegar, mixed everything, and if possible, a little sesame oil and chicken essence would make it taste even better. She set the cucumber salad aside and started making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There wasn't much oil at home, so she used just a little to scramble the eggs, then set them aside. She didn't even want to wash the pan. She added the chopped tomatoes directly into the pan, a little sugar to enhance the flavor, and waited until the tomatoes released their juice. Then she poured the eggs back in because she planned to pour the mixture over the taro rice later. To prevent the taro from drying out and choking her, she added a little water and let it simmer. She seasoned it with slightly more salt and soy sauce than usual. Once the tomatoes and eggs absorbed the sauce, she stirred a few times and turned off the heat. There was no charcoal fire left, so she didn't need to serve it separately. Su Taotao found 3 rice bowls and Duchen's special small bowl. She divided the taro rice from the small clay pot into 4 bowls, leaving the crispy rice crust in the pot. Just as she finished dividing the rice, Zhou Linglan came back from work, and Fu Yuanheng was following behind carrying Duken. Su Taotao held a rice spoon, peeked out from the kitchen, and gave them a big smile. "You're just in time. Lunch is about to start. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." A few people entered the yard and immediately smelled a strong aroma of delicious food. Especially Fu Yuanheng, who always jokes that a half-grown boy like him eats his father's food until he's full. He was already salivating and curious about what dishes his older sister-in-law had cooked because the smell was so good. Even Zhou Linglan couldn't help but ask, "As soon as we got to the door, I smelled something tasty. What did Tao Tao make?" Su Taotao was busy serving each bowl with a spoonful of tomato scrambled eggs and broth. Without looking up, she replied, "Taro rice, tomato scrambled eggs, and smashed cucumbers." These simple rural dishes were common, but they had never smelled this good before. She saw the crispy rice crust in the clay pot and paused for a moment. "Did you cook the rice in a clay pot?" "No wonder it smells so nice," she said, then frowned slightly. "We don't have much fine grain left." Mom and Xiaohang.
Mom. Su Taotao interrupted her.
"You forgot what I told you this morning." "Don't worry. I already talked to Teacher Chow this morning. We can get the money back. Anyway, from now on, whatever I cook, everyone will eat."
"No worries.
I have a plan." Both children were growing fast, and Zhou Linglan had to do heavy farm work. If they didn't eat well, their health could suffer. Su Taotao never thought about saving on food. She planned to find ways to earn more money so that the whole family could eat enough and stay warm. After washing their hands, the children sat in a row. Dust blinked his big round eyes with curiosity as he looked at the food in front of him. The bright red tomatoes and golden scrambled eggs on white rice looked tempting, and even the 2 dull gray pieces of taro had delicious-looking broth poured over them. Whole grains weren't easy for children to digest, and Su Taotao was worried that the taro might choke Dust. So she only gave him 2 pieces that weren't too soft, with plenty of broth to prevent choking. Dust had never seen such beautiful food colors before. He stared for a long time, reluctant to look away. Dust, are you going to eat by yourself, or do you want Mom to feed you?" "Eat myself." Dust picked up his small spoon and instinctively answered Su Taotao before starting to eat. He scooped a spoonful into his mouth, and his big eyes lit up immediately. He kept scooping and eating happily, faster than usual. Su Taotao scooped some smashed cucumber onto his plate and smiled. "Eat slowly, Dust, don't choke. No one is taking your food. If you like it, I'll make it for you again tomorrow." Dust nodded obediently and continued to eat quietly. Su Taotao felt happy as she gently patted his head. This little boy was really well-behaved and easy to take care of. Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng still had that surprised and happy look on their faces, but no one was any more asking Dust questions. Everyone was worried Dust might become silent again, like in the morning if asked too much, so it was better this way. Zhou Linglan only realized she also had a big spoonful of tomato scrambled eggs in her bowl. She wanted to say she couldn't eat that much and suggested they eat more, but she swallowed her words. Su Taotao had a good idea, and she thought it was better not to be upset. This was the best bowl of rice she had eaten in years. She never expected Su Taotao's cooking to be so good. Even with the same ingredients, Su Taotao made dishes so tasty that her tongue almost wanted to swallow them all. She even made the cucumber salad taste especially good. Taotao, after eating your food, I feel like I've wasted so many years of good ingredients. Your cooking is so delicious.
Fu Yuanang nodded constantly.
The rice and dishes in his bowl were finished, but his eyes kept staring at the crispy bits in the small clay pot. Su Taotao didn't like crispy bits herself, but kids loved them. She gave Fu Yuanhang the biggest portion. Kids at this age have insatiable stomachs, especially in these lean times, making it hard for them to feel truly full. Xiaohang, go eat the crispy bits. There's some soup left in the big pot. Eat it with the soup and don't choke. Fu Yuanhang blushed and felt a little shy, but he still quietly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law," then carried the small clay pot to pour all the soup from the big iron pot into it. He was satisfied and brought it back, enjoying the aroma from the clay pot, and didn't forget to give Dust a piece to nibble on slowly. Su Taotao added, "There are also a few sweet potatoes simmered in the small stove. If you want to eat, go get some, or take them to school or work this afternoon. If you're hungry, just eat."
Fu Yuanang nodded again.
He was very active and got hungry quickly. After the first class in the afternoon, he would start feeling hungry. Zhou Linglan also prepared some coarse grains for him to take along. This was the most filling lunch Fu Yuanning had ever had. Usually, he just managed to get by at noon. If he was still hungry, he would gnaw on a few more sweet potatoes. Now he realized this was what a proper lunch should be. His sister-in-law was really kind. After the meal, Fu Yuanhang washed the dishes. Su Taotao took Dust to rinse his mouth, wash his hands, and clean his face. The little kid was so adorable but messy, so she wanted to develop his hygiene habits. Dust no longer resisted Su Taotao and obediently let her hold him. Su Taotao was so happy, she kissed him several times. The little guy looked confused and helpless, which made Su Taotao laugh happily. Su Taotao didn't realize that such a simple meal had already won everyone's hearts. If she knew, she would definitely say, "This is just the beginning. Once I get the ingredients, you'll see what real delicious food is." During lunch break, Zhou Linglan couldn't sit still. She tidied the bathroom, cleaned the chicken coop, and pulled weeds in the small vegetable garden, moving constantly like a spinning top. The two younger children wanted to help as usual, but Su Taotao forced them back to their rooms to rest. Both children were shorter than others their age and needed good care. Today, Fu Yuanning finally ate enough and felt a bit sleepy, as did Qinchin, so they obediently went for a nap. "Mom, these chores aren't urgent. You should rest too," Su Taotao said. Zhou Linglan shook her head and smiled. "I'm too old to sleep so much. If I sleep now, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Moving around makes me feel better."
"Don't worry about me.
Go rest. I'll wake them up when it's time." Her daughter-in-law had become so kind that Zhou Linglan's smile never faded. She seemed to become several years younger. Nowadays, the hardworking people are truly diligent. Su Taotao didn't force her. "Taotao, go wash your face first." "It's a bit dirty," Zhou Linglan suggested, thinking Su Taotao might have accidentally gotten some food on her face while cooking. She wanted to mention it during the meal, but the delicious food and her happiness made her forget. Su Taotao smiled and teasingly blinked. "Mom, don't you think I look too pretty?" Zhou Linglan was momentarily stunned, looking into her clear eyes, then nodded. "Yes, you're beautiful. Taotao is the prettiest girl I've ever seen." Most of the educated youth from the city looked better than the villagers, but Su Taotao's beauty was unmatched. She didn't know how to describe it. Such a golden phoenix settling in their home was beyond what Zhou Linglan had ever imagined. It was like a dream come true when she married into the family. But later, Su Taotao's personality and actions made her forget her original appearance and even her beauty. Su Taotao added, "So from now on, I'll make my face look like this before going out, to avoid unnecessary trouble." At over 30, Zhou Linglan became a widow. When she was young, she was the most beautiful girl in the village. Over the years, many people have had feelings for her. She understands Su Taotao's thoughts well. After hearing her, she feels both comforted and sad. "Taotao, our Fu family is sorry for you." Zheng Tu, such a young and beautiful girl shouldn't have to stay alone in our small mountain village. Anyone's daughter would feel sorry for her. Others say Su Taotao is stubborn, lazy, and mean, but only Zhou Linglan understands her hardships. Their family really has no reason to blame her. Su Taotao shook her head. "Mom, I'm not saying this to make you sad. Trust me, Zhengtu will come back soon." Zhou Linglan nodded. "Yes, I believe you.
Go rest now.
If you're tired, sleep more. I'll cook dinner when I return." People say that conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are hard to solve, but with a mother-in-law like Zhou Linglan, it's almost impossible to have a real conflict. Su Taotao had no close family in her past life. She truly liked Zhou Linglan as a mother. She couldn't help but hug her. "Mom, you're so kind." Before, Su Taotao never got close to anyone, to be honest. This sudden hug surprised Zhou Linglan, making her stiff for a moment, but she soon relaxed. She almost started crying from her simple words. Finally, she patted Su Taotao's hand and said nothing more. Su Taotao woke up at 2:30 in the afternoon. The family went to school or work, and she became the only young, strong person in the household, or maybe in the entire production team. Wanting to enjoy the beautiful spring day, she decided to go for a walk. Since arriving here, she hadn't really explored this small mountain village. The trees were orange and green, full of spring vitality. The bright sun and pure, sweet air made her realize that living in the 1970s had its advantages. She walked to the banyan tree where the villagers loved to gather. A group of children was playing some game. Suddenly, a thin, dark boy with a wooden toy gun shouted, "Comrades, the plague god is here. Everyone retreat."
Shu Taotao.
"What is this plague god?" The black boy was busy telling everyone to retreat, but he stayed until the end. Su Taotao grabbed his collar and stopped him. "Little brat, who are you calling the plague god?" The black boy trembled and quickly covered his patched pocket, stammering, You, don't hold me. I really don't have any candy."
Shu Taotao frowned.
Whose candy did he want? Did the original owner really steal candy from children? Seeing her with a dark face, Xiao Tan thought she was about to take his candy again and started crying loudly. Grandma Xiao Tan was sitting on the other side of the big banyan tree, gossiping with a few old ladies while mending shoes. When she heard her grandson crying, she immediately dropped her work and rushed over. "What are you doing? Let go of my black coal." Su Taotao blinked innocently, loosening her grip on Xiao Tan's collar. Things seemed a bit bad. Seeing his grandma, Xiao Tan cried even louder and started complaining that Su Taotao was trying to take his candy. A group of simple old ladies glared angrily at Su Taotao. Grandma Xiao Tan pointed at her nose and scolded, "Su Jiqing, what are you doing? You're young and able, but you don't work, and now you're bullying children. Such a good boy on his journey. You're blind for marrying you." The other old ladies echoed angrily, "Yes, Su Jiqing. How can you do this? I even heard that you have to exchange eggs to go to the bathroom at your house. Are you crazy about eggs?" "She's not crazy about eggs. She's just crazy." Su Taotao felt she was more wronged than Do Yi. "It's a misunderstanding, everyone. Really, it's a misunderstanding. I heard this little black coal calling me Su Wenshin from far away, so I came up to ask what's going on." "Xiao Tan, did you just call me Su Wenshin?" Hearing this, Xiao Tan looked at Su Taotao and cried even louder.
Shu Taotao.
Was she really that fierce? Could she scare a kid to tears? Grandma Xiao Tan, after comforting her grandson for a while, glared at Su Taotao with blurry eyes. "I think you are a pestilent spirit. This time, I'll let it go because of Journey's mother. But if I see you bullying my grandson again, I won't forgive you. Anyway, as long as she mentioned Zhou Linglan would double her candy compensation. She wouldn't suffer any loss. Su Taotao felt like a scholar facing a soldier. She couldn't explain her reasoning clearly. She didn't care about her reputation anymore. She was so pretty. If her reputation got better, more people would like her. But now, she didn't want to be liked at all. She decided to keep her original character, crossed her arms, and said loudly, "It's because I'm older that I'm not bothering with you. Go back and teach your grandson well. Next time I hear him call me Su Wenshin again, see if I don't teach him a lesson." Why you?
Grandma Xiao Hei tampondet her chest, speakless.
Su Taotao pointed a finger at Xiao Hei Tan and made a gun-shooting sound, even adding a sound effect. She blew on her finger and said loudly, "Did you hear that? From now on, don't say anything in front of me, and definitely don't talk behind my back, or you'll regret it."
Wow, wow, wow.
Little Black Charcoal was almost crying himself out. Grandma Black Charcoal's chest was about to swell from anger. Oh, everyone, please judge fairly. There's no justice anymore. Someone like this is bullying me and my grandson. Take me to the village committee. I'll ask the leader to settle this. Su Taotao stepped back twice to avoid the old lady's accusations. Grandma, you can't just say that irresponsibly. First, I didn't steal your grandson's candy. Second, your grandson is rude and refuses to apologize, and he even started the trouble. If you don't teach him properly, I will. If you're not thankful, that's fine, but don't blame me without knowing the full story. Is there no justice left? I'll say the same to the gods upstairs. I'm not afraid to go to the police either. Su Taotao pointed at Little Black Charcoal. And you, shut up. I didn't bully you. Why are you crying? Tell me, did I curse you or not? If you lie, I'll give you a few good hits and then send you to see the police. This was a very small matter. Su Taotao's original intention was just to ask clearly and maybe find a chance later to give some candies to the children. It was surprising that it turned into such a big fuss. Little Black Charcoal really stopped crying and hid behind Grandma, hiccuping and crying softly. What nonsense are you spouting every day? Who are you trying to scare? Grandma Black Charcoal held her grandson's hand. Little Black Charcoal, don't be afraid. Tell me, did she really steal your candy? Little Black Charcoal tugged at Grandma's clothes, lowered his head, hiccuped, and whispered, "Not yet, but she was about to." Su Taotao chuckled angrily. Even at such a young age, the kid was quite logical.
About to? What do you mean by about to?
You're not me. How do you know I was going to steal it? Little Black Charcoal wished he could curl up into a ball. You've stolen before.
Su Taotao. She almost forgot about that.
I've stolen before? Sorry about that, Little Black Charcoal. I had a problem after falling into the water, and I completely forgot. I promise I won't do that again. Can you forgive me? But you also have to promise not to curse anymore, okay?
Su Taotao shahiding werli.
Her image was falling apart. She really didn't want to be a childhood shadow for the kids. She had a good son, too. What if her son had no friends in the future? Sorry? Was Su Taotao really saying sorry to him? Little Black Charcoal thought he must have heard wrong. Finally, he peeked out from behind Grandma, looked up at Su Taotao, and met her bright, smiling eyes. He nodded slightly. Su Taotao smiled again and shrugged. I don't have any sugar now, but I will buy some in the county tomorrow. When I do, I will pay you back for your sugar. You have to keep your promises. You and your friends are not allowed to curse anymore. Xiao Haitan nodded blankly. Su Taotao took a few steps forward, rubbed his little head, then looked at the old lady. Grandma Xiao Haitan, is everything clear now? I really didn't steal your grandson's sugar. I've truly forgotten about what happened before. As long as everything is clear now, I need to go pick wild vegetables on the mountain. I'm leaving now. A group of old ladies looked at each other with old eyes. Grandma Xiao Haitan said, "Did I hear right? She just said she forgot everything after falling into the water?" Old Lady A replied, "She said she will buy sugar in the county tomorrow and pay you back for the sugar she took from Xiao Haitan." Grandma Xiao Haitan looked up at the sky. Is today's sun rising from the west? It feels like a different person is talking. Old Lady B patted her thigh and caught up with Su Taotao. Su Jiqing, don't leave yet. You once dug my sweet potatoes. Although Zhou Linglan had compensated her, Old Lady C also realized and followed. Yes, Su Jiqing, you also picked my starfruit before. Although Zhou Linglan had also paid her. But what if Su Jiqing is willing to pay again? Right. Smart Su Jiqing definitely wouldn't be this big fool. She had read the original story, so she knew that whenever the protagonist caused trouble, Zhou Linglan would always clean up after her. If the protagonist picked a cucumber from someone, she would pay double. If she snatched a candy from a child, she would compensate with a handful. That's why the original character was like that, and Zhou Linglan's reputation in the brigade was not affected at all. Instead, people felt sorry for her family's misfortune for marrying such a spendthrift. So, even though they scolded her, everyone secretly wished the protagonist would go pick their things. Su Taotao's decision to pay Xiao heightened sugar was to avoid leaving childhood shadows for the children. She didn't dare go far, and just dug in the fields. She didn't know many wild vegetables, so she picked a small basket. Seeing it was about time, she decided to go to school to pick up the children. This was a rare first. Her glorious deeds at the banyan tree had already spread throughout the brigade, and on the way, members of the team kept pointing at her. It's true, people fear fame and pigs fear fat. But she had a thick skin and didn't care. When she arrived at school, she saw Fu Yuanheng coming out from a distance, carrying dust on his back. There was no way around it. Her two children both looked good, so she could recognize them at a glance. Su Taotao smiled happily and waved at them. Xiaoheng, Chen, over here, over here. When Su Taotao called out, all the little children looked her way. Curious classmates asked, Fu Yuanheng, who is she? Fu Yuanheng's body stiffened slightly, and he whispered, my sister-in-law. The classmates' eyes widened. Su. Cough, so she's Chen's mom. Then he muttered quietly, she looks so pretty. Why does she have a bad reputation? Suddenly, a tall male classmate rushed up from behind Fu Yuanheng, pinched Chen's face hard, and then made a silly face at him, causing Chen to cry out loudly. The tall classmate laughed loudly and even reached out to pinch again. Seeing this, Su Taotao's face turned red with anger. She quickly ran over and slammed the small basket of wild vegetables she was holding onto the tall classmate's body. Are you tired of living? How dare you bully my son? The tall classmate was stunned by her. Usually, he played with Chen like this, so why was she reacting so strongly? Su Taotao took Chen from Fu Yuanheng's back and saw his face was indeed swollen and red. No wonder he cried so hard. She had never seen her obedient little boy cry before. The tall classmate also saw Chen's swollen face and felt a bit guilty. I didn't mean to. I was just playing with him. Su Taotao sneered. Playing? Is it okay if I swell your face for fun?
How old are you? How old is he?
Don't you know to be gentle? The tall classmate still wanted to argue. Chen has no parents to take care of him. He usually doesn't cry. Seeing Chen's face so red, Fu Yuanheng was already angry and clenched his fists. When he heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. He punched out, Chen his parents, grandparents, and me his little uncle. Fu Yuanheng was usually calm and rarely got angry. If someone provoked him, he might not care, but if they hurt Chen, he wouldn't let it go easily. Classmates who usually gently pinched Chen's face or stroked his head also knew not to hurt him, but this time, Zhang Taizhu clearly did it on purpose. Zhang Taizhu was stunned by Fu Yuanheng's punch. Relying on his taller height, he immediately rushed forward. Fu Yuanheng, you're bold. How dare you hit me? But before he could reach Fu Yuanheng, Su Taotao grabbed his wrist and pushed him back forcefully. Who do you think you are? My family's Xiaoheng's father, my father-in-law, was a hero who is now resting at the Heroes' Cemetery. During the Qingming Festival, you disrespectful kids come to pay your respects. If you dare to touch my Xiaoheng, try it and see. I will make your whole family go to my father-in-law's grave and repent. Su Taotao spoke calmly, her voice even softer than usual. Zhang Taizhu was stunned by her gaze and commanding presence, and didn't dare to move. Only older children vaguely remembered that their elders once said Fu Yuanhang was different from other children without fathers. His father was a brave officer and a hero, and Fu Yuanhang was a child of a hero. Unfortunately, his father died before he was born, so he never saw him. Because too much time had passed, Zhou Linglan never mentioned it, and gradually everyone forgot. If Su Taotao hadn't brought it up, no one would remember. She looked around and continued, "Listen carefully. If I find out anyone dares to bully Xiaohang or Qinchin again, I won't forgive them. Do you hear me?" Zhang Taizhu, who was the school bully, often teased others because he was taller than most kids. Those he teased or who were friends with Fu Yuanhang felt very happy and shouted together, "We hear you." The little kids who had bullied Fu Yuanhang or Qinchin lowered their heads, afraid to look at Su Taotao. Su Taotao nodded with satisfaction. "Everyone, disperse now." Then she turned to Fu Yuanhang and said, "Xiaohang, bring the wild vegetables. Let's go home." Fu Yuanhang, with red eyes, picked up the scattered wild vegetables and put them back into the basket. On the way home, Su Taotao softly said to Fu Yuanhang, "Xiaohang didn't do anything wrong earlier. We don't start trouble, but we also can't be afraid. If someone bullies us again, we shouldn't just swallow our anger. But remember, using force is the worst way to solve problems. Most of the time, it will hurt more than it helps. Only when absolutely necessary, or when we are sure to win, should we consider it. Once it reaches a point where physical confrontation is unavoidable, you must be firm and decisive to subdue the other person, making them afraid and respectful of you. This way, they will think twice before challenging you again. However, Xiaohang, your physical strength is still too weak. You can't do this now. If you start a fight, we will lose. In future situations, you can come home and discuss with me first, and we will think of a solution together. Since your brother is not at home, we have no man to support us. We must never try to fight against impossible odds again. Do you understand?" Fu Yuanhang stared blankly at her and nodded slowly. For the first time in his life, he felt protected by family and learned important lessons about how to be a good person. He was deeply moved inside. Since he was a child, no one had ever spoken to him like that, not even his brother. He had never seen his father, and his brother didn't spend much time at home, so he rarely saw him. When he was young, villagers talked about his father, saying he was unlucky for never seeing him or that his father was the reason for his misfortune. Despite being a heroic martyr's orphan, he never dared to mention his father openly. This was the first time he talked about his father, feeling proud and honored. It wasn't that Zhou Linglan didn't teach or protect him, but her personality was very different from Su Taotao's. They handled things differently. Zhou Linglan was very gentle, and she would always apologize first, whether right or wrong. Outwardly, it seemed she was trying to keep peace, but sometimes it made him feel inferior and timid. Just like how everyone coming to the house to use the bathroom was something they disliked but tolerated for many years. If not for his sister-in-law stepping in, they might have continued to suffer. His sister-in-law had truly changed. She became generous, confident, brave, and daring. She was also very smart, shining like the sun. Fu Yuanhang was sure that she was truly different from before. The clever and sensitive child thought it was really good to have such a sister-in-law. Children's skin is very delicate. When they got home, Dusty's face was already swollen. The little guy was still young and had a cut near his mouth. Su Taotao didn't dare put medicine on it, worried he might swallow it. Instead, she boiled an egg and gently rolled it on his face at a comfortable temperature, blowing on it as she did. "Dusty isn't scared. It will stop hurting soon." After this, the little boy completely trusted her. His big, round eyes occasionally looked at her, no longer confused or helpless, as if he was repeatedly confirming, "This is Mom." Su Taotao was so proud of this well-behaved child that she couldn't help but kiss his uninjured cheek. "Chun-chun is so brave. Don't be afraid anymore. Mom will protect you from now on." Other children his age might be different, but Chun-chun understands every word adults say. He remembers many things and can tell if someone is kind or mean just by looking into their eyes, listening to their tone, or watching their attitude. He knows his mom used to dislike him, but not really. Maybe she just liked herself more. She takes good care of herself, but doesn't do the same for him. She keeps her good things for herself and doesn't share with him. She gives him some food but never takes him out to play or talks to him patiently. She only cares about herself and often forgets he exists. Chunchin knows his grandma and little uncle like him. Whether his mom likes him or treats him well seems unimportant. It feels like his mom is different from other moms. Recently, he felt that his mom suddenly became very nice and started liking him a lot. He doesn't understand why, but he can feel her kindness and affection. Especially just now, when Brother Zhuzi bullied him, his mom got very angry and helped him fight back strongly. Chunchin understands all of this.
Mom.
Before he knew it, he had already called her. Suddenly, with a snap, the egg in Su Taotao's hand slipped and fell to the ground. She was overjoyed, staring at the little wet-eyed boy. Chunchin, little good boy, what did you just say? Did you just call me Mom? Did you call me Mama? Chunchin still felt shy and refused to call her again no matter how Su Taotao teased him, keeping a serious face. Su Taotao didn't force him. She was happy enough knowing this well-behaved and healthy child was normal. She would take good care of him in the future, and everything would be fine. For dinner, Su Taotao prepared the meal herself. Fu Yuanheng took the little boy to the small vegetable garden to dig for earthworms. After digging, they brought the earthworms back and put them in a big bamboo cage made by Zhou Linglan. They fed some to the chickens during each feeding, so the chickens grew well and laid eggs on time every day because they enjoyed earthworm feasts. Every 2 weeks or so, Zhou Linglan replaces the soil in the bamboo cage with fresh soil to continue raising earthworms. The soil with earthworm feces is the best organic fertilizer. The vegetables and fruits grown in the family garden thrive thanks to this organic fertilizer, along with chicken manure and other natural fertilizers. This creates a good green cycle. Nowadays, farmers have their own clever ways to survive. The vegetables and fruits they grow are safe, green, and organic. They are good for the environment and health, which is a win-win situation. After the 2 children finished setting up the earthworms, Zhou Linglan just got off work and came back. She poured water for them to take a bath first. Zhou Linglan does this very well. Dusting is a boy, smart and obedient from a young age. When he was very small, he would hold onto the edge of the water bucket to avoid getting water in his face. From his first birthday, Zhou Linglan always had Fu Yuanheng bathe him. For dinner, Su Taotao made eggplant and potato stew rice, along with a vegetable and egg soup. The delicious dinner received praise from the whole family. Fu Yuanheng has a big appetite. Su Taotao thinks he can eat anything. These days, food is scarce, and he feels hungry no matter how much he eats. Although this meal has whole grains, refined grains, dietary fiber, vitamins, and protein, the total intake of fat and protein for the 4 of them from just 2 eggs is not enough. There aren't many eggs at home, so she needs to find a way to buy some meat. Mom, I'll go to the county tomorrow to get the money back. It's market day, so I'll take Dusting with me to the fair, meaning to go to the market. Now, Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng are no longer worried about Su Taotao selling Dusting, but they still feel uneasy about her going alone. Can you handle it alone? Zhou Linglan asked. Su Taotao thought for a moment and changed her mind. How about the whole family goes to the county tomorrow? You haven't been there in years, right? Although the county town is not far from the village, about half an hour by tractor, Zhou Linglan has been busy taking care of her family, especially in recent years when she became a grandmother. She's been so busy she rarely goes to the county or even the commune. Fu Yuanheng has never been to the county since he can remember. Hearing this, Fu Yuanheng was still looking forward to it. He remembered Su Taotao said they could discuss anything. He bravely shared his idea. Sister-in-law, I want to go. I always get first place in exams, and I've prepared well for my lessons. Missing 1 day of school won't matter. Then she watched Zhou Linglan with a happy look. Zhou Linglan waved her hand and said, You all go ahead, I won't go. Skipping a day of work means losing several work points, and she still didn't want to give up those points. Su Taotao suddenly had an idea and said, "Let's do this. Our family is very democratic. When we can't agree, we hold a family meeting to vote. We are a family of 4, so we have 4 votes. The minority must follow the majority, and if there's a tie, we respect individual wishes. Now, let's vote. Who agrees that our family will go to the county tomorrow to visit the market? Please raise your hand." Su Taotao was the first to raise her hand, and she also happily held Dust's little paw high. Dust didn't even know what was happening and was happily being played with by Su Taotao. Fu Yuanhang was still confused, wondering how this could happen. Su Taotao gave him a look and said, "Xiao Heng, what's wrong? Didn't you want to go just now?" Fu Yuanheng suddenly realized and raised his hand as high as he could, smiling foolishly. Su Taotao nodded with satisfaction. "I now declare that the result of the first family vote in the Fu family is 3 votes in favor and 1 against. The proposal is approved. Tomorrow, our whole family will go to the market. Comrade Zhou Linglan must follow the group's plan and have no objections." Meeting adjourned. Zhou Linglan was both amused and helpless. It was rare for the whole family to be so happy, so she had no choice but to agree. She promised to take a day off tomorrow and get a note. That night, Su Taotao wanted to bring the little one to sleep in her room, but Dust held on tightly to Fu Yuanhang and refused to let go. Su Taotao had no choice but to sleep alone in an empty room. The next morning, Zhou Linglan prepared breakfast early. When Su Taotao got up around 6, it was already ready. She couldn't compete with her. Zhou Linglan wasn't stingy by nature. She just wanted to save and distribute household food reasonably. Today, she made pancakes with flour and cornmeal, adding eggs and green onions, which must have been very tasty. She also cooked several sweet potatoes to carry as lunch. Su Taotao originally planned to take them to a state-run restaurant for a good meal since she still had 13 yuan, 85 cents in her pocket, enough for a few meals. But these days, everything required tickets and she had none, so she could only bring dry food for lunch. It was quite interesting. Bringing dry food to the market was normal in this era. Most villagers did this when they went to town, so it wasn't unusual. Since they were going on a rare trip, the 2 little kids were especially happy. Fu Yuanhang was so excited last night that he only fell asleep late. Don't underestimate Dust. He knows everything. This morning, he was very excited and pointed to the clothes with the fewest patches, asking Uncle to help him put them on because he thought those clothes looked the best. Although, the clothes he thought were the best were actually old clothes that Uncle had altered. It's a bit sad. Originally, he had many clothes, but Dust has never worn a new one since he grew up. The fabric tickets were all used up by the original owner, and Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanhang also wore patched-up old clothes from 3 years ago. Su Taotao thought for a moment and packed up the colorful clothes from the wardrobe, which looked like spilled paint, and took them along. She also went to the small storage room to find a few bags of dried goods to bring. When Zhou Linglan saw her carrying big and small bags, she thought Su Taotao was sending things to her family in the city, so she didn't ask much. She found a pair of baskets and a shoulder pole and said, "Taotao, put the stuff into these baskets. I'll carry them later, or I won't be able to take so much." Su Taotao felt that her mother-in-law's emotional intelligence and outlook were hard to learn. She didn't ask what she was taking so much for and just let her carry it. After breakfast, the whole family started to split up. Zhou Linglan first went to the brigade to ask for leave and get a certificate. Fu Yuanhang took the fare of 15 cents for the tractor that Zhou Linglan gave him, carried Dust, and went to the school to ask for leave. Then, he went to Rongshidu to rent a tractor. Su Taotao stayed home to prepare dry food for lunch. When Zhou Linglan returned with the certificate, she immediately packed the things Su Taotao had prepared and headed to Rongshidu. At 7 in the morning, the tractor arrived on time at Rongshidu. Fu Yuanhang paid for the 3 of them, carried Dust, and took the best spot. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked together to load everything onto the tractor. Soon it was full of villagers. Sister Zhang, who arrived late and couldn't get on the tractor, looked unhappy. She still wanted to go to the county to exchange eggs, as the supply and marketing cooperative in the county paid 1 cent more per egg than the communes. Seeing no space left, she decided to pick a soft target, Zhou Linglan. Oh, mother of the journey, you haven't been to the county in 10 or 8 years. Why are you here so early today to take my spot? I go to the county every month on market days to exchange eggs. The spot you always sit in is mine. Why don't you get off? Zhou Linglan was about to stand up and apologize, but Su Taotao held her hand and asked firmly, Uncle Niu, isn't the tractor a public vehicle? Why are there designated spots? I didn't see any names on the spots. Uncle Niu, who drives the tractor, is a honest and selfless person with a straightforward personality. He frowns and says, no way. The tractor is our team's shared property, and it was only thanks to your family's help that we could buy it. Everyone pays 5 cents per ride, first come, first served. Even if there's a priority, it's still your family. Su Taotao repeatedly waves her hands and says, no, Uncle Niu, please don't say that. We arrived early and paid the full fare. Uncle Niu clears his throat and replies, exactly. Even you all are not given special treatment. I don't show favoritism. If you arrive late, I won't save a seat for you. Su Taotao doesn't look at Aunt Zhang and smiles at Uncle Niu. She says, that's right, Uncle Niu is truly a fair and honest person. No wonder the team leader trusts you to manage this big treasure. Since the seats are full, let's start the trip. We'll be late if we wait any longer.
All right.
Uncle Niu jumps down from the vehicle, takes out a device called a starter, presses it against the tractor's engine, and shakes it vigorously a few times. A cloud of black smoke billows out with a loud rumble. Uncle Niu pulls out the device, jumps onto the tractor, and drives this mighty machine confidently toward the county town. Market days nowadays are very different from those after the reform and opening up. During the planned economy era, market supervision was strict. Farmers could only trade a limited range of goods, mainly simple homemade tools, chicken cages, duck cages, baskets, small containers, or leftover vegetables and fruits from their own land. The production was low, and families with many children often didn't have enough to eat, so they rarely had surplus to trade. All coarse grains like peanuts, beans, wheat, and rice, as well as meats, including chickens, ducks, fish, and eggs, were bought and sold through government channels. Private trading was not allowed, as it was seen as a sign of capitalism and could lead to punishment. Items like dried mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and dried bamboo shoots, which Su Taotao brought, couldn't be traded openly. These are considered fringe products. If there were too many, market officials could confiscate them, and fines or even forced labor could be imposed. People generally didn't dare to risk doing such trades. The items Su Taotao brought were divided into 2 parts at home. One part was to be sent to her family in the city. The original owner's mindset is unknown, but Su Taotao believes that a father who leaves 200 yuan as a backup for his daughter wouldn't be a bad father. After getting the money back, she plans to send another letter, but that's a later matter. The urgent thing now is to lighten the load and send some of the dry goods first. Seeing that Su Taotao only sent part of the dry goods and a bag of colorful clothes, she thought, since she doesn't wear them anyway, sending them back as a favor is fine. Whoever needs them can take and wear them. Zhou Linglan couldn't help but ask Taotao, are you not sending the mountain goods anymore? Su Taotao shook her head and said, no, I'm not. These are gifts for meeting. Seeing Zhou Linglan's confusion, Su Taotao explained, Mom, it's right to visit and ask for debts, but if they try to make things difficult or refuse outright, we might need to think carefully. Giving gifts is polite, and we shouldn't go empty-handed. These items aren't valuable where we are, but in the city, they are rare and expensive. Using them to ask questions is the best way. Zhou Linglan was very moved and said, you think so carefully.
I didn't think of that.
She felt her daughter-in-law was very thoughtful after her last visit, making a lot of sense. Fu Yuanheng listened thoughtfully, and even Dust, who was lying on his back, listened carefully. Seeing Dust staring at her with big, round eyes, Su Taotao smiled and reached out her hand. Xiao Heng, are you tired? Let me hold Dust for a while. Fu Yuanheng shook his head. Not tired. Dust is very light. Hearing this, Su Taotao felt a little sad. Yes, the little one is almost 2 years old, and she doesn't know if he weighs 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. He's very light. She gently rubbed the little guy's head and stopped talking. The address given by Guohua was the dormitory of the county meat factory. When the family of 4 arrived at the side gate of the compound around 9 o'clock, it was probably during work hours, so no one was home. It might be safer to wait until noon when people finished work. But Su Taotao deliberately chose this time. It was when retired elderly people went out to buy vegetables. She picked a quiet spot near the main gate, which was a common path. When Zhou Linglan put the basket of dry goods aside, a few elderly women looked over. One elderly woman saw that the family's clothes were old but neat, and their eyes were clear and honest. She quickly approached and asked, "Young lady, are you trading these things?" Zhou Linglan was about to say no, but Su Taotao smiled and replied, "Annie, we are visiting relatives and planning to give some dry goods for them to try. They haven't finished work yet, and we brought quite a lot. If you want to try some, we can exchange a little." Upon hearing this, the aunt immediately felt that this comrade knew her stuff. She touched the sun-dried, fragrant, and dry winter mushrooms, then the thick black fungus, thinking they were much better than what the supply store offered. She nodded repeatedly. "That's great. What do you want to exchange?" Su Taotao didn't hide anything and said directly, "Meat. Auntie's family probably isn't short of meat. If you don't mind, we can exchange some meat. If you have tickets, we can exchange more. If not, other tickets are fine too." This suited the aunt perfectly. Her family had 4 workers, and they had been city folks for generations. They didn't have relatives who farmed, so they weren't short of meat or various tickets. They especially liked fruits, vegetables, and dried goods. Zhou Linglan didn't expect Su Taotao to be so bold. She tugged at her sleeve and said, "Taotao." Su Taotao patted her hand to comfort her and said, "Mom, we're just exchanging things, not doing business. It's okay." The aunt also nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Young lady, people near the residential area often come to exchange things. It's not about money, and the red armband means they won't interfere. I want to try your village's vegetables, and you can try my cured meat. It's just a matter of courtesy. Your courage isn't bigger than your girl's." Zhou Linglan wanted to say she wasn't her girl, she was her daughter-in-law, but she thought, never mind. Strangers are strangers. There's no need to explain so much. In the end, Su Taotao happily exchanged half a bag of winter mushrooms and black fungus for a large piece of cured meat. The kind aunt also gave her 2 cloth tickets, saying her daughter worked at a textile factory and didn't need them. It's like the saying goes, when you're sleepy, someone gives you a pillow. That's exactly what happened. Su Taotao also gave the aunt a small half bag of dried bamboo shoots, saying it was a gift for her to try. Next time her daughter's factory has defective fabric, she can keep it for her. If anyone wants to exchange these mountain goods, she can just say so. She would be waiting here on the last market day of each month for more exchanges. The aunt happily took the good things from the mountain home and went back happily. Su Taotao finally got the meat she had been longing for. Everyone was happy. Fu Yuanhang and Chen Chen looked at each other, then both looked at the basket of cured meat, as if they were dreaming. Fu Yuanhang couldn't believe it and asked, "Sister-in-law, is that small amount of winter mushrooms and black fungus really worth such a big piece of meat?" In Fu Yuanhang's usual thinking, meat was very precious and valuable. These mountain goods didn't seem worth much. Su Taotao explained, "These days, everyone wants to eat less meat, but think about it. After 3 years of drought, the cooks didn't starve. The same logic applies. Workers at the meat factory aren't lacking in meat. It's like our village, which has lots of bamboo forests. There's no shortage of bamboo shoots and dried vegetables. So, the value of something depends not only on what it is, but also on where it's located." Fu Yuanhang suddenly understood and nodded, saying, "I think I get it now, sister-in-law." Zhou Linglan still looked worried. "Taotao, is it really safe to do this?" Su Taotao reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything illegal. We're not taking money, just swapping some things, it's fine." Zhou Linglan hesitated. "But those tickets?" Su Taotao explained, That was Auntie giving Dust some extra cloth tickets because her clothes were too torn. She used them to make Dust new clothes. Right, Dust? Dust looked down at his clothes. They were fine, except for a small patch near the pocket, which was a tear from eating peanuts. His grandma sewed it, and the patch was shaped like a peanut. He looked at his uncle's clothes, which had more patches, and shook his head. For Uncle. Su Taotao was momentarily surprised, but then smiled happily. What a good kid. She patted his head and said, All right, when I save enough cloth, I'll make a set of clothes for your uncle. Fu Yuanheng gently bit his little hand and said, No need for uncle, just for Dust. Dust insisted, nodding seriously.
Yes. Everyone was amused by him.
While they were joking and chatting, another ant came over to swap things. This time, Su Taotao traded for a pig's tail. Soon after, she exchanged with an old man for a pig's ear. Although these weren't as good as real meat, they were much tastier when prepared. Su Taotao decided not to trade anymore, as she wanted to keep some for gifts. Time flew quickly, and soon it was noon, the end of work. Su Taotao led them to the main gate, registered, and headed to Building 6, Room 305 in Block 3. She knocked on the door. Who is it? Someone inside came to open. When they saw each other, both were stunned. Is that you? Is that you? After a moment of surprise, the ant remembered Su Taotao said she was visiting relatives. She looked at her for a long time, but couldn't remember which family member she was. Finally, she asked, Are you visiting relatives? Could it be someone from our family? You are. Su Taotao smiled and said, It's just an excuse. We are here to find Comrade Chen Sihai. The old lady suddenly understood. So you're here to see my son. Come in first. Sihai, someone is looking for you. The old lady liked this family very much. Usually, people who mysteriously come to visit her son for errands are turned away before she even sees Chen Sihai. She rarely greets them so kindly. Please sit for a while. I'll pour you some water. Su Taotao was also polite. After thanking her, she confidently led the group to sit on the bench. Zhou Linglan felt a bit shy and awkward, but sat down with Su Taotao. It must be said that Zhou Linglan knew how to teach children. When the two kids first came to such a building, they only looked around curiously. Dust sat obediently in her uncle's arms, not wandering or touching things, not even glancing at the colorful candy and biscuit box on the table.
Who is looking for me?
A man around 40, with a serious and upright appearance, tall and strong, pushed aside the curtain and came out from the room. Seeing Su Taotao and the others, he paused and frowned, asking, Who are you? Su Taotao stood up, introduced herself, and directly showed him Chao Guohua's handwritten letter. Please take a look at this first. After reading the letter, Chen Sihai looked very excited and hurriedly asked, Where is Lao Chao now? How is he? Is he okay? Su Taotao nodded and said, Teacher Chao is now in our production team. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Chen Sihai then asked Su Taotao which production team she belonged to and about Chao Guohua's situation. Su Taotao didn't know much, and mostly Zhou Linglan answered for her. After listening, Chen Sihai nodded repeatedly. That's good, that's good. Seeing that he didn't mention repayment for a long time, Su Taotao reminded him, Comrade Chen, about what Teacher Chao mentioned. Chen Sihai suddenly slapped his forehead, then carefully looked at the IOU and the photo in his hand. He said to Su Taotao, That's true. I'll go get it for you now. After saying that, Chen Sihai went back to his room and brought out a bag. Inside is 300 yuan, along with some of my unused common vouchers. Su Taotao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She was about to decline, saying she only needed to recover 250 yuan. Chen Sihai raised his hand to interrupt her and said, Please listen to me first. The 250 yuan here is an owed debt. I will settle it once I get your IOU and photos. The extra 50 yuan is a small favor from me. Lao Chao is a good person. Since he moved to the countryside, he hasn't contacted us. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't know how he's doing. Lao Chao mentioned in his letter that your family has taken care of him. I have also met Lao Fu a few times, so I kindly ask you to look out for Lao Chow in your daily life. It's not too difficult. When you're improving your meals, please send a portion to Lao Chow. If he faces difficulties, just send me a message. Use the tickets and vouchers you need. Bring whatever you can for Lao Chow. If it's inconvenient, just ignore what I said. The tickets and vouchers are kept here, and you can use them. Anyway, I really appreciate your help. Su Taotao understood from Chen Sihai's words that he has a close relationship with Chao Guohua. She shook her head and said, Comrade Chen, you're being too kind. We haven't done much. Teacher Chao and my father-in-law are old comrades. If there's anything we can help with, we will. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Chen Sihai looked happy and said, Thank you so much. I am currently the factory director of the meat processing plant, so buying meat is convenient. If you need to buy meat in the future, just come to me. The Chen family was kind-hearted. When they left, Chen Sihai gave Su Taotao a piece of meat, about a pound or so. It was top-quality front-leg meat. Grandma Chen also insisted on giving Su Taotao a piece of flawed cloth and kept giving candies to the two children. Fu Yuanhang was frightened and kept refusing, but in the end, he couldn't resist and shyly took 2 candies. Dust, who was sewing a small bag with a peanut patch, was filled with candies. Su Taotao also insisted on leaving all the remaining mountain goods with them. They didn't refuse and happily accepted. Grandma Chen also made plans with Su Taotao, saying that if she had more mountain goods next time, she could send them over. If she needed to exchange anything, she could tell her. She knew many people and could help find a way to exchange. Su Taotao thanked them one by one but declined the Chen family's invitation to stay for a meal. It was a chance encounter, and they had shown kindness. It wouldn't be appropriate to take advantage of their generosity. The whole family was polite and knew when to step back. Chen Sihai and his family's good impression of them increased significantly. From the children's manners, it was clear that this family was worth forming a deep friendship with. Su Taotao never expected that going to the county town to collect a debt would bring such a big surprise. Not only did she recover the money owed, but she also gained a lot of kindness from others. It seems that she still has some luck in the 1970s. A family of 4 left the Chen family. Zhou Linglan was still floating on air. Taotao, not only did we get our money back, but we also got a lot of meat. Is that true? Before Su Taotao could answer, Fu Yuanhang, who was also happily excited from the candy, nodded quickly. It's true, Mom. I saw a thick stack of money with my own eyes, and there was still plenty of meat in the basket. Since their eldest brother left, apart from the big festivals when they shared fish and meat, Fu Yuanhang had forgotten how long it had been since he last saw meat. Before getting the money, Su Taotao's heart was always hanging. Now that she had it, she finally relaxed. She nodded and said, Yes, from now on, we can at least eat meat every day. That way, you and Chencheng can grow taller, right, Chencheng? Chencheng, lying on his little uncle's shoulder, nodded with a candy in his mouth, eyes wide open, cheeks puffed out, looking like a cute little hamster. Happy from the joyful atmosphere, he also grinned widely. After leaving, the family of 4 found a small park to sit in. They finished the snacks they brought. After eating, Su Taotao checked the time. There were still a few hours before the tractor took them back to the village. Chen Sihai had given her some cloth coupons, so Su Taotao decided to take them to the state-run store first. At the entrance of a store, Zhou Linglan said, Taotao, I won't go inside. I'll wait outside and watch the basket. Su Taotao thought for a moment. It was indeed inconvenient for Zhou Linglan to carry the basket inside, and she might be reluctant to buy things she liked. Then you wait outside for a while. We'll be back soon. Xiaoheng is tired, right? Chencheng, let Mom hold you for a bit. Chencheng, now completely no longer resisting Su Taotao, 主动伸出手. Fu Yuanhang actually wanted to say he wasn't tired, but seeing Su Taotao's expectant face, he swallowed his words. Su Taotao was very happy and hugged her little darling tightly, feeling extremely pleased. Chencheng, how about you pick out a set of clothes and a pair of shoes later, okay? Chencheng, confused and tilting his little head, found this question a bit too advanced. It was his first time at the state-run store, let alone buying clothes and shoes. After clarifying the route, Su Taotao headed straight to the children's clothing section. Clothes at this time were not as fancy or colorful as today. The most popular style was the green military uniform. Fu Yuanheng was also visiting a state-run store for the first time. The variety of goods was already overwhelming for him. He looked down at his feet, where he was wearing worn-out liberation shoes that didn't fit well and kept slipping off his heels. His brother had bought them for him before leaving. He only wore them during the new year. They had a hole in them now. Embarrassed, he curled his toes and briefly considered telling Su Taotao he would wait outside with his mother. But since going into the store was a rare chance, he couldn't help but want to look around more. He nervously followed behind Su Taotao, keeping his distance from the new clothes, shoes, and hats, afraid of accidentally getting anything dirty. Xiaoheng, pick a set for yourself, Su Taotao said, turning to look at Fu Yuanheng while adjusting some clothes. He looked up in surprise, then quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, sister-in-law, I don't need anything. Just buy some for Chen. Fu Yuanheng knew that the money they had just taken back was the savings his sister-in-law's family had left for her. His mother had told him before leaving not to spend her money. Su Taotao also wanted to pat this child's head. His envy and hope were obvious, but he showed no greed or gloom. He was a very sensible child, which made people feel sorry for him. Xiaoheng, look at these two sets of clothes. The larger size for you, and the smaller for Chen cost about the same. But think about it. This big one has so much room. When you outgrow it, Chen can still wear it. Two people sharing one set. Aren't we saving money? Fu Yuanheng blinked, feeling it made sense, but also sensing something was off. Before he could respond, Chen's small hand tugged at a green military uniform. This, uncle. Su Taotao smiled and kissed Chen's head. Good eye, Chen. Mom also likes this one. We'll buy these two sets, big one for uncle, small one for Chen. Chen nodded happily, his big eyes crinkling with joy. A nearby clerk, who had been picking her teeth and had ignored them since they entered, suddenly spoke. Clothes are expensive and require cloth tickets. Can you afford them? Su Taotao didn't even look at her. She handed two big union cards and neatly organized cloth tickets to Fu Yuanheng. Then she pointed to a young woman, smiling as she was helping an old man in ragged clothes choose clothes. Xiaoheng, wait over there. When that sister has time, tell her we want to buy these two sets. Fu Yuanheng has never seen so much money and bills before. He almost threw them away, looking embarrassed, and said, Sister-in-law, Su Taotao put Chen down, held a small hand, and bent down to look into Fu Yuanheng's eyes. She said, Xiaoheng, you're such a good student. You must remember our great leader's idea of everyone is equal. No one is better than others. Fu Yuanheng's chest felt warm and full. He nodded seriously, pressed his lips, and said, then held his head high and walked forward confidently. Nowadays, most shop clerks think too highly of themselves and lack good service awareness. When they heard Su Taotao speak like that, they couldn't stand it. The clerk stood up angrily and glared at her. Who do you think you are, looking down on others? Su Taotao didn't bother arguing with fools. She pointed to the banner on the wall and said, Can't read? I'll read it for you. Serve the people. You probably think you're here to act like a boss, right? The clerk didn't expect Su Taotao's face to be a mix of dark and light patches, and her clothes didn't look fancy. She seemed soft and weak, but turned out to be tough. She didn't dare to reply, and could only frown silently. Since she didn't cause trouble, Su Taotao ignored her. Fu Yuanheng had already brought another clerk back. The little boy looked proud of himself, excited and confident. Su Taotao felt very pleased. She was worried that the old environment might make Fu Yuanheng feel inferior or timid, developing petty habits. It would be a shame if such a good child became like that. She bought each of them a set of clothes and a pair of sandals. Seeing some cloth coupons left, she also bought a piece of clothing and a pair of sandals for Zhou Linglan and herself. These days, popular fabrics are indeed good, but Su Taotao thought pure cotton was more comfortable to wear. The sandals were chosen together by the uncle and nephew, or more accurately, by Dichin. The two kids stood in front of the shoe rack, whispering. Fu Yuanheng loved Dichin very much. Whatever Dichin pointed at, he thought was good, so he bought what Dichin wanted. Money was quite durable now, but there were many things missing, and many people wanted to buy everything. They bought clothes for the whole family, spending all the cloth coupons. They spent nearly 20 yuan, and Su Taotao was surprised to realize she had once felt distressed over spending just 10 or 8 yuan. She also thought about the leftover zeros in her bank card from the previous life. If only she could bring them over to spend, how great that would be. After meeting Zhou Linglan outside, she naturally received a scolding. Zhou Linglan wanted to return the clothes and shoes she bought for herself. Su Taotao was determined not to let her go. She looked pained and said, If I had known I would go in with you, Taotao, that money was your dad's savings. You can't spend it on me and Xiaoheng anymore. Fu Yuanheng then remembered this matter. He touched his new green uniform and shoes, reluctantly handing them to Su Taotao. Sister-in-law, maybe. Su Taotao looked at them seriously and asked, Are you treating me like an outsider? The mother and son shook their heads repeatedly and said in unison, No. Su Taotao said, I've told you before, the family matters are my responsibility. I know what's going on. I almost forgot to tell my dad. It's too late to write a letter now, so I'll send him a telegram. She then put Dusty back on Fu Yuanheng's back and said, Take your time walking to the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll send the telegram first, and then meet up with you. If we get separated, just go directly to the tractor parking area. I will definitely arrive before 5 o'clock. The agreed meeting time was 5 o'clock. Sending telegrams was very expensive these days. Su Taotao's message to comrade Su Donghan was only 7 words, without even a punctuation mark. Debt received. All is well. Don't worry. After sending the telegram, Su Taotao hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative, which was still crowded at this time. When she arrived, Zhou Linglan and others were already waiting at the door. Su Taotao asked them not to push inside. She placed all her belongings into a basket, then carried an empty basket and squeezed inside. Zhou Linglan saw her stance and hesitated, worried but said nothing. When Su Taotao came out, the empty basket was almost full. Zhou Linglan's heartbeat quickened, but she didn't ask anything. When they returned to the tractor parking spot, it was already 4:50 p.m. Su Taotao felt like she had been through a battle. She was exhausted. The fellow villagers kept looking at their full baskets and asked what they had bought. Su Taotao responded firmly, but not harshly, turning them away. Fortunately, Zhou Linglan, experienced, covered the baskets tightly with bamboo lids, so nothing was visible, and no one dared to lift the lids. Thus, a busy and fulfilling day in the county ended. They walked back to the small mountain village under the setting sun. Back at Rongshitu, Su Taotao's family waited quietly until everyone had finished getting off the tractor before they descended. Uncle Nio helped unload the goods, and Su Taotao gave him a handful of fruit candies to thank him. Uncle Nio was almost overwhelmed with surprise. Isn't she the one who always grabs the candies from children? Why is she giving him candies? And not just one, but a handful. A few minutes later, news that Su Taotao had given Uncle Nio a handful of candies spread throughout the entire team. At home, everyone was exhausted, especially Chin Chin, who hadn't taken a nap that day. She was yawning nonstop while taking a shower. Su Taotao took out the items she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative one by one, making Zhou Linglan's eyelids flutter with surprise. Taotao, are you planning to clear out the entire supply store? Since everything can be eaten, buying more won't be a waste, Su Taotao replied. She then handed Zhou Linglan a bundle of noodles and the last piece of pork leg given by Chen Sihai. Today was so tiring. Let's make a simple pork noodle soup for dinner. Boil the pork with scallions and salt until cooked. Fry some pork fat for oil, save it for cooking. Slice the lean meat and serve it separately. When cooking the noodles, remember to blanch some greens so we don't need to cook extra vegetables. Also, set aside a bowl to give to teacher Chow later. Su Taotao's eating habits focus on balanced nutrition with a mix of meat and vegetables. This kind of dinner is very simple for her, but for people in this era, it's not so easy. The family needs to adapt to her way of life. These days, there's no refrigerator. The weather isn't hot but also not cool, and it's not the right season for making cured meats. Fresh meat needs to be eaten quickly. After dinner, she plans to braise pigtails and pig ears. Braised meat can last a few days, but not too long. Zhou Linglan's eyebrows twitched again. She thought this was simple. During festivals, they wouldn't even eat like this.
But she didn't say anything.
She took the items silently, sighed inwardly, and followed Su Taotao's instructions. After the two children finished their baths, Su Taotao helped them organize the things. She believed in fairness and democracy. She wasn't just saying it. Everyone in the family was part of this, and Su Taotao didn't plan to hide anything. She explained what they bought, how much money was spent, how many pounds of white rabbit candies, cakes, and cookies they bought, and even a can of malt extract, Chun Chen's daily food. She actually wanted to buy milk powder, but didn't have the ticket. Some items were for Teacher Chow, which she planned to deliver later. Every time she took out something, she would talk to the children about it. The kids listened intently and were amazed. Not only Chin Chin but even Fu Yuanhang, who was grown up, had never seen so many good things. Su Taotao first gave each family member a big white rabbit milk candy to satisfy their sweet tooth. She peeled one and put it in her mouth, while Dust also helped peel his candy and put it into his little mouth. She then slipped another candy into his small hand and asked Dust, "We have Grandma, Mom, Little Uncle, and Dust. Mom is giving each of us one candy. How many candies have we given out in total?" Dust tilted his little head and thought for a moment. He started counting on his fingers. When he reached the last number, he tried to hold up 4 fingers, but since his fingers were short and he couldn't control his thumb well, he pressed his thumb down with the candy hand. He blinked his big eyes, looked at Taotao with anticipation, and held up his hand to show her. The milk candy made the little guy's chubby cheeks look even cuter. Taotao kissed him and said, Dust, you're so clever. There are 4 candies in total, right? Since the 3 of us have each eaten one, Grandma hasn't eaten hers yet. Can Dust give his candy to Grandma to eat? Make sure to watch her eat it. Dust nodded hard, climbed down from the small stool, and trotted to the kitchen with his short legs, making a thump sound. Actually, Fu Yuanheng didn't want to eat the candy either. He wanted to secretly hide it in his pocket. Taotao took her eyes off Dust and handed Fu Yuanheng a whole bag of white rabbit milk candies, saying, "These candies contain protein and calcium, which help you grow. You and Dust can each eat 1 or 2 candies every day, with a maximum of 2. Don't eat more than that. You don't need to save them. When they're finished, I will buy more. Try to eat fewer fruit candies or just 1 occasionally. You can also share them with friends you get along with." Fu Yuanheng looked blankly at the candies in his hand, then at Taotao. Such precious candies. Did his sister really give him a whole big bag, so casually? He put the candies back and shook his head, saying, "Sister, I don't want them." Taotao gently patted Fu Yuanheng's head and patiently said, "Silly kid, it's just a few candies. It's no big deal. What's your dream? If you haven't thought about it yet, now is the time. If you want to be a teacher, you'll need to manage dozens of students. If you join the army and become an officer, you'll lead hundreds or thousands of soldiers. Even if you work in a factory and become a little leader, you'll still manage many people." She continued, "Managing a few candies is your first task for me. It can help lighten my workload. Go ahead and do it with confidence and care. I will give you more tasks in the future. If you can't even complete this small task, I might feel a little disappointed." Fu Yuanheng was confused. He was still a primary school student. How could he become a teacher? A soldier? A leader? That was something he had never even dreamed of before. But when Su Taotao said it was a task that could help lighten her workload, he suddenly felt that the bag of candies wasn't so difficult to handle. He took a deep breath, steeled himself, and took it back. "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I promise to complete the task." "That's right." Inside, she sighed. People often say girls should be well-nurtured, but she actually thinks boys should be well-nurtured more. This well doesn't just mean money and material things. Usually, children with big, generous hearts are raised in a wealthy environment. Only when basic needs are met can one think about spiritual richness. When food and clothing are a problem, what kind of generosity can there be? A girl being a bit frugal and careful with money is called diligent and thrifty, but if a boy is too careful with money, what does that mean? In her eyes, Fu Yuanheng is like her eldest son. She wants to raise such a good kid well, but the conditions are what they are. She has no experience raising children in her lifetime, so she can only do her best. It's a heavy but important task. In the kitchen, Zhou Linglan was suddenly handed a piece of candy by her grandson. She didn't want to spit it out, nor did she want to eat it. She pinched his nose and hugged him. From now on, Dusty can eat by himself. Grandma doesn't like to eat candies. Dusty shook his head to show he disagreed. Mommy said everyone. Zhou Linglan patted the child's head. Our Dusty has a good mom. You'll be lucky in the future. Su Taotao assigned her second task to Fu Yuanheng, to deliver food to Chao Guohua. Some of the daily necessities she bought today were for Chao Guohua: soap, fire diesel, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and other items available at the supply store, things used daily. Su Taotao made sure to bring him a little of everything. She told him, make sure teacher Chao accepts it. Fu Yuanheng did this task very well. He set down the items and left a message. I don't know anything. If you need anything, talk to my sister-in-law. Then he left. Chao Guohua was left confused, with no chance to speak. Zhou Linglan's cooking isn't bad, but it's hard to cook well without enough ingredients. When she has enough materials, her dishes turn out very delicious. Like tonight's dinner noodles, creamy white broth with green vegetables, topped with lean meat and sprinkled with scallions, so tasty it could make your eyebrows curl. Su Taotao loves simple, natural ingredients like these. The more she eats, the more satisfied she feels. She praised, Mom's cooking is really good. These noodles are delicious. Zhou Linglan sighed happily. If you're willing to put in the meat, it's always tasty. Fu Yuanheng almost buried his face in his bowl, nodding nonstop. There was enough meat in the dust bowl. Zhou Linglan didn't dare give herself less when dividing it, or else Su Taotao would be unhappy. She wanted to secretly share a little meat from her own bowl with Fu Yuanheng when Su Taotao wasn't paying attention. However, Fu Yuanheng moved his bowl away and said, Mom, you eat yours. I have enough meat. Later, I'll add some noodles and vegetables. Having such a meal was a luxury for him. Just eating noodles made Fu Yuanheng very happy. Su Taotao kept her head down and ate her noodles without saying anything. As a mother, she understood this feeling, worried that her children might not have enough to eat or warm clothes. After having dust, she really understood these worries. One day, she would make sure her whole family had plenty of meat to eat. After dinner, Zhou Linglan helped Su Taotao handle the pig's tail and pig's ears. She couldn't help but say, Taotao, why don't we also preserve these too? Su Taotao was preparing the brine, packing cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, and other spices into a small bag to boil in water. She shook her head and said, no need. There's some cured meat left. We can eat this amount over 2 or 3 days. Actually, if they ate it all at once, they could finish it in a day. But in this era, that was too extravagant. Eating it over a few days was fine. Zhou Linglan said, Mom, I always feel uneasy. Eating like this is too luxurious. Su Taotao replied, Mom, food is the most important thing. People live just for 3 meals and a bed. Don't think too much. Eat what you should, sleep when you can. Living well in the present is the most important. Who knows what will happen in the future? People should live in the moment. When she woke up, her money was in a bank in the 21st century, but she was in a production team in the 70s. Who could she argue with? Zhou Linglan thought about it too. The worst that could happen was a decline in living standards back to how they were before. It wasn't a big deal. You're more optimistic than me, Mom, Su Taotao said. Mom, I told you. After falling into the water, I got a second chance at life. I won't be as naive as before, she replied. Zhou Linglan nodded. All right, I understand. From now on, everything in the family is up to you. After the brine was ready, They put the pig's tail and ears directly into it. Once it boiled again, they could turn off the fire and keep it simmering over charcoal. When morning came and they opened the lid, it would be a rare delicacy. Chao Guohua arrived just as the lid was being opened. He carried an empty bowl and a bunch of things. He learned from Fu Yuanhang, knocked on the door, set his things on the ground, and said, "Don't send anything over again," then turned to leave. Zhou Linglan watched his back and sighed. She didn't say anything further. Zhou Linglan returned carrying some things, and Su Taotao was not surprised at all. When Su Taotao saw Chao Guohua for the first time, the words noble character immediately came to mind. Many people in this era are honest and upright, and many have a literary aura, but because they cannot withstand hardships, few truly possess the qualities of integrity and strength. Chao Guohua is one of them. He has a noble spirit, and at his age, he remains upright and tall, as if nothing can bend his back. Mom, put the things on the table first. I'll send them to him later. Taotao actually. Zhou Linglan hesitated. Su Taotao didn't rush her. She simply placed some marinated pig ears and pigtails into a bowl that Chao Guohua had just returned with. Mom, if you don't want to say anything, I will deliver it to Teacher Chao myself. Zhou Linglan lowered her head. Go ahead, and also bring the greens at the door. When Su Taotao arrived at the cattle shed, Chao Guohua was lighting a fire. He looked back at Su Taotao and then turned away again. Didn't I tell you not to pretend you don't know me? This isn't a place for you to come. Go back and don't bring anything here again. I won't accept it. Su Taotao set down the things. Teacher Chao, don't worry about us getting involved. It won't cause trouble for you. You probably guessed I was entrusted by someone. Rest assured, I keep track of everything I bring. We grow our own vegetables and price them at market rate. Once I've paid off what I owe, I won't bring anything else. You don't owe us any favors. If you really don't need anything, just tell Chen Sihai. I'll tell you how much I charge and what I do. The rest is none of my business. After finishing her words, Su Taotao didn't wait for his reaction. She turned and left the cattle shed. Chao Guohua didn't chase after her. The aroma of the marinated food was overwhelming, especially in the small cattle shed, making it seem even more intense. The smell of last night's pork noodles still hadn't faded. That was the best meal he had had in over 2 years since coming here. The strong scent of the marinated food lingered around him all night. He didn't need to taste it to know how delicious it was. Chao Guohua considered himself not very fond of food. As long as it filled his stomach, it was enough. But when he realized he was already gnawing on a pigtail, he couldn't help but feel amazed. He couldn't describe this flavor, so delicious that he wanted to swallow his tongue. It might not be the best thing he'd ever eaten in his life, but it was definitely the most fragrant. The pigtail was rich and fat, paired with the right seasonings. Each bite was tender, falling off the bone, fatty but not greasy. Once he took a bite, he couldn't help but want another. The taste of pig ears is the same, but there is an extra layer of cartilage in the middle, making the texture richer and offering a different flavor. Until she finished a small bowl of marinated food, Chao Guohua still felt satisfied. He never expected that Fu Jingtu's wife could cook better than the chefs at state-run restaurants. Could she have learned from Su Donghan? Maybe so. Chao Guohua didn't find it strange that someone like Su Donghan could raise such a girl. Chao Guohua realized he was starting to look forward to Su Taotao bringing food again. He washed his bowl clean and chuckled to himself, feeling like just an ordinary person. Su Taotao's family's marinated food was saved for lunch and dinner. For breakfast, they still had sweet potato porridge, some small dishes, and a big bowl of egg custard, shared by the whole family. Today, for the first time, they opened a bottle of malted milk. Su Taotao drank 4 bowls in one go, making Zhou Linglan feel a little pain in her heart. Taotao, this is Chen Chen's food. I'm too old to waste on this. Keep it for Chen Chen to eat. Su Taotao took a sip and thought it was really good. No wonder everyone liked drinking it. Since it's the first time opening it, let's try a bowl to taste. From now on, it will be Chen Chen's food. Xiaoheng can drink it once a week. Fu Yuanheng had a good appetite and could quickly catch up with normal nutrition. Chun Chen actually needed to drink milk powder, but unfortunately, they didn't have the conditions for that. Fu Yuanheng was reluctant to drink it in big sips, sipping little by little. Hearing Su Taodao say this, he shook his head. Sister-in-law, I'm an adult now. I don't need to drink it. Let Chin Chin have it. Su Taodao patted his head. You're just a kid. Don't pretend to be an adult. We don't have the conditions for that right now. Otherwise, we'd be giving each person a glass of milk every morning. Zhou Linglan suddenly remembered something and asked Su Taodao, is goat milk okay? The neighboring team raises a lot of sheep. I heard many ewes have recently given birth, so there's extra goat milk. But it costs 1 egg for a bowl, and everyone is reluctant to trade. Su Taotao's eyes lit up. How big is the bowl? In fact, in the previous life, goat milk was much more expensive than cow milk. It was said to be more nutritious and easier to absorb. Parents with the means preferred their children to drink goat milk. Zhou Linglan shook her head. I'm not sure, but it definitely isn't a small bowl. How could it exchange for such an expensive thing? It doesn't taste very good. I tried once, and Chun Chen wouldn't even drink it. Even Fu Yuanheng, who never picky about food, frowned and said, goat milk doesn't taste good. It's too gamey. Su Taodao said, don't worry, I have a way to make it taste better. Dusty lifted his head from the malted milk drink and nodded seriously. It's tasty. The little guy was so big now, but it was his first time drinking malted milk. He drank very carefully and didn't hear what the adults were saying earlier. He thought they were talking about the drink, so he agreed with Su Taodao. Su Taodao smiled and pinched his face. Mommy will make a bowl for Dusty every day from now on. Dusty nodded and said in a soft voice. Okay, Su Taodao asked him again. Would you like to go with Mommy to exchange for goat milk later? Mommy can make the goat milk just as tasty as malted milk. Dusty blinked, feeling conflicted about whether to go to school with his little uncle or to exchange goat milk with his mom. After spending these days together, he was no longer opposed to being alone with Su Taodao, but emotionally, he still felt closer to his little uncle and preferred to stay with him. Once he understood, he shook his head. Little Uncle Su Taodao didn't force him. At least this time, he didn't refuse outright. After thinking for a moment, she believed that gradually getting closer each day would help the little guy fully accept her soon. After breakfast, everyone went their separate ways, some to work, some to school. Fu Yuanheng specifically showed Su Taodao 2 candies he had in his pocket. Sister-in-law, I brought 2 candies to school today. One for Dusty and one for me. Su Taodao nodded. Just make your own arrangements. Go ahead. Goodbye, Dusty. Remember to think of Mommy. Dusty nodded hard. In fact, they didn't even make it to school. Fu Yuanheng peeled 1 candy on the way and shared half with Dusty, carefully folding the wrapper and putting it back in his pocket. The morning sun lazily shone on the children. Fu Yuanheng squinted and carefully held the half candy in his mouth, saying to his little cousin on his back, Dusty, I think these days feel like a dream. So unreal. He had been living like a fairy these past few days. His sister-in-law took him to the county town, into a state-run store, bought new clothes and shoes, and every day there was eggs, meat, white rabbit candies, and malted milk. Lunch was even so tempting that it made the neighboring kids cry with envy. He was so afraid this was all just a dream that he would wake up and everything would disappear. Dusty leaned on his little uncle's shoulder, tilted his head, and thought for a moment. He remembered his mother's smile, the warmth when she hugged him, the feeling of her kisses on his face, and her kindness. With firm belief, he said, really. Fu Yuanheng rarely smiled sincerely and said, yes, it's true. Su Taodao carefully confirmed Zhou Linglan's address for changing the goat milk, then disguised herself a bit before leaving. The banyan tree is the only way out of the village, and Su Taodao didn't expect to hear her own stories every time she passed by. Uncle Nyo must be joking, right?
Who saw that?
She's not even taking candies from children. How could she give him a handful? It's true. Aunt Guohua saw it herself. She thought she was seeing ghosts. Not ghosts, just what is Su Jiqing up to lately? After falling into the water, her actions are all strange. Strange? No, she used to be careless, but now she's doing proper things.
Pa.
going to her house to use the toilet, and collecting an egg. That's what humans do? Oh, stop talking. When will our house have such a bathroom? The weather's warming up, and my outdoor toilet stinks so bad it's unbearable.
Exactly.
Su Taotao wasn't really trying to eavesdrop. There was no entertainment in this era, and there were so many stories about her in the community that she had become the woman constantly trending online. Little Black Coal. Su Taotao waved at the small boy who was turning away, playing with a game. His first reaction was to run away quickly. His second was to cover his small pocket, but then he realized there was no candy inside, so he didn't need to run. Little Black Coal was small but lively. He had just heard everyone say that Su Jiying gave Uncle Nyo a big handful of candies. He remembered that last time, Su Jiying said she would return a handful of candies to him. Maybe if she called him over, she was returning his candies? Just maybe? He slowly jogged over and asked, Su Jiying, what's the matter? Su Taotao took out some fruit candies and handed them to him. Here, I promised to return these last time. Don't go around saying I owe you candies anymore. Little Black Coal's mouth formed an O shape. After a moment, he finally understood. Really? For me? Su Taotao then took out a big white rabbit milk candy. This is even better. Here for you too. Little Black Coal exclaimed, big white rabbit milk candy? Su Taotao smiled and said, yes, I remember now. That time I was about to faint from low blood sugar, so I had to borrow a candy from you to save myself. I owe you a thank you. Now go play. She patted his head and turned to leave. Not only Little Black Coal, but the gossiping women nearby all stared at her in shock. Hey Tenai, did she watch the house? She just gave Little Black Coal a big handful of candies and a white rabbit milk candy too. Grandma Black Charcoal muttered to herself, am I seeing things? Is it really a ghost possessing Su Jiqing? Bah. The new society doesn't believe in superstitions. Be careful not to get criticized. Grandma Black Charcoal quickly shut her mouth and ran over to take away her grandson's candy. With so much candy, he could save enough to eat for a month. The little boy, Black Charcoal, cried loudly, rolling on the ground, shouting that Su Jiqing had given him the candy and refusing to give it back. Su Taotao didn't have time to watch the scene. She went to the sheep pen at the Red Flag Brigade next door, where several people were already lining up to exchange for sheep milk. Just as she stood still, she heard someone call her name. Su Taotao, Su Jiqing? She looked over and wow, familiar faces, more than one person. Such a coincidence, Xia Jiqing? Are you here to exchange sheep milk too? Su Taotao recalled the memories of the original owner. Yes, it was the two young people from the Jiqing station where she used to live. The elegant woman was clearly Xia Xin, the female lead from the original story, and also the Jiqing. Su Taotao observed her calmly. With her noble appearance, even her name sounded very much like a heroine's. Thinking about her own appearance and name, like a fleeing villainess, no wonder she was a supporting character. No complaints there. Xia Xin smiled gracefully. Yes, it's rare to see you so early, Su Jiqing. Another young woman, Jiqing, Wang Xiaohong, sneered. I thought I saw wrong. Isn't Su Jiqing supposed to wake up late? Why so early today?
Su Taotao smiled gently.
You guys are so late. My mother-in-law left early for work. Aren't you worried about losing points? Xia Xin replied calmly. I'm not feeling well today, so I took the morning off. Ah Hong is accompanying me to exchange some sheep milk. Su Taotao smiled but said nothing more, trying to minimize her presence behind them. Wang Xiaohong looked at her in surprise. Usually, Su Jiqing, who is always arguing with everything, was surprisingly quiet today. Wang Xiaohong was not used to this. She nudged Xia Xin's arm and gave her a questioning look. Xia Xin gently shook her head and said nothing. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. But of course, it wasn't Su Taotao who felt awkward. She was busy recalling the plot. It's quite dramatic. The elegant female lead actually likes Fu Jingtu, but because she is reserved, she can't openly confess her feelings to him. She watches as Su Taotao steals his love, even though Su Taotao and Fu Jingtu are already married with children. She still feels Su Taotao isn't worthy of Fu Jingtu. Su Taotao knows this too, or she wouldn't keep going to the countryside to cause trouble. The original female character's reason for marrying Fu Jingtu is only clear to herself. One reason is to avoid hard work, another is vanity, since Fu Jingtu is the face of Qinglian commune and a promising young man. Many women are interested in him. Marrying him is something everyone envies. The third reason is her natural dislike for Xia Xin. She always has to compete for what Xia Xin likes, and she used all her tricks just to marry Fu Jingtu. However, Xia Xin is very smart and emotionally clever. Even after marriage, she only shows subtle signs, biting her lip, hesitating, or glancing at Fu Jingtu a few more times. This makes Su Taotao very unhappy and gives her a reason to go to the countryside to cause trouble. But the female supporting character exists mainly to highlight the main female lead. Su Taotao always outperforms her, which emphasizes the main female lead's noble and graceful aura. She is a typical villainous female character, looking a bit strange, acting scheming, like a walking version of Daji. Su Taotao sighs, glances at the ordinary Xia Xin, then looks at her own front, where two big bunnies are bulging. Although it sounds a bit boastful, having a great figure in this era is actually a burden. She also wishes she could dress like a cold, elegant goddess.
Shulthixin?
A young comrade, responsible for changing the sheep's milk, called out to her twice. His dark skin was visibly flushed, and when she didn't respond, he looked at her again, his face turning redder. Xia Xin, who just finished changing the sheep's milk, had to wave her hand in front of her and ask, Su Jixing?
Huh.
Su Taotao snapped out of her thoughts. Is it my turn now? The dark-skinned young comrade nodded. Give me the bowl. Su Taotao handed over the bowl and the eggs. Wang Xiaohong saw her bowl and gasped in surprise, then sneered, Su Jixing, do you think one egg can exchange for such a big basin of sheep's milk? She emphasized such a big basin very clearly.
Su Taotao ignored her.
She had hoped to see the milking process, but the sheep's milk was already collected and stored in a bucket. It was a pity. Then, the young comrade filled a large bowl for her. Wang Xiaohong. Her face hurt a little. Su Taotao wasn't sure how much she could exchange, so she took the biggest soup bowl from home. Actually, calling it a bowl wasn't accurate, because it was as big as a small basin. Anyway, she took whatever amount was given. To her surprise, the honest young man filled it completely, like a big basin. Even she, with thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed and asked, Can you exchange so much? The young man didn't dare look directly at her and stammered, You're the last one, and these are all that's left. I'll give you everything. Wang Xiaohong was the first to object. What do you mean? That's all that's left? You clearly have selfish motives, using public resources to impress the female comrade. My bowl is much smaller and not even full, so why are you filling her bowl? Do you believe I'll go to the team leader and report you? That you can't even do this job properly? The young man's selfish motives were exposed. His face, already red and dark, looked like Guangong's, and he stiffened his neck to explain, I didn't take advantage of public resources. The sheep in the team are mine. I get a share of sheep's milk every day. I just gave my share away. He raised the large spoon in his hand. 1 egg's worth is the amount I gave. It's the same for everyone. I gave my original share to Su Jixing. Who I give my share to is my business. The team doesn't control it, and neither do you. Wang Xiaohong didn't expect this turn of events, but it confirmed that the young comrade had a private interest in Su Taotao. She sneered, full of sarcasm. Oh, I didn't know you had such a good relationship with Su Jixing. She has a husband and son, and is longing to go back to the city.
Could it be that you?
Wang Xiaohong covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and looked as if she dared not say more. The young man was surprised and scared, stammering, You. Don't talk nonsense.
I didn't mean that.
There's nothing like that at all. Su Taotao, tired of watching Wang Xiaohong's performance, calmly poured the sheep's milk back into the bucket. She took the large spoon from the young man and filled it for herself. Then she slowly said, Thank you, comrade. My old and young family members really need the sheep's milk to boost their nutrition.
But what you did isn't right. Everyone is having a hard time.
Your elders at home are probably waiting for the sheep's milk too.
The young man looked at Su Taotao with a blank expression, then lowered his head and softly said, "I'm sorry. I caused you trouble.
I didn't mean it that way, really, Su Taotao took over the conversation, saying, "Thank you for helping my son. Please save a portion of the eggs for me tomorrow. I will come to exchange them on time." Everyone cares about their appearance, so it's normal for a young man to show interest. His eyes were honest, and she didn't feel threatened. When he heard this, he suddenly looked up and nodded firmly, saying, Okay, I will save some for you." Su Taotao looked into his clear eyes and said, "I know you mean well, but words can be cruel. Some people in this world have bad intentions and like to judge others unfairly, even spreading rumors and doing things that hurt others' reputations. Reputation is very important for women. Please be more careful next time." The young man felt very guilty after hearing this. He glared at Wang Xiaohong with dislike, snatched the goat milk back from her hand, and then placed an egg into her bowl before tossing it at her feet. "The sheep pen is my responsibility, contracted with the commune. The sheep and the milk all belong to me. I can exchange them with whoever I want. Not even the team leader or the commune can control me. You should leave quickly and never come back. If you do, I won't exchange with someone with such a dirty mind like yours." Wang Xiaohong was stunned. She pointed at herself and said, "I'm the bad person? My thoughts are dirty? If your family doesn't have a mirror or even water, then look at yourself in the water and see how seductive Su Taotao looks like a fox spirit." Before she finished, Su Taotao suddenly turned around and slapped her sharply. Did Wang Jiqing forget her brain today, or did she fall into a dung pit and come out full of? I advise you to think before you speak. If you have no brains, just shut up. Wang Xiaohong was stunned. She reacted and lunged at her, shouting, "You hit me. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you." Su Taotao still looked indifferent. She moved her neck slightly and casually handed the bowl of goat milk to the young man, saying, "Please help me hold this." As soon as the milk reached his hands, Su Taotao grabbed Wang Xiaohong's chin with skill, pinched it hard, and pushed her back. Her jaw was already dislocated in the process. Wang Xiaohong was pushed to the ground, crying out in pain and unable to speak. Tears streamed down her face. Xia Xin was startled and quickly ran over, dropping the goat milk and asking Xiaohong, "Are you okay?" "Su Taotao, we've at least lived in the same house before. How can you be so vicious? What did you do to her?" Su Taotao smiled slightly and looked directly at Xia Xin. "I confiscated your gun. No one is letting you use it anymore. You must be anxious, right?" As she spoke, Su Taotao put away her smile, walked over and looked down at them. Then she squatted down, smiling more gently than the early spring breeze. She gently patted Wang Xiaohong's face and touched her neck, speaking slowly and calmly. "I'm a person who hates trouble. I would never seek out trouble first. If you're smart, don't provoke me in the future. We've all been through life and death, so it's normal to be rough when fighting. If you can't keep your mouth shut, I can help you close it. And if there's a next time, accidentally twisting someone's neck isn't impossible. Just like how Su Taotao taught Fu Yuanhang, either don't act, or if you do, make sure it's intimidating enough so that the other person avoids you afterward." At this moment, Su Taotao was very grateful to her grandmother for sending her to learn martial arts in her past life. She blew off the imaginary dust on her hand, stood up slowly, took back her goat milk from the young man, and kindly thanked him. The three people who couldn't keep their jaws from dropping looked at her in shock. Of course, one of them had been disarmed. Xia Xin was the most shocked, and she also looked a bit embarrassed after being caught off guard. She couldn't understand how falling into water once could change someone's aura and temperament so much. The person in front of her was no longer the Su Taotao she knew. Actually, whether it's the heroine or the main lady, it has little to do with Su Taotao's life. She didn't need to intervene at all. It's not about reputation. She probably just couldn't stand seeing honest young men being bullied. If she had a chance to make them shut up once and for all, she'd do it easily. They probably wouldn't have any further contact anyway. When Su Taotao returned home, she covered the goat milk with a lid and placed it in a water bucket to cool. She planned to make goat milk tea around noon. There was still some time, so she went into her room to find a high school Chinese textbook. A few days ago, she found a box of Fu Jingtu's high school textbooks while tidying up. The owner of the books loved reading. Each one was well kept, with covers wrapped and filled with neat, pleasing notes. Su Taotao thought, if handwriting is a person's second face, then the owner must be incredibly handsome to match such beautiful writing. She closed her eyes, but still couldn't imagine what Fu Jingtu looked like. Actually, just after graduating from university, I have to take the college entrance exam again, which Su Taotao really doesn't want to do. But there's no way around it. Education is very important regardless of the era. Especially now, knowledge is often the only way to change one's fate. No matter how reluctant she is, she must take the exam, go back to university, and decide her future career path. Su Taotao briefly looked through all her textbooks, got a basic idea of the exam topics for this era, and since she still has a few years, she isn't in a rush. Taking the university entrance exam shouldn't be a problem. Around 11 o'clock, Su Taotao finally started making milk tea. She found a bag of tea leaves that Zhou Linglan had roasted herself. Since there were children drinking, she only used a little. In a small clay pot, she caramelized some sugar to make caramel, then added goat milk and brought it to a boil. After that, she put in the tea leaves, boiled for a few minutes, then filtered out the leaves to prevent the tea from becoming too bitter. Eagerly, Su Taotao served herself a bowl. The milk aroma was rich and smooth, with hardly any sour milk smell. Once again, she marveled at the food of this era. Natural and free of additives, everything was good. Lunch was simple. Today, Su Taotao cooked rice with various beans and white rice together, then blanched a plate of romaine lettuce, added sliced garlic, drizzled a few drops of sesame oil, and mixed it. The flavor immediately improved several levels. She also prepared a plate of marinated meat. The lunch was quite hearty. Fu Yuanheng smelled the aroma of the marinated meat from far away. He had been eager all morning, distracted by the smell, and quickened his pace as he approached the door. Behind him, a classmate caught up and saw dust resting on his shoulder. He found it adorable and wanted to pinch his little face, but suddenly remembered how Su Taotao looked when she was hitting someone. He finally pinched his own fingers and retracted his hand. Hongzi, you haven't been acting right lately. You're always smiling. Is there something good at home? Oh, and did you eat candy today? Fu Yuanheng wiped the faint smile from his face, nodded, and replied softly, I went to visit relatives in the city yesterday. They gave me some. His classmate walked beside him, chattering all the way. No wonder. I thought your brother was coming back. What has Brother Jingtu been up to? It's been so long without any news.
Mentioning Fu Zhentu, Fu Yuanheng parted his lips.
When they reached the gate of the Fu family courtyard, the classmate suddenly sniffed loudly. What are you cooking at home? It smells so good.
I'm drooling.
This morning, Tai Nyo and the others were talking about it. I didn't expect it to be so impressive. As he spoke, he kept leaning forward to get a better look. Fu Yuanheng calmly blocked the door. Aren't you supposed to go dig sweet potatoes? Shouldn't you go to Dallington? A classmate suddenly clapped his head and said, Oh right, I almost forgot. If I don't go back now, my mom will scold me. I'm leaving now. Remember to help me ask for leave this afternoon. Fu Yuanheng nodded, go ahead. After the classmate left, Fu Yuanheng carried dust into the house. Su Taotao peeked out from the kitchen and cheerfully greeted the two children. School's out. Wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Fu Yuanheng looked at his sister-in-law's smiling face, and his earlier unease disappeared. His sister-in-law was so kind, his brother would definitely come back. While washing his hands in the bathroom, Fu Yuanheng gently asked his little nephew, Dust, do you miss Dad? Dust looked at him blankly. The word dad was unfamiliar to him. He honestly shook his head. Not really. Fu Yuanheng lowered his eyes and whispered, I miss him. I think he will come back very soon. This was another luxurious lunch. Not only Fu Yuanhang, but even Zhou Linglan had never eaten such delicious food before. Tao Tao, your cooking is amazing. Even the chefs at the state-run restaurant can't compare. Fu Yuanhang, who was focused on eating, nodded in agreement, even though he had never been to a state-run restaurant. State-run restaurant? Suddenly, Su Taotao remembered something. Mom, I'm going to the county town early tomorrow morning. I won't be back for lunch. The marinated food won't last long in this weather. Let's eat a little tonight, and leave some for tomorrow noon. You can prepare some noodles and greens, pour over the marinade, and it'll be ready. I'll cook dinner when I return. When she mentioned going to the county town, everyone stopped eating and looked at her all at once. You're going to the county town again? Zhou Linglan asked. Hadn't she just gone yesterday? Su Taotao added a piece of greens to Dust's bowl and said, Mom, didn't you say my cooking is better than the chefs at the state-run restaurant? I want to talk to them about a cooperation. Zhou Linglan was surprised. Cooperation? Su Taotao nodded. It's just a sudden idea. I'll tell you the details when I come back tomorrow. Hurry up and eat. Don't delay the lunch break. Zhou Linglan knew her daughter was ambitious and didn't ask further. After finishing her meal, Su Taotao brought over the cooled goat milk tea, each person holding a bowl. Sister-in-law, what's this? Su Taotao replied, goat milk tea. Try it, see if it's good. Dust was the first to try, taking a sip with a little nod, making a clucking sound like a happy chicken, and said, It's really good. Su Taotao pinched his little chubby cheek, feeling much better now, as if she had really nourished him a bit. Mom didn't lie to you, right? Isn't it as tasty as malted milk drink? Dusty took another sip and nodded firmly, same as before. Zhou Linglan took a sip and sighed in amazement. Taotao, I never thought sheep milk could taste this good. She truly felt that she had wasted decades of her life. Everything Su Taotao made was more surprising than the last. Su Taotao said, from now on, Xiao Hang will be responsible for changing the sheep's milk. He should go early so we can have it for breakfast. If the weather gets hotter, it might spoil by noon. Fu Yuanhang didn't want to drink it all at once. He preferred to enjoy it slowly, sip by sip. Hearing Su Taotao, he looked up and asked, Can we drink it every day? If such delicious drinks were available daily, how happy would that be? Su Taotao replied, That's hard to say. It depends on whether there's enough sheep milk in the sheep pen. Even the best tasting things can get boring if drunk every day. 2 or 3 times a week is enough. Tomorrow, I plan to improve it by adding some white rabbit milk candies. It should taste even better. Now, whatever Su Taotao made, Fu Yuanhang wouldn't be surprised anymore. But he couldn't imagine how much better the sheep milk tea could taste. If it was already so good, how wonderful would it be if it got even better? Zhou Linglan hesitated, wanting to say she didn't need to drink every time, but she thought Su Taotao wouldn't agree, so she kept silent. In the past, people in their team gossiped that their family had done wrong to marry a wife like Su Taotao. Now Zhou Linglan thought only a family curse could explain why they married such a good wife. No matter how much smoke there was, they wouldn't be able to marry her. After eating and drinking their fill, Su Taotao handed the pre-filled bowl of sheep milk tea to Fu Yuanhang, asking him to take it to the cattle shed and bring the bowl back. When Fu Yuanhang delivered it, the bowl of marinated food from the morning was already washed clean and placed on a small bench at the door, balanced on a legless stool propped against the threshold. Fu Yuanhang said nothing. He set down the sheep milk tea and took the bowl away in just a few seconds, so fast that even Chao Guohua couldn't react. He had already walked far away when he looked at the bowl of sheep milk tea and sighed. Finally, he picked it up and took a sip. The smooth sheep milk, with a hint of tea aroma, slid down his throat. Chao Guohua's face changed, and his mind drifted to distant borders. He remembered his comrade, Fu Zhentua's father, who was still alive then. They often drank sheep milk tea in the frontier, sweet, salty, with added ingredients, everything you could imagine. In winter, they even added strong white liquor to keep warm. After drinking a bowl, their whole body felt hot and spicy. In snowy days, lying on the grass with no green in sight, gazing at the stars, the howling north wind felt like a sharp blade, yet they didn't feel cold. The next morning, Su Tao Tao woke up early. Just as she finished tidying up herself, Fu Yuanhang had already returned with fresh sheep milk. Because of that piece of fruit candy, Uncle Neo's good feelings towards Su Tao Tao increased significantly. Seeing this lovely mother and child early in the morning lifted everyone's mood. Dachin tilted his head, his big round eyes fixed on Uncle Neo. There are many rumors about Dachin in the production team. Some say he couldn't speak by age 2 and might be mute. Others say his eyes are hollow and expressionless, wondering if he's mentally slow. The gossiping aunts and uncles probably didn't mean any harm. They were just bored and talking out of curiosity. But gossip tends to spread and distort, turning falsehoods into facts. Uncle Neil looked at the delicate child before him, silently feeling sorry for him amid the rumors. He took out a pair of double happiness candies from his pocket and handed them to Chun Chun, looking at Su Tao Tao and saying, "You still haven't finished the candies you gave me before. Here, Chun Chun, take this." Chun Chun has been in this world for over 700 days. It's the first time someone outside the family gave him candy. He was unsure how to react, staring blankly at the double happiness candy, then glancing back at Su Tao Tao. Su Tao Tao bent down, smiling warmly as she looked into his eyes and asked, "Do you want to eat it, Chun Chun?" Chun Chun tilted his head, thought for a moment, and nodded. Yes. Su Tao Tao gently patted his little head and said, "Go ahead, and remember to thank Grandpa Nyo." Chun Chun reached out to take the candy. Big eyes soft as he softly said, "Thank you." Is he mute? Or not simple-minded? Uncle Nyo, holding the candy, stared at Chun Chun's face for a long time, forgetting to let go. Chun Chun couldn't pull his hand away, pursed his lips, and looked back at Su Tao Tao. Was he showing regret or reluctance to accept it? Seeing Uncle Nyo's surprised expression, Su Tao Tao guessed his feelings and called out, "Uncle Nyo?" Oh, sorry." Uncle Nyo came back to himself. "Chun Chun is so cute that I got distracted." Chun Chun happily took the candy again and softly said, "Thank you." Uncle Nyo, annoyed by the gossiping women with long tongues and drooling mouths, felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Chun Chun was so clever. What had people said about him? If he heard anyone bad-mouthing Chun Chun again, he would definitely scold them. Chun Chun's eyebrows and eyes curved happily as he held the double happiness candy with both hands, looking at it repeatedly, then handed it to Su Tao Tao and said, "Mama." Su Tao Tao gently rubbed the child's head, feeling an overwhelming tenderness. She even felt a bit jealous of his relationship with Fu Yuanhang and Zhou Linglan. Of course, Fu Yuanhang and Zhou Linglan also loved him dearly. The little one was just beginning to accept her. If she were to rank among the family members, she, as his biological mother, would surely be last. After all, the original owner had caused this. But Su Tao Tao was not in a hurry. She would slowly build their bond. One day, she believed she would be the first in his heart. The tractor rumbled toward the county town. Along the way, Su Tao Tao happily explained everything she saw to the little kid: green trees, red flowers, flying birds, big rocks. She described the colors and how many there were, trying to teach him about the world around him. When she saw a bird flying, she said, "This small gray bird has a pair of wings, so it can fly in the blue sky." The little boy tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then shook his head.
"Chickens, ducks," he said.
Su Tao Tao was surprised. She realized he was asking why chickens and ducks have wings but can't fly. She gently rubbed his head and wondered if 2-year-olds could be so smart. She patiently explained, "That's a bit complicated. You'll understand when you grow up. For now, I'll tell you simply, it's okay if you don't understand yet." The boy nodded, his big eyes fixed on the flying birds. Su Tao Tao continued, "Do you often see the little chickens and ducks at home flap their wings and fly a little? Actually, chickens, ducks, and birds are all part of the bird family. They used to fly high and far, just like the little birds. But later, we kept them at home, and their wings started to get smaller. Plus, you and Uncle worked hard to dig worms to feed them. They got heavier and heavier, so they couldn't fly high or far anymore." She added, "Now they can still fly up to the fence, but maybe Grandma trimmed some feathers on their wings to stop them from flying out." The boy tilted his head, and thought hard. Finally, he nodded seriously. Whether he truly understood or not, she wasn't sure. This little boy was very smart and focused. No matter what Su Taotao said, he listened eagerly. He was observant, and when confused, he would ask 1 or 2 questions. Su Taotao patiently answered him, whether he understood or not. People say parents are the best teachers for children. At 2 years old, kids are full of curiosity about the world. Eccentric as he was, Eccentric was slowly opening his mind and starting to explore. Su Taotao, who had never raised a child before, learned step by step, from plants and trees to flowers and leaves. Half an hour passed quickly. The journey to the county town was not long, but it also wasn't short. During this time, she shared a few simple facts. When they arrived, Su Taotao didn't delay. She headed straight to the meat factory. She found Chen Sihai and explained her purpose. Without hesitation, Chen Sihai handed her a pair of pig ears, 2 pig tails, and 2 pigs' feet. Chen Sihai refused to accept the money, but Su Taotao insisted on giving it. Chen Sihai had no choice but to accept it. I thought you wouldn't come until next month. Su Taotao didn't hide anything and briefly explained her plan to him, finally saying, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. These things are for testing the waters. Whether it works or not is uncertain. After hearing her plan, Chen Sihai was greatly surprised. He realized for the first time that Su Taotao was not an ordinary woman. She was quite clever. Is it because your family has big expenses? Chen Sihai asked politely. Su Taotao smiled and said, there will always be a day of running out of money. The kids are still young, so I have to plan ahead. Chen Sihai nodded. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. If I can help, I will. Su Taotao interrupted him. Uncle Chen, you've already helped me a lot. If this plan works, I might trouble you again later. Chen Sihai waved his hand. No trouble at all, no trouble. Selling to anyone is just a small effort. Su Taotao didn't mind being polite and briefly updated him on Chao Guohua's recent situation. Then, carrying her things and her little one, she hurried off to the state-owned restaurant. Dichen was very well behaved, lying on her mother's back without crying or making trouble, observing the people and things around her with her little mind full of her own ideas. Qinglian County was a relatively large county town, with 3 state-owned restaurants. The one Su Taotao chose was on Chilo Street in the east of the city, with yellow bricks and gray tiles, a 3-story brick and wood structure with a Chilo, arcade, style. Behind Chilo Street was a small stone forest formed by karst landforms, picturesque and beautiful. At the confluence of 2 rivers, one clear and the other muddy, it created a unique natural scenery. Many visitors came to see the sights, and if someone mentioned a state-owned restaurant, they usually meant this one. At that time, the size of a state-owned restaurant in a small town was probably smaller than today's small, run-down eateries. It had a big red sign and a small storefront, with 3 floors and only about 10 or so shabby wooden tables and chairs. The brick walls were covered with slogans painted in red oil paint, full of a strong sense of the era. Among the 3 state-owned restaurants, this one had the best location and environment, but the least foot traffic. Unless someone was in a hurry or had no choice, most people wouldn't come here to eat. During meal times, the other 2 places were usually crowded, while this one was often empty, creating a stark contrast. Don't ask why. It's because the chef's cooking skills were very poor. Even so, the waiter's attitude remained careless. Since no one was coming here to eat, they didn't mind doing less work, and they still got paid. When they heard Su Taotao came to see the head chef, they sneered at her. If it weren't for Chen Chen dressing decently, the waiter would have thought Su Taotao was some poor relative begging for food. Finally, Su Taotao used a big white rabbit milk candy to get the attention of the famous state-run restaurant's head chef. I never expected that these days, a white rabbit milk candy could be considered valuable currency.
Chef Shu, hello.
May I speak with you privately? As the saying goes, a smile costs nothing. Chef Su looked at the woman in front of him, who was smiling happily, carrying a small child, and looked surprisingly young and pretty. He couldn't understand what she wanted from him. Chef Su had a serious, stern face, with eyebrows almost furrowed into the shape of a Chan character. It's said he was a squad leader in the army before, had fought enemies, and earned a first-class medal. After leaving the army, he worked at the state-run restaurant. Maybe that's why, despite his cooking being bad, he was never replaced. We don't hire workers here. No temporary, long-term, or part-time workers, he said. Su Taotao smiled and replied, Chef Su, I'm not here to find a job. I came specifically to see you, to help you bring back more customers. Chef Su looked her over from head to toe, as if she were a fool, with a hint of pity, thinking she was young and not very smart. He waved his hand dismissively. Go back where you came from, young lady. I'm busy now. Don't waste my time. Su Taotao raised what she was holding. Please, Chef Su, give me a chance to cook one dish. If you try it and think it can keep customers here, we can talk about other things. If you don't like it, I'll leave everything here for you to handle. I'll only use one stove and one pot, and I'll bring my own ingredients, except for seasonings. I won't touch anything else. Chef Su looked at the pig's feet, pig's ears, and pig's tail she was holding, and his brow furrowed even more. How can these leftovers keep customers? Doesn't braised pork taste much better? Su Taotao said, That's why they're inexpensive leftovers. The cost is low, and you'll see the results soon enough. Just let me try. Chef Su was silent for a moment. You only want to use one pot and make one dish?
Su Taotao nodded. Yes.
These days, the big state-run restaurants mostly serve the same few dishes. Whether the food is good or not, people still come to eat, and the higher-ups don't say much. But other chefs have busy kitchens. While his place is empty, not even the leaders come here to dine, which makes it hard for him to save face. Come in, but don't delay my other work, said the chef. Su Taotao thought she would have to persuade him more, but surprisingly, this stern-looking chef was quite easy to talk to. Thank you, Chef Su. Don't worry, I won't delay your work, she said. Su Taotao found it a bit inconvenient to work while carrying dust on her back. It was hard to put him down because the kitchen is a dangerous place. Chef Su looked at the cute little girl with a frown. Are you bringing him to work? Worried that Chef Su might ask her to leave, Su Taotao quickly said, He's very well behaved and won't cause trouble. Chef Su looked serious. No, is he the one you found? This is a busy kitchen with fire and oil. People are always carrying hot dishes in and out. What if he gets burned? Su Taotao knew it wasn't safe. She thought about sending him to Chen Sihai's house, where Chen Sihai's mother could watch him for a while. Chef Su pointed to a small room nearby. That's my resting room. If he behaves, he can play inside for a while. Only if he's good, otherwise you'll have to take him away. Su Taotao gratefully nodded at the kind but stern chef. Don't worry, my son is very well behaved. She carefully took dust from her back and held him in front. Before she could say anything, Dust looked into her eyes and nodded seriously. Good Su Taotao was surprised for a moment, then realized he understood their conversation and promised to behave. Her heart felt both soft and a little sad. How did she come to have such a wonderful angel baby? She kissed his face gently. Today he woke up too early. Dust will take a short nap now, and when he wakes up, I'll be done. Dust nodded obediently again. After settling him, Su Taotao started making braised sauce. She was cautious and, before leaving, wrapped all the spices in a piece of cloth, making a spice bag. She also brought a jar of braising oil. Now she just needed to add some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, flavor enhancer, and other seasonings, along with some green onion and slices, to start preparing the braising sauce. Of course, she also needed caramel coloring. These days, all state-run restaurants have braised pork, and caramel coloring is essential. But surprisingly, Chef Su didn't have any. Chef Su, haven't you guys cooked caramel coloring today? Chef Su frowned and pointed to the thick, dark liquid beside him. Isn't that it? Su Taotao never expected that the sticky, black substance was actually caramelized sugar. She touched some with her finger and tasted it. It was bitter and astringent, even worse than traditional Chinese medicine. No wonder even simple dishes like braised pork weren't selling well. She politely said, "My ancestors were imperial chefs, and we have a secret recipe for caramelized sugar. It might taste and look better than this. Would you like me to make some? It will be quick, just 3 or 4 minutes, and won't delay you much." Chef Su was smart and understood immediately. "Are you saying my braised pork is bad because of the sugar?" Su Taotao hesitated. "That's what you said, so I can't really say." She tried to be gentle. "I haven't tasted your braised pork, so I don't know how it tastes. But our family's caramelized sugar isn't bitter or astringent. Maybe it could help improve the flavor of the dish." The caramelized sugar was made by her young apprentice. Hearing this, he immediately frowned. "You, a village woman without a chef's license, what right do you have to criticize my caramelized sugar? Have you ever tasted braised pork? Do you know how to make it?" Not wanting to offend anyone, Su Taotao quickly waved her hands.
"I didn't mean it that way.
"I'm just saying our caramelized sugar is different from yours. Maybe mine isn't good either." Hearing this, the young apprentice's expression softened a bit. Chef Su tasted some of the caramelized sugar. The color was acceptable, but the flavor was a bit strange. He had been seriously injured by shellfire on the battlefield, which damaged his senses. He lost most of his taste, could only distinguish saltiness, and had difficulty identifying other flavors. Cooking relied on instinct, and tasters didn't dare tell the truth. He had no clear idea what his dishes truly tasted like. Judging by the customer flow, the food probably wasn't very tasty. He appeared calm on the outside but was more anxious than anyone inside. Still, he couldn't show it. Su Taotao's arrival seemed like a rare opportunity. "Just make caramelized sugar your way," Chef Su said expressionlessly. The young apprentice was surprised.
"Master?"
Chef Su shot him a sharp look. No words were needed. The apprentice automatically shrank back. "Thank you, young master," Su Taotao said as she approached the pot. The young apprentice moved aside. "Do you have rock sugar?" The apprentice snorted. "Clearly, you've never been in a kitchen. Who uses rock sugar for caramelizing? Everyone uses white sugar." Su Taotao was not upset. She smiled and said, "If there's no rock sugar, regular sugar works too, but rock sugar has a fresher taste." As she finished speaking, a jar of rock sugar was handed to her. It was from Chef Su. She thanked him, took 2 large chunks of rock sugar, broke them into pieces, about a big spoonful, and added them to boiling water in a 1-to-1 ratio. The young apprentice chuckled and said, "You're putting in cold water." Su Taotao ignored him. When the water boiled, she turned the heat to medium, added a little cooking oil, and waited until white bubbles appeared before stirring constantly in one direction. While stirring, she said, "In my hometown, there's a dish called fan sha taro. When you turn off the heat and fry the taro, then coat it with sugar, it becomes fan sha taro." Chef Su's expression changed from casual to serious. After about a minute, the sugar color in the pot turned a light yellow, like malt syrup. Su Taotao said, "This stage is perfect for making ba si, caramelized sugar." Ba si, sweet potatoes, are very delicious. She stirred a few more times, scooped up some of the sugar color, looked at it, and immediately removed the heat, leaving a little residual warmth to continue cooking. She added, "If you keep cooking at this point without turning off the heat, it usually turns bitter." The young apprentice pursed his lips and said nothing. Usually, he cooked until the color was just right, sometimes overcooking, but since Chef Su hadn't said anything, he just went along. No matter what the final color was, Chef Su would still use it for braised pork. At this point, the sugar color had reached the shades Su Taotao wanted. "Where is the boiling water?" she asked. The young apprentice asked, "What are you making? Isn't it ready? Shouldn't you take it out?" Chef Su already handed over a thermos of hot water. Su Taotao thanked him, added 2 spoons of hot water, and stirred. The young apprentice stared in shock, speechless for a moment before saying, "You really don't know how to cook." Su Taotao ignored him. She turned the heat back to medium, brought it to a boil, then lowered it to medium-low, and said, "Just cook for another 40 seconds. She started counting silently in her mind. When she reached 40, she quickly lifted the pot and set it aside on a stove that wasn't turned on, then turned off all the heat. She found a large bowl and poured out the sugar color, exactly 2 spoons full. She said, "This kind of sugar color can last a long time without spoiling or turning bitter." "Chef Su, you should try it."
Chef Su didn't need to try.
Just by looking at the color and watching Su Taotao's process, he knew the sugar color was good. He pointed at the young apprentice to try. The young apprentice took a small taste and found it sweet and not bitter. The color was especially nice. He pouted and said, "It's almost the same." Chef Su ignored him and casually called a waiter. "Try these 2 bowls and tell me which tastes better." The waiter hesitated but tasted the dark-colored syrup, darker than soy sauce, and immediately spat it out. "It's sour and bitter. I can't eat it." Chef Su handed him the other bowl. The waiter thought it was similar and hesitated to taste it again. His eyes lit up. "This one is good. It tastes sweet and has a light caramel aroma." Chef Su waved him away and looked at the young apprentice. "Do you have anything else to say?" The apprentice blushed and argued, "I usually cook like that and you never said anything."
Chef Su was furious.
He thought, if your sense of taste was normal, would you still be here arguing with me?
He pointed at the door. "Leave now.
You don't need to come back tomorrow." The young apprentice was stunned. "Master, do I have the day off tomorrow?" Chef Su's anger flared up.
"Get out."
"You're not coming back at all." The apprentice had to use many connections just to become an apprentice here. Hearing this, he was completely confused. "Master, why? Did I do something wrong?" Chef Su looked at him coldly. "You didn't do anything wrong. I was the one in the wrong. I don't deserve to be your master. Don't come back anymore, okay?" The apprentice panicked. "I'm sorry, master. I really am. I won't do it again, I swear." He pointed angrily at Su Taotao. "Is it because of her? Are you going to take her as an apprentice? She's just here to cause trouble." Before Chef Su could speak, Su Taotao said, "Sorry, I didn't plan to become an apprentice." Chef Su looked around at the others. "What are you all standing there for? Get them out." The second chef and the butchers quickly pushed the apprentice out. Su Taotao remained silent. Chef Su didn't say anything and quietly poured out the caramel sauce that the young apprentice had made. No, the former apprentice, and replaced it with Su Taotao's caramel sauce. Then he started preparing today's braised pork. Su Taotao added an appropriate amount of caramel sauce into the bubbling broth and began handling the pig's feet, ears, and tail. These had already been cleaned when they were brought from Qinsihai, but to enhance the flavor, Su Taotao found a bunch of straw and roasted all the parts in the straw pile until the skin turned yellow before flipping them out. Others occasionally looked towards Su Taotao, but no one asked anything openly in front of Chef Su. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement. Insiders see the details. Now everyone knew that Su Taotao was a master, at least a chef more skilled than Chef Su. Chef Su simply watched silently, saying nothing. The pigskin, scorched with straw, had a very special fresh aroma. Su Taotao washed it clean but did not cut it. She placed the whole piece into the brine. Her work was done, and now it just needed time. Su Taotao went to the resting area to check on Chen Chen. The child was sleeping peacefully, with thick eyelashes like 2 tiny fans covering her eyelids. When she moved slightly, it seemed to touch Su Taotao's heart. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The most comforting thing about the 1970s was painless childbirth and having a clever, beautiful little angel like Chen Chen. Su Taotao tiptoed out quietly. Suddenly, Chef Su handed her a spoonful of soup. She looked up at him, puzzled. Chef Su's face looked a bit unnatural. He said stiffly, "Without my little apprentice, no one can help me taste the food." Su Taotao understood. She dipped a bit of the soup to taste and honestly said, "Add a little more yellow wine and a tiny bit more salt. It would taste better." Chef Su didn't taste it himself. Instead, he followed Su Taotao's advice, adding half a spoon of yellow wine and a little salt. He then started preparing other dishes. For each dish, he asked Su Taotao to taste and adjust the seasoning based on her suggestions. When Chef Su finished the dishes and Su Taotao's marinated items were nearly ready, she opened the lid of the pot to let the brine thicken a bit more, which would make the flavor more intense. Once the sauce had reduced almost completely, Su Taotao turned off the heat and let the marinated items cool naturally. This process helped the ingredients absorb the flavors better. But time was limited. Su Taotao selected some pieces from each dish, cut them into small chunks, and handed them to Chef Su. This dish is called marinated platter. Try it and see if it suits your taste. The rich, thick sauce looked tempting. The scorched straw pigskin and the spices in the brine complemented each other, adding a wild flavor. The dish looked perfect in color, taste, and texture. The pig's trotters and tails were tender enough to come off the bone with a little effort but not too soft, and the pig ears had a slight chew. Different flavors came from the same pot, yet they harmonized. Even Chef Su, who had lost 80 to 90% of his taste, could still recognize the deliciousness of this marinated platter. Try some too. Actually, if you leave it for a few more hours, the flavor will be even better. It's even better if kept overnight in winter. Other people in the kitchen kept working while smelling the aroma. They couldn't hold back and tasted it, all praising it highly. They gave a thumbs up to Su Taotao. Earlier guests outside couldn't help but peek into the kitchen. Did you change the head chef today? Are you introducing new dishes? It smells so good. Yes, I just passed by the door and smelled it. What's the new dish? Why does it smell so nice? I was planning to eat over at Jiefeng Road, but I was drawn in by the smell. Waiter, what's on the menu today? What can I eat? The waiter looked serious. Eat what's available. No need to ask so many questions. She also wanted to know about the new dish. She had been smelling that aroma all morning and was starving. But Chef Su didn't speak, so they didn't dare go into the kitchen to try the food. The second chef came out to hang the menu, which prominently listed the limited marinated platter. When they confirmed it was a new dish, it sold out quickly, and other dishes were also bought up. One dish after another was served, and diners praised every dish, especially the marinated platter, which was so delicious it felt like their tongues wanted to swallow it all. Even the waiters wanted to take a portion home, but there was none left. Soon, everyone in Qinglian County would know that the first state-owned restaurant had a very talented new chef, and the food was so good it made eyebrows fall off. "Tell me your purpose," said Chef Su, genuinely impressed with the young woman in front of her. Strangely, she had previously said she didn't want to stay long at the state-owned restaurant and hadn't hidden her family's secret recipes. Nowadays, everyone knew that teaching apprentices could sometimes cause the master to starve. If someone had good skills, they wouldn't hide them, fearing others might learn and steal them. But Su Taotao was different. She openly shared her skills and helped with other dishes without holding back. Chef Su couldn't understand her true purpose. During their chat, Su Taotao had already explained her background. Seeing Chef Su ask so directly, she honestly replied, "You see, my child is still young. I don't plan to stay long in the county, so I don't need a formal job. But I need money to raise my child." Su Taotao pointed to the pot of brine and said, "With this weather, the brine can be reused for 3 or 4 days. After each use, skim off the impurities and keep it simmering without stirring. Before finishing work, bring it to a boil again and leave it. The next day, reheat it and add a suitable amount of water depending on the ingredients. The flavor will become richer each day. On the third day, do the same. After that, you need to replace the brine in oil because reusing it for too long can cause spoilage and change the taste. Some places in later times claim to have century-old brine that is reused continuously, but that is not true. As for how to store the brine properly, Su Taotao isn't very sure. She just feels it's better not to reuse it too many times. Chef Su frowned and asked, "Are you planning to sell spice packs and brine oil? That might be considered crossing into illegal territory, right?" "It's probably not appropriate." Su Taotao shook her head. "I am a law-abiding citizen. I won't do anything illegal. I want to apply to be a consultant or an external staff member at your restaurant. Any title is fine. I can help with some purchasing work. Our team's tractor only comes to the county on market days, just like today. I will use this day to replace the spice packs and brine oil. All materials used will be reported honestly, and you can ask your unit to pay me the appropriate wages." She paused, seeing Chef Su thinking, then continued, "The brine platter is just my first attempt to test the waters. It can be kept as a signature dish. But even the tastiest food can get boring if eaten every day. So, on the first market day of each month, I will introduce a new dish and provide the recipe. I can't share the brine recipe for now, but I will give you all other recipes unconditionally. Over a year, there will be more than 10 new dishes. You can choose which ones to sell and adjust according to the season. I can also provide sourcing channels for all ingredients. When I can't handle procurement myself, your purchasing staff can follow up. I've already arranged for the materials needed for tomorrow's dishes. Just go to the meat factory and tell Comrade Chen say hi my name and follow the normal procurement process. Finally, to protect both sides' interests, I hope we can sign a labor contract. Let's start with a 3-month trial period. If you think it's suitable, we can continue the employment. If not, the contract will end after 3 months. Actually, signing a 3-month probation period was partly a personal choice for Su Taotao. She didn't know exactly when Fu Jingtu would return, but it would be within 3 to 6 months. After that, she would definitely go with Fu Jingtu to the base. Her father's role is very important, and if possible, Dusty should grow up around her parents. This is Su Taotao's principle. Chef Su never expected it to be like this. This woman considered everything carefully. Given the current situation of the restaurant, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Her requests weren't unreasonable either. Even if the higher-ups didn't want to add an extra staff member, they could just put her under her apprentice's name and add a small supplement to his salary. That would solve the problem. Chef Su was very happy inside. Su Taotao's arrival was a great good thing for him and the restaurant. Even if he had to pay out of his own pocket, he wanted to keep her. Before you came, you did detailed research and even know our background well, right? Chef Su's tone actually accepted Su Taotao's conditions. Su Taotao changed Dusty's position and smiled as she shook her head.
Not really.
I only heard that the business of the first restaurant isn't very good. That's all I know, and I don't need to know more. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. She was confident in herself. Choosing the restaurant with the worst business was just a smarter move. Chef Su didn't say anything further. Make a list of the ingredients used today for reimbursement and come on time next market day. Su Taotao was very happy. So you agree? Chef Su didn't give a definite answer. He just said, I need to ask my superiors. You can come next market day, and I'll give you an answer then. Su Taotao repeatedly thanked him, reminded him of some precautions, and said that if Chef Su found it troublesome to make braised pork, he could just put the pork belly into the marinade. It would have a different flavor, and he could add eggs. Later, he could improve the marinade recipe to include other ingredients like offal and more. Everyone was surprised, but also very impressed. After eating the staff meal, Chef Su packed a portion of braised pork and a salted fish with eggplant for Su Taotao. These were dishes she suggested to improve, and they received great praise from customers. She even gave good advice on presentation. Since becoming the head chef of the first state-owned restaurant, Chef Su had never felt such a sense of achievement as he did today. He knew his work was earned through his efforts. No matter how good his work was, he wouldn't lose his job. But the feeling of serving dishes that customers praised nonstop was hard to describe. Overall, he was now completely convinced by Su Taotao. Su Taotao is not only skilled in cooking, but also has a very sharp tongue. She can usually tell the ingredients and pros and cons of dishes she has tasted. Compared to her previous apprentice, she is truly a treasure. By the time they returned to the tractor parking area, it was almost 3 p.m. Dusty had a good nap and was no longer sleepy, but Su Taotao was very tired.
Dusty, I am sorry.
I wanted to take you for a walk, but I really can't walk anymore. Let's rest for a bit first, she said. Dusty shook his head, leaned into his mother's arms, and said softly, no walk. Just as Su Taotao was about to kiss her little baby, a person dressed as a mail carrier approached and asked, Are you Sister Su Taotao from Qinglian Commune?
Su Taotao nari.
Yes, I am. Is there something you need? The mail carrier handed her a letter. Here's your letter. When I saw you, I didn't want to make another trip. Su Taotao thanked him, took the letter, and saw the elegant, strong handwriting that looked almost like calligraphy. Her heart skipped a beat. When she saw the sender's name, she froze for a long time, unable to react. It's a letter from Fu Jingtu. What kind of feelings would a husband who had been missing for more than 2 years feel when suddenly appearing? Even Su Taotao, who knew some of the plot in advance, couldn't describe her current feelings. Dusty was very curious about letters because he had never seen one before. The little boy pinched the envelope, wanting to see what was inside. Mom Su Taotao let go of his hand. Thinking that her little one had never seen his father, and maybe no one had ever mentioned Dad in front of him, she felt a little sad. It was time to explain the meaning of Dad to her child. Su Taotao let him hold the letter and placed him on the tractor first. She also sat down cross-legged. Dusty flipped the envelope left and right, feeling it was nothing special, and then frowned as he handed it back to Su Taotao. Dusty, this is a letter.
It's from your dad, she said.
Dusty wrinkled his little nose. Letter? Dad? The role of Dad was missing in Fu's family. Fu Yuanheng had never seen his biological father since he was born, so explaining this was quite difficult. Dusty, do you remember Uncle Hei's grandpa Lao Zhen?
She asked.
Dusty nodded. A typical family includes parents and children, along with grandparents, uncles, aunts, and others. For example, Lao Zhen uncle is the father of Xiao Hei Tan's older brother. Xiao Hei Tan calls him Dad, which means the same as father. Xiao Hei Tan's older brother calls Lao Zhen Aunt Mom, which is the same as mother. Xiao Hei Tan's grandmother is Lao Zhen uncle's mother, and his grandfather is Lao Zhen uncle's father. Su Taotao paused, feeling her explanation was a bit complicated. Children might not understand, and they might not even know what family members means. While she was thinking about how to explain, Chen Chen nodded eagerly. Grandma, little Uncle Mama, then Chen Chen's small hand pointed at the envelope. Chen Chen Papa letter. Su Taotao's eyes widened. Her explanation was so complicated that even she needed to think it through. But the child understood. She realized Chen Chen knew that Grandma was his little uncle's mother, and the person who sent the letter was his father. Su Taotao looked at Chen Chen's arm and looked around. Chen Chen, are you really a 2-year-old child? Could it be that he is like her, with an old soul hiding behind a child's appearance? Chen Chen blinked, his clear, bright eyes like mountain stream water. She thought, children are already so good-looking and smart. How will your future classmates survive? Su Taotao gently shook him. Chen Chen is right. Grandma is the little uncle's mother. But what about the little uncle's father? He is Chen Chen's grandfather. He sacrificed himself to defend a country and became a hero. But Chen Chen's father is different. He just went to a mysterious place for work and hasn't had time to visit Chen Chen. Su Taotao waved the letter in her hand. Now he has written back. I believe Chen Chen will see his father very soon. Actually, Fu Jingtu didn't know Chen Chen existed. Soon after they married, he was sent on a mission and was out of contact. He only received his first letter today and never had a chance to tell him about Chen Chen. Su Taotao didn't want to open the letter in front of the child. Usually, she would read the letter aloud after opening it, but she wouldn't mention Chen Chen at all. That would make him very sad. She put the letter away and patted her leg. Chen Chen, how about I take a picture of you to send to Dad? He hasn't seen Chen Chen yet. Let's let Dad see how handsome Chen Chen is. Actually, when I go back to the county town, I should go with Zhou Linglan, Fu Yuanheng, and the others to take a family photo. Now, if I ask Zhou Linglan to make a special trip, she probably won't agree. So, I can only take a photo of her and Chen Chen to send to Fu Jingtu so he can get ready mentally. Chen Chen has never taken a photo before and doesn't know what a handsome look is. But since Mom said so, it must be good, so he agreed immediately. There is more than an hour before the scheduled return time at 5 p.m. Su Taotao doesn't feel tired and quickly takes Chen Chen to the photo studio. These days, photo studios are also state-owned. Mastering photography skills is a stable job. Color photos are not common yet. Black and white photos are still everywhere. The studio's equipment is very simple: a dull gray background cloth, an old-fashioned camera, and a few chairs. This is all the scenery. In the 1970s, small photos were popular, less than an inch in size, cheap, and very popular. But Su Taotao doesn't plan to take those. The photo studio is located on Shuangjianka Chilo Street, similar to the first state-owned restaurant. Su Taotao plans to take outdoor photos. After asking about the price and precautions, Su Taotao also asked, Master, can I take photos outside? I want to include the scenery outside in the pictures. The scenery of the confluence of two rivers is truly unique. Thinking that she might leave here soon, Su Taotao wants to keep a memory. Unlike today, where a phone can quickly take pictures anywhere, opportunities to keep precious memories are rare. The scenery outside is definitely better than the dull background inside. This is the first time the photographer has heard someone say they want to include outdoor scenery in the photos. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Yes, but I can't guarantee the effect. The exposure might be too much. Su Taotao smiled and said, That's okay. I'll take a few more photos. The photographer hesitated, unsure whether to remind her of the prices. Seeing their decent clothes, he figured they probably weren't short of money. Still, he clarified, full-body 6-inch photos are 5 mao each, half-body 4 mao, 5-inch slightly less, and 2-inch 1 mao each. You should specify your requirements first. Su Taotao nodded. I'll take 6-inch full-body photos. I'll hold the child and take 2, one of the child alone, and one of myself alone. That makes 4 photos in total. Nowadays, few people are willing to spend money like that. The photographer looked at Su Taotao carefully and said, There's a bathroom inside. Go wash your face. Su Taotao almost forgot her beauty disguise. Everyone loves to look good, and she naturally does too. A few minutes later, Su Taotao and Chen finished washing themselves and came out. When the photographer saw the refreshed mother and son, he was stunned. He never expected such a beautiful woman to be a fellow professional. It was like a dusty pearl suddenly cleaned, shining so brightly that it was hard to look away. Especially those clear, bright eyes, with the corners slightly raised, seemed to hold a captivating charm with just a slight smile. With so many years in photography, this was the first time he had seen such a striking woman. Once he set up his shot, Su Taotao was already in position. In the first photo, she held Chen in her right arm, with Chen raising his right hand high above his head. She tilted her head toward him, her left hand raised and bent, forming a rough heart shape with Chen's right hand. Good boy, when Uncle Photographer counts 1, 2, 3, just say eggplant with Mom, okay?
She said.
Chen, new to taking photos, was very curious. He kept staring at the black camera in the photographer's hand. When he heard Su Taotao, he focused again. The photographer initially wanted to guide her on poses, but was surprised by her spontaneous, unconventional move. He didn't say anything and captured a good shot as he counted to 3. Su Taotao and Chen shouted together, eggplant/3. The camera froze this beautiful mother and son smile, capturing the flowing rivers and majestic hills behind them. They lowered their hands, Su Taotao made an okay sign, and the photographer nodded in understanding. As he counted to 3 again, Chen started shouting eggplant on his own, without Su Taotao prompting. But just as the photographer called 3, Su Taotao suddenly tilted her head to kiss Chen's cheek. Click, the moment was frozen in time. Chen was used to this, but the photographer's expression was complicated. This was definitely the most unexpected and natural shot he had ever taken. The mother and son looked like they were born for the camera, as if they had a natural talent for it. The next solo shots proved this even more. Su Taotao casually stood where she was, smiling gently at the camera, stunning everyone. Chen, so cool and confident, automatically shouted eggplant every time he heard the countdown, smiling so brightly that even the wild daisies by the roadside seemed to envy her. With years of experience, the photographer could already tell how stunning these photos would be once developed. Can I display another set of photos in the window? He asked. Su Taotao shook her head and said, Sorry, it's better not to. I'll waive the fee for 2 of your photos, or I can print an extra set for free. The photographer still wanted to negotiate. It's not about attracting more customers. In the county town, this is the only photo studio, so everyone can only come here. She simply wanted to show her excellent photography work. Su Taotao still shook her head. The photographer hesitated and said, All free. From now on, you can take photos here for free. Su Taotao had already paid money and said, "Really sorry, but no. We still need to hurry. Thank you." The photographer looked disappointed, but didn't insist further. While he was writing the receipt, Su Taotao took the opportunity to use the restroom again. When she came out, she looked just as tired and plain as when she first arrived. The photographer was surprised and pointed at her face. "Did you do that on purpose?"
Su Taotao checked softly.
Just to avoid trouble. Only then did the photographer understand why she didn't want to show her photos. "I see. You're a good person. I just finished this role. I'll develop it quickly. Come back on the next market day to pick up the photos." Su Taotao thanked him. It was already 4:30 p.m., and she hurriedly hugged Chen Chen and went to the gathering point. It was another busy day. When she finally returned home, had dinner, and lay in bed, the whole family was asleep. Su Taotao still felt like she had forgotten something. She lay there for a while before suddenly sitting up. Oh, she hadn't read her husband's letter yet. Su Taotao nervously opened Fu Jingtu's letter. She thought that after more than 2 years apart, even if he didn't write a long letter, at least a few pages to share his feelings, talk about his recent life, or give an explanation. But the letter only had 4 words. "Will return soon." Su Taotao's big eyes widened like bells. She flipped the thin letter back and forth, pinched it, held it up to the oil lamp, almost wanted to burn it, or dip it in wax or water to see if there was a secret message that could only be revealed with fire, water, or wax. But clearly, there was nothing. No secret, only those 4 words. Su Taotao was so angry she laughed, casually threw the letter onto the bed. Could it be a notice? She is such a stingy person that she only sent 7 characters in the telegram to her family. Her handwriting isn't even counted for money. A man who has been missing for over 2 years, husband, son, father, brother, who holds so many roles, only gave each person 1 character, not even a basic greeting. Su Taotao feels that taking dust to take photos today is just a joke. She has no desire to reply, maybe because the family doesn't care about them at all. Yes, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared mysteriously for so long without showing up. Su Taotao's faint hope and little enthusiasm for her so-called husband, whom she has never met, are completely crushed by these 4 words. She hits her pillow a few times, wanting to hit herself instead. What was she thinking? This is an era where arranged marriages happen after just meeting once, and some people might not even meet before marriage. Under such circumstances, what is there to look forward to in marriage? Su Taotao thought she would be so angry that she couldn't sleep, but she fell into a daze and drifted off. Before sleeping, she thought vaguely that heaven is fair. It gave her an angel baby, so how could it possibly give her a husband who is a filial piety fool?
Just let it go.
That whole night, Su Taotao kept having dreams, actually nightmares. She dreamed that cold and aloof Fu Jingtu was holding a 40-meter-long sword, expressionless, chasing her to cut her. He kept chasing, she kept running, until she was startled awake by the crowing, and she suddenly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. The first thing she did was look at the letter she threw aside, then she angrily picked it up and threw it on the ground, muttering, "Fu Jingtu, you're not worthy of having a beautiful fairy like me with fair skin and long legs, or dust, such an angelic little treasure." After tidying herself up, she still went back to her room, picked up the letter, and headed to the kitchen. Su Taotao knew how much Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanhang wanted to know if Fu Jingtu was safe. She overslept after her nightmare. At this time, Dust was quietly eating egg custard, Fu Yuanhang had already made goat milk tea, and Zhou Linglan was just bringing over freshly cooked pancake. When Zhou Linglan saw Su Taotao, she smiled kindly and said, "Taotao, you must be exhausted yesterday. Why not sleep a little longer?" Su Taotao's expression was complicated. After everyone sat down and before they started eating, to prevent any accidents like spilling milk tea or choking, she took out Fu Jingtu's letter and placed it on the table calmly, saying, "Mom, Fu Jingtu wrote yesterday." Zhou Linglan thought she heard wrong. "Taotao, what did you say?" Fu Yuanheng also looked at her with a worried expression. Only insiders like Dust, who was wobbling on short legs, lifted her head calmly from the egg custard bowl and said, "Daddy should note, she means letter or trust," but here it seems to be part of a playful phrase. Zhou Linglan trembled as she picked up the envelope on the table. The letter from Journey has arrived? Really? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Fu Yuanheng hurriedly moved closer. Su Taotao suddenly wondered if this mother and son had the same reaction to seeing the words "return soon." But after reading it, "Thank heaven it's from Journey, it's from Journey," Fu Yuanheng rarely smiled so happily. He kept looking at the 4 characters repeatedly, saying over and over, "It's Big Brother's handwriting, it's Big Brother's handwriting."
Su Taotao.
Are you 2 family members only looking at the handwriting and not the content? Is this some secret family method for reading letters? Look at the content. Why confirm the handwriting? Zhou Linglan held Su Taotao's hand, tears in her eyes. "I knew it. I knew that Taotao and Dust are blessed children. Journey will come back, he will definitely come back." But her husband was forever lost at sea. Su Taotao finally understood. This was probably how Fu Journey usually wrote letters, in a telegram style. They must have gotten used to it. As an outsider, she found it hard to adapt and asked, "When exactly is return soon?" "Big Brother, at least give a specific date. Why leave such a big blank space and make it a riddle?" Zhou Linglan put away the letter, her smile never fading. She explained, "Journey's work is special. Once, he bought train tickets in advance, but a last-minute issue caused him to stay a few more days. He didn't come back on time and we were worried sick, thinking something happened on the way. Since then, he usually doesn't give exact dates." She looked at the date on the postmark, stroked her grandson's head, and said, "It'll be 2 weeks at the shortest, up to a month. Dust will see Dad soon. Are you happy?" Su Taotao had already explained the family role of Dad to him yesterday. Dust wrinkled his little nose and thought for a while, then shook his head. No black coal hit note. Likely a playful phrase or a nickname. Fu Yuanheng chuckled softly. Since Big Brother was coming back soon, he was in a very good mood today and started talking more. Not all dads hit their kids. Uncle Shu Zhen hit little black coal because he was naughty. Your dad wouldn't hit you if you're good like Dust. Fu Yuanheng finished talking to Chen and then explained to Su Taotao. Chen often sees Uncle Treeroot chasing little black coal with a cane. He probably has some psychological shadow from it. Su Taotao thought to herself, Chen's cheap father is strict and doesn't talk much. He must be a stern dad. It's not impossible that he hits Chen. If Fu Jingtu dares to hit Chen, I will fight him to the end.
Fu Yuanheng frowned.
How could that happen? My brother is very kind. He would never hit anyone. Far away at the base, Fu Jingtu didn't know his reputation was being unfairly damaged. He suddenly sneezed. He hurried around, working so fast to meet the final deadline that he drank water and went to the bathroom as if in a battle. He was so busy he could only write a few words. His style was always brief, so he never expected to leave such a bad impression on Su Taotao. Zhou Linglan suddenly remembered something, looked at Chen, and hesitated to speak. After Fu Yuanheng took Chen to class, she stayed until the very end. Before leaving, she secretly told Su Taotao, Jingtu doesn't know about Chen. You should quickly write him a reply and tell him. Su Taotao pouted, thinking he doesn't deserve it. But she still nodded. I'll send him a reply when I go to the county town on the next market day. I also took photos of Chen and will send them to him so he can be mentally prepared. Zhou Linglan nodded. You're so thoughtful.
Let's do it that way. Su Taotao kulanchet hertit.
Not only that, she had already thought of what to write in her reply. Just wait and see, she thought. I'll make sure he's satisfied. The market day in Qinglian County is on the 258th, which means days containing 258 are market days. A few days later, Su Taotao went to the county town again. But this time, she didn't bring Chen. To be precise, Chen didn't want to go with her. The little guy was very smart. Maybe he knew that following her would affect her work, or maybe he thought the county town wouldn't be fun. So when Su Taotao asked for his opinion that morning, He decisively chose to go to school with his little uncle. Su Taotao is very democratic in raising her child and wouldn't interfere with his choice. Chef Su was eagerly waiting, running back and forth at the kitchen outside the main gate, afraid Su Taotao would change her mind and not come. On his nth trip to the door, he finally saw the beautiful figure. "Comrade Su, I've been waiting for you. Come quickly, the kitchen's brine has a problem." It was just after 7 a.m., but outside the small arcade, there were already many people lined up in layers. "What's going on with these people?"
Su Taotao asked.
Chef Su's lips curved into a smile that he couldn't suppress. "It's not just because our marinated dishes are so delicious, and we only serve a limited amount each day. These retired elders worry they might not get a chance, so they come early to queue up." Su Taotao's eyes twitched slightly. "You don't have to come so early, right? The marinated dishes are served at lunchtime, usually after 11. What time is it now?" Hearing this, Chef Su straightened his back a little more. "Exactly. The first day, the reputation was so good that before 11, people were already lining up. Half of them couldn't buy any. On the third day, they came even earlier, around 9, and 2/3 couldn't get any. Today is the fourth day, and people are already queuing before 7. Throughout his speech, Chef Su's lips kept curling into a smile. His relatives, the aunts and uncles from his family, used to be hesitant to invite him over for meals. Some even asked if they could invite him to a second restaurant instead. Chef Su almost spat out his old blood. Now, the situation had turned around in just a few days. His relatives, who relied on his marinated dishes, were almost knocking down his door. Who is Chef Su? Is he one of those people who take trivial things as serious commands? Would a straightforward chef like him give someone special treatment? No. If you want to buy marinated dishes, go queue at the restaurant. That feeling of pride was simply indescribable. Su Taotao wasn't too surprised. Even the new pit, it lasts 3 days. No matter the era, people love novelty. After everyone has tried it once, the excitement will surely fade. She shared this opinion with Chef Su and added, "That's also why I introduce a new dish every month. If the marinated dishes can stay popular for a month, that's good enough. Then they can become a regular signature dish. We can introduce other new dishes, and there will always be returning customers." Chef Su nodded. "I understand." Su Taotao continued, later, "Ask the waiters to write some token cards. Today, we expect to make 30 servings, so give out numbered cards to 30 people. The others won't need to wait in line for nothing." Chef Su was momentarily stunned but then nodded. "Okay, I'll tell the manager later." After a while, Chef Su said again, "Why don't we make a bit more marinated dishes?" Su Taotao shook her head. "No need. Rarity makes things precious. The more people can't get it, the more they want it. Those who can't buy today can wait until the day after tomorrow. Eventually, everyone will get a chance." Chef Su, experienced in the battlefield, has seen real guns and bullets, weathered decades of ups and downs, witnessed human coldness and warmth, and encountered all kinds of strange and tricky people. But he had never met a woman like Su Taotao, with such insight at her age. This was the first time. Chef Su sighed. "I really want to know what kind of family could raise a daughter like you." Su Taotao smiled, but did not answer. She thought to herself that no matter what kind of family, they couldn't raise a daughter like her, but such families are common in the 21st century. It turned out that yesterday's brine hadn't boiled completely before being turned off, and by this morning, it had already gone bad. Su Taotao emphasized again, "In this weather, the brine must be boiled thoroughly before work ends to ensure it is fully sterilized and won't spoil easily. This batch should be replaced today, but it's okay. Next time, I will pay more attention." The second chef hung his head and admitted his mistake, promising there would be no next time. Su Taotao didn't say anything more. When she finished preparing today's brine, Chef Su took her to the break room and handed her 2 contracts. "Look them over. If there's no problem, just sign them. This is the best deal I could get for you." Su Taotao took the contracts and looked at them. The position was advisor, with a monthly salary of 40 yuan. Nowadays, an ordinary worker's monthly wage is about 30 or 40 yuan. If others knew that Su Taotao only needed to work about 10 mornings a month, actually just 10 mornings to earn 40 yuan, and that all employee benefits, including various tickets and certificates, were the same as regular staff, many would be envious. She knew this was the best benefit Chef Su could get for her. Without hesitation, Su Taotao signed the contract and handed it back to Chef Su. Thank you, Chef Su. Rest assured, no matter how many months I work, I will prepare 12 recipes for the restaurant. Dichen's father might come to pick them up anytime, and Su Taotao wasn't sure how long she could stay working at the restaurant. So, she added a clause to the contract to protect the restaurant's interests. If she voluntarily leaves within 3 months, she will unconditionally give the brine recipe to Chef Su, along with 12 recipes. This was one of the reasons the management team decided to keep Su Taotao after tasting the brine platter. Chef Su said that buying a recipe of this level costs more than a year's salary. What Chef Su didn't tell Su Taotao was that initially, the restaurant could only pay her 20 yuan since she had only worked about 10 days and was not fully managed. Chef Su, trying his best, made a promise to increase the monthly sales by at least 4 times within a month, which earned her an extra 10 yuan and all employee benefits. The other 10 yuan was subsidized from his salary. He voluntarily took 10 yuan less each month and allocated it to Su Taotao. That's how the 40 yuan huge salary was created. Su Taotao finished handling things at the restaurant and then helped Chef Su taste the dishes. After eating the staff meal, she hurried to the photography studio. The photos had already been developed. The photographer had paid extra to print an extra set, and he still occasionally takes them out to admire, unable to put them down. When he saw Su Taotao coming with the order sheet, he happily greeted her. Comrade Su, you and your son are truly born for the camera. In my decades of taking photos, I've never seen anyone as good at posing as you two. Su Taotao looked at the photos and was very satisfied. She knew in her heart that, as long as the photographer didn't make mistakes, the photos would turn out well unless she accidentally closed her eyes. After all, both she and Chunchen are quite good-looking. I had an extra set printed as a keepsake. I hope you don't mind, the photographer quickly explained, worried Su Taotao might think he had other intentions. He took out his private collection album.
Please don't misunderstand.
I've always enjoyed collecting photos. When I see good ones, I like to keep them as memories. It's rare to find such good shots. If you're not comfortable with it, you can take this set back for free. Consider it as if I never mentioned it. The photographer was honest and straightforward. The negatives were in his hands. If he hadn't mentioned it, he could have secretly printed 10 more sets for himself without Su Taotao knowing.
But he chose not to.
He even challenged human nature. Most people wouldn't agree that giving away a free set of photos is a good deal, but fools would still choose to accept it. Su Taotao didn't understand what the photographer was thinking. Maybe artists' minds work differently from normal people. Well, she wasn't exactly normal either. Because her choice was, you can keep the photos, but it's best not to show them to others. The photographer was overjoyed. Don't worry, I have professional ethics. I won't show them to anyone else. They're just my personal collection. Su Taotao unexpectedly saw a photo in his private album that looked somewhat like Chinchin's face. It was a small, yellowed ID photo, about an inch in size. The boy in the photo was around 10 years old, with delicate features that were flawless. His eyebrows had a hint of the aura of someone who almost achieved immortality, but was temporarily passing through the mortal world to undergo a tribulation. Just one glance, and Su Taotao had a strange thought. Chunchin probably looked like this when he was around 10. But she had just said she wouldn't reveal her privacy, and now she wanted to see someone else's private collection or inquire about other photos, which was a bit hypocritical. So she didn't ask further. She was very satisfied with several of the photos, so she kept the negatives and asked the photographer to print 2 more sets. Then she took the photos to the post office to write a letter to Fu Jingtu. She wasn't really petty enough to refuse to send photos to Fu Jingtu. Instead, she generously sent all 4 pictures at once. As for the reply, Su Taotao sneered quietly. Isn't she tough and outspoken?
Who wouldn't be?
A few days later, while busy at the base and almost overwhelmed, Fu Jingtu received a very brief letter from his beloved wife. Just 3 words, my son. No punctuation at all. While drinking water, Fu Jingtu choked badly. He looked at the photos, then at the 3 words, coughing so hard that his lungs nearly flew out of his throat. What surprised him even more were his colleagues, who had worked with him for many years. What kind of family letter could make someone as calm as a mountain suddenly so excited? Once Fu Jingtu recovered, his handsome face, usually proud and confident, turned red, then blue, and finally darkened to a shade darker than a pot bottom. In just over 2 years away from home, he had grown a large green patch on his head, bigger than the Hulunber grassland. His good wife had even given birth to a son with another man. Su Taotao didn't know that her little flirtation had already crossed the line with her husband. She just wanted to see who was more stingy with words, her or him. If any of her colleagues at the base saw the photos, they would definitely say, "Engineer Fu, your son looks just like you, like they were carved from the same mold." However, Engineer Fu was usually distant and unapproachable. People kept their distance from him, even ants avoided him. And he was a person. Fu Jingtu looked at the smiling, stunning female colleague in the photo and felt more and more unfamiliar. It wasn't anger. After more than 2 years, a lot could have changed. Plus, he had no news of her. He couldn't blame her entirely. He also wasn't sure if she was talking about her biological son or her adopted son. He needed to go home quickly to find out the truth. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Fu had already bought a ticket to return home, but the top leader suddenly asked him to attend a seminar in the capital. There was no choice. Since the guest was a foreign visitor, they required someone with strong professional skills, foreign language ability, a high-ranking position, and a good appearance to avoid embarrassing the country. When the director received this official document, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He thought, just send Fu Jingtu an invitation directly. Who else at the base meets these strict requirements and is presentable enough? So busy that smoke was coming out of his head, thinking he finally had time to visit his hometown, Fu Gong was suddenly redirected to a train ticket to the capital. The people had already entered the station, and he suddenly called his assistant, took out a pen, and wrote a few words, asking him to send a letter back to his family. The assistant looked at the family letter Fu Gong handed him, feeling a bit doubtful about life. Did Fu Gong deliberately encrypt it to prevent spying? Why does he recognize every Chinese character, but the combination seems unrelated to a family letter? Could this be a secret understanding between Fu Gong and his family? Or maybe all highly intelligent humans communicate like this, so ordinary people can't understand their complicated talk? Anyway, a week later, this high IQ human's reply arrived in Su Taotao's hands. Su Taotao was very confused when she saw the sender's name. Wasn't not soon supposed to mean he would come back soon? Why send a few words and waste a stamp? Could it be that she was curious about dust and wanted to ask early? She eagerly opened the envelope again. And once again, she was stunned. Fu Gong's Morse code-like reply only had 2 words, to be decided. No greeting, no signature, no punctuation, just the 2 words to be decided. But Su Taotao surprisingly understood that he meant the return time changed from not soon to be decided. She laughed angrily, really wanting to send a get lost back to her cheap husband. She lost. Fu Gong was the one who was tough and spoke little. She didn't even bother telling Zhou Linglan and others about this letter. As long as she knew he was safe, it was enough. Whether it was not soon or to be decided, it didn't matter. When there was no news from Fu Jingtu, Su Taotao might have felt a bit lost. After all, she crossed over and didn't follow the original plan. She didn't return to the city, nor rekindle her childhood romance. She wondered if this might cause a butterfly effect, changing the future plot. She wasn't so sure when Fu Jingtu would come back. Now that she knew Fu Jingtu was safe and she had a steady income, she was no longer afraid. Even without Fu Jingtu, she could raise dust alone, and after a few years, retake the college entrance exam and send herself and Fu Yuanhang to university. It would be a bit harder, and life would be more frugal, but she could manage. Fu Jingtu's letter caused a big ripple, but it was only for a moment. After that, life returned to normal. Apart from encountering gossiping colleagues who asked, "Is that your Jingtu's letter? Is he coming back soon?" Good days are coming. Everything was as usual, just like before. Of course, Su Taotao now finds it hard to hear the word letter. By the end of the month, when Zhou Linglan saw that her eldest son hadn't returned yet, she started to feel worried. She secretly told Fu Yuanheng, "I wonder if your brother has been assigned some urgent task again. If he gets assigned something, it usually takes more than 2 years. If it happens again, Tao Dao definitely won't wait for him." Fu Yuanheng couldn't say for sure. All he knew was that his brother worked in research, which required complete secrecy. Neither he nor his mother knew what he was doing, or if it was dangerous. It was common for his sister-in-law to be absent for months before she returned, but this time, it was the longest period. He looked down at his brand-new liberation shoes and touched his green military uniform. He was reluctant to wear them at first. His sister-in-law said that the more a piece of clothing or shoes was worn, the more valuable it became. Wasting them when they still fit and weren't broken was the biggest mistake. That's why he was the only one in his class with new clothes and shoes, even though he wasn't very old. "Mom, don't we now know Big Brother's new address? Should we secretly write him a letter without telling sister-in-law? Tell him how good sister-in-law and Dusty are and ask him to come back soon." He didn't want to lose such a good sister-in-law. He hoped she would always be part of his family. Zhou Linglan thought for a moment. This was also a good idea. When Tao Tao replied last time, "We should have written then. Usually, if he's safe, he'll come back quickly. I didn't expect him to be gone for so long this time." This son was raised for the country, just like his father, both proud members of the Fu family. Zhou Linglan had no complaints. But now that he was an adult, he couldn't just be like a kite without a string, staying away from home all the time. Zhou Linglan was truly worried. "Your handwriting is nice. Let me write it. You can help me." Today was a market day, and Su Taotao happened to go to the county town and hadn't returned yet. The mother and son hurriedly wrote a letter to the eldest son/brother. After finishing, Fu Yuanheng held his little nephew's hand and scribbled a line like a doodle. "Dad, I am your son Dusty. Come home soon." Then he solemnly had the little boy press his handprint, making it his own. The little guy didn't understand what he had written. He just thought pressing his hand was fun and refused to wash off the ink. He wanted to press his hand on his clothes. Luckily, Zhou Linglan, quick and sharp, stopped him. After dinner, to help the little one improve his speaking skills, Su Taotao asked Dusty, as usual, if he had anything fun to share with Mom. Dust tilted her head and thought for a moment, then raised her not-so-clean hand. Daddy Xian and I Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng exchanged a look. Oh no, they forgot to keep Dust's secret. Su Taotao really can't stand the word believe. Whenever she hears it, she thinks of Dust's annoying, cheap dad. Is Dust asking if Mom received Dad's letter today when she went to the county town? Dust shook her head and raised her little paw high. Give Daddy letter. Su Taotao picked up the little one's paw, looked at it, and even sniffed it near her nose. What is this? Dust tilted her little head. Mud Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng knew they couldn't hide it anymore. They looked at each other and decided to tell the truth. Tao Dao, today I asked Ah Heng to write a letter to his older brother and get a clear answer about when he might come back. Su Taotao paused, released the little one's hand, and turned back to her room. Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng exchanged worried glances. They saw the tension in each other's eyes. Does this mean she's angry? After a while, Su Taotao took out the letter and laid it in front of him. No need to ask. This was received around mid-month. They said they're looking forward to his return. Zhou Linglan picked it up and looked at it, confirming it was her eldest son's handwriting, then glanced at Su Taotao's face. Rarely, she put on a serious expression. Tao Dao, don't be angry. This time, Mom will definitely talk to him when he comes back. If he doesn't come back, he won't even bother to write a couple of words. Who he inherited his personality from, I wonder. Fu Yuanheng looked at the 2 words and wanted to defend his older brother, but what could he say? Should he say that his brother is usually concise and short in speech? or that he's so busy he can only spare a few seconds to write 2 words. Neither reason held up. In the end, he clenched his fists at his sleeves, but said nothing. After such a long time, Su Taotao was no longer angry. What was there to be angry about? Two people with no emotional foundation can't say much. Moreover, they've never even met, so why force it? It's okay, Mom. No need to send the letter. We can just wait until he comes back, Su Taotao thought to herself. She meant that sending it wouldn't help anyway. At most, she'd get a reply with just a few words. She was angry because he knew Dust existed but refused to ask about her, which made her furious. After speaking, Su Taotao went to play with Dust again. Others didn't care much about Dust, but she cherished her even more. Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng looked at each other with worry. The letter was never sent, and Fu Jingtu had once again lost contact. The villagers noticed that Su Taotao went to the county market every market day. They were very curious, not just others, but Uncle A Nyo was also very curious. However, Su Taotao always smiled happily. Sometimes she gave him some candies, other times some fruit, and once she even gave him a bunch of fried dough twists. People say that eating from others makes you soft. When someone criticizes Su Taotao, Nyo often defends her, saying she has been going to the county for a long time, not just recently. The most important thing is that every time she returns from the county, her house smells delicious, making the neighboring children drool. It wasn't like this before. No matter how Uncle A Nyo argues, it doesn't help. In today's world, who doesn't know that there are no secrets? Nowadays, everyone eats simple food like grains, vegetables, and steamed buns. It's rare to see meat once a month. But the Fu family is different. They often cook meat. The visible weight gain of Dust, who has become much rounder, is proof of that. Dust used to be dark and thin, but now she's white and plump, wearing new, clean clothes. She has become the most beautiful girl in the village. Naturally, people look at her more. Some villagers then reported to the team leader, Uncle Fu Jingtu, who is also Su Taotao's great-uncle. They said Su Taotao was secretly following capitalist ways, going to the county every market day to eat meat, and her family wore new clothes and lived extravagantly. Uncle Fu had to visit Su Taotao's home to find out the truth. At this moment, Su Taotao was at a neighbor's house collecting dried goods. Last market day, she provided a dish to the restaurant, braised pork head bones with dried bamboo shoots. This was a common dish from her grandmother's hometown. The meat inside the pork head bones has a special aroma. When braised, it tastes better than lamb, and it's much cheaper than lamb. That's why it sold out quickly whenever it was listed. Chef Su joked whether she planned to use all the pig leftovers, pig tails, pig ears, and pig head bones. Next time, maybe she should try pig offal. Actually, Chef Su was right. Next month, Su Taotao planned to make cold water pig stomachs, which she loved as a cold dish. But that was for next month. For now, she could replace the side dishes of the pork head bones. She chose bamboo shoots because she had a personal reason. The Qinglian commune is known for its agricultural products related to lotus, such as lotus seeds and lotus roots. However, these are seasonal and only available in autumn. In spring, the freshest seasonal product is the newly dried spring bamboo shoots, which everyone just harvested. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat mountain food. The main specialty of the 1st Brigade is the vast bamboo forests and bamboo shoots, which stretch as far as the eye can see, lush and green. Zhou Linglan shared quite a bit, but besides keeping some for her family to eat, most of it was sold out by Su Taotao. Good wife, this is enough. There's no space to dry it in the restaurant, and buying too much at once can cause mold. Keep the rest safe. Take it out now and then to sun it, and I'll come back to collect it next time. The good wife was a bit disappointed. The landowner's vegetables used a lot of oil, and although a few nearby team's members dried some every year, she rarely ate any herself. She didn't expect that every household would have such things that someone would come to buy. Su Jiqing, how did you find this job? The good wife asked her. Su Taotao looked at the little girl beside her and smiled, saying, I have thin arms and legs, and I don't earn much working in the fields. But I'm at least a high school student. When I saw the state-run restaurant hiring, I tried for it, and that's how I got this job. Su Taotao's reputation was poor. Although it had improved a bit recently, people still saw her as lazy and irresponsible. At first, the good wife didn't want to sell her the dried bamboo shoots, worried she might sell them on the black market and get into trouble, which could also affect her. But after Su Taotao showed her the procurement certificate, she realized she was helping the state-run restaurant with purchasing. The good wife's granddaughter, Xiao Meizi, was only 9 years old and in 2nd grade. She didn't know many characters, but could barely understand the procurement certificate. Only then did the good wife feel at ease selling her the dried bamboo shoots. Su Taotao had asked Zhou Linglan beforehand. Several families in the team had relatively difficult living conditions. Although everyone was not wealthy these days, families like the good wife's, who raised a granddaughter alone, were even more hard-pressed. Su Taotao prioritized buying from these families. She took the remaining candies from her pocket and gave them all to Xiao Meizi, telling her to study hard because knowledge could change her fate. Smiling, she carried a big bag of dried bamboo shoots home. The old, cloudy eyes of the good wife watched Su Taotao's back for a long time. Finally, she patted her granddaughter's head and said, "Studying is still useful. Even someone lazy like Su Jiqing can find a good job because she learned to read and write." Xiao Meizi nodded, peeled a candy, and put the wrapper in the good wife's mouth. "Grandma, eat some candy. Su Jiqing is so kind. I will study hard and buy more candy for you in the future." The good wife felt sweetness in her heart and stroked her granddaughter's head, smiling. "You eat. Grandma doesn't like candy." Everyone in the team said Xiao Meizi was a little spoiled girl. They couldn't understand why her family, which was so poor, still insisted on sending her to school. Why not let her work in the fields for a few years, earn some money for a dowry, and then get married? Reading more books in the future will also be a good deal for the in-laws. A good mother-in-law hasn't gone to school, but she knows that the only way to leave the mountains is through education. Xiaomeizi has no support from her family, and after she leaves, she might be mistreated by her in-laws. The only way she thinks to help her granddaughter stand tall is for her to read more than others. Today, after meeting Su Taotao, the good mother-in-law became more determined to ensure her granddaughter finishes high school. The money left by her son should be enough. Su Taotao carried dried bamboo shoots home. Fuanhang and Chenchen were there, probably just back from school. She was surprised to see Uncle Fu in her house. She put down the burlap bag and asked him, "Uncle, are you here to see me?" If she wanted to find Zhou Linglan, this wasn't the right time. Uncle Fu's gaze shifted from the burlap bag to her face, and his expression turned serious. "It seems the informant was right. You're really involved in some shady dealings. Be honest. What is this? What are you planning to do?" Shu Taotao blinked, confused. Does this mean she was reported? Who would bother with such nonsense? Fuanhang immediately stood up to explain for her. "Uncle, don't listen to rumors. It's not true. My wife wouldn't do such things." He didn't speak, but Uncle Fu's eyes shifted from Su Taotao to him, and he sneered. He pointed at his clothes and shoes, asking, "Not true? Then tell me, why are you dressed like a beggar all the time? Did these new clothes and shoes fall from the sky?" Uncle Fu's comment about him always dressing like a beggar hurt his pride. Fuanhang lowered his head, and his eyes turned red. Shu Taotao squinted, feeling satisfied. "Uncle Fu, you've successfully offended me." Su Taotao pulled Fuanhang behind her, protecting him. "Captain, you have such authority, coming to our home to show off. Is that how you show your power? You say we're poor and simple, but you're the one acting like a beggar?" She gently stroked her chin and slowly circled Uncle Fu.
"Exactly.
Captain, you're the highest official in our team. Wearing good clothes and shoes is normal. But if we dress better and eat well, it's illegal? You're accusing me of shady dealings without proof? And what about you? Your monthly allowance is only a few yuan. Is that enough to buy your clothes or a few packs of cigarettes? Did you get that money through corruption? Blaming others without evidence is easy to do." Uncle Fu's face was so red with anger that it was even more flushed than the official poster of General Guan on the door. He slapped the armrest and said, "How dare you? Our old Fu family, marrying a daughter-in-law like you is really bad luck. You do wrong things and act confident, disrespecting elders and biting back wildly. Do you believe I will take you to the police right now?" As soon as Uncle Fu finished speaking, a small bundle of flesh rushed from behind Su Taotao, kicking him the leg. With a proud little face and tiny fists, the child shouted fiercely, "Bad person.
No scolding mommy.
You go away." Before Su Taotao could react, Yuan Heng quickly followed, holding Dusting in his arms and stepping back a few steps. The two children, one big and one small, stared angrily at Uncle Fu. Su Taotao, who had been ready to fight with her arms crossed, suddenly stopped being angry. She chuckled softly, pinched the little one's face, and said gently, "Dusting is right. Some people are really bad. When our days were hard, the big team leader who was so proud never came to visit us, and he was afraid we would come knocking. When life gets a little better, he starts to envy us and wishes us bad luck. How can people be so mean? When Dusting grows up, she must never become such a bad person." Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Linglan came back from work. She had no idea what had happened, but seeing her youngest son's face red and Dusting looking angry with a bad expression, her face darkened. "Someone who doesn't visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Did your big uncle come today for something?" Since Uncle Fu became the team leader, everyone who saw him was respectful and polite. Being scolded and pointed at the nose like this was unheard of, not only for juniors and peers but even for elders. Today, not only was he mocked and scolded by Su Taotao, but a grandson who could barely walk also hit him. He lost all face and dignity. Seeing his useless sister-in-law return, his anger naturally turned toward her. "Look at you, weak and easily bullied, just okay. You married a good daughter-in-law, raised a good grandson, but now you dare to cheat, and even hit elders. Now you're acting like you're above me, defecating on my head. Who knows, someday you might commit crimes or give your husband a green hat. I advise you to send her back to her parents' house early, so you don't embarrass our ancestors." Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh with anger, and pulled Zhou Linglan behind her. "Shameless. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Relying on your old age to bully us orphans and widows, then blaming us for being weak? You've shamed the entire Fu family's ancestors. I don't care about your shame at all. Are you accusing me of speculation and profiteering? Where is the evidence? Are you claiming I gave Fu Jing a green hat? Where is the proof? I am now officially reporting your corruption and bribery. We will go to the commune immediately to find the secretary and the police to settle this. I'm putting this on record. If you can't provide evidence, today I will make you, the team leader, step down." Of course, Uncle Fu has no real evidence. He's just heard rumors and guesses, with no solid proof at all. Su Taotao's confident attitude and stubborn accusations are like a cold splash of water on him, making him suddenly more alert. He knows what good deeds he has done as team leader over the years. If Su Taotao keeps causing trouble and reports him to the authorities, it could be very damaging. He slaps the report on the table and says, "Here's the report. You go to the county every market day. Every time you come back, you're carrying big bags, sometimes with cooked meat. The neighbors can testify to that. Are you innocent? Your whole family only has Jingtu's mother working, earning just a few work points. How do you get your clothes and shoes? People naturally think you're involved in shady dealings, undermining socialism. Otherwise, where do the money and tickets come from? It's not that I'm holding you back. If someone reports me, I have to look into it. Why are you causing trouble?" Having been a team leader for many years, he knows how to handle things. When Su Taotao starts to fight back, he quickly switches back to a formal, business-like attitude, truly a seasoned veteran. Su Taotao is too lazy to argue with this old fox. She goes back to her room and takes out a labor contract. "I earn my own money with my skills. Do I need to report to the team leader if I eat well and dress nicely? Open your eyes and see clearly. I go to the county on market days to work. I get a salary plus grain and cloth tickets. Buying meat and clothes doesn't harm anyone. Do I need to report this to you in advance?" Uncle Fu is stunned. How is that possible? Su Taotao is famous for being lazy in the commune. How could this lazy, freeloading person go to work? No, that can't be right. No organization would accept such a loafer. He picks up the contract and reads it carefully. After a long silence, he finally asks, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Su Taotao sneers. The team leader is so mighty, he comes in and yells at people. "Did you even give me a chance to speak?" Uncle Fu clenches his teeth. How did he not realize before that his niece-in-law was so eloquent? When it comes to talking, she's better than him by 10 times. He leaves with a warning. You'd better be careful in the future so you don't give people a reason to gossip. After saying this, he turns to leave. Su Taotao stopped him and said, "Hold on, Captain. Did you forget something?" Uncle Fu secretly clenched his fists. When the people report issues, I come to understand the situation. Besides giving the people an explanation, what else is there? Apologize. Su Taotao stepped in front of him, blocking his way. "Captain, you have a habit of showing off at others' homes and then leaving. Our family doesn't have the habit of being insulted for no reason and just accepting it." Uncle Fu looked closely at his niece-in-law. He used to think that his second brother's family was useless, good at studying and working, but he died early. His sister-in-law couldn't support herself, and his nephew was promising but often absent from home, married to an unremarkable young woman who was a troublemaker. They didn't help the family at all. Honestly, after his second brother died, he never paid much attention to this family. As long as they didn't hold him back, that was enough. Now, he was being forced to bow to this useless woman he had never taken seriously. Be lenient when you can. I am still your uncle. There's no need to make a fuss over my late brother's advice. Su Taotao was not convinced. First, I want to thank my father-in-law. But our little Hang doesn't need to be called a beggar by his uncle. Even if we were beggars, we wouldn't come begging at your door. My mother-in-law is weak and easy to bully, but you can't bully her. As for calling me disrespectful to elders, I accept that. I don't take you seriously, and if you slander me for being opportunistic or unfaithful, I can be magnanimous and not argue with you. After all, I've already fought back, so I don't lose anything. But my son and mother didn't even reply to you. You must apologize to them. Otherwise, I'll say it again, see the commune. If you want people not to find out, don't do it yourself. You, the proud captain, what have you done? Heaven and earth, you and I know. Originally, we kept to ourselves and didn't do things that hurt others or benefit ourselves. But today, you've gone too far. I don't mind standing up for myself. Uncle Fu could tell Su Taotao's threat. To him, she was now a complete lunatic. He knew clearly that if she didn't apologize, she would really go to the commune to complain. He had been able to stay in his position as captain for so many years for a reason, knowing when to bend and when to stand firm. Many people couldn't do that. Hang, I was angry just now. Don't take what I said seriously. Your wife is the same. Don't worry about it. You married a good wife, and it's a glory for the family. Uncle Fu spoke half seriously, half sarcastically, then turned and walked away. Su Taotao didn't continue to hold on to her anger. She looked at his back and said, "If someone falsely accuses me again, the team leader should investigate thoroughly before coming to visit. Once they enter our house, it's not so easy to leave." Uncle Fu didn't stop at all and simply walked toward the main gate. This Uncle Fu is quite interesting. If I hadn't read the original story, I would be sure he's not trustworthy and wouldn't be so confident. But I didn't expect him to be flexible and adaptable. However, compared to the hardships Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanhang have endured over the years, this little resistance is nothing. Offending him isn't good, but sometimes it's about standing up for yourself. I can't stand to see my family suffer. If I keep silent, I might lose my courage and dignity. Even little Chun Chun knows how to protect me. As a mother, I can't just swallow my anger. Since her husband passed away, Zhou Linglan has been under strict control by her uncle's family. Not only have they never helped her, but she was also assigned the most difficult work with the fewest points in the production team. Her uncle, the team leader, always says he must set an example and not favor his own people. But Zhou Linglong knows very well that her aunt and her sisters-in-law are assigned the easiest jobs with the highest points. If she could, she wouldn't want this team leader uncle at all. She can only be angry in silence because she doesn't know what else to do. Today, this proud team leader uncle actually apologized to her and Xiaoheng. It's truly a day to be proud of. Zhou Linglong feels very ashamed. It's my fault, Mom. Mom, I still say the same thing. Be honest and upright. You and Xiaoheng should learn from Chen. Stand tall and be proud. If you can't stand up for yourself, others won't be able to support you forever. Su Taotao knows many people who travel through time and turn to black markets to make quick money. But she doesn't want to do that. First, because she has Fu Jintou as her backer, and second, because she doesn't want anyone to find her faults. Anyway, the country will open up in a few years, and she can do whatever she wants then. She just wants to live honestly and confidently. Even if people say she's too stubborn, she accepts it. Su Taotao picked up Chen and kissed his chubby face. Chen did so well today. You know how to protect Mom. It's no wonder I love you so much. Come on, Mom will make you something delicious. Fu Yuanheng looked at his sister-in-law's tall, straight back and, for some reason, thought of the phrase standing tall and firm. Although she was such a gentle person, she always stood in front of them, charging ahead to protect them, keeping them safe behind her. Unconsciously, Fu Yuanheng held his head high and straightened his chest. He vowed to himself that he would become a strong man who stands tall and firm, protecting himself and his family, so his sister-in-law wouldn't have to be the one to face danger first. Uncle Fu had always been proud and never experienced such frustration before. The more he thought about it at home, the angrier he got. He even broke 2 teacups, which made Annie very upset. Didn't you go to deal with Su Taotao? Why are you so angry? Did you settle it? Are you begging us now? In the past, Su Taotao didn't interfere much. She just went to the second house to use the bathroom and grab some small dishes, which was convenient. But lately, that stubborn girl seemed to have lost her mind. She even insisted on collecting eggs every time Auntie went to the bathroom. It's driving her crazy. Yesterday, someone sent her a letter reporting her. She immediately handed it to her husband, asking him to deal with Su Taotao. But she didn't expect her husband to get so angry. Uncle Fu poked Auntie's head. Talking about dealing with her? I think I should deal with you instead. From now on, don't send me any more of those crazy reports. I don't have the time to deal with this nonsense. Auntie was confused. No, look at how the second family suddenly looks so prosperous. They're always boiling meat. Zhou Linglong even wore rubber sandals a few days ago. Where are they getting all this money from? Before Uncle Fu could speak, Auntie suddenly imagined something and patted her thigh. Could it be that Su Taotao went to the county town to steal? That her lover in the county town is supporting her? She patted her thigh again. It must be true. Look at her flirtatious look with her hips swayed. Otherwise, why would she go to the county town every market day? Her father. You must keep her in check. We can't let this flirtatious girl shame our Fu family. Jumping into the river was already embarrassing enough. Uncle Fu couldn't stand hearing the words losing face. As soon as Auntie finished speaking, he kicked her in the, "Are you done talking? Always making up stories and stirring trouble. Do you know you almost got me killed?" Su Taotao is now a proper worker with a contract at a state-run restaurant. If you keep spreading rumors, just see how I deal with you. Annie was caught off guard and nearly fell on the ground. Uncle Fu usually didn't hit anyone to save face, but he was so angry that he lost control. It didn't really hurt, but it was humiliating. The elder aunt has 2 sons supporting her, and she hasn't been this angry in years. She immediately turned to attack him. "You little brat. How dare you hit me?" "I'm fighting back." Uncle Fu, being strong, grabbed her 2 hands and pushed her forward. "Enough causing trouble. Are you trying to embarrass me today? Do you want me to lose my position as team leader?" Uncle Fu knows how to handle her best. Besides him, the person who cares most about the team leader position is definitely the elder aunt. She uses her title as the wife of the team leader to bully others, always trying to dominate. She would never want to see him lose his job. Hearing this, the elder aunt stopped her attack and regained her composure after being pushed away by Uncle Fu. You can't just hit me. If you do it again, I'll have my son beat you up. Do you know what's going on with Su Taotao now working at the state-run restaurant? After all the fuss, Uncle Fu's anger eased a lot, and his tone was less sharp. I don't know the details, but she's now officially working at a state-run restaurant. Neither of us can afford to offend her. Let's end this here. Tang might be coming back soon, so don't cause trouble. The elder aunt was surprised again. Tang is coming back? Didn't he, like his father, fail to return? Uncle Fu tried to kick her again, but he hesitated, pointing at her without speaking. His biggest mistake in life was marrying such a fool. She doesn't even try to support him or manage the family well. She only causes trouble every day. On his way back, he also felt regret. His intention was just to discipline them, not to ruin their relationship. The family usually keeps quiet and doesn't fight back, but today, for some reason, his niece-in-law kept arguing with him, hitting his sore spots. He couldn't stand it. Tang is still a shining star from their production team, his nephew, and although Uncle Fu doesn't know exactly what he does, having a military vehicle pick him up shows he's not ordinary. It's all because of the family's bad attitude, receiving complaints and losing patience. What's the benefit of my nephew dying for you? Just don't cause trouble. The elder aunt curled her lips in disdain. He's not dead, and it's not good for you either. It's not like he respects you, as the elder uncle. You. Uncle Fu was too tired to argue with her. Hurry up and go cook. In the end, the elder aunt was still afraid of the head of the family. While cooking, she was distracted, thinking about how to get her two sons to help her get Su Taotao's job. A young woman from the countryside works at a state-run restaurant, mainly to support her son. Su Taotao naturally doesn't suspect that Uncle Fu and his family have any bad intentions. She doesn't think people are that sinister. Uncle Fu's family is kind, and since they share the same ancestors, they probably aren't much different. The restaurant business remains busy. The first restaurant in the east is doing very well, attracting customers from the second restaurant in the west and the third in the south. In fact, Chef Su is so busy that he can't keep up. The restaurant earnings have increased several times over, and the leadership is very pleased. They even gave Su Taotao a bonus and plan to hire an additional chef, a waiter, and a worker. When Su Taotao returned with dried bamboo shoots, Chef Su asked for her opinion. If she knew someone suitable, they would give her a recommendation slot. Nowadays, workers have stable jobs that can be passed down through generations. It's a secure position. Each person has a specific spot. Even if someone has money, they can't buy a job. The leaders actually managed to secure a formal worker position for Su Taotao, showing they highly value her. Su Taotao thought for a moment, but couldn't think of anyone suitable. She shook her head and said, I don't have anyone in mind. You should find a good helper yourself to lighten your workload. People around gasped in surprise, giving her a look that seemed to say, Are you crazy? Chef Su looked at her with complicated eyes. He had planned to ignore whoever she recommended, whether good or bad. After all, that position was worth at least a few hundred yuan, and even if he didn't sell it to relatives or friends, just selling the spot could bring in several hundred yuan. He never expected Su Taotao to genuinely consider the restaurant's interests and let him decide. He looked into her clear eyes for a moment and didn't know what to say. Finally, he simply said, All right, I understand. Su Taotao felt thrown. She was just a young girl from the countryside, not close to other young women there, and she had married early. Her family was old and small, and Uncle Fu's family was even less worth her favors. She herself would leave this job in a few months. Why should she do someone a favor? It would be better to do a favor for Chef Su instead. On the next market day, Chef Su unexpectedly gave Su Taotao 500 yuan. 500 yuan. 50 big red envelopes. Su Taotao's eyes widened in disbelief. To understand her situation, when she first arrived, her total savings were only 12 yuan, 85 cents. Later, she managed to recover 250 yuan from debts. Last month, she received a bonus of just 10 yuan plus a bag of rice and a barrel of oil. In this era, 500 yuan could buy a small house in a small town. It's a huge amount. Chef Su, what does this mean? Chef Su looked a bit embarrassed. I sold your workstation for you. It was my former comrade. I didn't want to ask for a high price, so I sold it slightly below market value. Is that legal? She asked, because she was a law-abiding citizen and wouldn't do anything illegal or criminal. She wouldn't even take 50 big union notes. Chef Su was surprised for a moment, then smiled. There's no such thing as legal or illegal in this case. For example, my workstation, if I want to sell it or let my son take over, that's fine. As long as both sides agree, no one will interfere. Su Taotao understood. The so-called iron rice bowl is called that because it's inherited, whoever is given it owns it, and how they handle it is their own business. She thought for a moment and returned 25 of the big union notes to Chef Su. This much is enough for me. You can handle the rest. She thought to herself that she was really challenging the 250 yuan. Chef Su said, that's not right. It's already below market price. Su Taotao pushed everything back. Then I don't want it at all. Chef Su couldn't argue with her. All right. Thank your comrade for me. It was the first time he'd met someone like her. You might say she's not greedy for money. She demands what's owed, insists on her bonuses, and argues her case firmly. Or you might say she loves money. She wouldn't hesitate to keep half of such a large sum. But only someone willing to cooperate with state-run restaurants and make such demands could be so unique. It's understandable that she's different. Chef Su wasn't a stubborn person. He accepted her kindness and said he'd pay her back when he had the chance. Su Taotao didn't think too much about it. She understood that this was probably a feature of the times. However, since she learned that both she and Chef Su are veterans, she wouldn't have accepted even a little bit of money from the 250 yuan if she had more. But if she refused, Chef Su wouldn't feel at ease. Plus, the restaurant's wages were decent, and his comrade would earn back the money soon enough. So, she just symbolically kept half. Up to now, Su Taotao's total savings were less than 500 yuan. Without black market dealings, earning money was really hard. Su Jiqing, you have a telegram. Since the last time Su Taotao told the postman she worked at the first restaurant every market day morning, the postman would wait for the market day to deliver her letters here. The person who sent her the telegram, Su Taotao, immediately thought of the original owner's family. However, when she received it, she saw only 3 words, next day delivery. Shu Tao Tao. It was still an unsigned message, so she didn't need to read the handwriting. Who else would write a letter like this besides her cheap husband? Then she looked at the date. Yesterday's telegram. That means it arrived today? Su Taotao was stunned for a moment before she realized. So her cheap husband is coming back today? She wasn't mentally prepared yet. Su Taotao ate her lunch with a nervous feeling. There was still over an hour before the tractor took her back to the village. She went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some snacks for Chen Chen and Fu Yuanheng, then slowly walked back to the gathering spot. From afar, Su Taotao noticed that today's gathering was unusually lively. Although the tractor was parked at the first production team, it was actually shared by several nearby teams, so every market day was always busy. But today was the most lively she had seen. As she approached, her eyes caught sight of a man standing out from the crowd. Under the clear blue sky of May, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze, a man over 1.8 meters tall was surrounded by a group of women and older women. His snow-white shirt looked like a sharp line dividing this dull, gray area. Snow-capped mountains, lonely and cold. From Su Taotao's perspective, she saw his clear, smooth jawline, above which were pressed pale lips and a straight, tall nose. His slightly raised eyes and slanted eyebrows that flew into his temples, along with the shadows cast by his eyelids and eyelashes, were just right, shaking slightly, captivating. This was undoubtedly a perfect side face, sharp and exquisite, like a masterpiece carefully designed by an experienced comic artist. Coupled with Su Taotao's vague memory of his sculpted abs and mermaid lines, Fu Jingtu finally became real in that moment. With just one glance, Su Taotao recognized him as her stingy, silent husband. Her heart inexplicably started pounding. She had never doubted Fu Jingtu's good looks. Seeing Chen Chen and Fu Yuanheng, she knew he must be handsome, just as she imagined, even more stunning than she thought. His profile was already so handsome, she wondered what his full face looked like. As if sensing her gaze, the man suddenly tilted his head, and his divine-like face directly caught Su Taotao's eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a fierce blade, cold like the snow-capped mountain peaks. His eyes briefly swept over Su Taotao's face, a hint of a frown and perhaps some displeasure. Then he looked away again. He didn't recognize her. Su Taotao took a deep breath and walked straight into the crowd. An familiar auntie saw her and immediately smiled more happily with a teasing look. "Oh, Su Jiqing is here. Why are you so early today? We were just saying you'll only arrive at 5. Maybe you already knew that Jingtu is coming back today?" Another auntie said, "Exactly, the team has been saying Jingtu will return soon." Su Jiqing must have known early. "Jingtu, you really are something. You've been gone so long this time and you don't know how worried your mother is." Finally, Fu Jingtu learned amidst the chatter of the ants that the woman before him, covered in dust but with clear, bright eyes, was his wife he hadn't seen in over 2 years. Su Taotao naturally caught the surprise flickering in his cold eyes. She secretly found it amusing. She knew exactly what her current messy appearance was like. And since they had been apart for over 2 years, it was normal that he didn't recognize her. But that's okay, he's back now. She decided she wouldn't hide her true self anymore. As a beautiful young woman, she didn't like to smear dirt on her face. "When did you arrive?" Su Taotao asked confidently, looking directly into his eyes. "Just now." He was as terse as his letter, but his voice was pleasant and melodious, like a clear spring flowing into a jade basin. Even though they had a 2-year-old child, they still weren't very familiar with each other, and the scene was a bit awkward. Su Taotao tried hard to think of something to say, but suddenly, she felt a lightness in her hand. The things she was holding had been taken by her husband, who was still carrying many bags himself. "Go over there." Su Taotao reacted quickly. "It's not heavy. I can carry it." Fu Jingtu ignored her, placing her things on top of his own and carrying everything together. Before leaving, he nodded politely to the villagers, as if saying goodbye. He was quite a gentleman, Su Taotao thought. Ignoring the teasing voices behind her, she followed him. After walking a short distance, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we taking the tractor back?"
"No."
Still terse as ever. When they reached a jeep near the station, he placed the bags inside. Seeing Su Taotao staring blankly at the car, he finally said, "Get in." Only then did Su Taotao get into the car, habitually fastening her seatbelt. Fu Jingtu looked at her unexpectedly, but said nothing more. In this time when both wheels are hard to find, Su Taotao was very curious about how he had 4 wheels. However, knowing her cheap husband's ability to kill the mood anytime and anywhere, she decided not to ask questions. After getting into the car, they sat in silence for a while. Su Taotao didn't sleep well last night, and with Fu Jingtu driving steadily, she soon fell asleep and started to snore softly. Fu Jingtu looked at her unexpectedly, his gaze both inspecting and curious. Finally, he couldn't resist and gently brushed her face, leaving a layer of dust on his fingers. Su Taotao mumbled mosquito, reached out to scratch where Fu Jingtu had touched, and then continued sleeping peacefully. Fu Jingtu quickly looked away. When her soft snoring started again, he looked at his wife seriously. He had a good memory by nature, but after more than 2 years apart, her face seemed a bit blurry. However, her personality left a deep impression. He was prepared for a series of complaints, questions, or even harsh words, but she surprisingly asked nothing and simply fell asleep again. She hadn't changed in over 2 years, but she seemed to have changed a lot. This was also evident from her reply letters. As for that child, forget it, he would ask when they got home. Su Taotao didn't expect to sleep all the way and was only awakened by Fu Jingtu when they reached home. As soon as the car stopped, many villagers gathered around Fu Jingtu's car, chattering loudly. "Is that Jingtu? Wow, I can't believe it, it's really Jingtu. Jingtu, you finally came back. We thought. Oh, never mind, it's good you're back. This car is more impressive than a tractor. Did Jingtu become an official?" How can he afford such a nice car?
Fu Jingtu was not good at small talk.
He politely responded a few words and then went inside with his things. Su Taotao followed closely behind. The small rural courtyard seemed unchanged, just like she remembered, clean, tidy, and orderly. There were 2 new rose bushes in the vegetable garden, blooming beautifully, with a faint fragrance carried by the breeze, reminiscent of her wife's scent left on the car. Fu Yuanhang was feeding chicks with dust. A few days ago, an old hen hadn't laid eggs, so Zhou Linglan had to stew it, and they added 2 new chicks. Dust loved them very much and personally fed them earthworms 3 times a day. Fu Yuanhang heard the noise outside the door, but Zhou Linglan and Su Taotao were not at home. Usually, he would stay obediently and not take Dust to join the crowd alone. Until he heard the door open, he looked toward the entrance. Seeing Fu Jing to come in, he dropped his shovel with a clatter and ran over quickly. "Big brother, you finally came back." The boy's eyes were red. Still a child, he couldn't hold back his tears and cried loudly in front of Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu put down his luggage, patted the boy's head, and slightly smiled. "You've grown taller and stronger." Fu Yuanhing cried even harder. He was terrified that his big brother wouldn't come back, and that his sister-in-law might really remarry in anger. Dust thought someone was bullying the family again. Seeing her little uncle crying, she immediately put down her small shovel, waddled over with short legs, and kicked Fu Dabo in the leg like kicking a ball. "Bad guys go away." Fu Jingtu stared at the small, puffed-up little carrot top, not moving. When he saw clearly what he looked like, he froze in place. The photo quality back then was poor, and with the bright sun outside, Dust's outline wasn't very clear. Plus, Dust hadn't fully grown into her features yet, still quite thin, and a bit unrecognizable. He didn't think much about, could this be my son? Now, standing in front of him was a lively little guy. His eyebrows, features, and the small face puffed up in anger all looked like his own. Perhaps because of blood ties, Fu Jingtu didn't need to ask. Just one look confirmed Dust was his son. Fu Yuanhang wiped his tears, bent down, and picked up the little guy. "Dust, he is your uncle's brother, and also your dad. He's not a bad person. Call him Dad quickly." Sure enough, he was his son. When Fu Jingtu saw that Su Taotao and Fu Yuanhang didn't show much hesitation or awkwardness, he felt guilty, but not too much. The country comes first, and family is always after the nation. He believed his family could understand and support him. But looking at the small, white face with anger and defensiveness in his eyes, he almost dared not look directly into his bright, clear eyes. He couldn't convince himself not to feel guilty. According to how long he had been away, the child should be about 2 years old. He was seeing him for the first time, even learning of his existence for the first time. He had previously thought Dust was born to Su Taotao and others. Fu Jingtu felt even more guilty. He lowered his head and looked into the child's eyes. "Your name is Dust, right? I am your dad." Su Taotao quietly found it surprising that she had written a letter and arranged a meeting. This was the longest sentence she had ever heard Fu Jingtu say, which was quite rare. Chun bit his chubby fingers, tilted his little head, and looked at Fu Jingtu with curiosity, but he refused to speak or call anyone. "Don't stand at the door. Come inside and talk." Su Taotao smiled warmly and reached out to hug the little guy. As she walked, she kissed his soft, plump face. "Did Chun miss Mom today?" She thought to herself, "Fu Jingtu, your cheap dad, just showed up and already wants my son to call him dad. That's not so easy." Chun's attention immediately shifted. He held Su Taotao's neck and smiled happily, nodding. Miss Mama. After spending some time together, Su Taotao's position in Chen's heart was now equal to Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanhang. She was one of the most important people. Su Taotao kissed him again and said, "You're so good." Since he was his biological father, Su Taotao didn't want Chen to feel distant from him. She carefully introduced Fu Jingtu. "Chen, do you remember what Mama said about Dad?" Chen nodded seriously, just like the old man Uncle Black Coal. Su Taotao pointed at Fu Jingtu. "He is Chen's dad. Because of work, he only just has time to come home and see Chen. So, Chen, do you want to call him Dad? Chen looked at Fu Jingtu again with seriousness and finally shook his head. Su Taotao didn't push him. Chen was not easy to persuade. He was smarter than most children, so he naturally had a cautious mind. Gaining his trust wasn't simple. She had spent a lot of time and effort to earn his approval. There is a long way ahead, and sincere feelings will be returned with sincerity. Chen would understand that someday. Su Taotao gently patted his head. It's okay. When Chen gets to know Dad better, he can call him Dad. She changed the subject and discussed with the little guy. Mom bought fish today. Uncle Su left a pig's head bone for Chen, and today Dad is coming home. We're all very happy. Should we add another dish? Should we make chive scrambled eggs or tomato and egg drop soup to celebrate Dad's return? Chen thought about the taste of both dishes and quickly decided. Okay, then I will make tomato and egg drop soup. Go feed the little chicks now. The eggs at home are up to you. Chen nodded seriously. Feed Pow, Su Taotao patted his head again. Go ahead. The little guy then ran off with short steps to the chicken coop to continue feeding the chicks. Fu Jingtu watched the interaction between the mother and child. His heart, which had been frozen for so long, felt like it was soaking in hot spring water. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, warm, touched, comfortable all at once. Still, it all felt unfamiliar. You've done a good job teaching him, he said. He's well cared for, healthy and chubby. Looking at him, you wouldn't think he grew up in the countryside. Su Taotao thought to herself, if you had come back 2 months earlier, you wouldn't have said that. Of course, it wasn't her business before. She had indeed put a lot of effort into raising Dusting well. Su Taotao didn't want to take credit. Since Dusting is her son, it's her duty to care for him. Dusting has always been obedient and smart, she said honestly. Among children his age, she hadn't seen a better behaved or smarter kid. Didn't I send you a photo of Dusting earlier? Did you bring him a gift this time? Kids need companionship and genuine love. He's only just seen you for the first time since he was born. If you want him to call you Dad, you must sincerely treat him well. Su Taotao kept talking, not noticing how stiff Fu Jingtu's face had become. When Zhou Linglan arrived home, there was naturally a scene of mother and son reuniting. Su Taotao was cooking with Fu Yuanheng, while Dusting helped cause some trouble. Zhou Linglan pulled her eldest son aside to talk privately. You didn't come back, and you didn't even bother to write a few words or say a few heartfelt words. If you make Taotao angry and drive her away, where will you find such a good wife again? Fu Jingtu noticed Su Taotao's change, but he was still a bit surprised to hear Zhou Linglan say that. In the past, Su Taotao's temper wasn't very good, and their relationship wasn't close. Most of the time, Zhou Linglan was the one tolerating. Before leaving, he even told her she didn't need to always accommodate Su Taotao. It seemed that during his absence, the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law had improved a lot. Thank you for your hard work, he said. His work meant he couldn't be at her side, so these 4 words carried all his feelings. Zhou Linglan had been a widow for over 10 years. She had gone through hardships and was used to her husband and son being away most of the time. Recently, her days had been the most comfortable of her life. She couldn't even call it hardship. She smiled and shook her head. Taotao handles everything at home. My days are like being in a honey jar. There's no hardship. Taotao really works hard. Zhou Linglan paused before adding, if your eldest uncle's family asks for help again, just push them away if you can. Uncle Fu had previously bought a tractor for the production team and made great contributions, and Zhou Linglan hadn't forgotten how much her son had helped. But Uncle Fu never mentioned his achievements and took all the credit for himself, without treating them kindly. When Su Taotao once impulsively jumped into the river, Uncle Fu's family did help them out, so that was forgiven. Zhou Linglan wouldn't criticize them anymore, but she also wouldn't let her son be taken advantage of. Fu Jingtu understood clearly what his mother meant. It seemed that during his absence, Uncle Fu's family hadn't been doing well. Zhou Linglan then recounted the family situation over the past 2 years, mostly focusing on the good parts. She briefly mentioned that when he first left, Tao Tao was not used to it, and that she was pregnant and tired from caring for the baby. She mostly talked about the good things that happened after Su Tao Tao moved in, often laughing as she spoke, especially when mentioning Dustin, her face full of joy. It was mainly because Su Tao Tao was kind to everyone, good at raising and teaching children, and able to earn money to support the family. She even treated Fu Yuanheng like her own son, caring for him equally and speaking with gratitude and emotion. As Fu Jingtu listened, his brow furrowed more and more. The Su Taotao Zhou Linglan described was completely different from the Su Taotao he remembered. Her transformation was too great. He almost forgot what she looked like when she first married him. The memories in his mind had been replaced entirely by her current self. Hearing that she went to the county town to seek a job and earn money to support the family, Fu Jingtu felt a deep guilt rising to its peak. He didn't care about material things. His meals, housing, and daily needs were all provided by his work unit. He didn't know how much meat cost per jean or how many tickets were needed to buy cloth. He thought leaving some money and tickets was enough to ensure their lives, but he hadn't expected that Dustin's birth would cost so much that Su Taotao had to find ways to supplement the family income. Actually, this wasn't entirely Fu Jingtu's fault. The money and tickets he left before leaving were enough for the family to live well for several years, if the original owner hadn't spent them all extravagantly. Fu Jingtu was always modest and unassuming, so Zhou Linglan didn't know what he was thinking. She couldn't help but ask again, "Jingtu, you won't do this again. Disappearing for 2 or 3 years without a word, right? Tao Tao is clever, but if she has another chance, even if she wants to remarry Dustin, I won't be able to stop her." Zhou Linglan's words were a bit provocative. She knew her son was a workaholic and was worried, though not seriously, that he wouldn't care about Su Taotao and Qin Qin. He even wrote letters with just a few words. She really couldn't help her son understand that he cared about her and their family. "Mother, don't worry. I've changed my job, and the base is already built. If you're willing, I plan to bring you both here this time." When Zhou Linglan heard this, her heart beat fast with excitement. She happily held her son's hand and asked, "Is that true? Can Tao Tao and Qin Qin stay with you?" Zhou Linglan clasped her hands together. "Thank heaven. Thank our ancestors. I no longer have to worry about Tao Tao and Qin Qin leaving our home. You're also going with Yuanheng," Fu Jingtu emphasized again. This time, Zhou Linglan shook her head. "Mother is still young. Why should I interfere with your young lives? When I get old and can't do it anymore, then I'll think about it. As for Ah Heng, you should ask him himself. If he's willing, and Tao Tao is also willing to bring Qin Qin, then go. It can also help Tao Tao take care of Qin Qin." Zhou Linglan understood clearly that Su Taotao would probably want to bring Fu Yuanheng. She had said more than once that with Fu Yuanheng's talent, it would be a shame to keep him in this small mountain village. If she had the chance, she would find a way to bring him out of the mountains to see a bigger, broader world. Now that such an opportunity was here, she would definitely take Fu Yuanheng with her, depending on whether he was willing. Fu Yuanheng didn't expect Zhou Linglan to think like this. He said, "Mother, how could he leave her here alone?" Zhou Linglan shook her head. "Jingtu, I've lived my whole life for you and your brother. If I get a chance to be alone and peaceful, to spend time with myself, it's not a bad thing. When I get older, I'll naturally live with you. I also don't want to be apart from Tao Tao and Qin Qin for too long. You and Tao Tao have missed out on too much time, and Qin Qin too. I hope you can spend more time with them. Tao Tao and Qin Qin are wonderful. No matter what you think, you must treat them well. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my son." Zhou Linglan was not born in a rural family. She came from a scholarly family, read many books since she was young, and was kidnapped around age 8 or 9. After a serious illness, she forgot many things. After wandering around, she eventually ended up with Fu Jingtu's father. Otherwise, they would be unrelated for many generations. Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanheng were actually personally mentored by Zhou Linglan. Although she doesn't show it openly, outsiders think Zhou Linglan is weak and easy to deceive. But that's because no one has truly crossed her bottom line. Fu Jingtu understands her meaning and knows that once she makes a firm decision, she is unlikely to change it. In the end, Zhou Linglan said, "Don't rush to tell others about this. Rest well for a few days. In a few days I will talk to Tao Dao. She will understand me." What could Fu Jingtu say in response? After talking privately with Zhou Linglan, Fu Jingtu came out. Su Taotao was just finishing preparing the meal. When Fu Jingtu entered the kitchen, he saw 3 smiling, flower-faced cats. Dichin held up his 2 tiny black paws, asking his little uncle to take him to wash his hands. Zhou Linglan said, "Taodao, go wash your face too. I'll start serving the food." Su Taodao, while taking off her apron, said, "Mom, the rice in the pot still needs a little more time to cook. First, serve everyone a bowl of tomato soup. Dichin loves tomatoes, so add a few more pieces." "Okay, I understand." Zhou Linglan took her apron and hung it on the wall. Fu Jingtu looked at Su Taotao's dirty but cheerful face and sparkling eyes. Suddenly, he understood why his mother suddenly liked her so much. Su Taotao not only washed her face but also changed into clean clothes. She had just finished cooking and was sweaty, and Dichin had made her dirty again, to the point she couldn't stand looking at herself. The kitchen at home was very spacious. In winter, they ate in the kitchen where it was warm. If it didn't rain in summer, they moved the dining table to the yard to eat. Su Taotao also liked eating in the yard. Before eating, she would rinse the yard's floor with well water, making it cool and refreshing. Then she lit some mugwort, which kept mosquitoes and insects away. In such a simple farmyard, watching the sunset and listening to frogs and insects while having dinner was the happiest leisure time for the family. Fu Jingtu is not a man who couldn't tell grains from oil or a macho who wouldn't help when a bottle fell. On the contrary, he was very diligent. Rolling up his shirt sleeves, revealing his strong, lightly tanned arms, he easily moved a table that normally required 2 people to lift. When Su Taotao returned after changing clothes, she saw Fu Jingtu already sitting beside Dichin. The father and son lowered their heads, not speaking, just bumping their big and small heads together, as if playing some funny game. Zhou Linglan saw Su Taotao come back and smiled, saying to Dichin, "Let's eat first. After dinner, you can play." Fu Jingtu looked up and saw a woman in a white shirt walking gracefully in the sunset. Her beautiful features looked like a painting, and the golden glow of the sunset shone on her pure, jade-like smile. She was so stunning that she seemed like a fairy who had accidentally wandered into a farmyard. Fu Jingtu was deeply focused on scientific research, with a strong and steady mind. He rarely distracted himself with anything outside his work. Marrying was accidental, and having children was even more so. It seemed like for the first time, he truly saw his wife's face clearly. He remembered Zhou Linglan once said that Su Taotao deliberately used soot to darken her face to avoid trouble, but he hadn't paid much attention then. Now, after more than 2 years apart, he realized that his wife had become incredibly beautiful. Fu Jingtu looked away. She truly deserves the phrase of beauty that causes trouble. Dinner was very rich. Su Taotao mentioned that Dust loved pork head bones, so Chef Su had prepared a portion for him today. Su Taotao also bought a wan fish, originally planning to just eat pork head bones and some greens tonight, saving the fish for tomorrow. But to host Fu Jingtu's welcome dinner, she cooked the fish into sour fish, added tomato and egg soup, making the meal as grand as a New Year's feast. Fu Jingtu had little appetite. In the past, food was just for filling his stomach and gaining energy. He didn't care much about taste, whether it was delicious or not. As long as he was full, it was enough. Tonight, however, as he tasted the food, he suddenly realized how big the difference could be. He remembered Zhou Linglan saying that Su Taotao had entered a state-run restaurant as a worker, earning a full month's salary by working only 10 days a month. He saw the pride on her face. She truly had reason to be proud. Not only the state-run restaurant, but even the taste of a state banquet couldn't match her cooking for his palate. Especially the sour fish. It was a new style to him. The wan fish bones were fried to make the broth, which turned milky white. The fish slices were paper-thin, paired with pickled mustard greens, creating a tangy and tasty flavor. To suit Dust's appetite, she sprinkled a few bright red dried chili peppers on top and poured hot oil over it to enhance aroma and flavor. It wasn't spicy at all. He had eaten many fish before, but none made him feel such a strong appetite as tonight. Su Taotao, as usual, kept the whole fish belly for Dust, then carefully mashed it to ensure no fish bones remained before putting it in his bowl. The little guy had a big appetite. He ate a bowl of soup, a bowl of rice, and a bunch of vegetables, his belly bulging like a balloon. Su Taotao didn't dare let Dust eat more. She told him to go play with his small ball outside to digest. Fu Jingtu began to understand why Dust had grown into a little meatball. Even he, unconsciously, had gone for seconds twice. Fu Yuanhang was even more obvious. He was licking the sauce from the bottom of the rice pot with a spoon. The family finished this hearty, satisfying dinner before the last rays of sunset disappeared behind the western mountains. Fu Yuanhang eagerly washed the dishes. Zhou Linglan wiped the table and collected the chairs. Fu Zheng moved the table, and Su Taotao became the most relaxed one. She sat on a small lounge chair, watching Dustin bounce a ball, occasionally gazing at the distant glow of the sunset. After being here for so long, she felt for the first time what peaceful days really mean. Whether she and Fu Jingtu had a romantic connection or not, he was her husband, her one and only. He was the head of this family, and whenever he returned home, her sense of stability returned too. This feeling was very clear at that moment. Maybe she could try to trust this man. After dinner, Fu Jingtu played origami with Dustin. Su Taotao initially thought Dustin was already quite skilled, but when she saw a few plain old newspapers suddenly turn into a tank in Fu Jingtu's hands, she didn't want to say anything more. No need for blood tests or DNA tests. It was clear they were father and son. "This is a tank," Fu Jingtu said, handing the folded tank to Dustin. Dustin, rarely serious, furrowed his small brows and said in a childish voice, "Tank, it's a tank, not a tank." Fu Jingtu corrected him. "Dustin, tank Fu Jingtu." Forget it, the little guy was still young. In the end, Fu Jingtu watched helplessly as the small boy quickly took apart the tank, then put it back together perfectly, restoring it to its original form. He looked surprised and exclaimed, "Ah," his small brows relaxing as he handed the tank to Fu Jingtu and said cutely, "Tank Fu Jingtu." Was the 2-year-old already so talented? He had always been praised for being smart, but at 2, he probably wouldn't have been able to play with origami like this. Unconsciously, it was Dustin's bedtime. Su Taotao assigned Fu Yuanhang the task of reading a bedtime story to Dustin every night. It could be a fairy tale, a classic, poetry, or even quotes, but it had to be in standard Mandarin. At first, Fu Yuanhang read very awkwardly, with poor pronunciation. But after a few months of practicing with Su Taotao, asking her about difficult words, and reading along with radio broadcasts, he gradually improved. Now, he can speak clearly and with proper tone when reading any book. He is not as good as a professional announcer, but Dust is used to falling asleep listening to her little uncle tell stories. When she hears an interesting story, Su Taotao also stays to listen. Fu Jingtu stands at his brother's door with his arms crossed, listening for a long time, lost in thought. When it's late at night and everyone has gone to bed, Su Taotao has finished her shower and walks into the bedroom. She sees a handsome man leaning against the bed, reading a book. His well-defined, honey-colored muscles are clearly visible. Su Taotao pinches her collar. Her heart almost stops beating. She almost forgets the situation. She and Fu Jingtu are married, sharing a child. The saying goes that a small separation makes the reunion sweeter. Doing things like turning off the lights, drawing the curtains, and covering the quilt is normal and reasonable. But the problem is, Su Taotao was a solo person in her past life. She doesn't remember how she had a child this time, let alone the wedding night. The key is, she and Fu Jingtu are not familiar at all. How can two strangers do such things? "Come here." The man's clear voice sounds especially distinct in this rural night, filled with frog and insect sounds. It feels like a fuzzy ear is reaching into her ear, bringing a strange feeling. Su Taotao, proud of her thick skin, can't help but blush. She grabs her collar and slowly walks over. What do you want? Fu Zhengtu suddenly puts down his book, stands up and reaches out his hand to her. Su Taotao freezes in place, her breath catching. Fu Zhengtu looks at Su Taotao lightly and reaches for her backpack behind her. He takes out a passbook, an envelope, and a stack of receipts, placing them all into Su Taotao's arms. All for you. Su Taotao blinks, her mind going blank. She can't react. What are these?
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I doing? Isn't this supposed to be a sweet reunion, turning off the lights, drawing curtains, kissing, hugging, and playing high? Taotao?
说到道.
Ah. Why is he calling her by her name so close to her ear? Why does her name sound so different when he says it? It's normal when Zhou Linglan says it. What's wrong? The life-threatening voice sounds again in Su Taotao's ear. Her face flushes red. She holds the things and steps back silently, shaking her head. Nothing. She lowers her head, pretending to look at the passbook, but actually, she's holding it upside down and can't even see how many zeros are on it. Fu Zhengtu sat back down and simply said, the bankbook has wages and bonuses from the past 2 or 3 years. The envelope contains cash, and in a few days, there will be another bonus. Most of his savings had been used for his wedding, including the costs of buying a new bed and renovating the bathroom, which took a lot of money. He kept only enough for travel expenses, leaving the rest at home for household use. By then, he had no extra money on him, but he didn't tell Su Taotao this. Su Taotao nodded casually, indicating she understood, but in fact, she hadn't really listened. Her mind was full of useless thoughts. This man, in both looks and build, was exactly her type, more attractive than the young men she had chased in her previous life. She found it hard to stay calm around him. Fu Zhengtu wasn't a talkative person, and seeing she had no questions, he didn't say anything more. Get some rest early. Beds nowadays were usually quite high. One side was against the wall. Fu Zhengtu slept outside, and Su Taotao needed to sleep inside, which meant she had to step over him. Awkward. Su Taotao bit her lip, sat on the bed first, then slowly lifted her legs, supporting herself with her hands. She carefully tried to step over Fu Zhengtu, but Murphy's Law struck. What she feared most happened. She had done well at first, but her leg got caught in the blanket. When she kicked the blanket away, her balance wavered, and she accidentally fell onto Fu Zhengtu. She heard a muffled grunt from below. Su Taotao was almost in tears, with nowhere to put her hands and feet. Her usually quick and clever tongue got tangled. Yes, I'm sorry. In the creation of women, the goddess was quite biased. Some were casually shaped, others carefully carved. Both Fu Zhengtu and Su Taotao were carefully crafted. Su Taotao's skin was as white as snow, beautiful and tall, very much in the popular pure desire style of the 21st century. Fu Zhengtu wasn't a saint. The woman in front of him was his legally married wife, arranged through a formal match. They had traveled a long way, and after not seeing each other for so long, they both felt a bit awkward. They hadn't planned to do anything tonight, but everything just happened naturally. Su Taotao didn't say a word. After all, she was from the 21st century. Hadn't she seen a woman's charm before? As a legal couple, there was no need to hesitate. A little separation felt like a new marriage. A long drought was finally broken. Everything was natural and flowing. The first morning sunlight peeked through the curtains, playfully dancing on the bright bedsheets. The couple, still embraced, was sleeping soundly. Habitually waking early, Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng have already gotten up. After washing up, one lines up to buy goat milk, and the other begins preparing breakfast. This ordinary morning in a cozy farmyard filled with the smell of home feels just like any other day. Only Su Taotao, feeling sore all over, knows how different it is from usual. Waking up according to her biological clock, Su Taotao feels like she might fall apart. Memories flood back. Last night's moments rush into her mind. She pulls the blanket up to her chin with both hands, tilts her head to look at the man beside her. She can't understand how a man who spends so much time in the lab can have such good stamina. The man's sleeping face is as stunning as when they first met. Now, with his eyes closed, long, thick eyelashes cover his eyelids, adding a gentle and harmless look. Only Su Taotao knows that this seemingly innocent man can still be fierce and reserved at times. She can imagine how focused and serious he is when doing experiments. Suddenly, as if telepathic, the man, who was just sleeping soundly, suddenly opens his eyes. He tilts his head slightly, his gaze precisely meeting Su Taotao's misty, moist eyes. His slightly confused phoenix-like eyes lift a little, and a gentle smile appears at the corner of his lips. His thin lips part slightly, and his voice, unique to men in the early morning, says, "Good morning." Su Taotao blinks twice, not sure what's wrong with her. She knows replying good morning would be fine, but instead, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head, covering herself tightly. Soon after, the clear laughter of the man softly echoes above her head. Where is the hole? All she wants now is to find a hole and bury herself. Fu Jingtu gets out of bed first. Before closing the door, he tells Su Taotao to sleep a bit longer. Su Taotao, buried deep in the quilt, almost can't breathe. When she hears the door close, she sneakily pulls the blanket down, confirming she's alone in the room, then slowly breathes a sigh of relief. She curses herself for being a coward. In her past life, her roommate dared to invite a man she just met to a bar. But she and Fu Jingtu are properly married. She doesn't understand why she's so shy, especially since the experience was so good. However, when Su Taotao sees the bruises on her arm and the scene of Fu Jingtu kissing her all over her body yesterday, memories flood her mind. Why are men in this era so good at this? Su Taotao can't help but blush again. Her skin is tender, white, and smooth. Just a gentle touch leaves a mark. She secretly scolds Fu Jingtu for being reckless. This man really hasn't opened his business for 3 years, and when he does, it feels like 3 years' worth of work in one night. Just thinking about how he plans to pay his dues in one go is quite intimidating. Su Taotao rolls around in bed, unable to sleep. The scent left by Fu Jingtu is as strong and commanding as he is. She just can't fall asleep, so she decides not to sleep at all. When she gets up, her legs feel weak and almost give out. Zhou Linglan is smiling more kindly than usual today, but Su Taotao feels guilty and asks why she isn't sleeping a little longer. She senses there's something more behind her words. After washing up and going to the kitchen to help, Zhou Linglan points at her collar and says, "You should change into a shirt with a higher collar." Her expression is as kind as ever, but Su Taotao feels like she even glanced at her belly, as if thinking, my Dachin might soon have a little brother or sister. Even with her thick skin, Su Taotao blushes and quickly changes into a shirt that can be buttoned up to the collar. That Fu Jingtu really didn't leave her any space. Everywhere on her body bears his marks. Next time, she definitely won't let him touch her exposed skin. Next time? Su Taotao is startled by this sudden thought. There's no next time. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Su Taotao suddenly remembers a serious issue. They didn't take any precautions last night. She isn't planning to have Dachin get a sibling right now. Although she's in her safe period, she can't be sure she's completely safe. Until she solves this problem, there will be no next time. When breakfast is served, Fu Jingtu just finished his morning run. He's sweaty all over, his tank top soaked with sweat, clinging to his muscles. Sweat traces down his jawline, over his Adam's apple, across his chest muscles, and finally drips onto his clothes, disappearing from view. He looks incredibly attractive. Not to mention, his looks and physique perfectly match Su Taotao's taste. She can't help but sneak a few more glances. After he showers and changes clothes, Zhou Linglan can't help but complain, "You, with all that energy, don't know how to rest. Even on your rare days off, you don't sleep in but go for a run early in the morning." Fu Jingtu replies, "I'm used to it." He's long forgotten how many years he's kept up this habit. Unless it's windy or rainy, no matter how busy he is, he gets up to run for half an hour. Zhou Linglan smiles and tells Su Taotao he's been running since he was a kid, with his dad. When his dad wasn't home, He ran alone. After his dad passed away, he still kept running alone. As she speaks, Zhou Linglan's smile fades. Even after so many years, thinking of her late husband still brings a touch of sadness. It turns out he is so disciplined, no wonder he can stay in good shape despite spending all day in the lab. Fu Yuanheng came over carrying dust after washing up, and the family started breakfast. One pot of goat milk tea was divided into 6 portions. As usual, Fu Yuanheng sent one to Chao Guohua in the pigsty. Today, Zhou Linglan made an egg pancake and also sent a piece to him. Last night, Fu Zhenta saw that the food was divided into portions, but he didn't ask. Zhou Linglan took the initiative to mention Chao Guohua, and Fu Zhenta learned that he was sent here for work. I'll go, Fu Zhenta said, taking what Fu Yuanheng was holding. Zhou Linglan shook her head. Others don't know about our connection. Your goal is too big. Aheng should go. Wait until nightfall, and then you can find him to talk. Fu Zhenta had no objection. He looked at Su Taodao, who was smiling happily, bowing her head to Dust, quietly saying something. Dust sat politely on a small stool, holding his bowl and tapping it against Su Taodao's, saying, "Cheers," then burying his face into the big bowl, drinking milk tea loudly. His cute appearance was very adorable. Zhou Linglan pushed one of the bowls of milk tea toward Fu Zhenta. This is goat milk tea, made with Taotao's recipe. It tastes good. Taotao is very clever. She makes everything delicious. After tasting it, Fu Zhenta was surprised and nodded. Not bad. He finished his bowl and set it down, then told Su Taodao, "You should organize things these days. I'll leave for the base the day after tomorrow." Su Taotao was still playing a drinking game with her son when she heard this and paused, surprised. So soon? I haven't finished handing over my work. Can it be delayed a couple of days? Zhou Linglan also said, "Why so hurried? I thought you'd stay at home for at least a week." Fu Zhenta said, "This time, I'm going to a meeting in the capital and will make a quick trip back. I have to leave the latest by the day after tomorrow." Su Taodao took a bite of her pancake and asked, "When will you come back next?" Fu Zhenta frowned. "Aren't you planning to go with me to the base?" Su Taodao shook her head. "No, I was thinking of going after you come back next time." Fu Zhenta pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then honestly said, "Not sure. It's better if we go together this time." Su Taodao said, "That's too rushed. Mom's things aren't arranged yet. Why don't you leave me the address? We'll handle our stuff here first, then go." Zhou Linglan had planned to tell Su Taodao a couple of days later that she wouldn't be going, but she didn't expect Fu Zhenta to be home for such a short time. Peach, Mom won't go anymore. You and Chun must stay close to Jing Tuesday. As for Ah Heng, it's up to him to decide."
Huh?
Su Peach hadn't expected Zhou Linglan to refuse going to the base. "You're not going?" Zhou Linglan hadn't answered yet. Fu Yuanheng, who had just returned after delivering some things, overheard their conversation and quietly said, "I won't go either. I'll stay at home with Mom." Su Peach opened her mouth, looking confused at Fu Zheng Tuesday. Then Fu Zheng too, with his narrow, handsome eyes, looked back at Su Peach unhappily, as if waiting for her to think carefully before speaking. Su Peach hesitated and said, "I'll think about it and decide later." 3 voices spoke at once, no. 6 eyes looked at Su Peach with disapproval. Su Peach, realizing it wasn't worth arguing over. "I was just saying it casually." After breakfast, Zhou Linglan went to work as usual and Fu Yuanheng went to school. Usually, when Su Peach was at home, Chun would stay with his mother. When Su Peach went to the county for work, he would go to school with her little uncle. Today was rare because both parents were home, which was very new and exciting for Chun. Fu Zheng too is a very calm person. When he found out Chun was his son, he seemed emotionally steady on the surface, but inside, he was quite excited and a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Chun's personality and looks are very similar to his when he was a child, but he is even more obedient and smarter. He really likes this unexpected son. Recently, Su Peach started teaching Chun some basic knowledge. She didn't teach anything too deep, just reading the 3-character classic, 1,000-character text, drawing shapes, recognizing colors, and learning Arabic numerals. Chun has a good memory and learns quickly. Usually, children forget things easily, but Chun remembers almost everything she teaches him and retains it very well. Even after a day, several days, or a month, he still remembers clearly when asked again. Chun is probably the legendary gifted child. Besides being a little slow to speak, he excels in other areas. For children like him, teaching should be tailored to their abilities, or else their talents might be overlooked. Su Peach has no experience raising children and is learning as she goes. The environment here isn't ideal for education, and she's worried she might not teach him well. If there were a kindergarten at the base, she would plan to send him to school. Fu Zheng, too, is a remarkable father. He surprisingly took out a set of chess pieces, saying it was a gift for Chin. Su Taotao suspected that he was lying. Fu Zheng, too, hadn't actually prepared a gift for Chin. It seemed he just grabbed the military chess set yesterday after she asked if he had brought a gift for Chin, just to fill in. The chess set didn't look new. Each piece was very smooth, showing it had been used a lot. She also found Go and chess sets in his luggage. However, Su Taotao didn't expose him. Chin had never seen military chess before, and she was very happy to receive this interesting gift. She wondered how Fu Zheng, too, as a father, could think it was okay to teach a 2-year-old who couldn't even recognize characters to play military chess. Teaching Go might be easier. Fu Zheng, too, seriously taught his son to recognize military ranks: general, colonel, major, captain, lieutenant, and soldier. Chun listened carefully, mumbling unclearly, general, colonel, major. The scene looked quite warm. This father was more patient than she expected. After Fu Zheng, too, repeated the lesson a few times and took a break, Su Taotao asked, "Is Mom really not coming to the base with us?" Fu Zheng, too, shook his head. She wants to spend a few quiet years alone. She'll come later. The new school there is good, and I want to send Yuan Hang to study there. He paused and then asked, "I don't have much time at home. Can you take care of the kids by yourself?" Fu Zheng, too, was good with words. He spoke very politely. He often spent days alone in the lab without returning home. Su Taotao understood Zhou Linglan very well. Even in the 21st century, most older people spent most of their time with their children and grandchildren, rarely having personal time. People in this era believed in having many children and living for their kids. Someone as insightful as Zhou Linglan thought it was very modern to want some alone time, which many elders in the 21st century couldn't do. If there were other reasons, Su Taotao might try to persuade him, but she fully supported this reason and admired her. She also hoped she could have her own life when she was older. She patted the child's head. "Since it's Mom's wish, just go along with it. Xiao Hang is very talented in studying. The teachers here can't teach him much anymore, so it's better to find better educational resources. Chun is well-behaved, so no worries there. By the way, is there a kindergarten over there? Like a U-Home class or something?" Fu Zheng honestly shook his head. "I haven't paid attention. If he had known early that he had a 2-year-old son waiting at home, maybe he would have looked into it sooner. It's okay. We can look into it later. I can take him too, but work is hard to find. Easy jobs like at a state-run restaurant are not common. Entering the first restaurant as an advisor requires perfect timing, good conditions, and the right people. Such opportunities are rare." Fu Zheng looked at her, about to say, "You don't need to work. I can support you," but he held back. His intuition told him that if he said that, she might get angry. "Okay," Fu Zheng replied with a single word, then turned to teach his son about military ranks and commanders.
说到道.
Fu Zheng was lucky to marry early. Otherwise, with his tendency to ruin conversations at any moment, he might have remained single forever. Even after sleeping together and having a son, they still weren't very close. Sitting silently was a bit awkward. Dust also didn't like talking much. Fu Yuanhang wasn't a talkative person either. The three of them together couldn't fill a conversation. Su Taotao already imagined the future scene of their family of four eating around the table with her talking alone. Such an awkward thought gave her a headache. She pinched her chin, looking at Dust. No, she had to help Dust become more talkative. The other two couldn't be changed, but Dust still had potential to become a good chat partner. Later, I'll go to the county town. Is it okay for you to stay at home and take care of Dust? Fu Jingtu and Dust looked up at the same time, exchanging small glances. After a moment, Fu Jingtu said, I'll go with you. I'll drive and take you there. Dust nodded strongly. Together Su Taotao. Fine. Her son and his dad weren't very familiar with each other. Fu Jingtu received a last-minute notice in the morning that he would leave the day after tomorrow, catching Su Taotao off guard. She had planned to go tomorrow for the handover, but after thinking it over, she decided to go today to finish the handover, and then go again tomorrow to supervise their work on the brine. She left a note for Fu Yuanheng, went back to her room, grabbed her notebook and bag, then dragged a big bag of supplies from the storage room. Fu Jingtu saw this, but didn't ask anything. He silently helped carry the bag to the car. Su Taotao thought Fu Jingtu's reserved personality wasn't really a bad thing. It saved her from wasting words explaining. She sat with Dust in the back seat, while Fu Jingtu didn't say anything and quietly went to the driver's seat. Only after ensuring they were all seated did he start the car slowly. Dust was excited and curious about riding in a big car for the first time, more than when he rode a tractor. Usually, the little boy didn't show much expression, but when he saw something interesting or was happy, his eyes would bend and sparkle. Su Taotao held the little one on her lap and wrapped him in her arms. Throughout the ride, she explained the different car parts to him, pointing at each one with her hand. This is the steering wheel, this is the handbrake, this is the glass window, and that is the seatbelt. She also explained what each part is used for. The little one often got lazy and only repeated the last word she said. When Su Taotao praised or kissed him, he would happily squint his eyes and clap his hands for himself. Fu Jingtu occasionally looked at them through the rearview mirror, surprised that Su Taotao knew so much more than he had thought. Then he remembered she was a city girl from a rural area, so it was not surprising. He strongly agreed with Zhou Linglin's words. She really takes good care of Dust. She respects Dust and treats him as an equal. Whether he understands or not, she doesn't deceive him and patiently explains everything clearly. No matter what questions Dust asked, she would lower her head, smile patiently, and answer each one. Fu Jingtu smiled slightly. Probably no child would dislike such a mother. He didn't look at himself in the rearview mirror, but if he had, he would have seen the happiness and satisfaction on his face. At the state-run restaurant, Su Taotao didn't plan to let Fu Jingtu go into the kitchen. There was a rule for that. Take Dust for a walk around. Come back here for lunch, she said. Fu Jingtu already carried the big bag brought by Su Taotao. I'll help you take it inside and then come out. Su Taotao thought for a moment. It would be good for the kitchen staff to see Fu Jingtu and also let Master Su and the others know who she was with. Fu Jingtu carried the bag, and Su Taotao held Dust. The three of them headed toward the kitchen. Passing through the lobby, the manager and waiters saw Su Taotao's face and were stunned. Are you your comrade Su? You look so beautiful now.
Su Taotao smiled.
Anyway, she didn't need to pretend to be ugly anymore. She said, that's how I've always looked. Maybe I didn't go into the kitchen today, so I washed my face a bit cleaner. The waiters and the lobby manager. Even if she shed a layer of skin, she wouldn't look better. Seeing Fu Jingtu freeze again, they asked, Who is this, Comrade Su? Do you mind if I ask? This is my husband, Fu Jingtu, Su Taotao introduced confidently.
Fu Jingtu nodded in agreement.
When Su Taotao entered the kitchen, they still couldn't take their eyes off her. The waiter said not to brag, but I really think this family looks good. Looks like for the sake of the next generation, maybe I should find a more handsome partner. The lobby manager said, don't worry about it. How many people like Jun Qing do you see? The waiter replied, that's true. Isn't Su Taotao married to someone from the countryside? She doesn't look like it at all. The lobby manager said, she is a city girl from a rural area. How could she marry an ordinary farmer? The waiter sighed, that's also true, especially since she looks like that. Although she didn't seem very proper, She was truly beautiful. The situation in the kitchen was similar. Used to the messy Su Taotao, she was really having trouble adjusting, especially with Fu Jingtu's strong presence. The men didn't dare to look her way. Chef Su heard her say she was going to the base with her husband. He wasn't surprised. He knew this day would come when they signed the work contract. Su Taotao took out some large packages of the Great Unity brand along with her ID and gave them to Fu Jingtu. Take Chin Chin to the state-run mall and buy him a gift. Fu Jingtu hesitated. Isn't my military chest set a gift? Su Taotao handed Chin Chin to him. Chin Chin, stay with Dad for a while. Come back to find Mom when it's time to eat. Chin Chin nodded obediently and reached out to his dad. Fu Jingtu took the things Su Taotao gave him, picked up the little boy, nodded to everyone, and then left the kitchen. After he left, Chef Su finally said, Taotao, your husband doesn't seem like an ordinary person. As Chef Su got to know Su Taotao better, he started treating her like a junior and called her by her name. Su Taotao looked away from the father and son. They just have 2 eyes and 1 nose like everyone else. How can they not be ordinary? Chef Su smiled and said, you're right. He thought to himself, actually this family of 3 isn't ordinary at all. Su Taotao didn't hide anything. She clearly wrote down the ingredients and process for the marinating sauce and handed the entire recipe to Chef Su. She also gave him the remaining 10 recipes. I promised. No matter when I leave, the marinating formula and the 12 recipes won't change. Chef Su took them, feeling a bit complicated. Why are you leaving so suddenly? Can't you stay a little longer? Su Taotao was like the anchor of the restaurant. When she left, Chef Su felt very reluctant. She shook her head. My husband's work is special. If I don't leave now, I don't know when I'll get another chance. I have bought the bamboo shoots needed for this month and made a good amount of marinated spice packs. I will come back early tomorrow morning. You can try making a pot. It shouldn't be too difficult. However, this steamed sausage with soy sauce is tricky because it only takes 10 seconds to blanch and 3 minutes to steam. Overcooking makes it tough, and undercooking causes it to stay soft. It's not easy to do well. I will buy the ingredients early tomorrow and try making it once. If the fire on our stove isn't suitable, I will choose a different recipe. Chef Su looked at the 10 recipes in his notebook and noticed that 5 of them used pig offal. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, you're really into pig offal. Su Taotao said, good meat is easy to cook. Just buy it and make it at home, and it will taste good. Since we're chefs, we shouldn't compete with others. Making unappetizing ingredients into delicious dishes and creating a signature is more fulfilling. Chef Su asked, did you come up with these recipes yourself? Aren't they your family's traditional recipes? Su Taotao touched her nose and smiled. It doesn't matter. What's important is that it tastes good. During the next period, Su Taotao explained to Chef Su the purpose and quantities of each ingredient in the marinade packs, as well as the key points for each of the other 10 recipes. She also asked the second chef to take notes, sharing everything openly. After finishing his notes, the second chef couldn't help but say, Comrade Su, I should call you master. Everyone fears that teaching apprentices might starve the master, but they've never seen someone as selfless as Su Taotao. Su Taotao smiled and said, I don't want that, tapping her head. I'm just getting started. I have plenty of recipes. Everyone laughed. There's no time today. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a few signature dishes for us to enjoy together as a farewell. The wages owed to you will also be settled tomorrow, Chef Su said. Although he was reluctant to see Su Taotao leave, he knew she had a brighter future and wished her well. After leaving the restaurant, Su Taotao visited Chen Sihai to thank him for his care during this period, update him on Chao Guohua, and say goodbye. It was wonderful. Back at the state-owned restaurant, Fu Jingtu was already waiting, holding his baby with one arm. He didn't go inside, but stood near the door. Everyone passing by couldn't help but stop and salute him, making him a well-known sight. Su Taotao took the little guy from Fu Jingtu's hands. Where did Dust go with Dad? Did he wait for a long time? Dust tilted his small head and thought. Street Hospital's Su Taotao was momentarily stunned and asked Fu Jingtu, Are you feeling unwell? Fu Jingtu shook his head. Went to get some family planning supplies. What kind of supplies? Family planning supplies?
Su Taotao was confused.
How could this man say such bright yellow words with his serious, handsome face? Who would want to use family planning supplies with him? It's not good at all. Su Taotao even suspected that Fu Jingtu brought her to the county town just for these family planning supplies. This morning, she was still thinking about how he shouldn't touch her until the birth control issue was resolved, but unexpectedly, he had already taken care of it. Is this called understanding each other without words? She just didn't know what he was thinking when he took their son to get the supplies. Is Dust an ordinary kid? Will he remember this for his whole life? On the way back to the village, Su Taotao quietly told Fu Jingtu while Dust was asleep, "Next time, can you not do this in front of Dust?" Fu Jingtu glanced at her through the rearview mirror and then looked away. He doesn't know. Su Taotao leaned forward slightly. He has a good memory. When he grows up, he will definitely remember. Fu Jingtu looked at her serious, yet charming eyes in the mirror. Somehow, he thought of her last night, blooming with charm under him. The rural night was very dark, only a gentle breeze stirring the curtains. When the moonlight poured in through the window, she looked like snow on a mountain peak, white, undulating, beautiful beyond words.
I understand, Fu Jingtu said.
He wasn't a person driven by desire, but in that moment, he regretted missing over 2 years of such scenery. He raised his hand and pinched his temple, then looked into her eyes, feeling eager to try the newly obtained family planning supplies. Once tasted, always craving. From now on, wherever they went, he would have to bring her along. Su Taotao didn't know the turbulent storm hidden behind his calm expression. When they reached the house, he immediately opened the car door after getting out, gently took Dust from her hands, and with a precious expression, made it seem as if he was holding a rare treasure. It wasn't an illusion. Dust truly was their rare treasure. Su Taotao secretly touched his dry, slender fingers and accidentally brushed his hand. Looking at his tall, straight figure, she thought he would make a good father. At this time, only the family of 3 was at home. Last night, Su Taotao was tired and wanted to rest quickly. While Fu Jingtu was holding Dust and returning to their room, she also hurried to change her clothes. Halfway through changing, she heard a door push open. Startled, she quickly covered her chest with her clothes. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Fu Jingtu was temporarily blinded by the bright white light in front of him. His skin was as white as snow, glowing all over. His wife was standing barefoot on the gray floor, her red lips slightly parted, perhaps from nervousness or anger. Her bright, clear eyes stared at him more intensely than the scenery under the moon last night. Fu Jingtu's throat moved as he hesitated. Normally, he would look away and say sorry before leaving, but his gaze shifted to the white streak crossing the high point, then back to Su Taotao's face. His deep black eyes fixed on hers without blinking. He closed the door and locked it with one hand, then unfastened her top button with the other, as if in slow motion, one button at a time, until he reached her. His hand pressed behind her neck, and he softly said, "Let's change later. First, let's check the quality of the contraceptive device." As soon as he finished speaking, his thin lips pressed against hers. Su Taotao was still in shock when he suddenly picked her up. She lost track of how long it lasted. In the end, Su Taotao was too exhausted to change her clothes. She didn't want to move at all. The cleaning was done by Fu Jingtu, and he also changed her clothes. As for the quality of the contraceptive device, Su Taotao thought it was quite good. She slept for a while and woke up feeling less tired, even refreshed. Fu Jingtu had no idea when he got up. She was alone in bed. She pulled the curtains, and the sun was setting. Looking out through the corridor at the yard, she saw Fu Jingtu chopping wood. Just now, he was so energetic. Thinking back to his words, "I'm already very light," Su Taotao felt overwhelmed. Now he still had the strength to chop wood. How energetic was this man? She stretched lazily and leaned on the windowsill, watching Fu Jingtu with a relaxed attitude. His figure was naturally impressive, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs. His clothes made him look like a walking hanger. After, his muscles looked perfect, and his was slightly lifted. Fu Jingtu's appearance was gentle and refined, especially those phoenix-like eyes, which were unique to handsome men from the East. His nose was high and straight, more prominent than typical East Asian features. His jawline was clear and strong, paired with thin lips and a cold, calm gaze. He looked noble but also cold and tough, not easy to approach. Overall, wherever he stood in that corner, no one could ignore his strong presence. Su Taotao knew how powerful his hands were when he swung the axe. Sure enough, in the next moment, the large piece of wood split into two under his axe. Dust, sitting nearby watching him chop wood, exclaimed, "Wow," and clapped her small hands happily. Fu Jingtu didn't know what he found inside the wood. He waved for Dust to come over. Dust, with short legs, trotted over happily, holding a white worm thicker than her finger, placing it in a small bowl. Su Taotao even saw the white worm wriggling inside the bowl. Su Taotao, this is so gross. The worm is even more disgusting than a worm. Finally, Su Taotao couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and got out of bed, pulling down the curtain. She felt very refreshed, her clothes had been changed, and there were no new marks on her skin since she told him not to leave any marks. This time, she felt very comfortable. People say the quality of bedding reflects a person's character, and Fu Jingtu's bedding was really good. Dust was the first to notice Su Taotao coming out. The little girl, smiling happily, carried her new treasure towards Su Taotao. Mom wood-boring insect Su Taotao wasn't really afraid of bugs, just soft-bodied animals like snails and worms. It wasn't fear, just disgust. This chubby, white worm was especially gross. As she got closer, she got goosebumps. She quickly turned her head. No, Dust, keep it away. Mom doesn't like this bug. Dust blinked, looked at Su Taotao, then touched the white, chubby wood-boring insect, and seriously said, "Mom, don't be afraid it doesn't bite." Su Taotao took a few steps back. Mom isn't afraid, just finds it gross. Fu Yuanhang, who had finished washing vegetables, came over and picked up Dust. "Don't scare Mom. Uncle will help you cook it over the fire. It's really tasty." Su Taotao was stunned. "Can you eat this thing?" Fu Yuanhang nodded. "It's very fragrant, especially delicious." Su Taotao thought for a moment. "Maybe we should feed it to the chickens? We're not short of meat right now." She heard that during tough times, people even ate worms, so it wasn't that difficult now. Fu Jingtu, who had come over quietly, said, "It's called a wood-boring insect. It's very nutritious and perfect for Dust to eat." Fu Yuanhang smiled and nodded. "Yes, sister-in-law. We've been eating this since we were kids. It's delicious whether roasted or fried." Su Taotao knew that bugs could be eaten. They're high in protein and nutritious. In the 21st century, there are even special bug banquets in southwestern China. She just found it gross. "Go ahead and eat, but don't let me see you." Fu Yuanhang took Dust away. "Let's go. We'll grill and eat." "I'll go wash my face," Su Taotao said, not wanting to face Fu Jingtu alone, and looked for an excuse to leave quickly. Suddenly, Fu Jingtu grabbed her hand. Before she could react, Su Taotao was pulled into his embrace. Su Taotao had just gotten out of bed and felt weak in her legs. Now, smelling his familiar yet strange scent, she surprisingly felt her legs weaken again. Fu Jingtu changed his hold on her waist. "Are you okay?" "Not at all." Su Taotao pushed him away and ran off to the bathroom like she was fleeing. Fu Jingtu watched her back and silently smiled. He went back to gather firewood. Hearing a knock on the door, he put on a shirt nearby, took his time buttoning it up, then went to open it. Uncle Fu was at the door holding a piece of meat. Seeing Fu Jingtu, his sharp eyes lit up. "Jingtu, my good boy, you're finally back. Your mother has been worried about you." Fu Jingtu remained calm and simply called out Uncle. Uncle Fu wanted to pat his shoulder, but saw his calm eyes. He awkwardly changed his approach, rubbing his head instead. The atmosphere was a bit tense. He tried to make small talk. "It's good you're back. By the way, I heard you returned, so I went to the commune and cut a piece of meat today. Let's have a drink together? Actually, Uncle Fu had brought meat earlier at noon but saw Fu Jingtu wasn't home, so he took it back. Now, he came again at the right time. He doesn't drink, Su Taotao said, emerging from the bathroom unnoticed. She slightly lifted her chin toward Fu Jingtu, giving Uncle Fu a provocative look. Just after finishing a quarrel, she was now pretending to be a big shot. Who knows what she was after? Uncle Fu looked at Su Taotao and felt something was off. He looked at her more carefully, his sharp eyes flashing with disdain. He had never liked her. Seeing how she looked, like she had never seen a man before, flirtatious and coquettish, with her expressions full of affection, she was far from proper. He cursed silently, calling her a seductive fox who only tries to attract men. If she hadn't been like that to lure Fu Jingtu, he would have married his niece instead. Old grudges and new ones, and since Fu Jingtu was his nephew and might give him face, Uncle Fu's tone was naturally harsh. Men talk, women shouldn't interrupt. We're having drinks, and it's none of your business. Come on, Jingtu, let's go to my place and drink. Uncle Fu forgot Fu Jingtu's imposing presence and even tried to put his arm around his shoulder. Fu Jingtu took a step back, calmly avoiding his hand. His tone remained gentle. I don't drink alcohol. Elder uncle, please feel free. Elder uncle was momentarily speechless, touching his nose. Yes, I forgot. You don't drink, but drink tea instead. Guoqiang and the others haven't seen you in years. You brothers should catch up. Su Taotao said his real brothers, his mother, his son, and his wife haven't seen him in years. It's not my place to talk about old times with cousins. Elder uncle got angry quickly. What are you? Do you have the right to speak? This family doesn't need your opinion. Su Taotao clenched her fists, feeling frustrated. When Fu Jingtu was not home, she couldn't bear it. Now that he's home, if she is to endure more, she might as well find someone else to be her father. She never planned to act like a delicate lady in front of Fu Jingtu. She stepped forward, ready to roll up her sleeves and get to work. Fu Jingtu grabbed her and pulled her to his side. She is the lady of this house. She makes the decisions here. Elder uncle, is there anything else? Elder uncle was stunned. Did he hear right? He didn't expect Fu Jingtu to show him no respect at all. You, she. Su Taotao crossed her arms. What are you? Him? Or her? Is the team leader spreading rumors about me being sneaky, or about me cheating on Fu Jingtu? Zhou Linglan also came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, sighing. Elder uncle, please don't cause trouble. Let us have a few peaceful days, okay? Fu Yuanheng carried dusting out and said, Are you offering me some meat, elder uncle, to feed this beggar? I didn't come to your house begging. The whole family lined up, united in facing outward. Even dusting heavily hummed in disapproval. Fu Jingtu said, It seems that when I'm not at home, elder uncle takes good care of my family. His tone was still calm, but everyone could see he was unhappy. Su Taotao added fuel to the fire. Yes, he's quite fair and just. The team leader chooses the best people, giving the poorest land to our mother, land that's hard to farm and has the least yield. Meanwhile, elder uncle and the two older sisters-in-law farm the most fertile land near the bridge. They treat our mother well and are closer to us than their own wives and daughters-in-law. In fact, Zhou Linglan had never told Su Taotao this directly, nor had she complained. Su Taotao learned about it from the story in the book. Zhou Linglan was surprised too. She thought Su Taotao didn't understand these things at all, but it turned out she knew everything clearly. Fu Jingtu's eyes were dark and calm like ink. When he looked at Uncle Fu, his expression turned cold. Is Uncle afraid this team leader is too difficult to handle? Have you forgotten how this position was obtained? I will go to the commune myself tomorrow to see Secretary Hu.
Oncle Fu looked pale.
Fu Jingtu had been out of contact for over 2 years. He originally thought he and his late father wouldn't come back, so he didn't care much about the people in the second household. The land was indeed unpopular, so he let Zhou Linglan farm it. When she initially refused, he had an excuse to switch to a lottery. He didn't expect her to agree so foolishly. Now he was relieved, but he didn't expect her to seek revenge later. He hadn't done anything too bad to the second household. The day before yesterday, he went there because someone reported him. During the visit, they argued and fought. Besides that, he usually just ignored them. He believed he hadn't committed any serious wrongs. Jingtu, that's not how it is. I didn't bully them. The land at Dalingtu was something your mother wanted to work on herself. If she didn't agree, she could have told me. I would have exchanged land with her. The day before yesterday, I went because of a report letter. My tone was not good, but I already apologized. Also, about your wife jumping into the river. If I hadn't fought desperately with your Uncle Fu's wife to save her from the river, you wouldn't even see your wife now. She wouldn't be able to stand in front of you to accuse me. It was only because your Aunt Fu arrived just in time that she was saved. Otherwise, even if she was rescued, her reputation would be ruined. You should thank me for that. Uncle Fu isn't a good person and he didn't take good care of your family, but I didn't harm anyone either. Fu Jingtu's aura changed. He closed his eyes slightly and looked down at Su Taotao. The ink in his eyes deepened. You jumped into the river?
Why?
At this, Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanhing both became a bit nervous. Since that incident, Su Taotao had become so kind. They deliberately kept this matter secret to avoid more trouble. They didn't expect Uncle Fu to reveal it. Uncle Fu took the opportunity to boast. It's because you haven't come back. She didn't want to be a widow. She threatened me by jumping into the river to force me to approve her return to the city. No matter how bad she is, she was married into our Fu family through a proper match. Without your approval, I couldn't let her go.
Shu Dao Dao.
Old Fu, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. How was she supposed to explain this? Not me? I didn't do it? Listen to my explanation. This really wasn't her fault. Su Taotao sighed and looked into Fu Jingtu's eyes. Are you sure you want to say these things in front of outsiders? She emphasized the words outsiders. Uncle, please go back first, he said to Uncle Fu, but his eyes were fixed on Su Taotao with a sharp gaze. Uncle Fu thought his words had worked and took the opportunity to stir trouble. Jingtu, I tell you, your wife can't be spoiled. If she doesn't get a good scolding for 3 days, she'll pretend to be obedient in front of you. But she's really wild. Jingtu's gaze shifted away from Su Taotao's face, and he coldly glanced at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu immediately fell silent and changed the subject. Well, Jingtu, Secretary Hu. Jingtu cut him off firmly, please go back. His words were very respectful, but his tone lacked warmth. Uncle Fu still knew his nephew well. If Jingtu saw the situation clearly, he would stop. If not, he might really lose his position as squad leader. Uncle Fu rubbed his nose and said, then I'll go back first. After all, marriage is a lifelong bond. Don't be too harsh. If anything happens and it gets out, it won't sound good. Zhou Linglan couldn't listen anymore. Uncle, our man is different from your family. Our man doesn't hit women. Go back. Uncle Fu didn't take it seriously. Jingtu's father passed away early, and he was often away when he was alive. Otherwise, with his hot temper, his second daughter-in-law, who is small and fragile, wouldn't be able to stand up to him. Even Jingtu's father, watching from heaven, would want to jump out of his coffin and scold Uncle Fu for spreading rumors. Should I leave this meat here? Uncle Fu looked distressed as he offered a piece of pork that probably weighed less than a pound to Jingtu. Zhou Linglan was about to refuse. Su Taotao's gaze was blocked by Jingtu, so she turned sideways and tilted her head, saying, Mom, let's not argue over meat. The squad leader came to scold or spread rumors. It's rare for him to bring back meat. Not accepting it would be rude. Only a fool wouldn't accept the meat offered, and even if she gave it to Teacher Chow, she wouldn't let Uncle Fu get the benefit. Zhou Linglan, used to listening to Su Taotao, stepped forward and took the meat. Uncle Fu held it tightly and Zhou Linglan pulled hard, looking at him with suspicion. Uncle? Uncle Fu reluctantly loosened his grip. He hadn't seen meat in a long time and wanted to eat some. Uncle Fu closed his eyes and looked away from the meat, feeling more distressed the more he thought about it. I'll go back now. Call me if anything happens. Zhou Linglong closed the door and looked worriedly at Jingtu. Jingtu, what your uncle said isn't true. It's not Tao Dao's fault. You. Jingtu interrupted, I know. After saying that, he took Su Taotao's wrist and led her toward the room. Fu Jingtu's fingers had a thin layer of calluses, but his palms were soft and warm. The warmth passed through his skin and veins into Su Taotao's heart. The feeling of his hands touching her last night and at noon, along with the trembling they caused, still lingered. A great writer once said a somewhat suggestive quote, meaning that once skin touches between men and women, feelings can easily deepen, either into the heart or the soul. Before yesterday, Su Taodao thought of Fu Jingtu as two strangers. She didn't plan to go further. It was best to treat each other with respect. If they couldn't develop feelings, they would wait for reforms, for Dechen to grow up a bit, then part peacefully, and each go their own way. But after sharing skin contact, she surprisingly felt proud and confident. She thought no matter how she acted, someone like Fu Jingtu wouldn't hurt her. Is this love? She couldn't say, for sure yet. But a man with good looks, a good body, and a good bed, no matter the era, would be hard to find as a partner. If possible, Su Taodao still wanted to try to save this. When she entered the room, she seriously asked him, "Do you hit your wife?" Fu Jingtu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and shook his head. "No, our man never hits women."
Su Taotao Shaid.
His smile was truly charming. How could he look so good? "Do you want me to explain?" she asked again. He shook his head. "It's not important. I want to ask you, do you still want to go back to the city?" Before, he didn't really understand Su Taodao. Marrying her wasn't entirely out of love. Since she wanted to marry him, he thought of it as just giving her a status, like a token. Since they would marry and have children anyway, it didn't matter who he married. He didn't have much time to waste on women. But time changes people. He almost couldn't see the old Su Taotao in her now. His wife now made him feel relaxed and happy. They also had a child. This made him reconsider marriage and his wife. It seemed he should put in some effort, spend time understanding her, and he was willing.
Su Taotao Nislinadit.
Yes, I thought about it. I married you because I didn't want to live in the countryside. It's not that I didn't want to, I just couldn't live there. She looked at her thin arms and legs. I'm too weak to farm and earn enough to eat. I didn't have the right perspective or vision before. I just wanted to cling to you to solve my basic needs. But then you left me suddenly. What could I do? Su Taotao's story is partly true and partly false. Combining the plot and her personality, she cleverly crafted a story that even moved herself, becoming more and more emotional as she spoke. Before Dust appeared, I was just wasting time, wanting to be a big bug that eats rice. But unexpectedly, Dust came into my life. The money you left was all spent, and I haven't heard from you since. I can't do anything. My family is small and old, and my mom's earnings are barely enough for one person's food. I had to think hard to find a job that I could do without leaving home to earn a living. So, even if you never come back, I can still support the family, though life is a bit harder. I would never really leave them alone and go back to the city. Even if I once had that thought, it's only human nature. As for jumping into the river, it was truly an accident. I only wanted to pretend for my uncle's sake, but I accidentally fell in. She couldn't tell Fu Jingtu that her terrible mother never cared about Dust's life or death, nor wanted him, only thinking of abandoning the family to reunite with her childhood sweetheart in the city. She didn't want to take the blame, but she had to give a reasonable explanation for the river jump. Otherwise, it would be a thorn in her side, affecting their relationship if left unresolved. Although now, there's no real feeling between them. Hearing this, Fu Jingtu felt very guilty. As a girl who went to the countryside with no support, she thought that marrying him would give her some security. But he didn't take their marriage seriously at the time, nor did he see her as his wife. After returning to work, he never thought of her even once. When he received her photo, he felt unfamiliar with her.
I'm sorry.
He really wanted to say he wouldn't do this again, but his job made it impossible to promise her much. The next time, they might completely cut off contact with the outside world, and he wouldn't even be able to explain. In fact, Su Taotao knew that research involving national security required top-level secrecy. Many great scientists like Fu Jingtu often couldn't help their circumstances. His family and military spouses were just like silent behind-the-scenes women. Su Taotao also didn't want to pretend she didn't know. I forgive you, so please forgive me too. Looking into her clear, pure eyes, Fu Jingtu's heart was full of mixed feelings. Finally, he nodded and said, okay. And there's one more thing I don't want you to hear from him, Su Taotao added. Seeing how serious Su Taotao was, it seemed this was not a small matter. Fu Jingtu's eyes darkened as he asked, what's going on? Su Taotao didn't beat around the bush. She directly took a letter from the drawer and said, before I knew you, I had a boyfriend in the city. Actually, we weren't exactly dating, but we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Our families were close, and we lived in the same alley. Everyone thought we would end up together when we grew up. But then the Cultural Revolution started, and we were sent to different places. Not long after I went to the countryside, I married you despite my family's objections. We lost contact with my family and also with him. Recently, I don't know how he found my contact info, but he reached out to me. He said I was unfaithful and wanted to rekindle our relationship, but I didn't respond. I just think you should know about this. I don't want anyone to use this against me or create misunderstandings. I had thought about returning to the city, but not to get back together with him. Strictly speaking, our relationship was based on genuine feelings and proper manners, so it's not really a past romance. This story was crafted based on the plot and Su Taotao's personality, which is a mix of truth and fiction. Su Taotao couldn't avoid contact with her family forever. This issue is like a ticking time bomb. If not dealt with in time, it could cause new conflicts. As for her childhood sweetheart, Su Taotao didn't lie. Nowadays, men and women are very cautious, and her mother was strict. They never even held hands. Su Taotao is attractive, and many people secretly liked her. She has a princess-like personality. She enjoys others fawning over her, but looks down on them. Except for Fu Jingtu, who seemed enchanted by her. She hadn't let any other man touch her. Su Taotao wanted to clear the air while their feelings were still shallow. She decided to be honest first, accept if he wanted or not if he didn't. She wanted everything out in the open so no one could blame her later. One day, she would bring him back to her family. Rumors would eventually reach his ears. Since she had already spoken openly, she thought it was better to confront the issue herself and dismantle this ticking bomb. Hearing Su Taotao say, I married you despite my family's objections and cut off contact with my family, Fu Jingtu's eyes grew deeper. He still didn't understand why she was so determined to marry him back then. Actually, dwelling on the past is pointless. This marriage has already exceeded his expectations. His wife has been more capable than he imagined, while he feels he hasn't done enough. Fu Jingtu didn't open the letter and returned it to her hand. I understand. Su Taotao thought he would ask something or say something, but he didn't ask or say anything. She took back the letter and smiled at herself, feeling unsure whether to think he's mature and doesn't dig into things or that she, as his wife, doesn't hold much importance in his heart. Maybe he's simply not interested in her affairs, or perhaps he doesn't care at all. Or maybe she doesn't need to explain anything. Forget it, it doesn't matter. She thought she was overthinking. She even went back to her parents' house, worried that he might hear rumors and have thoughts about it. In her past life, during the era of free love, she searched for love for over 20 years without success. This life, rushing into marriage blindly, was even harder than winning the lottery. What was she thinking? Forget it. Just treat it as finding a high-quality legal partner, whatever happens. Su Taotao calmly turned around to put the letter away. Let's go out for dinner, she said, then turned to open the door. Fu Jingtu felt her aura change somehow. She still had that smiling face, but her eyes were cold and distant. This feeling persisted until after dinner, with no change. Fu Jingtu realized that this coldness and distance were only directed at him. She remained warm and affectionate toward their son, and she was as usual with Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanheng. After dinner, she was still thinking about the piece of meat sent by Uncle Fu. Before eating, she had asked Zhou Linglong to braise it in soy sauce, and now she wanted Fu Jingtu to take it to Chao Guohua. He couldn't ask about her change directly, or he didn't know how to start. He didn't understand women well. Fu Jingtu went back to his room, took some cigarettes and a chess set, and went to knock on the cowshed door. Chao Guohua was used to Su Taotao occasionally bringing him things. He didn't ask questions and simply opened the door. Seeing the tall, handsome man at the door, he took a moment to react and then showed a happy expression. Jingtu? Fu Jingtu nodded. Uncle Chao, it's me. Chao Guohua looked very pleased and patted Fu Jingtu's shoulder affectionately. It's good you're back. Your mother and little Su don't have to work so hard. Take a seat. Chao Guohua pointed to the only missing leg in the house, which was on a stool by the doorframe. Fu Jingtu handed him the item he was holding and sat down smoothly. Chao Guohua didn't mind being polite and took a look, leaving the chessboard behind. He then took out a pack of cigarettes and placed it on the table. When he saw the piece of braised meat, he was quite surprised and asked Fu Jingtu, "Why are you sending braised meat at this hour?" Dinner had already included meat once. Fu Jingtu replied, "Just a small gift, courtesy of Xiao Su's idea."
Xiao Shu.
Fu Jingtu suddenly remembered he hadn't actually called Su Taotao by her name. In front of others, Xiao Su seemed pretty decent. Chao Guohua didn't ask who the flowers were for. He knew Su Taotao's personality. If she dared to return the flowers, she would throw them in the trash. If there was food to eat, she ate it, no need to waste it. Chao Guohua placed the items in the kitchen, then after a while, brought over 2 cups of tea.
Try it.
It's good. Thanks to your wife, I can still enjoy good tea in this broken place. Su Taotao hadn't mentioned her connection with Chao Guohua, and Fu Jingtu didn't know. He thought she was taking care of Chao Guohua on Zhou Lingling's instructions. You've married a good wife. In the future, you won't have to be away from home for so many days. Fu Jingtu replied, not anymore. He noticed that most people who knew Su Taotao kept praising her, family, staff at the state-run restaurant, and now even Chao Guohua. Seeing her cold, distant eyes, Fu Jingtu didn't know what he had done to upset her. Chao Guohua had already set up the chessboard. It's been many years since I played. I don't even know if I still remember how.
Come on.
After saying that, he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. It's been many years since I smoked. He pushed the cigarette toward Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu shook his head. He didn't have a smoking habit. He only smoked a few puffs when he was particularly anxious. These packs were given by others, and he didn't feel like smoking now. Knowing Fu Jingtu didn't like small talk, the two silently finished a game of chess without saying a word afterward. In the end, Chao Guohua lost. He sighed, I've never beaten you all these years. I wonder if I'll ever win once. How long do you plan to stay here?
Fu Jingtu asked.
Chao Guohua lit another cigarette and shook his head. I don't know. It's pretty good here. Fu Jingtu looked at him carefully. That's not your fault. Even if you're trying to atone, you've done enough over the years. Chao Guohua lowered his gaze, his eyes unclear and obscure. In the end, he shook his head and said, the journey is about results, not right or wrong. A bad outcome is my fault, and I can't feel at peace. You don't need to persuade me. When I figure things out, I will leave here. Fu Jingtu didn't say anything more. Chao Guohua asked again, when will you leave? Fu Jingtu replied, the day after tomorrow. Chao Guohua was surprised, so soon? What about Xiao Su and Qin Chen? Fu Jingtu said, they will leave with me. Xiaoheng should go for more systematic education, but my mother refuses to go. Chao Guohua comforted him. That's fine. I'm here too. Nothing serious will happen. The two played a game of chess, chatting casually. After finishing, Fu Jingtu was about to leave, but he left the chessboard behind. It seemed like Fu Jingtu had said something important, or maybe he hadn't said anything at all. Back home, Su Taotao had already turned off the lights and was asleep. That night, the moonlight was still very beautiful. Fu Jingtu could see Su Taotao's fair face and slightly furrowed brow in the moonlight. She wasn't sleeping deeply and seemed quite unhappy. Unknowingly, Fu Jingtu remembered Qiao Guohua's last words, "Be nicer to Xiao Su. She's worth it. She's worth it." But how should he treat her to be truly good? When Fu Jingtu's kiss landed on Su Taotao's earlobe, she thought she was dreaming. Her body was so eager that her desire was much stronger than before. They had been together last night and this morning, and now she couldn't even find peace in her dreams. Su Taotao resigned herself and followed her heart, closing her eyes and kissing Fu Jingtu wildly. He cupped her chin but was pulled away by her, and she grabbed his Adam's apple to on it. He hadn't planned to do anything, but under the moonlight, her delicate, white earlobe looked so tempting that he impulsively leaned in and kissed her. To his surprise, her reaction was very strong. Hearing her involuntary swallowing sounds, Fu Jingtu held her slender waist and whispered close to her ear, "Do you know what you're doing?" Su Taotao thought to herself, "This legal boyfriend talks more in dreams than in real life." She bit his Adam's apple as a punishment and muttered, "You talk too much." Fu Jingtu was speechless. After living for over 20 years, she was the first person to dislike his talkativeness. Fu Jingtu reached out and took a contraceptive item from the bedside table. He turned over and pressed her down, covering her pink lips with his. Su Taotao, half asleep and half awake, didn't realize she was doing something wrong. Her passion was 10 times hotter than when she was fully awake, and Fu Jingtu almost couldn't handle it. This intimate moment was perfectly matched, intense, and very satisfying. The next day, Su Taotao woke up on time according to her biological clock. She felt a little sore but refreshed and comfortable. She seemed to have had an indescribable dream. After extreme happiness, she slept deeply and peacefully. She slept better than ever. She felt she had fallen into a bad habit. She kept thinking about that thing day and night. The bed beside her was still cool. Fu Jingtu didn't know when he came back to sleep or how long he had been awake, until she accidentally kicked over the trash can and a used contraceptive item fell out. She had cleaned the trash can before sleeping last night. All the contraceptive items used yesterday shouldn't still be in the trash, which meant that last night's indescribable experience was not a dream. But Su Taotao scratched her head, feeling both helpless and on the verge of tears. Maybe she was a little reckless last night? Thinking carefully, no. She was very reckless. Forget it. Anyway, he wouldn't care, and she didn't care how he saw her. She would do what felt good. No matter what, she couldn't be as reserved as women in this era. In the small courtyard, morning smoke curled up, full of the warmth of daily life. Diligent Zhou Linglan was already preparing breakfast for the family. Fu Yuanheng carried a plate out of the kitchen, ready to change the goat milk. Su Taotao called to him, "Xiaoheng, today we'll drink malted milk, not goat milk tea." Fu Yuanheng looked at his gentle-looking sister-in-law and couldn't help but smile. "Sister-in-law, is there something you want me to do?" Su Taotao lazily found a small stool to sit on, patting another small stool beside her. "Come sit here." Fu Yuanheng trusted her and walked over to sit beside her. Su Taotao propped her hand on her temple, half-closed her eyes, and looked at Fu Yuanheng with a gentle smile. The morning light was soft, and the boy's features were like a beautiful painting, very pleasing to look at. "Xiaoheng, do you have any dreams?"
Huh?
What does that mean? Fu Yuanheng blinked a few times, stunned. "Your father's dream might be to become an excellent soldier. Your older brother's dream might be to dedicate his life to scientific research. My dream is," Su Taotao paused, closed her eyes, and raised her chin, "to eat and sleep without worries, to be a carefree, lazy little bug." Everyone has dreams, whether they are grand, selfish, dedicated to their country, or simply about having enough to eat and live comfortably. The goal everyone strives for is a dream. What about you, Xiaoheng? What do you want to be when you grow up? Fu Yuanheng thought about Su Taotao's words for a while, then shook his head and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't know. I don't have a dream." Su Taotao replied casually, "If you didn't have one before, then start now. Think carefully about one, or I can help you find one. After all, you won't stay forever in this small mountain village, working from sunrise to sunset." Fu Yuanheng is a very clever boy. It seemed like he understood what Su Taotao wanted to tell him. He stayed silent, and Su Taotao continued, "Your mother has always cared for you all her life, from Fujing to Tiu, and then to Qin. Over the past 20 years, she has put a lot of effort into it and has had little time for herself. Now she wants to live alone for a few years, and I understand that very well. I believe you do too. If you stay here, firstly, the school can't teach you anything new, and secondly, it would disturb your mother's peace. Xiao Heng, I've told you before, there are many books and many roads. If you see the outside world, learn enough skills, and still like living in the small mountain village, you can always come back. But if you never go out, you won't have any choices in the future. You'll have to stay here forever." Su Taotao opened her eyes, looked down at Fu Yuanhong's eyes, and said softly, "Come with us. First, the base has better educational resources. You have such good talent for learning. You shouldn't waste it. Second, you can help me take care of Chen. I'm afraid I can't manage him alone." Fu Yuanheng was deeply moved inside. Did he not want to leave? Didn't he want to see the bigger cities outside the county?
He did.
But he couldn't bear to leave Zhou Linglan, nor did he want to disturb his older brother and sister-in-law's life. Ever since he casually said he didn't want to go with them, his brother and sister-in-law hadn't persuaded him. He thought that was how it would be arranged. He knew this was the best plan. He felt a little disappointed, but mostly he felt reluctant. Reluctant to leave his little cousin, who had grown up with him, and reluctant to leave such a good sister-in-law. But he wasn't unhappy.
He was happy for them.
But now his sister-in-law told him it wasn't like that. She actually hoped he would live with them and had already paved a path for him toward more choices in the future. For some reason, as he looked into her caring eyes, Fu Yuanhong's eyes filled with tears. His head lowered, and tears fell down. Su Taotao patted the child's shoulder and said, "In my eyes, you are more like Qinqing's older brother. Both Chuncheng and I need you. Mom also means the same. She will come to live with us in about 1.5 years or 3 or 4 years. Our family won't be separated for long. She needs him. Sister-in-law needs him." Fu Yuanheng shook his shoulders and nodded repeatedly, choking on his tears, saying, "Sister-in-law, I will go with you." Su Taotao touched his head and smiled. "That's right. Don't cry. Later, when Chencheng wakes up, she might think I bullied you. But I might ask you to do more work in the future, so be prepared." Fu Yuanheng shook his head, wiped his tears, and broke into a smile. Su Taotao lifted her chin and said, "Go get Chencheng's food. Today we'll share his food and see if he will cry later." Fu Yuanheng smiled again. "He won't. He's very generous." Su Taotao knew he was right. There was no child more angelic than Chencheng. She needed to see if her little angel had woken up. Outside the door, Fu Jintu, soaked in sweat, was also smiling. Be good to her. She deserves it. Yes, she does. Fu Jintu suddenly remembered the passionate night last night when she clung to him and blossomed. He suddenly felt like smoking a cigarette. When Su Taotao came out holding her sleepy little angel, Fu Jintu had just finished a shower and was walking out of the bathroom. The prominent mark on his Adam's apple was especially noticeable, almost making Su Taotao lose her grip on Chencheng. The evidence was clear. Even if she wanted to deny it, she couldn't. Anyway, she had no face or shame now. She walked over, gave him a pointed look at his Adam's apple, and whispered, "Go get dressed and button up." Fu Jintu looked at her with deep, affectionate eyes, fixed on her slightly embarrassed, water-filled eyes. His long fingers touched his Adam's apple and suddenly moved closer, asking without emotion, "Do you like this place?" Last night, she cared most about his Adam's apple. "It's deadly." Su Taotao took a step back, closed her eyes, and decided to give up, saying, "Yes, I like it. But there are minors here. Can you please be more considerate?" Fu Jintu curled his lips, reached out, and patted Chencheng's head. "Go wash up. Later, Dad will teach you how to play military chess." Dusting bit his chubby fingers, looking at his dad and then his mom, his eyes spinning around, then shaking his head. He hugged Su Taotao tightly and said in a soft voice, "No, I want Mama." Su Taotao hugged her son back, kissed his cheek heavily, and headed to the bathroom. Good boy. Today I will take you to work. In the bathroom, the little guy obediently opened his mouth wide for his mom to brush his teeth. After Su Taotao finished, she gave him a glass of water. He gulped a few times and then spat it out, smiling proudly. Clean Su Taotao praised him. Dusting is great, very clean. She handed him a cloth and told him to wash his face himself. Usually, she let him do what he could and only helped him fix his hair at the end. Then she carried her fresh-smelling little one out for breakfast. Today's breakfast was sweet potato porridge with vegetable pancakes and 5 bowls of malt drink. Dusting had a small bowl of egg custard in front of him. Su Taotao asked him to eat the egg custard first and joked, "Little uncle didn't go to get goat milk today, so there's no goat milk tea. Can we drink Dusting's malt drink instead?" Dusting looked up from his egg custard, his big eyes carefully watching the malt drink, and nodded in agreement. Yes, at 2 years old, children are usually protective of their food, but Dusting wasn't. Su Taotao felt very happy. She picked up the first bowl and asked, "Who is this for?" Without thinking, Dusting replied, "Mama." Su Taotao smiled softly, feeling a little touched. She finally became the most important person in his little heart. Next, she didn't ask again. She gave each of them a bowl. The order didn't matter. She was number one. When she handed the last bowl to Fu Jingtu, he shook his head and pushed it back. "I won't drink. You all can have it." Fu Jingtu sat next to Dusting. The little guy, busy with his egg custard, stopped and pushed his malt drink toward him. "Drink everyone." Fu Jingtu looked down, eyes meeting the little guy's big eyes in a silent stare. Dusting was not afraid. He lifted his chin and said, "Drink." Seeing the little one's serious face, as if saying, "If you don't drink, you're not respecting me," Su Taotao couldn't help but giggle. Everyone laughed. Fu Yuaneng explained, "It's our family rule, share good things. It's not like this every day." Fu Jingtu's face looked pale. He didn't expect that, in his 20s, he still had to drink this sweet, thick malt drink. He really didn't like it. But looking into Dusting's big, clear eyes, he couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to take a big gulp. Dust watched him finish drinking, nodded happily, and gently patted his arm to encourage him. Then she buried her head back into her work, continuing to prepare egg custard. Su Taotao saw Fu Jingtu's expression, which was more serious than when taking medicine, and couldn't stop laughing. After breakfast, Fu Jingtu planned to drive Su Taotao to the county town. However, Su Taotao said, "Today is market day. I will take a tractor. Bring some candies to school. Let Xiaoheng say goodbye to the teachers and classmates. You can pick us up at noon." Fu Jing's social skills are not his strong suit. His job doesn't require him to flatter anyone. He sees no need to make this trip. Yesterday, the village school was still in session, but today, students have dropped out to stay home and take care of younger siblings. Teachers are used to this and don't ask questions when busy. It's respectful enough for Fu Yuanheng to just inform the teacher himself. Still, he obeyed Su Taotao's plan. Fu Yuanheng was the happiest one. He couldn't ask for this himself, but knowing his older brother was willing to go, mainly because of his sister-in-law, made him very happy. He could already imagine how envious his classmates would look when they saw him with his brother. Before leaving, Fu Yuanheng changed into the green uniform and liberation shoes that Su Taotao bought for him. He also carried the new school bag sewn by Zhou Linglan. He looked clean and energetic. He was childishly excited, stretched out his arms, spun around in front of Fu Jingtu, and proudly said, "My sister-in-law bought this for me. Dust also has one exactly the same. She said it's a brother's outfit." Fu Jingtu reminded him, "It's an uncle-nephew outfit." Fu Yuanheng just smiled and didn't argue. As the eldest sister-in-law's child, he knew Su Taotao raised him and Dust the same way. His school bag was full of candies. He patted it and said, "Let's go, big brother." Then he strutted out confidently, like a proud rooster. It's unclear whether time changes a person, or if being close to good influences makes a difference. Fu Yuanheng had transformed completely. He was no longer the timid, cowardly boy he once was. Fu Jingtu thought to himself, Su Taotao really knew how to teach children. When Su Taotao arrived in the county, She first bought fresh pig intestines from the meat processing plant. She bought quite a lot, some to take home for lunch. This time, she didn't need to do everything herself. In the kitchen, she kept dust on her back and watched Chef Sue and others prepare the ingredients. They boiled a decent batch of seasoned broth. Remember this recipe and steps carefully. If you do, you won't make mistakes. Selling marinated meat can save you a lot of trouble, and you won't have to work so hard. Chef Sue nodded happily and said, "Yes, I heard that the second restaurant also started selling marinated dishes, but the taste isn't authentic. People aren't interested because everyone is used to your recipe and has become picky." Su Taotao smiled and replied, "Even the tastiest food can become boring if eaten too often. That's why we need to keep creating new dishes." The steamed rice flour sausage with black bean sauce is ready to be cooked. Let's try the right cooking time. Chef Su didn't need to prepare anything. All the ingredients were ready, so he let the second chef handle it. Fresh rice flour sausages don't need to be cleaned too thoroughly. The starch inside is the key to this dish. Just add a clove of garlic and swirl it around to make sure there are no pests or dirt inside. There's a small trick when choosing rice flour sausage. Pick the part where the starch inside is white or light pink. Never choose the yellow part, as that's the bitter sausage, which is very bitter. Washing it clean can help reduce heat in the body, but it doesn't taste good. This is one reason why many say rice flour sausage doesn't taste good. If people cook the whole sausage together, it often turns bitter, making the dish unappetizing. Cutting the sausage with a decorative pattern requires skill. First, cut the sausage into 10-centimeter sections. Then, score the back side with a pattern, making sure the spacing is even. Each cut should be clean, but the fatty side must stay connected and not be cut through. This is crucial for making the sausage easy to eat and tender. Next is controlling the cooking time. Boil the sausage in hot water for 10 seconds, then remove and drain. Mix in the prepared garlic and black bean sauce, along with shredded perilla leaves. Steam on high heat for 3 minutes. Once time is up, take it out immediately, sprinkle with chopped green onions, and drizzle with hot oil. The dish is now ready. Using less expensive ingredients is common, but the skill involved in preparing these dishes takes time and effort. That's why, in the 21st century, even cheaper ingredients like offal can sometimes sell for more than meat. Many traditional cooking methods have been lost in the fast-paced modern world. Taking the time to carefully craft and taste dishes is now a luxury. After tasting a piece, Su Taotao gave the second chef a thumbs up. "Comrade," shouting, "I pass this dish to you. From now on, it will be your signature dish. You must carry it forward and make it famous." Su Taotao ordered some rice to go with the dish, sharing a bit with Dust, who loved it and ate happily with squinted eyes. Su Taotao said if Dust can chew it, you just need to remember the right cooking time. Too long makes it tough. Too short makes it raw. It's a real skill. Xiaoding was very excited, fidgeting with his hands, not knowing where to put them. Usually, he only handled simple dishes like steamed fish, steamed eggs, stir-fried greens, or tomato and egg dishes. Today was his first time officially managing a signature dish. He worked carefully, but was also worried about messing up. "I didn't expect it to succeed." Su Taotao even said she would pass it to him. Thank you, Comrade Su," he said, glancing at Chef Su. "Chef Su, why are you looking at me?"
You did well.
"I'll leave the cooking to you in the future. I prefer to relax." Xiaoding's face lit up. "Oh, I understand now."
Thank you, Master.
They had also tried making a few of the other 9 dishes these past few days. The results were pretty good. Su Taotao's recipes were very detailed, so even if they couldn't copy exactly, they were close enough. Su Taotao gave some more tips and instructions. It was time for her to leave. Before leaving, Chef Su handed her an envelope and a bag of things. He patted Chin Chen's head. "Though we're sad to see you go, we hope you get better and better." Su Taotao took the items. "I will. You and the restaurant will also get better." She looked at the sign that said First Restaurant in red with black characters. She felt a lot. This was her first job after arriving in the 1970s. She hadn't been there long, but she felt a deep connection. When she left the restaurant, Fu Jingtu was already waiting outside. He leaned against the car, arms crossed, holding a cigarette with one hand. He looked up at the sky, the smoke swirling around him. Suddenly, he tilted his head and looked over. The sunlight shone on him, warm and dreamy, making him look extraordinary. Seeing Su Taotao come out, he immediately put out his cigarette, walked quickly over, hugged Chen Chen, and took the things from her hand. His calm voice followed. "Let's go home." Su Taotao was momentarily stunned, then slowly smiled. Yes, home. She and Chen Chen might someday become his most important family members. Whether she loved him or not, maybe it wasn't worth overthinking. Back home, it was almost quitting time. Surprisingly, there was an uninvited guest at the door. Su Taotao raised an eyebrow. Her gaze at Xia Xin was full of meaning. Ever since she came here and didn't bother to provoke her, the original heroine's presence had been quite low. Today, she suddenly appeared, and Su Taotao almost forgot she existed. She secretly admired Fu Jingtu. Suddenly, Su Taotao remembered a phrase and looked up at Fu Jingtu. He still had that calm, handsome face. Xia Xin's appearance didn't stir any emotion in him. Actually, if it weren't for a certain special moment involving some birth control supplies, he would be eager to reach the peak. When climaxing, he would lift his head, close his eyes, and quietly moan, both restrained and involuntarily. Su Taotao also thought he was always neat and elegant, like a noble orchid. Su Taotao was not worried at all. Xia Xin was not even considered a rival. Fu Jingtu is not someone who loves her, and he certainly doesn't love other women. Her only rival would be his work. In fact, Fu Jingtu is a very good partner. He is disciplined, loyal, responsible, respectful, and caring for his family. Although his job keeps him busy and he can't spend much time at home, his character is almost perfect. Of course, his strong body and excellent intimacy also make him a great partner. As long as she isn't overly demanding about eternal love or constant companionship, their marriage is fine. Is Xia Jiqing here to see me or my husband? Su Taotao asked casually. Fu Jingtu came back and immediately appeared, which was obvious enough. Xia Xin looked away from Fu Jingtu and lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. She didn't really know why she came here. Yesterday, she heard he was back at work, and today she couldn't help but come to take a look. She hadn't even thought of a good excuse. Fu Jingtu carried his things and held the child into the house without saying a word to her. Dreams of a goddess, but the king of Xiang has no interest. Su Taotao knew this was how it was. But on the other hand, if she had to choose between Su Taotao and Xia Xin, she believed Fu Jingtu would choose Xia Xin. However, no matter what methods Su Taotao used to take the place of Mrs. Fu, Xia Xin wouldn't be involved. Why should women make things difficult for each other? The past disagreements were just small grains of sand in the long river of life. Fu Jingtu had already gone inside, and Xia Xin still didn't know. Su Taotao said, "Is Xia Jiqing just passing by? Want to come in for a drink?" Xia Xin suddenly looked up, saw no sign of him, and her face showed obvious disappointment. She couldn't understand why Su Taotao would help her out. They clearly didn't get along. Seeing Su Taotao's pure, beautiful face, with her eyebrows charming and her lips slightly curved, Xia Xin suddenly felt distracted. It's because the traditional women of this era are too reserved and proud to lose control or indulge in foolish thoughts. Even if Fu Jingtu stood right in front of her, what could she say or ask? Xia Xin smiled and shook her head, pointing at the off-road vehicle behind Su Taotao. "No, I was just curious during work because everyone was talking about this big guy. It looks impressive. I'm going back now. You can go ahead." No wonder she is the heroine. Her quick wit is impressive. Suddenly, she found an excuse that even Su Taotao couldn't argue with. Su Taotao kindly agreed and looked back at the car, nodding. "It is quite impressive. We're leaving tomorrow. If you want to see it, look as much as you like. We don't know when we'll be back next time." Xia Xin's smile froze slightly. You're leaving together?"
树豆到那里?
"Yes, but Mom wants to wait a while before leaving. Tomorrow's answer will surface," so Su Taotao saw no need to hide anything. Xia Xin felt dazed and didn't know how she managed to walk back to the youth commune. Today, Wang Xiaohong was in charge of cooking lunch. Xia Xin knew she went to find Fu Jingtu. Seeing her like this when she returned, she knew things were bad. She asked another young woman to watch the fire and went inside to see Xia Xin. Xia Xin bit her arm and lay on the pillow, crying silently. Wang Xiaohong closed the door, supported her shoulders and whispered, "What's wrong? What did Fu Jingtu say?" Xia Xin shook her head, biting her arm, tears streaming down her face. Wang Xiaohong was anxious. "Is it Su Taotao? Did she bully you? I knew she wasn't a good person. I'll go find her." She was about to leave after speaking. Xia Xin reached out and held her, shaking her head. "No, it has nothing to do with her. I'm just sad." She was a pretty girl with a decent family background, excelling in her studies. After graduating from high school, she was forced to go to the countryside, living a life day after day, working from dawn to dusk, facing the endless fields. Her fair skin and delicate hands turned dark and rough from constant labor, becoming unrecognizable. She no longer dared to look in the mirror. Worse, she didn't know when this life would end. Before going to the countryside, her passionate desire to contribute to rural development had cooled off through daily toil, becoming numb. Her working ability was even less than that of a 10-year-old rural child. How could she hope to change or build the countryside? She admitted that when she saw Su Taotao today, she felt jealous. Both had been in the countryside for over 3 years. Because she married Fu Jingtu first, she already had a 2-year-old child. Yet, her face showed no signs of age. Her skin was still tender, and her hands still delicate. Even if she wasn't involved in romantic affairs, her demeanor told what Fu Jingtu had done to her. In every way, she believed she was better than Su Taotao. Except for one thing, she had no shame or nerve, rushing to become Fu Jingtu's wife. Now, she watched helplessly as Su Taotao left with Fu Jingtu, not knowing when these difficult days would end. She couldn't help but feel sad. Wang Xiaohong paused and said, "Inin, actually, if you want, I think Fu Jingtu. Don't mention him anymore." Xia Xin wiped her tears. "I have nothing to do with him at all." Wang Xiaohong, "But if it weren't for Su Taotao." Xia Xin, "There's no but. The fact is, Su Taotao is Fu Jingtu's wife. They even have a son. I beg you, don't bring it up again. I still care about my reputation." Wang Xiaohong sighed. "All right, I won't mention it. Dinner should be ready soon. Let's go out and eat." The small incident at the door was not worth mentioning to Fu Jingtu. He didn't ask, and Su Taotao naturally wouldn't bring it up. It seemed Xia Xin hadn't come here before. Dichen had just eaten a little at the restaurant and was feeling sleepy. Fu Jingtu carried him to the room to sleep. He noticed the little boy's long eyelashes, especially when he closed his eyes, like 2 thick fans covering his lower eyelids. His chubby, white, tender face was adorable. When he was asleep, his tiny hands were raised near his face, and his pink, chubby mouth moved slightly now and then. He looked beautiful and cute. Fu Jingtu could still see a hint of his mother in him. She looked the same when she was sleeping. Fu Jingtu gently brushed the child's face with his long index finger, feeling soft and tender. When he came out of the room, Su Taotao was in the kitchen tending the fire. Tending the fire was probably her weakness. She was stacking firewood and puffing her cheeks, blowing into the stove with all her might. Her small, white cheeks puffed out, looking just like Dichen. The whole kitchen was filled with smoke, but the fire still hadn't caught. "Let me do it," Fu Jingtu said, taking the blowpipe from her. Su Taotao's throat was burning, tears and runny nose coming out from the smoke. She angrily went outside to get some fresh air, coughing for a long time before calming down. She pouted and complained, "This stove just likes to bully me. Xiaohang is so easy to light, but I always take forever to get it going." Fu Jingtu quickly lit the fire, then opened the window wide and used a fan to the smoke out. When the kitchen was clear of smoke, he said, "Come in now." Peach Su wrinkled her nose and reluctantly entered the kitchen. These days, the worst thing was not having natural gas or an exhaust fan. She liked cooking, but it wasn't summer yet. Cooking in the kitchen felt like swimming, and she didn't know what she would do when summer arrived. Come here, Fu Jingtu said again.
Why?
The space between the stove and the wall was small. Fu Jingtu, who was over 1.8 meters tall, stood inside, making it feel very cramped. Fu Jingtu leaned against the wall, making room, and tilted his chin toward a small bench near the stove, saying, I'll teach you how to start a fire. Su Taotao sat on the only small stool. Fu Jingtu bent down, almost wrapping Su Taotao in his arms. He demonstrated in another stove. First, clean out the ashes. Place the firewood in a grid pattern, with a handful of pine needles in the middle. Light the fire starter and put it under the pine needles. It will catch fire automatically after a while. His breath was close to Su Taotao's ear. Maybe because he had smoked a few cigarettes outside the state-run restaurant, his usually clear scent now carried a hint of smoke. It was pleasant and a bit flirtatious. Su Taotao's ears and cheeks warmed up. After 2 days of intimate moments, her emotions were easily stirred. She subtly moved her chair to the side. Do you understand? His calm, clear voice sounded. Fu Jingtu tilted his head to look at her. Su Taotao also turned her head toward him. Their lips were less than a centimeter apart, almost about to kiss. Su Taotao instinctively leaned back. The small stool was unsteady, and her bottom was about to hit the ground. Fu Jingtu reached under her armpit, grabbing her slender waist, pulling her back into his arms. Their lips naturally met. Startled, Su Taotao tried to dodge. His instinct was to tighten his hold on her waist, towering over her, swallowing her breath. Su Taotao could only close her eyes and lift her chin to endure. In the cramped space, their saliva exchanged softly, and sparks from the stove occasionally crackled, as if applauding this unexpected closeness. Fu Jingtu was mindful of boundaries. The kiss didn't last long. When their lips parted, his breathing was still steady, but Su Taotao had already collapsed into his arms, rubbing her neck with one hand. She didn't bother to blush or act coy, glaring at him. My neck is sore. Her voice was sweet and charming. In Fu Jingtu's eyes, her glare was full of affection. He couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss the corner of her lips, silently taking her hand and helping her massage her neck. A rare moment of warmth. Neither of them spoke. Although both were sweating heavily, they didn't leave the cramped space. Once their necks felt better, Su Taotao started giving instructions to Fu Jingtu. Go wash the pig intestines, she said. Su Taotao loves eating pig offal, but is afraid to wash it herself. Usually, Zhou Linglan does the cleaning. She thought Fu Jingtu would refuse, but he simply took it to wash without saying a word. Su Taotao stuffed a garlic clove into the intestines and told him, don't wash away the seasoning inside. Just rinse it through. Then cut it into lengths about the size of your fingers. Make a few cuts on the back, but don't cut through the fatty parts.
Can you do that?
In the future, only the two of them would be at the base. Although Fu Yuanhang is very capable, he still needs to go to school and help take care of Chen Chen. If all the chores fell on her alone, she would be exhausted. So she had to make sure Fu Jingtu understood that the home belonged to both of them. Even if he was earning money for the family, he shouldn't come home and act like the boss without helping out. Fortunately, Fu Jingtu, though not very worldly, was very good at working. After washing the intestines, he cut them better than the small pieces in government-run restaurants, proving with his actions whether he could do it or not. Su Taotao was actually more nervous than him when she saw his veins clearly visible on his hands holding the knife. She couldn't help but remind him, your hands are for experiments. Be careful when using knives, so you don't get hurt. Fu Jingtu nodded, I will. From then on, Su Taotao kept giving him tasks, making him boil water, stir-fry, chop onions and garlic. Basically, she just sat back and directed, while Fu Jingtu did all the work. Even so, she was sweating heavily. While fanning herself, Su Taotao asked Fu Jingtu, is it hot at the base? Do they have electric fans? Fu Jingtu thought for a moment. Since it's surrounded by the sea and it rains often, it's not as hot as here. The laboratory has fans, but there are none at home. She asked again, can we buy one for home? It's too hot. I really can't stand it. Since there's no electricity in the countryside, she couldn't do much. The base is power, and she didn't want to suffer. Fu Jingtao nodded. Your ticket should include a fan voucher. If not, you can exchange it or buy one. Su Taotao's eyes lit up. I'm starting to look forward to life at the base. Besides clothes and bedding, what else should we bring? Fu Jingtao said, just bring clothes. Only bring bedding for Yuanhang. We can buy other daily necessities once we get there. Su Taotao couldn't agree more and nodded continuously. The quilts at home are both hard and heavy. I find it quite troublesome, but since we have a car, isn't that more convenient? Fu Jingtao replied, the car needs to be returned when we reach the city. Then we can take the train. Su Taotao bit her lip. I thought we could drive directly to the base. That stuff needs to be simplified again and again. She then counted on her fingers. Your tickets include milk powder vouchers. I was thinking about whether I should buy some to bring along. Luckily, I didn't buy any. I also wanted to bring some dried goods my mom sun-dried. Her pickled vegetables are delicious. It seems I can't bring any of those now. Chun Chun's little wooden horse can't be brought, but her small quilt must be taken. She needs to hold it to sleep at night. I can't find it, she'll cry. Not all storybooks can be brought either. The ones Xiao Hang can memorize, I won't take those. As she kept talking, Zhou Linglan and Fu Yuanhang arrived home. Su Taotao asked Fu Yuanhang to wake Chun Chun up for dinner. Even during dinner, she was still discussing seriously with the two children about what could be taken to the base and what couldn't. Zhou Linglan occasionally chimed in with suggestions. Fu Jingtao ate his tasty meal quietly, listening to his wife talk and the family speak softly. He looked forward to the life they would have when they returned. After finishing the meal, Fu Jingtao suddenly said, Mom, prepare more dried goods. This time, we'll take Chun Chun to see her grandparents. Su Taotao was momentarily confused about who Fu Jingtao meant by grandparents. Zhou Linglan, excited, asked her, Taotao, should you call your family first? It's known that over the past few years since her daughter-in-law married in, she had never gone back even once. Even if she didn't say it, she knew there must have been conflicts at home. A city girl marrying into the countryside would have suffered, but any caring mother would be concerned. Her son still hadn't met his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and Chun Chun had never met her grandparents. Zhou Linglan couldn't help but feel excited. Su Taotao bit the tip of her chopsticks, blinked, and wondered, call whom?
Who are these grandparents?
Who am I supposed to call? Back at the base, why did the conversation suddenly turn to visiting her family? Su Taotao had thought about the possibility that one day Fu Jingtao might go to see her family, but she hadn't expected it so soon. She was completely unprepared mentally. Is it just across the province? Is it on the way? Fu Jingtao. We leave at 5 tomorrow morning. It takes 4 hours from here to the city, then another 4 hours from the city to G City. We should arrive before noon, have lunch, and catch the 10 p.m. train. Driving back and forth all day would be very tiring, but if I drive most of the day, I can get there. Just as he finished speaking, Su Taotao immediately disagreed. No, that's too tight. If you do that, you'll be driving for over 10 hours in one day, which is too dangerous. Let's wait for another chance. When we arrive at the base, I will write them a detailed letter explaining everything. They will understand. So many years have passed. This little bit of time isn't a problem. He didn't mean to offend, but she took it to heart. Fu Jingtao knows he's not a good son, husband, or father. No matter why he married into her family, he shouldn't have gone so long without visiting. Honestly, he didn't plan to come back before. It was just a sudden idea. He also admits he didn't plan well. Not returning for years, then just eating a meal and leaving, maybe it would be better not to go back at all. He is thinking about his work schedule for the next 6 months. He might have a few days off during the new year, but he didn't mention anything certain, only saying, I didn't think things through carefully. I was a bit rushed. Zhou Linglan said, then Taotao can send some dried goods back home. Who knows when she'll be able to send more next time. Okay. Su Taotao felt a strange relief. Recently, she has been trying to repair her relationship with her family. She sent a copy of the photo she took with Chen back home, and even tried to imitate her own tone in a letter. Her family replied briefly, only a few words, still not forgiving her for marrying into the countryside against their wishes. But from their words, it was clear they liked Chen very much. After not seeing each other for years, it's understandable that Su Taotao's appearance has changed. She's not worried about revealing her true self. But she's not ready to face her family yet. Fu Yuanhang had already said goodbye to his teachers and classmates in the morning. In the afternoon, he didn't go to class, and Zhou Linglan also stayed home with Su Taotao to pack. A mother worries about her son traveling far, even knowing her son and daughter-in-law are determined. She still can't help but remind him of everything. There's something Su Taotao has wanted to say for a long time. Mom, after we leave, please don't go to work anymore. The food supplies at home are enough for you for a long time. The coarse grains and vegetables from the land are more than enough. We don't need those work points, so there's no need to work so hard. Zhou Linglan smiled as she folded clothes and said, life in the countryside is like this. After so many years, I'm used to it. It's not tiring. Su Taotao replied, Mom, if you don't agree, then come with us. Staying here is meant to experience a lighter life, not to keep working hard like before. That doesn't make sense. It's better if you come with us, take care of dust, and I find a job to work. Zhou Linglan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Taotao, is there anyone in the village as young as me who doesn't work in the fields? That's impossible. People would laugh at me to death. Su Taotao insisted, Mom, these are our lives. What does it matter to others? No family in the village is completely empty. If you stay here, people will gossip. So, you should come with us. Zhou Linglan couldn't argue with Su Taotao and could only say, in 2 months, the double harvest season will come. We are already short of people. Let's talk after that. Su Taotao said, you can help during the double harvest. Whoever wants to plow that broken land at Dallington can go.
Fuzento.
Su Taotao shouted towards the door. Fu Jingtu was repairing the chicken coop at home. It was the first time he heard Su Taotao call his name, and he was stunned for a moment before reacting. What's the matter? Go find Uncle Da, tell him Mom is not feeling well and needs to rest. She won't work anymore. During the double harvest, she can help, but she won't do heavy work. Fu Jingtu looked into her bright eyes and believed her without hesitation. Okay, I'll go tell him. Zhou Linglan was really scared for them. She quickly came out and held her son. Don't just follow Taotao around. You don't need to make a fuss over such small matters. If people find out, what will they think? I can handle it myself. Taotao, I know you're doing this for me. I'm not that weak. I know what to do. Su Taotao said, I have contacts in the village. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll come back anytime and take you away. Su Taotao truly loved her gentle and kind mother and sincerely hoped she could have a comfortable life. Zhou Linglan patted her head. Okay, I understand. Zhou Linglan had never had a daughter and, unconsciously, grew closer and closer to Su Taotao. Her biological daughter was no different. Su Jiqing, your package is here. It was the delivery person's voice. Fu Jingtu put down his work and went to open the door to get the package. Who is it? Someone actually sent me a package? The package wasn't very big. Su Taotao looked at the address and, sure enough, it was from Bai Chao Chao. As soon as she mentioned him, he arrived. The package was from her hometown in Ji City. Su Taotao unpacked the package while saying, this package arrived just in time. If it was a day later, I wouldn't have received it. She looked through the contents, which were all for Chen. She had nothing for herself. She waved to Chen, who was packing his small backpack, and said, Chen, come here. Grandma sent you some nice things. Chen put down his bag, waddled over on his short legs, and tilted his head to look at Su Taotao. Grandma Su Taotao took out 2 sets of small short-sleeve shirts, a pair of tiny leather shoes, and a cloth tiger, handing them to Chen. Grandma is your dad's mom, right? So, I am your mom's mom. This is a gift from your grandma. This is a little tiger. Do you like it? Chen's eyes widened as he hugged the tiger tightly. He touched its head, and then nodded with a smile. I like it. Su Taotao also took out 2 cans of milk powder and said, "This is milk powder, your food. Grandma is so good to you. What do you want to say to Grandma?" Chun Chun replied, "Thank you." Su Taotao patted his head. "Later, your mom will write back to Grandma." Can Chun Chun say thank you to Grandma himself? Chun Chun nodded. Okay, the small clothes were made of soft cotton fabric, perfect for children. They looked handmade, very clean, and smelled of soap. The tiny leather shoes seemed to be a bit bigger on purpose, probably just right for winter. The cloth tiger was sewn from various scraps of fabric, colorful and festive-looking. The craftsmanship was average, just for display, close-up, it wasn't very nice. These items reflected Grandma's deep love for her little grandson. Without her, perhaps her daughter would still be upset. Chun Chun loved the cloth tiger very much, hugging it tightly and playing with it for a while before packing it into a small backpack. Zhou Linglan watched Chun Chun's belongings and sighed. My mother-in-law is so thoughtful. She also felt relieved. Blood is thicker than water. Surely, her in-laws wouldn't ignore their daughter. The whole family worked busy all afternoon to pack everything. Su Taotao looked at the pile of things and sighed, asking Fu Jingtu, "What should we do with so much stuff? I try to keep it simple, but it's still so much." Fu Jingtu said, "Set aside what you don't need right now. I'll take it to the post office later to send. You can also mail some dried goods and pickled vegetables you like." Su Taotao suddenly realized, why am I so silly? Yes, let's bring some change of clothes and essentials. The rest can be mailed. It's okay if it arrives a bit later. Peach adjusted her strategy and started working immediately. In the end, she packed only 2 large bags. She mailed the quilt to Fu Yuanhang, since he wasn't using it now. She told Dust to pack his own belongings and carry them himself, as agreed. Dust had many treasures like small stones, slingshots, comic books, military chests given by Fu Jingtu, and a little tiger from his grandmother. The little boy wanted to take everything, and his backpack was so full it couldn't hold more. In the end, the mailed items were several times more than what he carried. There were dried winter mushrooms, black fungus, dried bamboo shoots, vegetables, dried flowers, pickled cucumbers, mustard greens, bamboo shoots, and radishes. Peach took all of these, including a set for her family. The trunk of the off-road vehicle was packed full. Fu Jingtu looked at the full trunk and felt helpless. He thought that buying these preserved foods locally might be cheaper than mailing, but he didn't say anything. Peach said she wanted everything, so he sent it all. In the package sent to Peach's family in G City, there was also a letter from Peach and Dust. Dust, thank you. Grandma was written by Peach holding his little hand, with crooked, childlike writing. Everyone was full of hope and excitement for the new life ahead. That night, except for Dust, the whole family was very excited and couldn't sleep for a long time, counting the seconds until the new beginning. The countryside night was quiet, and every sound was especially noticeable. Fu Jingtu was a light sleeper, used to sleeping alone before, so Peach tossing and turning naturally disturbed asleep. He closed his eyes, reached out, and pulled the soft person into his arms. Peach was unexpectedly turned around 180 degrees. A large hand pressed her head to a warm neck, gently patted her back, and a steady voice like raindrops in a jade bowl, with a warm, husky tone, said, "Sleep." Peach gave up trying and simply closed her eyes, lying on Fu Jingtu, rubbing her cheek against his neck. "I can't sleep," she said. "Fu Jingtu, don't talk. Keep your eyes closed and follow the rhythm of my hand while counting." He took a fan with his other hand and gently fanned her. Tomorrow, traveling with 2 children would be tiring, so she couldn't be exhausted tonight. She needed enough sleep. If not, he wouldn't mind using another method to help her sleep. I'm not sure if Fu Jingtu's voice has a calming effect, if it's just because he sounds so nice, or if there's a gentle fan blowing, creating a cool breeze that helps me sleep. Su Taotao listens to him and follows the rhythm of his hand patting her back, counting the beats. Before she reaches 100, she suddenly falls asleep. Fu Jingtu hears her steady breathing and knows she is asleep. he doesn't stop his hand. After about 10 minutes, when he's sure she's deeply asleep, he carefully turns her over so she can sleep comfortably on the pillow. When Su Taotao touches the pillow, she immediately wrinkles her nose. She reaches for Fu Jingtu's arm, turns over and hugs him. One of her legs crosses over his, holding him tightly like a koala hugging a tree. She mumbles sleep. Under the moonlight, Su Taotao's small, white, jade-like feet are wrapped around his leg. Her delicate toes curl slightly, looking even more clear and beautiful than a white stone on a chessboard. Fu Jingtu had never paid much attention to women before, but he knew not every woman was as perfectly crafted as his wife. Every part of her was just right, like a work of art made by heaven. Zhou Linglan once said she deliberately acted plain to avoid trouble. Such a choice might attract some conflicts, and over the past 3 years, she must have suffered a lot of unfairness. Fu Jingtu gently fans himself, trying to recall how she looked when they first met. But his memory remains blurry. Maybe it was because he was young and reckless then, unable to appreciate her beauty and charm. He just thought she was mischievous and clingy. Even after marrying her, he didn't truly cherish her. Now that he's back, everyone has changed. His eyes are truly blind to everything else. No matter what, he's decided to treat her well from now on. When he first married her, Zhou Linglan said that if not for the Cultural Revolution forcing them to go to the countryside, a city girl like her, a shining phoenix, wouldn't have ended up in their rural home. He should take good care of her. Fu Jingtu thinks about her today, how she was both adorable and stubborn when she ordered him around. Unconsciously, he strokes Su Taotao's arm. She is truly a shining phoenix, tender and delicate everywhere. He doesn't know that his wife has changed inside. If she were still the same Su Taotao from before, he probably wouldn't care much. He doesn't remember exactly when he fell asleep. His mind was a mess all night, while Su Taotao caused trouble inside. When he wakes up, she is still clinging to him like an octopus. Su Taotao also wakes up and doesn't realize she's hanging on him. She turns over, rubs her eyes, and asks, "What time is it?" Fu Jingtu looked at his watch and said, "It's 6 o'clock." Su Taotao rubbed her face against the pillow and asked, "What time should we leave?" Fu Jingtu didn't sleep well and pinched his painful temple. "If we're not going to G City, we don't need to leave so early. There's a train at 10 at night. If you want to stay in the city, leave after breakfast. If not, leave after lunch." Su Taotao sat up and stretched. "I'll prepare some snacks. I'll ask the kids what they think once they wake up." Over the past few days, Fu Jingtu noticed that Su Taotao believed in democracy and practiced it. Whether it was Fu Yuanhang or Chen Chen, she always treated them equally, without using her adult authority to pressure them. She would ask for their opinions before making decisions. But she wasn't overly indulgent. She usually let them do things on their own if they could. For small tasks like washing their face, putting on shoes, or packing their small backpacks, Su Taotao let Chen Chen do it himself. With such a mother, Chen Chen must be very happy. Chen Chan was indeed very happy. Even though he was woken up early by his little uncle from bed, he wasn't angry. Usually, a child Chen Chen's age might forget what was discussed the night before after a good sleep. But Chen Chen didn't forget. He remembered clearly that today he was going on a trip with his parents, little uncle, and grandparents. When he woke up, he put on the new clothes his grandmother made for him and carried the small backpack his grandma had sewn. Zhou Linglan still didn't go to work today. Early in the morning, she waited for her son and grandson to wake up. While she was making sweet rice cakes with Su Taotao in the kitchen, she was also listening at the door to see if they had woken up. Su Taotao pinched some mugwort and wrapped it in banana leaves, smiling as she said, "Mom, if you really don't want to go, you can come with us." Zhou Linglan shook her head. "It's not the right time now. We'll talk about it later." Su Taotao didn't insist. The first batch of sweet rice cakes steamed was almost ready to come out of the pot. By now, the mugwort wasn't as tender as in spring. Zhou Linglan had gone to pick it early in the morning, braving the dew. She only used the tips of the leaves, which were still tender. After blanching, they wouldn't be bitter. Su Taotao set aside a plate to cool and eat with porridge later. Su Taotao made 2 flavors of sweet rice cakes, one with peanut and sesame sugar filling, which the kids liked because they preferred sweet flavors, and another with preserved vegetable and minced pork filling, which Su Taotao liked because it was savory. Sweet rice cakes don't last as long as pancakes. Usually, people prefer to make pancakes for travel, but sweet rice cakes taste better and don't need to be eaten with vegetables. They can be taken on the train for a quick snack. 1 or 2 bites won't be a problem. Zhou Linglan also boiled all the eggs at home, more than 20 in total. Bringing these 2 snacks on the road was enough for any emergency. When the first pot of sweet rice cakes was ready, Zhou Linglan was also at the door of the room, squatting and looking sleepy. She hugged the little one, patting his head and kissing his face. Dusty was so confused by her, wrinkling his little nose and trying to hide. Fu Yuanheng finished washing up and came back. Su Taotao handed him 6 rice cakes, 3 salty and 3 sweet, telling him to say goodbye to Chao Guohua. By the time all the rice cakes were ready, Fu Jintua had already loaded all the large items onto the car and had taken a shower and changed clothes. This man loved cleanliness very much, but not to the point of obsession. He just paid close attention to personal hygiene. At breakfast, Su Taotao asked, "I heard Chef Su say there's a zoo in the city. Do Xiao Huan and Dust want to go see it? If they want to go, we'll leave right after breakfast." To Su Taotao, shopping malls and supply stores were all the same, just places to buy things. But a zoo was much more interesting. The 2 kids had only been to the county town before, so they didn't know what a zoo was. After Su Taotao explained, they both said they wanted to go. So they all agreed to leave after breakfast and go to the zoo first. After eating, Fu Jintua went to the brigade to get a certificate, while Su Taotao started filling in the gaps. Zhou Linglan called Fu Yuanheng into the room. She didn't know what she said to him, but when they came out, both of them had red eyes. Zhou Linglan thought she could hold back, but when the car started and she watched Su Taotao waving goodbye to the 2 children as they left, her tears still fell. She cried at the door, while Fu Yuanheng and Dust cried in the car. Fu Yuanheng's eyes were red, and he looked down, holding back tears. Dust was clever and could tell the difference between this farewell and the usual trips to the county town. He probably knew he wouldn't see his grandma for a long time and cried out for her. Su Taotao had never seen the little one cry so painfully before. It was heartbreaking. Several times, she wanted to tell Fu Jintua to stop the car and turn back to pick up Zhou Linglan. In fact, Su Taotao vaguely understood why Zhou Linglan refused to leave. At least in recent years, she wouldn't leave this place. The reason she publicly gave was one thing, but the deeper reason was something Zhou Linglan couldn't say aloud. Even Su Taotao knew, but she dared not speak or ask. Even she herself found it hard to escape the constraints placed on women by this era. She had to follow the survival rules of the time. In short, her position is that raising her own children is a natural duty of parents, and she has no obligation to constantly focus on her grandson unless she wants to and feels happy. Otherwise, she hopes her parents can have their own space and time to live the life they want. Raising Dust is her and Fu Jingtu's responsibility, not Zhou Linglan's. Su Taotao gently cradled the child on her chest, softly patting his back. "Don't cry, Dust. When the new year comes, we can go back to see Grandma. Look, Dad, Mom, and Uncle are all here with Dust. Dust should be happy, and Grandma will be happy too." She pointed outside the window to distract Dust, and the little boy gradually calmed down. The car had already driven far away. Su Taotao turned her head, and Zhou Linglan was still standing at the gate of the yard, waving as she watched their car leave. What Zhou Linglan couldn't see was Chao Guohua silently standing at the corner of the alley behind her, his gaze always following her. "Goodbye, little mountain village. Goodbye, Qinglian commune." Fu Jingtu's face showed no obvious emotion, but Su Taotao could tell he was feeling quite down. This man, who often appears calm and unremarkable, probably agreed to Zhou Linglan staying behind because he knew something or silently approved of it. Even if Su Taotao didn't fully trust her own character, she trusted Zhou Linglan's. Leaving her alone was not something she was worried about. After the car left the county town, everything outside was unfamiliar and new. The two children quickly became interested. Especially Fu Yuanhang, who experienced many firsts today, his first step on a long journey, his first time leaving his mother, his first trip far away, his first ride in a car, his first visit to the zoo, and many more. Su Taotao placed dust on Fu Yuanhang's lap and reminded them not to stick their heads out to look, only to watch from inside the car. Although cars were not very common these days, they shouldn't develop bad habits. Fu Jingtu looked a bit unwell today. Su Taotao had noticed this in the morning. Throughout the trip, he kept yawning silently. She took out the water bottle she had prepared early in the morning, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to him. Drink a few sips, it will help wake you up. Fu Jingtu caught her gaze in the rearview mirror, reached out, and took the bottle without looking. He tilted his head and took a sip. The faint green tea flavor mixed with lemon and mint's fresh aroma, with a hint of honey, slightly sweet, tasty, and refreshing. He took several sips before handing it back to Su Taotao. Little Su? Su Taotao hadn't yet recovered from the moment when water had slipped down his Adam's apple. Xiao Su. All right, Engineer Fu. People call him Xiao Su in public, Taotao behind his back. He keeps his roles clear. This man is cold everywhere, reserved everywhere, except for his Adam's apple, which moves seductively with each swallow. Fu Jingtu glanced at his Adam's apple in the rearview mirror, following her gaze. Do you like this part? Yes, yes. Fu Jingtu's lips curved slightly, clearly pleased. He handed her the water bottle, and Su Taotao took it casually. Is it good? She asked, meeting his gaze in the mirror with big, curious eyes, like a little kid waiting for praise. Anyway, I'm not embarrassed. Only others are. As long as you have enough confidence, nothing is a big deal. Fu Jingtu withdrew his gaze, the smile on his lips remaining. He nodded, yes, it's good. Su Taotao was happy with the compliment, her eyes forming little crescents. Of course it's good. It's wild mountain tea from early spring, only a tiny tip. She pinched a small part with her thumb and index finger, just that little tip. Plus, mint and lemon grown by my mom. Wild honey from the mountain. No way it's not delicious. Such natural drinks are hard to buy with money in the 21st century. Su Taotao realized she was drooling a bit, took several sips, then squinted happily and closed the lid. The bottle he just drank from was now in her rosy little mouth. Fu Jingtu's eyes darkened further. He took several deep breaths before calming himself and focusing on driving. He decided not to look at the rearview mirror anymore unless necessary. Su Taotao didn't notice that she and Fu Jingtu had indirectly shared a kiss. The scenery along the national highway was just so. The two kids found it new and exciting at first, but after a while, it lost its novelty. Both kids woke early that morning. Su Taotao held dust, letting him sleep a bit. Xiao Hang is resting against his backpack. We still have a long way to go. She then told Fu Jingtu, I'll take a nap too. Just watch out, drive slower if you're sleepy, and tell me if you want water. Fu Jingtu replied, use the harness to secure dust in your arms. Su Taotao nodded, I know. I won't fall asleep, don't worry. She was even more nervous than Fu Jingtu. These days, without child car seats, she dared not sleep deeply. The car traveled along the national highway for over 4 hours before reaching the city. They left early, arriving just before 11. The two kids slept all the way, so now they looked quite energetic. Blood vessels in Fu Jingtu's eyes were very noticeable, and Su Taotao was a little worried about him. Did you not sleep well last night? Can you handle it? Fu Jingtu shook his head. It's okay. When he's busy with work, staying awake for dozens of hours is common. Staying up a bit doesn't matter to him. However, he needs to pay close attention while driving, so he's a little tired. Su Taotao suggested, let's find a state-owned restaurant for lunch and take a break. Nowadays, even in the busiest city areas, Su Taotao found them just average. But she had only seen buildings 4 or 5 stories high in county towns. The two kids looked at the 8 or 9-story skyscrapers in the city, acting like they were seeing a grand garden for the first time. The wide streets also looked very new and exciting to them. Little Chun leaned on his dad's shoulder, excitedly looking at the boats on the river in the distance, jumping a few times and saying, Daddy Boat Chun had never seen a boat before, but he had folded one before, taught by Fu Jingtu. The clever little guy immediately recognized the real thing when he saw it. But Fu Jingtu's focus wasn't on the boat. He held his son steady, lowered his head a little, and looked into his black and white eyes. What did you just call me? Chun tilted his head and looked at Fu Jingtu, saying, Daddy. Fu Jingtu smiled slightly. Su Taotao saw his genuine, happy smile for the first time. Because he didn't smile often, his slightly raised phoenix eyes were usually very reserved. Without a close look, you wouldn't notice he had a pair of smiling eyes. Now, his smile lifted a little. He gently pinched the chubby cheek of the child. Yes, I am Dad. Chun blinked his big eyes in confusion. Of course, he knew he was Dad. Maybe he thought this dad wasn't very smart. He tilted his head to look at Su Taotao. Su Taotao tiptoed to touch the child's head. Chun called Dad for the first time, and Dad is happy. Chun suddenly understood, and then hugged Fu Jingtu's neck seriously, looking into his eyes and calling out, Baba. Because of this Baba, the father and son became much closer. They went into the restaurant to eat, and Fu Jingtu's smile never faded. He even had to hold Chun while eating. Chun was a bit upset, though. Su Taotao ordered his favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He took a bite but shook his head, not wanting to eat more. Kids these days never picky eaters. They eat whatever is given. They're very easy to raise. Before, Su Taotao brought back food from a county restaurant, and he ate happily. She asked him, Chun, isn't scrambled eggs with tomatoes your favorite? Why don't you eat it? Chun shook his head. Not tasty spicy tasty. Fu Yuanhang felt that his taste buds had also been spoiled by his sister-in-law. He surprisingly thought this tomato scrambled eggs were not delicious either. He reluctantly ate it with his rice and couldn't help but say, this tomato scrambled eggs are not as good as my sister-in-law makes. Su Taotao thought that no matter how she made tomato scrambled eggs, they shouldn't taste bad. She took a bite and found it a bit unappetizing. Maybe she didn't add enough sugar for flavor, and the salt was too much, making it sour, salty, and a bit bitter. Then eat some eggs. Zhou Linglan prepared plenty of eggs. Su Taotao asked the waiter for some soy sauce, peeled a few eggs, and dipped them in soy sauce. Since Chun was so young, eating just the yolk could cause him to choke, so Su Taotao crushed the yolk, mixed it with soy sauce, and put it in his rice. The egg white was eaten with soy sauce. Xiaoheng, you eat eggs too. Fu Yuanning shook his head and picked up a piece of tomato scrambled eggs. I can eat this. Fu Zhengtu silently took the tomato scrambled eggs and placed them in front of himself. Order another dish. I'll eat this. Actually, the other dishes at this state-owned restaurant were not very good either. The steamed fish was quite fishy, and Chun didn't want to eat it. Su Taotao almost wanted to stay and give them some cooking tips. No more dishes. Mom prepared enough eggs. I'll peel a few more eggs and eat them. Food is hard to come by these days. Wasting food is very shameful. In the end, Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanheng shared the steamed fish and tomato scrambled eggs, while Su Taotao and Chun ate rice mixed with egg yolk and soy sauce. They finally had a satisfying meal. Since ancient times, visiting the zoo has always been one of children's favorite activities. In the 1970s, the zoo was quite developed, housing many animals. This relatively small city zoo had hundreds of species, including elephants, tigers, lions, leopards, monkeys, peacocks, and pythons. For example, the capital's zoo had rare animals like pandas as early as the 1960s. However, at that time, most people's basic needs weren't fully met, and many animals in the zoo were thin and weak. Chun loved the monkey mountain the most. Watching the monkeys jump around made him clap happily. Su Taotao gave him some small snacks to feed the monkeys. His big eyes curved into little crescents, and he was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Fu Yuanhang liked elephants the most. He reached out and touched an elephant's trunk. He took out paper and a pen from his backpack, roughly drew an elephant, and wrote the words elephant next to it. Fu Yuanhang's handwriting was inspired by Fu Jingtu's early lessons and was very good. Afterward, Fu Yuanhang would draw a picture of every animal he saw. When he encountered an animal he didn't recognize, he would ask Su Taotao, then label each animal with its name. With just a few strokes, he could make an animal look very lifelike. Without visiting the zoo, Su Taotao wouldn't have known that Fu Yuanhang had this hidden talent. In his past life, Su Taotao also learned sketching, but sometimes talent is more important than effort. His efforts might only be the starting point for others, especially when compared to someone with natural talent. Xiaoheng draws very well. Maybe I should find a chance to send you to learn painting. Fu Yuanhang, hiding his notebook, felt a bit shy and said, I was just doodling. Su Taotao smiled warmly and said, even doodles look so good. If you took it seriously, what would happen? Fu Yuanheng's face turned red. Su Taotao stopped teasing him. Little Chunchen, holding his dad's hand, tiptoed to see his uncle's drawing. Fu Yuanheng showed him the picture. The little boy tilted his head and looked for a while, then nodded in approval. Looks like this made Fu Yuanheng's ears turn red. Fu Jingtu realized he had once again failed as a brother. Only today did he discover his younger brother had a talent for drawing. If he had discovered it earlier and started guiding him sooner, maybe now. But then again, even if he had found out earlier, there wouldn't have been a chance to learn. Fu Jingtu patted his brother's head and said, not bad. Fu Yuanheng had admired his older brother since he was young. Just a word of praise from him made Fu Yuanheng happier than anything else. The family of four only stayed at the zoo for a little over 2 hours. When they left, the two kids still seemed eager to stay. Su Taotao promised to take them to other city zoos in the future. It was almost dinner time when they left the zoo. The restaurant they went to at noon wasn't to their taste, so Fu Jingtu took them to another place. This time, they didn't order stir-fry but noodles and dumplings. Not only the kids, but even Fu Jingtu, who had just returned a few days ago, had become spoiled by Su Taotao. He thought nothing tasted better than what Su Taotao cooked. Apart from the first restaurant in the county town, where Su Taotao's cooking earned their approval, the dishes at other state-run restaurants didn't impress them much. Chun-Chun ate a few dumplings, then a boiled egg and some sticky rice balls before feeling full. Su Taotao didn't eat much either. The rest was divided between the brothers, who believed in not wasting food. After dinner, they arrived at the train station around 8 p.m. By then, someone was waiting for them in the parking lot. The person who took Fu Jingtu's car keys looked at Su Taotao and the others with disbelief. They looked at them kindly and curiously, with a friendly gaze that didn't make anyone uncomfortable. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, these people don't seem to know what big deal they're making. All sizes, large, medium, small, are all so good-looking. He slightly nodded at Fu Jingtu and asked, aren't you going to introduce them? Yes, this person is called Zhou Zheng, a college friend of Fu Jingtu and the grandson of Fu Jingtu's retired old boss. The car was given to Fu Jingtu by that boss. They have been close friends since college, sharing bunk beds. Fu Jingtu's personality is very clear to him. He only cares about work and wouldn't do nice things like helping colleagues with their wives and children. Fu Jingtu simply said, my wife, my son, my younger brother. Then he added to Su Taotao, my college classmate. Su Taotao was speechless. Do they all think they don't deserve to have names? Being able to lend the car to Fu Jingtu and get along well with him shows they have a good relationship. Su Taotao politely smiled at a college classmate who might be close to someone and said, hello, my name is Su Taotao. My son is Chun-Chun, and our younger brother is Fu Yuanhang. Zhou Zheng's eyes widened like bells. He stammered, tongue-tied, and finally managed to say, hello, my name is Zhou Zheng. Then he turned to Fu Jingtu and cursed directly. When did you get married? Why didn't I know you had a kid even after all this time?
He's a person, not.
Zhou Zheng believed he was the closest to Fu Jingtu and couldn't accept that Fu Jingtu hadn't told him about such big things as marriage and children. Fu Jingtu thought to himself, I only found out a few days earlier that I even had a child.
How could you know?
As for marriage, it was just a quick ceremony. He was busy with work and rushing to meet project deadlines, then went to the base for more than 2 years. He didn't even have time to get the certificate. He almost forgot he had a wife at home. How could he tell Zhou Zheng? Fu Jingtu instinctively looked at Su Taotao, Yes, they hadn't registered their marriage yet. He felt ashamed and sorry for his wife and child. Fu Jingtu wasn't used to small talk and was about to head into the station with his 2 big bags. We'll talk more when we have time. Zhou Zheng stopped him, blocking his way. Does the old man know? What about the others at the base? This was a pointless question. Of course they didn't know. Before leaving, the old man had told Fu Jingtu to come visit and to introduce his cousin to him. But Fu Jingtu didn't say a word, just took his tickets and prepared to go. His wife and child were with him, so what's there to introduce? This person is really persistent, so Fu Jingtu had to say, people who see my marriage announcement will understand. Zhou Zheng clicked his tongue twice, pointed at Fu Jingtu with his finger, and gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. He fumbled in his pocket for a while but found nothing. No candy, no gift. Finally, he pulled out a big Unity token and handed it to Chin Chin. Chin Chin, right? Uncle didn't prepare a gift, so here's some candy for you. Little Fu Hao Chin was a bit shy. Although he had become more outgoing thanks to Su Taotao, he still felt uncomfortable in this situation. He didn't want the money, turned around, and hugged Su Taotao's neck. Su Taotao was speechless, unable to understand how Zhou Zheng, who was so outgoing, could play with Fu Jingtu. Their personalities were clearly very different. Fu Jingtu took the big Unity token, put it into Chen Chen's pocket, and said, "Thanks on behalf of my son." He glanced at Su Taotao. "It's about time, let's go to the station." Zhou Zheng had been resting at home for nearly a month. At the base, countless eyes were watching Fu Jingtu, who was a popular figure. Even Zhou Zheng didn't know Fu Jingtu was already married and had a child. Only a few leaders knew, and most others definitely didn't. Watching this family of 4 walk away, Zhou Zheng could already imagine the chaos they would cause once they arrived at the base. No, he had to hurry and cancel his leave to go back and see the excitement. Nowadays, only very important people could afford to fly on airplanes. Ordinary folks couldn't even dream of it. The most common long-distance transportation was the green train. Not to mention the 2 kids, even Su Taotao was riding a green train for the first time in her life. In the distance, the smoke from the train's engine looked very similar to the mailbox at the post office entrance. As the horns sounded louder and closer, the green train slowly approached. Su Taotao, like the 2 kids, was curious and excited. Chun Chin clapped his hands and nodded. Train Su Taotao. Yes, a train, a green train. Will Chun Chin get dizzy? The little guy bit his chubby finger and shook his head. No, his tone was a bit sad. Fu Jingtu patted his head. Daddy will teach you. Chun Chin grinned, showing his small white teeth, and nodded. And then Su Taotao thought Fu Jingtu was becoming more skilled at calling himself dad. Fu Yuanning quickly took out his small notebook, drew the green train, and wrote the starting and ending stations. He also drew the family of 3 nearby, recording his first time riding a green train. When it was time to get on the train, Su Taotao couldn't smile anymore. She hugged Chin Chen and hid to the side, trembling. It was like a net full of fish rushing out of the water, but instead of jumping out, they were rushing into the train carriage. In her previous life, she saw news reports from about 2,000 years ago. Back then, high-speed rail lines weren't very developed, and not everyone could afford to fly. During the Spring Festival travel rush, crowds hurried to train stations to go home for the holiday. Later, as people's living conditions improved, more people could afford to fly, and with more families owning cars, the roads during holidays became very crowded. With the rapid development of high-speed trains, the Spring Festival travel rush became less scary. She never expected that, in this life, she would experience the Spring Festival travel rush for the first time. And now, it wasn't even a holiday or special day. Why are there so many people? She wondered. Actually, when they entered the station, there were already a lot of people. She was too excited and didn't pay much attention to the crowd, especially since it was dark. Only now did she realize how crowded it was. The 2 children had seen crowded places before, like the market day in their county, but they had never seen such a scene. They looked around with wide eyes, not scared, but curious. Fu Jingtu used 2 large bags to create a space, protecting them inside. Let them go first and we'll get on last. The family watched as groups of fish kept rushing into the train carriage one after another. Chun-chun was happy and almost wanted to clap. Su Taotao helplessly pinched his little face. Once most people were on board, Fu Jingtu asked Fu Yuanhang to lead the way. Su Taotao carried Chun-chun and walked in the middle, while Fu Jingtu, with the bags, followed behind to prevent anyone from bumping into them from behind. After much effort, they finally found seats. Fu Yuanhang and Chun-chun didn't need tickets, which was lucky. Fu Jingtu had bought 2 hard sleeper tickets. Otherwise, Fu Yuanhang, being a teenager, wouldn't have a place to sit, as the dining car and aisle were full of people. The hard sleeper carriage had 6 beds. When Su Taotao entered, the lower and upper beds on both sides were already taken, leaving only the middle bed empty. Fu Jingtu had bought 1 middle and 1 lower berth. She held her train ticket and said to the middle-aged woman occupying their lower berth, "Excuse me, these are our seats. Could you please let us have them?" The woman looked up slightly, perhaps thinking Su Taotao's appearance was easy to bully. She covered her mouth and coughed twice, saying, "Comrade, I am not in good health and have trouble walking. Could we exchange seats? Mine is this one." She pointed to the middle berth across from her. Su Taotao responded firmly, "If I were alone, I wouldn't mind swapping seats with you. But I have 2 children with me, so I probably can't switch. If it's inconvenient for you, you can ask the flight attendant or the train conductor. They will help you." It's not clear if her legs are really unsteady, but this Annie speaks with more confidence than she does, and she doesn't seem to be sick. The Annie looks like she's too stubborn to get up. Fu Jingtu directly calls the train attendant. Only then does the Annie start to complain and climb onto the middle bunk across from them quickly.
数到到.
She had said her legs were not convenient, but now? If they were in the village, the 2 children would already be asleep by now, and they are very tired. Su Taotao asks Fu Jingtu to boil some hot water, then takes out a small basin to wash Dust's face and wipe his hands while he's sleeping. Only after that does she let Fu Jingtu carry him into the middle bunk to sleep. Su Taotao says, "You go wash up with Xiao Hang first. I'll take over later." The Annie on the other side mutters, "Such a fuss about being poor."
Su Taotao ignores her.
1 bed isn't enough for 2 adults, and honestly, even a big person like Fu Jingtu would find it hard to sleep comfortably. So, Su Taotao takes Dust to sleep in the middle bunk, while Fu Jingtu sleeps in the lower bunk with Fu Yuanhang. When they return, Su Taotao tells Fu Yuanhang, "If Xiaoheng wakes up at night, you must tell your older brother. He can't leave this carriage alone." Fu Yuanhang nods, "I understand, sister-in-law." In such a place, it's impossible to sleep well. Only the 2 children sleep soundly, while Su Taotao spends most of the night awake, constantly worrying. Fu Jingtu isn't much better. He knows Su Taotao doesn't sleep peacefully. He's always worried she might fall off the top bunk in the middle of the night. He moves a couple of bags to the bed, but that's not enough. He keeps getting up to check on her and the children. Every time, Su Taotao is wide awake, watching him. After a few times, Fu Jingtu helps her down from the top bunk, puts Fu Yuanhang in the lower bunk, and makes a simple barrier with a strap to prevent him from falling. Only then does he sit beside Su Taotao, hold her in his arms, and gently pat her back, just like in the village at night. Su Taotao counts the rhythm of his pats and gradually falls asleep. They don't speak all night. They say they're sleeping, but really, they're just dozing for a few hours. Fu Jingtu is worried about both the children upstairs and the one in his arms. He hardly sleeps at all. By around 6 or 7 in the morning, Su Taotao wakes up drowsily. She gets up and asks Fu Jingtu to go sleep. He's been awake for 2 nights straight and falls onto the bed, sleeping deeply. 2 children woke up around 7 o'clock. Su Taotao first took them to wash up, then they ate some sweet rice cakes and eggs with hot water. There were still several sweet rice cakes left. If they didn't eat them soon, they would spoil. Su Taotao shared one with everyone in the carriage, including the Annie. These days, many honest and simple people are still around. In the carriage, there was an elderly man wearing glasses who admired Fu Jingtu as a good man and also liked Chun and Fu Yuanhang. He played with them happily. After Chun became familiar with the old man, He took out a set of military chess given by his father from his small backpack and played with the old man. The old man thought a little kid wouldn't understand much, so he didn't mind and just played along. Chun Chun didn't talk much, quietly moving the chess pieces. The old man didn't expect Chun Chun to really know how to play the game. He understood the rules very well, could tell which piece was bigger or smaller at a glance, knew who could capture whom, and even knew to occupy the camp first when a piece was flipped over. When a bomb was revealed, if it wasn't near a commander or general, he would ignore the small piece and hide in the camp instead. He also knew to send engineers to dig for mines. After one game, although the old man won, he looked at Chun Chun differently. Is your son really only 2 years old? Does he know how to read? Who taught him to play military chess? 2-year-olds are usually very active and restless, so being able to sit so still and focus for so long shows impressive patience and concentration. Su Taotao hadn't played much military chess herself. She didn't know the rules or the difficulty. She smiled and said, "He doesn't know how to read. His dad played with him for a few days. He's 2 years old in lunar years, but a few days away from turning 3 in solar years." The old man gave a thumbs up. "Your son has a bright future. You should nurture him well." Su Taotao thought he might be a teacher. As the love and admiration, she smiled and said, "He doesn't know how to read. His dad played with him for a few days. He's 2 years old in lunar years, but a few days away from turning 3 in solar years." The old man gave a thumbs up. "Your son has a bright future. You should nurture him well." "You're very talented." The old man then asked Su Taotao, "May I ask where you're headed?" They had just met, so Su Taotao was cautious and didn't say the exact destination. She only replied, "We'll get off at the next stop." The old man's eyes lit up even more. I will also get off. You're very talented." The old man then asked Su Taotao, "May I ask where you're headed?" They had just met, so Su Taotao was cautious and didn't say the exact destination. She only replied, "We'll get off at the next stop." The old man's eyes lit up even more. I will also get off at the next stop." Su Taotao looked at him in surprise. He excitedly grabbed Fu Yuanheng's hand. "What's your name? It's a bit too mystical." I am Fu Yuanheng," Fu Yuanheng said vaguely, looking at Su Taotao with confusion. Su Taotao patted Fu Yuanheng's head and quickly calmed herself. "Sir, although we are getting off at the next stop, the place we are heading to is far from the city, so it might not be convenient." The old man probably knew he was being abrupt. He hadn't taken on students for nearly 10 years, searching for so long without success. Unexpectedly, by chance, he met such a talented child on a train. His current age is a bit late for learning. Usually children start at 5 or 6, but he's very talented, so it's not a problem to start later, he said. Everyone in the carriage kept staring at them. The old man understood this was a quiet place, so he took out paper and a pen, wrote down his address and phone number, and handed it to Su Taotao. "This is my contact information. Come find me after you settle down. It's on there with my name. You can check if I'm trustworthy. Don't worry, I've never charged students anything. I teach for free." Su Taotao took it and thanked him. Then the old man asked Fu Yuanheng to draw a water kettle on the spot. After seeing his strokes and composition, the old man stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad. To be able to draw this well, without formal training, shows real talent. Remember to contact me. We can discuss the details face to face." "Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Tang." She looked at his signature. His surname was Tang. Fu Jingta woke up just in time. The train attendant had just announced the stop, reminding everyone they would arrive in 20 minutes. He woke up then. Su Taotao had already packed up her things. She told him to eat the eggs and rice cakes and get ready to get off. Since it wasn't the final station, getting off was quite difficult. They had to squeeze their way through the crowd. Finally, stepping outside and breathing in fresh air, Su Taotao felt like she had come back to life. The sky was clear, the sea and sky were blue, and the salty smell of seawater filled the air, typical of a seaside city. "Fujingtu, how far is the base from here? How do we get there?" Su Taotao realized she hadn't asked this question until now. Fu Jingtu tidied up his belongings, single-handedly holding dust in his arms, and said, "About 50 kilometers. The base has a car to pick us up." Su Taotao nodded, wanting to help Fu Jingtu carry a package. She tried to lift it but realized she couldn't manage, so she had to carry dust instead. At the train station entrance, the only military truck was waiting there. Fu Jingtu walked over on his own. Driver Xiao Lu jumped out of the truck, ran over from afar, and called out Engineer Fu. Seeing Su Taotao and the children, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He smiled and nodded, then took the package from Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu then carried dust over. Su Taotao went to grab Fu Yuanhong's backpack. Fu Yuanhong shook his head and dodged away. "Sister-in-law, I'm stronger than you."
Shu Taotao.
She felt a bit looked down upon. Surprisingly, the truck had 2 rows of seats. Fu Jingtu sat in the front passenger seat, while Su Taotao held dust and Fu Yuanhong in the back. "Let's go to the marriage registration office first," Fu Jingtu said. Xiao Lu looked at him in surprise, then glanced in the rearview mirror at Su Taotao and the 2 children. Quickly, he looked away again. "So, this is Engineer Fu's wife and children? The kids are already this big? When did they get married? Why hasn't any news about it come out?"
Shu Taotao.
She almost forgot they were a fake couple. They'd been driving without a license these days. She touched her messy hair and looked down at her wrinkled clothes, feeling a bit miserable. "I look terrible. Can we do this another day? It's been so long. It's not urgent to do it today or tomorrow." Fu Jingtu turned his head and said, "I don't know when I'll have time next, so today's fine." Su Taotao glared at him. "What's so good about today?" He added, "First, cancel the marriage certificate. We can take new wedding photos next time." Su Taotao almost forgot that nowadays, marriage doesn't require wedding photos, and the marriage certificate doesn't need a photo attached. They can be taken separately. Especially in rural areas, people care more about the fact of marriage itself. Many don't even get a marriage certificate, let alone take wedding photos. The base was built deep in the mountains, and with Fu Gong's busy schedule, it wasn't easy to come out. Today, they might as well get it done. Su Taotao asked again, "And what about the marriage proof?" Fu Jingtu said, "I got yours from the brigade yesterday morning. Mine has been in my bag all along." There was nothing more to say. The 2 children didn't care about what the adults were talking about. Their eyes were already drawn to the beautiful natural scenery of the seaside town. Never enough of it. Su Taotao started explaining about the sea, coconut trees, and occasionally passing seagulls and fishing boats. Soon, they arrived at the marriage registration office. 10 minutes later, Su Taotao looked at the marriage certificate in her hand, which closely resembled her childhood award for being a good student, and she smiled. The bright red certificate had marriage certificate written in 3 large black characters in the center. Below were details like names, gender, age, vows, registration date, and so on. The national emblem was stamped at the top, with 3 national flags on each side, and the chairman's quotes beneath the flags. This marriage certificate had a very modern style. Once this era passes, it won't look like this anymore. The more Su Taotao looked at it, the more interesting she found it. "Chen, Mom will frame this marriage certificate and keep it as a family heirloom for you in the future." Little Fu Haochen didn't know what a family heirloom was, only that whatever his mom gave him must be good. He nodded seriously and smiled with his eyes closed. Treasure Fu Jingtu, holding Chen, smiled happily, feeling more at ease inside. After getting the marriage certificate, Fu Jingtu took Su Taotao for a big shopping trip, buying all kinds of daily necessities, grains, and Chen's food, milk candies, milk powder, malt extract, and so on. Fu Jingtu let Su Taotao choose everything, only insisting on buying double happiness candies and double happiness biscuits. They wouldn't hold a banquet at the base, but they had to send out wedding candies and biscuits. This was probably the most understanding Fu Gong had ever been about social customs. Most importantly, they finally bought the electric fans Su Taotao had been dreaming of. People say money isn't easy to spend these days. 100 yuan can buy a lot of food. A typical family of 10 or 8 in Qinglian commune wouldn't spend that much in a year. But when it comes to durability, that small electric fan with an industrial ticket still costs 70 or 80 yuan. Su Taotao felt a sharp pain in her heart. Before leaving the state-run restaurant, Chef Su had put a full 100 yuan in a big envelope for her. She thought that was a lot, but it turned out that the fan alone had already cost more than half of it. Plus miscellaneous items, which added up to another 80 or 90 yuan. Suddenly, she had spent nearly 200 yuan. They say you don't realize how expensive things are until you're in charge of the household. These days, it's hard to make extra money without resorting to shady deals, so she had to find ways to save. It seemed she still needed to find a job, or else she'd be limited in what she could buy. How much money do we have in the family account? Su Taotao suddenly remembered and asked Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu gave her a number. Su Taotao exclaimed, "Wow, that much? Was she really lucky?" Fu Jingtu looked at her strangely. Hadn't she already checked the account before? Had she forgotten?
Su Taotao rubet her nose.
She hadn't looked at it carefully that day, and later she forgot to check again. The family has quite a bit of savings. Su Taotao is carefree and keeps shopping, generously letting Chen Chen and Fu Yuaneng each choose a gift. Fu Yuaneng shakes his head, saying he doesn't want anything. Big Brother's family is not easy to support, and it costs a lot of money. Chen Chen spots a small colorful slingshot and likes it immediately. He actually has a black slingshot made by his little uncle, but it's too big and hard to pull, so he prefers this one. Su Taotao waves her hand and buys it. The little guy is happy with his gift and smiles happily. Su Taotao takes out a dollar bill and hands it to Fu Yuanheng. "If you don't want a gift, you can take cash instead. From now on, I'll give you $1 each month as pocket money.
Save up if you want to buy something."
"No, I don't want it." Fu Yuanheng is startled and keeps shaking his head. He's never had more than a few cents saved up, and a whole dollar feels strange and heavy to him, so he pushes it back. Su Taotao doesn't argue and puts the dollar into his school bag. Fu Yuanheng looks to his older brother for help. Fu Jingtu nods, signaling him to listen to Su Taotao. So, Fu Yuanheng gets his first big amount of money in his life. On the car, Chun Chen touches his small slingshot, and Fu Yuanheng secretly takes the dollar from his school bag, puts it into his pocket, and keeps it close. The car drives along the coast for an hour, and finally, Su Taotao sees the legendary base. Fu Jingtu said the base is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Su Taotao thought it would be far from the mainland or maybe only accessible by boat. But it's not. The island where the base is located is technically surrounded by water on all 4 sides, but there is a long bridge connecting it to the mainland, about 200 to 300 meters long. This bridge isn't as grand or spectacular as modern bridges. It's a simple steel-reinforced concrete structure. In this era, industry isn't advanced. There are no cranes or bulldozers. The bridge was built entirely by soldiers who worked land and sea, carrying cement bags and stones, risking their lives to build it bit by bit. Su Taotao looks at this plain-looking bridge and feels deep respect for the heroes who built it. The base is military-managed, with a checkpoint at the bridge entrance. Only vehicles from the base can enter or leave freely. Other outsiders and vehicles are not allowed on the island, giving it a strong, fortress-like feeling. Fu Jingtu's identity is very mysterious. The original author didn't say much about him. She still doesn't know exactly what he studies, only that his work requires strict secrecy. He is a key scientific researcher protected and trained by the country, and even his close partner isn't allowed to know details. He used to have no fixed workplace. Not only could his family not follow him, but even he didn't know where his next project would be. Later, Su Taotao saw interviews and reports about scientists involved in national security and nuclear research. Some of these scientists couldn't contact their families for decades and dedicated their lives entirely to scientific research. This base was clearly built not long ago. It took a lot of effort and resources to build a base covering the entire island, and it is managed militarily. It seems their stay won't be short. Since they are here, she decides to accept it peacefully. No matter what Fu Jingtu's work is, she won't try to find out. It won't affect her life, and she will continue to live as she always does. When she returns home, he is simply her husband, the kind with official proof. The family compound matched Su Taotao's expectations. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the first thing that catches the eye is 3 rows of neat, identical 2-story white houses built around the island. The island's hills are not tall. From the stairs, only 3 rows are visible. The designer of the compound probably has OCD. Each small house looks exactly the same in appearance, spacing, height, and size, like they were pre-made and placed perfectly in position. They are tidy and attractive, matching Su Taotao's aesthetic perfectly. Even in the 21st century, it's rare to find such uniform architectural style on an island. After arriving on the island, the big truck drove along the main road around the island for about 100 or 200 meters before stopping. Xiao Lu led them to the first row of houses they saw after entering, stopping in front of the first house, along the stone stairs. He took out a key from the doorframe and unlocked the door. "Engineer Fu, your dormitory is here." He pointed to the topmost house in this row. "I am in the topmost house of this row. If you need anything, you can come upstairs to find me. I need to deliver supplies to the cafeteria first." Xiaolu's main job is to transport and supply materials to the base, and occasionally he also takes people around. Actually, the base also has a dedicated shuttle bus that runs on a fixed schedule weekly. Fu Xingta nodded, took a large bag of candies and a big bag of pastries, and handed them to him. "Help me distribute these." Little Lu hesitated as he took the wedding candies and cakes. He almost didn't recognize the gentle and kind Fu Gong anymore. Who would have thought he would give out wedding candies? Could having a family completely change a person's personality? Little Lu didn't know. All he knew was that after handing out the candies and cakes around the cafeteria, everyone on the base knew that Fu Gong had just registered his marriage with his stunning, glowing partner, who looked just like him, along with his adorable younger brother and a cute little girl, and that they had come to the island. This news spread quickly through the cafeteria, acting like a message relay station. In just half a day, it flew to every corner of the island. Things that shouldn't be known were now common knowledge. Some people doubted it. They thought it was normal for the younger brother to look like Fu Gong, but how could the beautiful, glowing partner be so stunning? They also didn't believe that Fu Gong's cold and aloof personality could produce such a cute little girl. They thought maybe he just had a little girl, or that little Lu was exaggerating about the wedding candies and cakes. Most people were more curious about when Fu Gong got married and when he had a child. Why did no one know? Meanwhile, outside rumors, Su Taotao didn't know anything. She and the 2 kids were happily surprised by how clean and beautiful their new home was. The house on the first floor was a small 2-story building with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It wasn't very big, about 50 or 60 square meters. Since it was so close to the sea, the first floor was always damp, so it didn't have bedrooms there. Instead, the 3 rooms were the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, unlike the village houses where the kitchen and bathroom are built outside in the yard. The second floor was divided into 4 small bedrooms, all the same size. There was also a small yard, about 10 square meters, surrounded by a wall. It wasn't as big as the village's large courtyards, but it was well equipped despite its small size. Compared to the big farmhouses in the village, Su Taotao preferred this cozy, delicate yard. Inside the house, there were basic furniture like beds, tables, stools, stoves, and pots. There were even 2 quilts and tiny floral curtains hung on the windows. She didn't know if all the houses on the island had this setup or if it was just for Fu Xingta. But she thought it was probably a standard design and equipment, or Fu Xingta wouldn't be so sure he didn't need to bring quilts. The first floor and yard could be shared spaces. Single staff members had their own rooms on the second floor. Those like Fu Xingta who could bring their family along could have a separate house for their family. This kind of living condition is rare across the country, showing how much the country values this base and its researchers. On the second floor, 2 bedrooms have windows facing east, directly towards the coast. Su Taotao chose one of these rooms with a view of the coast. She loves the morning sunlight and faces the sea. Could there be a more perfect room? This is practically her dream room. Fu Xingta doesn't mind, as long as she likes it. Su Taotao wants the two children to feel a sense of belonging and participation, so she lets each choose a room. Fu Yuanhang allows Chun Chun to choose first. Little Fu Chun doesn't have much idea about rooms yet. Su Taotao explains, Chun Chun is still young. You can sleep with Uncle for now. When you start elementary school, you'll need your own room. So, you can pick a room now. It's your choice. You can decorate it however you like, and I won't interfere, but you need to keep it tidy. Su Taotao points to the room she just chose and says, this one is chosen by Mom first. Uncle is giving way to you. You can pick one of the other 3 rooms. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Mom will decide for you. A little Fu Chun nods slowly, understanding. He toddles into the room Su Taotao picked for a quick look around. Then, he carefully examines the other 3 rooms. In the end, he chooses the same 180-degree sea view room as Su Taotao. Su Taotao asks him, why did you choose this one? Aren't the other 2 good? Chun Chun looks serious and says, look at the sea, see the seagulls, Su Taotao. This little guy might be turning into a little spirit, so clever and mischievous. The other 2 rooms aren't bad. They're the same size and layout, just with windows on the side, offering a partial sea view instead of a full panoramic view. Finally, Fu Yuanheng chooses the room with the south-facing window. Su Taotao says, Xiao Heng, you usually sleep in Chun Chun's room. Your room will be your study for now. You can read and write there. She thinks for a moment and adds, do you remember the old man we met on the train? I'll have your brother find out more about him. If he's a good art teacher, maybe we can arrange for you to learn painting from him once a week. Your room can be a studio if you like.
No rush.
In just a few days, Fu Yuanheng feels his life has changed dramatically. He went from being a rural child who had only been to the county town, traveling south and meeting many people and experiencing things he had never seen before. It took him 2 full days to reach this southern island. Upon entering the house, his sister-in-law let him choose a room and told him he could have his own study, learn to draw, and have his own art studio. All of this was overwhelming for him, as he had no idea about these things before, and they were not mentioned in his books. It seemed like only now he understood what his sister-in-law had told him before leaving. 10,000 books and 10,000 miles. Only by walking yourself can you truly see how big and wonderful the outside world is. In the future, you'll have more choices. The person who grew the most on this journey was Fu Yuanheng. Even a tidy house is still a new home, and cleaning it thoroughly is a big project. Fortunately, Su Taotao was well prepared and bought all the cleaning supplies during the big shopping trip. Fu Jingtu was also good at working, and he took Fu Yuanheng, the young boy, to do all the dirty and tiring jobs. Su Taotao only helped with some detailed tasks. Little Fu Haochen was responsible for causing trouble, sometimes helping his dad move things, moving slower so he wouldn't get hurt, other times helping his uncle sweep the floor, making the cleaned areas dirty again, so Fu Zhengtu had to clean them all over. They both spoiled Dusty a lot, and no matter how much Dusty caused trouble, they never got angry. Of course, Dusty's intentions were good, but his good intentions often led to bad results. Su Taotao was most happy about the tap water at home. She didn't expect such a luxurious thing as a tap to be available here, making washing up so much easier. However, fresh water on the island was very precious, so they couldn't waste it. The house still lacked many things, and they couldn't fully replace everything at once, so they had to make do. Fortunately, Su Taotao was foresight and bought a full set of kitchenware, pots, bowls, spoons, spatulas, before going to the island. Without them, eating would have been a problem. For lunch, they simply ate eggs and noodles using the supplies. By dinner, Fu Jingtu asked, can we eat at the canteen? When he was alone, he often ate at the canteen and thought it was pretty good. After 2 days of traveling without a proper meal, Su Taotao wanted to cook a nice meal to reward everyone. But the only ingredients at home were eggs and noodles bought from the town, some cured meat, and a jar of pickles. The village never bought vegetables, and she even forgot to buy fruits and vegetables. It's hard to cook delicious food without rice or proper ingredients, but she still wanted to make something tasty. Trying the food from the cafeteria is fine. I will steam a water egg. If Dust doesn't like it, he can still eat the water egg. Fu Xingtu washed both lunch boxes and took them with him. He asked Su Taotao, "Do you want to eat anything?" Su Taotao said, "The seafood on the island should be good. Maybe some shrimp or fish, and some seaweed or other vegetables." Xiao Heng and Dust haven't tried seafood before. Qinglian County is near the mountains and mainly produces mountain delicacies. Fresh seafood is hard to find there. Dust was helping Su Taotao clean the chopsticks. When he heard his dad was going to the cafeteria to get food, his eyes lit up. He immediately put down his chopsticks, tilted his little head, and reached out his chubby hands toward his dad. Not to mention, over the past few days, the father and son's relationship has improved a lot. Children are very simple-minded, especially clever kids like Dust, who are very sensitive to adults' feelings. He can tell if adults are sincere or not. In the past, if Su Taotao and Fu Yuanheng were at home, he wouldn't have gone out with Fu Xingtu. Now, he trusts him a lot. Maybe you can take him for a walk. Being stuck in the car these days has made him bored, Su Taotao said, patting the little guy's head. Fu Xingtu bent down and picked him up. Dust happily hugged his dad's neck and squirmed in his arms. Wait a moment. Su Taotao took a clean cloth and wiped Dust's face and hands until they were clean. She tidied up his clothes and adjusted his hairstyle. Stepping back a few steps, she looked him over and nodded, saying, "My son is really handsome. You can go out now." She also glanced at Fu Xingtu's expressionless face. "All right, my son's dad is also very handsome." Then she looked at Fu Yuanheng. My son's little uncle is also very handsome." Su Taotao marveled at how the three men in her family each represented different age groups of good looks. She didn't know if other men had a chance, but she herself was very pleased. Although Dust didn't know what handsome meant, he could tell from his mom's expression that she was praising him. He was so happy, his eyes curved into little crescent moons. "Xiao Heng, come out for a walk too." Fu Yuanheng shook his head. "I'll stay and help you clean up." Su Taotao said, "It's no big deal. Your brother holding Dust isn't convenient. You're responsible for carrying the lunchbox." Fu Xingtu looked at Su Taotao's smiling face. "You should go too. Just eat in the cafeteria." Su Taotao shook her head. "I won't go. There are many things to do at home. There will be plenty of chances later." When Fu Xingtu made the suggestion, Chun couldn't take it anymore. She reached out to hug Su Taotao and said, "Mommy, let's go." Fu Yuanheng also looked at her with anticipation, as if having a sister-in-law nearby made him feel more secure no matter what he did. Su Taotao couldn't bear the eager gazes from the three handsome boys, so she went back to her room, changed into a clean white dress, tied her hair up, and only came out after she was ready. Wow, Chun widened her eyes and gave a high compliment. "Mommy's so pretty." Su Taotao pinched his fair little face and said, "You still know what it means to be pretty." Chun nodded seriously. "Mommy's so pretty." Fu Xingtu looked at Su Taotao. The woman in front of him looked like a peach blossom, her skin was as white as snow, and her gentle smile with charming eyes showed her grace. The simple, loose white dress also highlighted her figure, with a slim waist that was just right. Fu Xingtu looked away, his brow slightly furrowed. The decision to take her to the cafeteria for a meal didn't seem very wise. The two children were excited for their first visit to the island, more excited than their first trip to the zoo. Anyone seeing the vast, endless blue ocean would feel happy. The sea breeze was gentle and refreshing. When seagulls swooped over the water, Chun clapped excitedly. Even the usually reserved Fu Yuanheng walked a little lighter, his steps more lively. He regretted not bringing a notebook and pencils on this trip. Su Taotao told him that whenever he wanted to draw, he could come down anytime. Such a perfect environment for sketching would be very popular in the 21st century. Fu Xingtu was not as talkative as Su Taotao and wouldn't usually explain things to the children. But whenever they asked, he would patiently answer, even if Chun had asked the same question more than once without realizing. It was now mealtime, and many people were heading to the cafeteria for food or to get their meals. Some families might be cooking at home, but most people on the base were single men. Occasionally, someone would greet Fu Jingtu. All of them looked at Su Taotao, whose dress was almost the same shade as the white dress, and the two children. Some even bumped into lampposts and fell flat on their faces. Su Taotao's skin was unique on this island, where the strong UV rays had been shining for years. Chun also inherited Su Taotao's cool, fair skin. Even though he often went out with his uncle to sunbathe, after gaining some weight, his skin remained very fair and eye-catching. Fu Yuanhang, with his slightly paler skin than most, was considered quite fair on this island. Even without Fu Jingtu nearby, everyone could recognize the family from Xiaolu's words, the brightly shining beautiful family member, Yushua the adorable snowball, and the younger brother, who looks just like Fu Gong. Perhaps it was the frontrunner who spread the news, but as soon as the family of four appeared at the cafeteria entrance, they attracted countless glances. Su Taotao, proud of her thick skin, couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by all the staring eyes, but she managed to hold on. She took Fu Yuanheng's hand, squeezed it gently, and smiled as she walked forward confidently, not looking aside, as if she was in her own world. The two children were very uncomfortable, especially Chun. He's not an outgoing kid, and when he saw so many people looking at him, he pursed his lips and turned his face, burying his small head in his father's neck, refusing to come out. Fu Yuanheng felt it was too risky. If his sister-in-law hadn't come along, he might have lost face in front of his older brother. Fu Jingtu's gaze turned cold. He lifted his eyelids slightly, sweeping around with a cold look. He patted Chun's back silently to comfort him. Where Fu Jingtu's gaze reached, everyone avoided eye contact. Some coughed, some chatted, all trying to dodge. No one dared to come forward and greet them. Only after they passed did someone dare to whisper among themselves. Passerby, "Hey, did you see that?" Xiao Lu wasn't lying. Fu Gong's family really shines so brightly. How can anyone be that white? Passerby be, exactly, as white as snow. I can't even look at her directly. Fu Gong's eyes are too scary. Passerby, you're talking as if you've seen snow before. I only took a quick glance and didn't dare look closely. Passerby, see, those two kids are very white and pretty too. They're not just a family by chance. Fu Gong's family is really good-looking. Passerby D, thinking small. What's Fu Gong's personality like? Can this delicate woman and the kids handle it? I bet in a few days, her family will be crying as they leave the island. Let's bet on it. Passerby A, B, and C spoke in unison. No way, we're not betting. That's what we think too. Passerby B suddenly asked, by the way, does anyone know what happened? Passerby D, who are you talking about? Passerby B signaled with his eyes. You know who I mean. Passerby A and C looked at each other and kept quiet. Passerby D suddenly understood. Oh, I see. TSK, this will be interesting. He stroked his chin, watching the family of four. I guess Fu Gong's family will be crying their way off the island within a week. The other three remained silent. Fu Jingtu quietly asked Su Taotao, eat here or wait outside for me. I'll call back later. Su Taotao smiled and said, seafood tastes best when hot. Since we're here, let's finish eating before we leave. Su Taotao gently brushed dust off her small face and said, let's go, Dad. Let's see what delicious food there is. Mom is very hungry. Little Fu Chen pouted, looking unhappy. Fu Jingtu approached the food counter, and surprisingly, the people in line voluntarily made way for him. Fu Gong, you go ahead. Don't let the kids go hungry. Yes, you go first. Fu Jingtu frowned but ignored them. He casually pulled Su Taotao and Fu Yuanheng in front of him for protection and moved to the back of the line. He didn't like the cafeteria. Usually, colleagues just brought food back for him. Every time he came, he was watched by many people, all with similar faces, but he didn't see what was so interesting. On the other hand, Fu Jingtu's famous face probably saved him from a lot of small talk. People were used to being afraid of him, so few dared to approach him. This also helped block some unwanted attention from others. Su Taotao bent down and softly told Fu Yuanheng, Xiaoheng, these people mean no harm. They're just curious. Once the novelty wears off, they won't bother us anymore. Just learn from your brother and pretend they don't exist. Fu Yuanheng nodded. I know, sister-in-law. I just find it hard to get used to. Fu Yuanheng used to feel very insecure. Over the past few months, with Su Taotao's careful guidance, he had improved a lot, but he was still shy. Su Taotao patted his head and said nothing more. She played with Dust, telling him roughly the same thing about Fu Yuanheng, and also played a hand-clapping game. The little boy gradually relaxed and was less bothered by others' gazes. When it was their turn to get food, Dust had already let go of his dad's neck and looked around to see what was tasty. The cafeteria food at the base was better than Su Taotao expected. In times of material shortage, the island had plenty of seafood, but people didn't overeat. Today, the cafeteria offered 4 dishes, and Su Taotao guessed a few of them correctly: shrimp, shredded pork with green peppers, cold seaweed salad, and stir-fried greens. Su Taotao hugged Dust and told him what each dish was, then ordered 1 serving of each. Nowadays, eating in the cafeteria required bringing your own utensils. Before leaving, Fu Jing confirmed they would dine in and brought along chopsticks and bowls. The 4 dishes were packed into 2 lunchboxes, one with meat and the other with vegetables. The people at the base were getting tired of eating shrimp, and this dish wasn't as popular as shredded pork with green peppers. The aunt who served rice liked Chen very much and kept looking at him several times. She happily scooped a big spoonful of shrimp onto their lunchboxes without hesitation. Chen and Fu Yuanheng were very interested in the bright red, curved big shrimp, especially Chen. His big eyes kept staring at the shrimp in his dad's lunchbox and never looked away. He had completely forgotten about being watched by others. Su Taotao found a corner seat. There was no children's table here, so she held Chen and Fu Yuanheng facing the wall while sitting.
Fu Zhentu sat facing outward.
Chen smiled and pointed at his lunchbox. Mama, eat shrimp. Su Taotao picked some shredded pork with green peppers from her dish and put it into his bowl. Let Dad peel it for you. She liked seafood but hated peeling shells. Usually, she was too lazy to peel and just ate the meat directly, spitting out the shells. Fresh seafood is delicious no matter how it's cooked. The simple method here was to boil it in scallions and salt water just to keep it fresh. Before Su Taotao could speak, Fu Jingtu had already picked up a shrimp and gestured for Fu Yuanheng to take one too. The brothers silently agreed. Fu Jingtu tore off the shrimp head, and Fu Yuanheng followed. He started peeling the shell from the shrimp's neck, layer by layer, toward the tail, finally removing the tail fin and revealing a complete piece of shrimp meat with a red and white color. Although Fu Yuanheng was a bit clumsy, he worked well and learned quickly. He took a little longer but still got a whole piece of shrimp meat. The brothers worked in sync. Fu Jingtu placed the peeled shrimp into Su Taotao's bowl, and Fu Yuanheng put his peeled shrimp into Chen's bowl. While little Fu Hao Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Su Taotao looked at her own bowl of shrimp and paused for a moment, then smiled. You don't need to peel my shrimp. I can eat it directly. Xiaoheng can peel his own too. She then put her shrimp into Chen's bowl and leaned close to his ear. Chen, since you're eating shrimp for the first time, don't eat too many. Remember what Mama taught you about counting? Chen nodded. I remember. Su Taotao said. Today, Chen can eat 5 shrimp. How many are there now? Chen thought for a moment and held up his fingers in a not-so-perfect V shape, with the other 3 fingers half-raised. 5. Su Taotao patted his head and placed a shrimp on his spoon. Chen is so smart. Okay, let's start eating. The little kid was worried the shrimp might fall, so he held a spoon in one hand and protected it with the other, happily eating a bite and squinting with joy. So good. Su Taotao has a special quality. In modern terms, she is full of energy and very positive. Listening to her ideal speech about just eating and waiting to die, a lazy bug, one might think she is a lazy person, but that's not true. She treats her children and her attitude towards life are both very optimistic and proactive. Forget about her parenting methods for now. Her positive outlook influences her 2 children a lot. This is something Fu Jingtu has noticed in recent days. If it weren't for her, Dust and Fu Yuaning might have become as dull and unlikable as him. Fu Jingtu quietly peeled shrimp and placed them in her bowl. When she had eaten enough, he peeled some for himself. Fu Yuanheng also likes shrimp, but when he first tried it, Su Taotao didn't let him eat too much, worried he might be allergic to shrimp antioxidants. In this era, that could be a big problem. With seafood and kelp available on the island, Su Taotao no longer worries about her children not growing tall due to lack of calcium or protein. Their family isn't short. Their genes are fine. Plus, with some exercise and sunshine, Su Taotao is confident she can raise both children to be tall, handsome guys like Fu Jingtu, over 1.80 meters tall. By the time they left the dining hall, the lanterns were just starting to glow. Su Taotao told Fu Jingtu not to hold Dust and let him walk by himself to digest his food. The two kids walked ahead, while she and Fu Jingtu strolled behind, taking a slow family walk after dinner. Su Taotao opened her arms, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. The sea breeze here is so comfortable. We can come down for a walk after dinner from now on. The two children looked very happy. In this small mountain village, there are no streetlights, so after dark, no one usually goes out. Fu Yuanhang held Dust's hand and looked at the distant, flickering lighthouse. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming, so unreal. He wondered what he would do if he woke up, and it wasn't real. Suddenly, Su Taotao turned around backwards and asked Fu Jingtu, "By the way, Fu Jingtu, have you heard of a painter or art teacher with the surname Tang?" Fu Jingtu shook his head, looked at her faintly, then turned around and gently turned her shoulders 180 degrees so she could walk straight.
Shu Taotao.
Do you have to be so bossy? Su Taotao was not rebellious enough to oppose him directly. His full name is Tang Boyang. Can you find someone to ask around? If he's reliable, I want Xiaoheng to learn painting from him. Fu Jingtu, hands in his pockets, kept his eyes on the bouncing Dust. Where is he from? How do you know him? Su Taotao looked at him helplessly. We met on the train. You've seen him, an old man who got off at the same station as us in the same carriage. He gave me an address, which seems to be in the town. Fu Jingtu thought for a moment. There is such a person.
Su Taotao said, "You were sleeping then.
When we got off, you were distracted and we didn't even get to say goodbye."
Fu Jingtu nodded.
I'll ask someone to look into it. By the way, she said, tilting her head, which made her tired. She wanted to turn back, but held back her urge. Is it convenient for us to come and go? Can Xiaoheng go to town for classes?
And what about shopping?
Do we buy things in town, or is there a supply store on the island? Do we have to eat at the cafeteria all the time? Can we buy groceries and cook ourselves? Fu Jingtu was stunned by her series of questions. He honestly shook his head. I don't know. I'll ask tomorrow.
Shu Taotao Shai.
What a fairy out of this world. Fu Jingtu truly didn't know. Most of the time, he stayed in the lab. He was driven to and from by a special car, ate in the cafeteria, and had Xiao Lu buy his daily necessities. She just needed to give him a list, and it would be delivered to him. At night, he either slept in the lab or returned to his dorm. His life was just work and work, 2 points and a line, unaware of the outside world. Before this trip home, the human world was very far from him. The everyday chores of home, cooking, laundry, oil, salt, rice, had nothing to do with him. He looked at Su Taotao carefully and emphasized, I will ask clearly. Good. Then tell me when you find out, she said, never doubting his ability to handle things. And about Xiaohong's school, ask about that too. Dust, don't stick your head outside the railing. As she finished speaking, a figure swiftly darted from beside her, quickly grabbing the little guy who was about to stick his head out. Little friend Fu Haochen's feet left the ground, and he looked confused. Daddy's Su Taotao walked over, pinched his little face. It's dangerous outside. What if you fall? Just like riding in a car, you can only look inside the fence, not stick your head out. Remember that, okay? Dust blinked, looked outside the railing, then thought about the car, and couldn't understand how these two things could be compared. Fu Yuanheng looked guilty and said, "Sorry, sister-in-law. I just wanted to look outside."
Chunchen was imitating me.
Su Taotao replied, "It's okay.
Just remember next time.
Don't underestimate water. Whether it's rocks or the sea, falling in can be very dangerous. We must always respect nature. Even if you're curious, don't do risky things." Fu Yuanheng nodded and said, "I understand, sister-in-law. I won't do it again." Su Taotao patted his head and said, "Curiosity is normal. You and Chun are both eager to learn about the world. Don't feel bad." Fu Yuanheng nodded firmly, remembering his sister-in-law's words. Little friend Fu Haochen tilted his head, eating his hand and watching Mom, seeming to understand but not fully. Su Taotao playfully pinched his face. Although he's smart, he's only 2 years old. She doesn't expect him to understand big ideas, just to remember not to stick his head out. On the first day on the island, the whole family fell asleep to the sound of waves crashing. When Fu Jingtu woke up, he found an octopus fiddling on him. He looked down and saw the white, dazzling hand resting on his chest. He lifted his gaze and saw her adorable, sleepy face. He gently touched Su Taotao's face, soft like his current mood. From the small mountain village of Qinglian Commune to this southern island, he had traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers with her. It wasn't just bringing her here, but bringing their home here. Like a dream. Fu Jingtu gently moved Su Taotao's hand and her leg across his abs, then leaned his head and pressed a soft kiss on her lips. He also gently scratched her face before turning over and getting out of bed. He first went to the next room to check on the children. The little ones were still sleeping soundly, clutching their small blankets, just like their mother, adorable. Fu Jingtu thought his and Qinchin's small blankets served the same purpose. Fu Yuanheng had already gotten up, sitting at the table drawing and writing without noticing him. Fu Jingtu gently knocked on the door and said softly, "I'm going to get breakfast." Fu Yuanheng looked over and nodded. "Got it." Fu Jingtu first went to the beach for a quick swim, then ran to the dining hall. It was still early, so there weren't many people. At the entrance of the dining hall, a pretty figure was pacing back and forth, clearly waiting for a while. Fu Jingtu approached against the light, his vigorous figure sweaty and shining in the early morning haze, like a deity. She took a deep breath to calm her heartbeat, then courageously stepped in front of him, showing her perfect smile with 8 teeth and speaking casually, "Good morning, Brother Jingtu." Fu Jingtu's eyes slightly narrowed as he felt a sense of familiarity. Listening to her tone of speech, he sensed some closeness. With his remaining gentlemanly manners, he asked, "Who are you?" These days, there isn't much entertainment. Talking about gossip or rumors is the biggest fun. The cafeteria at 6 or 7 in the morning isn't crowded, but some people can be heard talking. The story of engineer Fu making a female colleague cry on the island's information relay station quickly became today's top headline. Unfortunately, Su Taotao had no friends on the island, so she didn't hear about this big gossip. Su Taotao woke up promptly at 6:45. The sun was rising, and a gentle breeze with morning light entered through the floral curtains. She smelled the scent of the sea. She pulled back the curtains to see an endless blue sky and the sea merging into one, a stunning 180-degree view of the ocean. She took a deep breath of the sea air, and her good mood for the day started here. Like Fu Jingtu, her first act after waking was to check on the children. She reached the door, where Dust was just turning over. Fu Yuanheng, standing by his bed, heard the noise and looked over. The little guy sat up with a roll, eyes still squinting, and raised his chubby hands to rub his eyes. Fu Yuanheng sat on the bed, picked up the little boy, and gently asked, "Do you want to, or are you hungry? Do you still want to sleep?" Dust, half asleep and with a milk-sweet voice, said, Fu Yuanheng picked up the little boy. "Then Uncle will take you too." Dust squinted and carefully hugged Uncle's neck, softly leaning on his shoulder. Fu Yuanheng turned around and saw the lazy Su Taotao leaning against the doorframe, smiling widely.
"Good morning, sister-in-law."
Su Taotao walked over, patted his head and smiled. "Good morning, Xiaoheng." She also gently scratched the little one's nose. "Good morning, little friend Fu Haochen." Hearing his mother's voice, Fu Haochen struggled to open his sleepy eyes and reached out for a hug. Su Taotao took the little boy from Fu Yuanhang, kissed his small face, and said, "Go wash up with uncle first. Mom will make breakfast." Fu Yuanhang said, "Sister-in-law, no need to make breakfast. My brother went to the cafeteria to get food." Su Taotao blinked. All right, she was already on the island, with her handsome husband, and in the early morning, she was so mesmerized by the stunning sea view that she forgot such an important thing. "Let's go downstairs." After the three of them finished washing up, they decided to have breakfast outside in the yard. When Fu Jingtu returned with breakfast, the two little ones were gathered around the dining table. Su Taotao was dressed simply in pants and a shirt, making it easy to work. Fu Yuanhang and Chen Chen wore matching green uniforms, the first set Su Taotao bought for them after settling some debt. If someone saw them, they might think they were brothers. Su Taotao and Fu Yuanhang adjusted the tablecloth little by little on each side. The little one occasionally tugged at it, pretending to help with no real purpose. The small table was covered with a piece of 100 Families cloth, a special fabric Su Taotao had found somewhere. Good fabric was rare these days, and cloth tickets weren't enough to make a whole tablecloth. Most families couldn't afford a full piece. 100 Families cloth was made by sewing together scraps of various fabrics, often collected from each household to make clothes for children. It symbolized blessings from many families. Su Taotao thought this cloth was perfect for a tablecloth. The colorful fabric, blessed by images of blue skies and white clouds, was complemented by a few small, irregular branches that looked like they were casually picked and placed in an enamel cup filled with water, used as simple flower arrangements. Placed in the center of the table, it looked unexpectedly beautiful and free-spirited. Fu Jingtu suddenly thought of the so-called romance at Lao Mo restaurant in the capital, maybe a single red rose in the middle of the table, perhaps with some candles. Yes, that's what romance was. Fu Jingtu thought that replacing the branches with flowers might look even better. Daddy the little one was the first to notice Dad had returned, tilting his small head to call out. Fu Jingtu waved the breakfast in his hand and said to the little one, "Sit properly. Time to eat breakfast." Su Taotao suddenly turned to look at Fu Jingtu and smiled brightly. She found it funny that she had forgotten about this big person being here. If her good mood for the day started with opening the curtains and seeing the vast ocean view, Fu Jingtu's good mood began with her smile. In the South, breakfast was usually just a few simple things: porridge, noodles, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Fu Jingtu bought 6 fried dough sticks, 2 servings of soy milk, and 2 servings of sweet potato porridge. Eating fried food was a luxury at this time. Both kids loved fried dough sticks. Chen Chen ate more than half a stick, Fu Yuanhang ate over one, and Fu Jingtu ate 2. Su Taotao thought about boiling some chrysanthemum tea at noon to help them cool down. "I'll bring back lunch and ask about the grocery store later at the office." He remembers that some staff members with families do not eat at the small cafeteria. They go home for lunch. He doesn't know whether they get food from the big cafeteria or cook at home. Su Taotao dipped a fried dough stick into soy milk and took a bite. She liked this sweet and salty way of eating. "By the way, don't forget to ask Xiaoheng about going to school. You can delay learning to draw for now, but studying should start early." Fu Jingtu nodded, "I know." The couple chatted casually. Su Taotao had a small appetite for breakfast. She felt full after eating half a fried dough stick and half a bowl of soy milk, but she didn't want to waste food and worried about the leftover. Fu Jingtu quietly moved her leftovers to his side and ate them little by little. When he finished, he also tidied up the dishes and took them to the kitchen. Fu Yuanheng followed behind his brother, eager to wash the dishes. Little Fu Haichen imitated him, tidying up his own dishes, happily following his uncle. Su Taotao wanted to step in but didn't know where to start. Su Taotao lazily leaned on the chair, gazing at the darkening clouds above. She didn't know how other couples got along or if marriages based on love would be happier. Spending time with Fu Jingtu recently, she felt very comfortable. Su Taotao thought that even if she had the freedom to choose her partner, she might not find a better husband than Fu Jingtu. She felt she should be content. Fu Jingtu used to be driven to work by company transportation, arriving precisely at 7:30 a.m. to pick her up from the stone steps. The island was quite large. The living area seen from the cross-sea bridge was just a small part of it. It took about half an hour to drive from the living area to the research center. There was also a small cafeteria there, where single employees usually ate. Family members are not allowed inside the research center. Only the living area is accessible to them. Fu Zhengtu told her all this during breakfast. Su Taotao suggested he eat at the small cafeteria at noon so he wouldn't have to go back and forth. She would take the children to the big cafeteria for lunch. Fu Zhengtu didn't agree, saying he could wait at home for her to call him back. Su Taotao didn't mind. It was so hot at noon, she was too lazy to go out. There were still many chores at home. After breakfast, Su Taotao took the two children and continued tidying up. Just as she tied her hair and put on an apron, she heard a knock at the door. Su Taotao thought a neighbor was visiting and went to open the door. Outside the door, a young woman stood silently, looking at Su Taotao with a very complicated, almost unbelievable, and deeply shocked expression. She asked, "Why do you look like this?"
Su Taotao replied,
"Are you a police officer? Mind your own business. Do I need your permission to look the way I do?"
"Who are you?"
Su Taotao asked rather impolitely. Again, that question. Zhou Weining's emotions suddenly collapsed, and she burst into tears loudly in front of Su Taotao. Actually, Zhou Weining was already upset and crying once an hour ago in the cafeteria because of Fu Zhengtu. Fu Zhengtu didn't recognize her. He didn't recognize her. How could Fu Zhengtu not recognize her? Her brother and Fu Zhengtu are college classmates. They had met more than once even when they were studying in the capital. Later, after graduation, they worked together at the research institute. She often followed her brother or visited her grandfather, so she could see Fu Zhengtu occasionally. Not to mention, after graduating from the University of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers, she also worked in the logistics department of the base. Although they didn't meet often, they still crossed paths several times a year. She didn't always say hello, but they always saw each other. Her grandfather once joked about matchmaking her with Fu Zhengtu. She thought her grandfather had asked for his opinion before making that remark. So, whenever she sensed someone showing a little suspicious interest in Fu Zhengtu, she would first suppress that idea. She didn't need to do much. She was so beautiful that just standing in front of people made them feel inferior. If she casually mentioned who her grandfather was, or the relationship between her cousin and Fu Zhengtu, or hinted at being very familiar with Fu Zhengtu, anyone not a fool would back off. Of course, she wouldn't foolishly run up to Fu Zhengtu and say too much. She had her own dignity. Anyway, once her grandfather arranged a match, everything would fall into place naturally. She waited and waited, but in the end, she only heard that Fu Zhengtu had brought his wife and children to the island. She didn't believe it. She wandered aimlessly through the day, waiting early in the morning at the cafeteria. It wasn't that she wanted anything. She and Fu Zhengtu didn't really have a relationship, and she had no right to ask questions. She just wanted to hear him say it himself, whether it was true or not. But he didn't recognize her at all. Zhou Weining thought she looked quite good. Her friends and family all said she was very pretty. She wasn't the kind of person whose face you forget after one glance. But how could he forget her? When she heard this, she broke down completely and asked, "What? He can't even remember who I am, so what else is there to ask? How could Fu Zhengtu be like this?" After leaving the cafeteria, she still didn't believe it. She just wanted to see what kind of woman could make him remember her and marry her. But she ended up seeing a woman who looked just like a fox spirit. Not in a bad way, but as beautiful as a fox spirit. Porcelain white skin, small cherry lips, fox-like eyes, a slim waist, long legs, and every part of her was exquisite and stunning. She was the kind of woman that anyone would envy at first sight, with a captivating charm that seemed to draw people in effortlessly. Yet, her eyes were clear and pure, making Zhou Weining think that even if Su Daji were reborn, she could only be like this. How could there be a woman like this in the world? But, so what if she is like this? He is Fu Zhengtu. How could he like a woman who looks like a fox spirit? Shouldn't he like a woman who is intelligent, elegant, and graceful? Or maybe a gentle, modest girl? Why would he like a charming, alluring woman who is full of personality. So when that same tone, "Who are you?" came from Su Taotao's mouth, just like Fu Jingto's, Zhou Weining suddenly broke down. She curled up on her knees in front of Su Taotao's door, crying loudly. She didn't even know why she was crying, but she just wanted to. Over the years, she had helped Fu Jingtu fend off many unwanted admirers, and now she ended up falling into the hands of a fox spirit? Su Taotao was unaware of what had happened in the morning at the cafeteria. She was overwhelmed by her tears. She wondered if she was so ugly that she could scare someone into crying. Otherwise, could she be so beautiful that she made someone cry out of admiration? "What's wrong with you? Comrade, you came to my house so early and made me lose my good mood. Do you know that?" Her voice was so pleasant that Zhou Weining cried even louder. When she heard the phrase, "Who are you?" she completely broke down, not noticing Su Taotao's voice until now. The two kids also looked confused. They came over and stood on either side of Su Taotao, their big eyes staring at the crying stranger woman. Su Taotao patiently warned, "If you don't speak, I'll close the door." Zhou Weining, with tears and snot, looked up and saw that on either side of the fox spirit stood two very handsome immortal children. She cried even more tragically.
Su Taotao.
The two kids. Chun Chun pouted and covered her ears with her little hands. Su Taotao, unable to bear it anymore, directly closed the door. Sister-in-law, what exactly is wrong with her? Fu Yuanheng had never heard such heart-wrenching crying before. Ignore her, Su Taotao thought. She didn't know. There was no phone at home, or she would have called the police. After a while, the crying gradually stopped, and a muffled, slightly choked voice came from outside. "I'm sorry." Then there was no more sound. Su Taotao opened the door, but no one was there. In the alley behind the row of houses, an older woman waving a large fan came out and signaled to Su Taotao. "Excuse me, comrade, are you a family member of Engineer Fu?" Su Taotao didn't usually chat with neighbors, but since she was greeted kindly, she couldn't ignore her. She nodded. "Hello, I am Fu Jingtu's wife." The woman saw Su Taotao clearly and took a deep breath, stopping her fan. "Wow, you're really beautiful, glowing with health." Su Taotao smiled and nodded, ready to go back inside, but the woman added, "Earlier, that girl named Zhou Weining was the granddaughter of former academician Zhou. The organization wanted to match her with Engineer Fu, but unexpectedly, Fu brought his wife and children over. How could she not cry?"
Su Taotao.
Turns out, she was Fu Jingtu's failed love interest. The surname Zhou made Su Taotao think of Fu Jingtu's classmate Zhou Zheng. Worried that Su Taotao might think she was gossiping, the woman quickly added, "But don't worry, Fu doesn't know her at all. This morning, he even asked who she was at the cafeteria entrance. She had already cried once there."
Su Taotao.
Thinking about it, after she asked, "Who are you?" the girl started crying loudly. Are Su Taotao and Fu Jingtu somehow in sync? Su Taotao wasn't worried. Fu Jingtu was clueless. If a girl flirted with him, he would definitely react with a dead look. The woman seemed harmless, and Su Taotao, acting as an informant, exchanged a few words with neighbors nearby. "Thank you for telling me this. My name is Su Taotao. Auntie, you can call me Xiao Su." The woman smiled happily, waving her fan. "My husband's surname is Mo, and he works in the same department as Fu. I'm Zhong. Everyone calls me Aunt Zhong." Fu Yuanhang and Chin Chin peeked out, and the woman gasped again. "Wow, these two little ones are so cute. Your son is as fair as you, just like you. The older one is Fu's younger brother, right?" Su Taotao smiled and hugged Chin Chin. "Yes, his name is Fu Yuanhang. He is my son, Chin Chin." Aunt Zhong's face, full of wrinkles, looked very kind. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the two children. "That's a nice name, and it sounds good." Su Taotao thought that asking Fu Jingtu, who is a quiet person, to gather information wasn't as good as directly asking Aunt Zhong. She seemed to know more about the information center. "Aunt Zhong, if I want to cook at home, do you know where I can buy groceries?" Hearing this, Aunt Zhong's eyes lit up. She immediately waved her large fan and came down. "Oh, I know that very well.
Let me tell you. 说叨叨。
Su Taotao learned from Aunt Zhong that there was a supply and marketing cooperative on the island. The cafeteria's buyers would go out shopping and bring back supplies to sell at the cooperative, meeting the daily needs of the families. Seafood was self-sufficient and usually available outside of the fishing ban season. Vegetables, meat, daily necessities, and other basic items could be bought on the island. But if she wanted to buy clothes, shoes, or large items, she would need to take the shuttle bus to the town. The bus went once a week on weekends. If she missed it, she'd have to wait until the next week. If there was an urgent need, she could also go with a cafeteria buyer's vehicle, but she needed a permit, and the driver wouldn't let her on without it. Su Taodao thought this was similar to the market days in the village, just once a week instead of more often. That was actually good. She had thought it would be very difficult for families to go out once they arrived on the island, as everything was under strict control. But she also understood that the living area and the research center were managed separately, with stricter access control at the research center. It was hard for families to get close, so the management of the family area was quite humane. Having a place to buy groceries was enough. Otherwise, eating at the cafeteria every day wasn't ideal. Adults might not mind, but Chun-Chun was still too young. Su Taotao also knew there was an elementary school and a middle school on the island. The base valued education and offered free schooling. Unfortunately, there was no kindergarten or nursery, mainly because there weren't many jobs available for family members. Most families came to take care of their children at home. The base's benefits were good enough. If one person worked, the whole family could live simply but comfortably. School registration on the island wasn't very strict. Children who started early, around 4 or 5 years old, could attend elementary school based on their parents' wishes. Everything else is fine, but the point about not many job opportunities for family members made Su Taodao think deeply. Although this base was built not long ago, and Zhong has been running around with Mo Gongdong for nearly 10 years. Yet, she hasn't had a single job opportunity and has been a full-time housewife at home. Su Taodao really wants to spend more time with Chun-Chun, but she doesn't plan to stay a full-time housewife forever. Even after resuming the college entrance exam, she intends to take it in a few years. She can't just stay at home taking care of Chun-Chun all this time. A woman's prime years are just a few, and she can't waste them all. She even imagines herself 15 years from now, just like Aunt Zhong, living a simple life, swinging a big fan, munching on sunflower seeds, and chatting with people. Thinking about it makes Su Taotao shiver. It's not that Aunt Zhong's life is bad, it's just not the life she wants. Life, after all, should be about trying new things. The idea of just eating and waiting to die is just an analogy, not to be taken seriously. Su Taodao was right about Aunt Zhong. Her network of information is so strong that she even knows Tang Boyong. The news came from her chatting with locals while shopping in town. They say the Tang family is a well-known scholarly family from the capital, with ancestors who were important figures, including several painters who even painted for the emperor. Maybe they are descendants of Tang Bohu. Su Taodao thought this sounded a bit exaggerated. First, since the ancestors were called Tang Bohu, the younger generation wouldn't dare to call themselves Tang Boyong, right? They also mentioned that Tang Boyong moved here because he couldn't stand the climate in the capital. He is quite famous, with many people across the country seeking his paintings. Everyone in town knows him, but he has a strange temper and refuses to marry. Even when people want to buy his paintings, they have to see if he likes them. His family is almost starving, and if he doesn't like someone, he won't sell his paintings no matter how much money they offer. He'd rather starve. Aunt Zhong finally summed up. This is the first time I've heard of such a strange person. Su Taotao felt that Fu Jintua had lost. Even if Fu Gong asked around, the information he got wouldn't be as comprehensive as Aunt Zhong's. She remembered the old man she met on the train, who looked quite wise and kind. Was he the same person Aunt Zhong was talking about? He seemed friendly and easy to get along with. Could it be that he was nice to her 2 children because he liked them? Anyway, Su Taotao was very grateful to Aunt Zhong for sharing this information. At the end, Aunt Zhong also arranged for her to go shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative early tomorrow morning. Su Taotao needed someone to guide her the first time she went, so they agreed to leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The first morning on the island felt truly fulfilling, but Su Taotao looked back and realized she hadn't actually done much. She spent the whole morning watching a sad scene and chatting with Aunt Zhong, and that was it. Su Taotao was so tired she collapsed into a chair. Aunt Zhong was almost like a time assassin. When Fu Jingde got home, Su Taotao was still thinking about work. Papa Dust was the first to notice Dad was back. Fu Jingde carried 3 lunchboxes, one with meat, one with vegetables, and one with staple food. The meat was fish he caught too. The vegetables were cold jellyfish strips and small green vegetables. Su Taotao felt like she had come back to life. Everything was her favorite food. Our island's food is really good, Su Taotao said with feeling. She grew up eating seafood along the coast in her previous life, so the food on this island seemed made just for her. Fu Jingde was carefully removing fish bones from Dust's fish, making sure there were no bones before putting it into his bowl. Dust loved eating fish. After taking a bite, he squinted and said to his dad, "Fish better than meat." Fu Jingde casually put a boneless piece of fish into Su Taotao's bowl. Apart from other qualities, Fu Jingde is truly a good husband and father. Yesterday, after helping Dust peel shrimp, today he started proactively removing fish bones for him. He showed potential as a very caring husband and dad. Su Taotao patted Dust's head. Dust really knows his stuff. Mom also thinks fish tastes better than meat. Xiaoheng, be careful not to get a fish bone stuck in you. Fu Yuanheng also loved eating sea fish. He nodded and said, "I'll be careful." In this era, meat is more expensive than seafood, especially along the coast. Many shellfish aren't worth much money. If you buy ingredients for cooking, it's cheaper than eating at a restaurant. On the island, we can buy vegetables. Heng can transfer to the 4th grade. Tang Boyong is reliable. Heng can take the weekend bus to learn from Tang Lao. Fu Jingde quickly shared the information he gathered with Su Taotao. Su Taotao didn't expect him to be so efficient. The information he found was very close to what Aunt Zhong had told her. She said, "I talked with Aunt Zhong, Mo Gong's wife, this morning. She said pretty much the same thing. I'll take Xiaoheng to see the school in the afternoon. We'll wait until he's used to school life before thinking about learning painting. Tomorrow morning, I will go grocery shopping with Aunt Zhong. You can cook and eat at home during lunch, so you don't need to bring food back. Just eat at the cafeteria." Fu Jingde paused while removing fish bones and looked closely at Su Taotao, frowning as he asked, "Are you not letting me come home for lunch?"
说道。
There was a hint of sadness in Fu Jingde's tone that even he didn't fully realize. Dichen's small hand patted her dad's wrist. "Dad, come back, peel fish. Dichen will eat." Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh. "Did I just casually say that?"
Don't be so sensitive, okay?
This is your home. If you come back to eat, I won't stop you. I just think the center is quite far, and it's tiring to make the round trip every day. Su Taotao took a bite of the boneless fish that Fu Jingde had picked the bones from, feeling very happy. She smiled and teased, "I actually hope you come back every day to help me and Dichen pick fish bones, right, Dichen?" She heard Aunt Zhong say that Mo Gong eats at the small cafeteria at the base every noon and thought that everyone did the same. Fu Jingde thought to himself, that's because Aunt Zhong's cooking has been consistently bad for 10 years. In the early days, Mo Gong even went to the hospital for stomach issues after eating her food. Can Su Taotao's cooking be the same? She's much better than the cafeteria food and cooks different dishes every day. Fu Jingde silently looked at her, lowered his eyes, continued to pick fish bones, and said in a deep voice, "There's a shuttle bus. I'll come back for lunch and pick fish bones for you." Cough, cough, cough. Su Taotao nearly choked to death. Dichen quickly reached out her small hand to pat her mom's back. "Mama, be careful." Su Taotao caught her breath, took her child's small hand, and pressed it to her face. "Mom's fine. Dichen, don't worry." A glass of water was brought over to Su Taotao. Fu Jingde moved it closer. Su Taotao took a sip and said, "If you come back to eat, I'll cook your lunch." Fu Jingde looked away, his voice noticeably lighter. "Okay." After Dichen finished eating, and Su Taotao was also full, Fu Jingde finally started eating. Both brothers finished last. Their stomachs seemed bottomless, as if they were never full. Until lunch was over, Su Taotao didn't mention Zhou Weining crying earlier. She just felt that irrelevant people or things shouldn't affect the family atmosphere. She loved her family, including Zhou Linglan. Every family member she liked very much. Su Taotao plans to cook 2 more dishes tomorrow so they can eat well. After dinner, the 2 brothers go to wash the dishes. All morning, Su Taotao did nothing. While lying on the bed, resting under a fan during her nap, she thought she was not a good full-time housewife at all. When she woke up, it was already past 2 p.m., and she didn't even know if Fu Jingtu was taking a nap or when he would wake up for work. She felt ashamed. She went to the children's room. Both kids had finished their nap and were sitting cross-legged on the bed, playing chess. Once again, she felt ashamed. Xiao Heng, Chen Chun, get ready to go out. We're going to see the school. Fu Yuaning nodded. Okay, sister-in-law. He then told Chen Chun, let's leave it like this. We'll come back and continue playing. Chen Chun was obedient, nodded slowly, and then reached out for a hug from Mom. The UV rays on the island are very strong. Su Taotao's delicate, water-like skin would definitely get sunburned if she went out without protection. Forget sunscreen, sunglasses, or umbrellas. There's not even an umbrella at home. Su Taotao had no choice but to cover all exposed skin, wear long sleeves and pants, and wrap her face with a large scarf. She looked so different that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Chen Chun and Fu Yuanhang refused to use physical sun protection. They were used to the sun in the village and weren't afraid of it. But Chen Chun had a hat. Su Taotao put a hat on him, and Fu Yuanhang held his hand as they went out. Fortunately, the elementary school wasn't far from the cafeteria. Aunt Zhong had told her roughly where it was. After reaching the cafeteria, they just needed to walk a few dozen meters to the left. It took only about 10 or 20 minutes to walk slowly from home, which wasn't far. The island was safe, and Fu Yuanhang, almost 11 years old, could go to school alone. The security guard saw a woman with a head covering and a face mask, acting sneaky, leading 2 children, and immediately became alert. What are you doing? Su Taotao pulled down her mask and smiled. Hello, security guard. Our child is here to transfer to the school. We thought we'd bring him to see what procedures are needed. The guard saw her face, was shocked, and opened his mouth wide but couldn't close it for a long time. After she finished speaking, he asked, Are you related to Engineer Fu? Su Taotao blinked. Do you know me? The guard shook his head and looked at the 2 children beside her. I don't know you, but isn't the whitest woman on the island related to Engineer Fu? Plus, the 2 equally fair children next to her made it hard not to recognize her. Su Taotao didn't realize that her family of 3 had recently become the headline news. She still felt she hadn't even stepped into the world yet, and now there was already a story about her. But it wasn't important. What's important is, Comrade Security Guard, may I go in to see the director or principal? Her face served as her pass, and the security guard didn't make things difficult for them. He asked her to register as a visitor and then opened the door for them. At the academic office, the situation was the same. Everyone saw her face and the 2 children beside her and knew she was Fu Gong's family. If they didn't know Fu Jingtu's personality, Su Taotao might have thought he had posted their family photo on the bulletin board. Su Taotao's identification and proof were complete. Since Fu Jingtu had called the school earlier in the morning, they quickly confirmed Fu Yuanhang's student status. They decided to let him transfer into the 4th grade to get used to the workload. If he couldn't keep up, he could repeat the 4th grade when the new school year started in September. Su Taotao thought this plan was good and finished the procedures quickly. However, Fu Yuanning pulled dust over and asked, Can I bring him to school with me? The principal looked at the cute, snow-like child who had been well-behaved since they arrived and smiled, nodding, yes, but he must not cause trouble in class. Fu Yuanning nodded and said, Dust won't cause trouble. He's very well-behaved. Dust nodded. I'm very well-behaved, the principal smiled and said, then it's settled. After leaving the school gate, Su Taotao asked Dust, do you want to go to school with Uncle, or do you want to stay at home and play with Mom? Little friend Fu Houghton frowned and thought for a long time before finally saying, I want to go with Dad to work. Su Taotao was shocked. You want to go to work with Dad?
Why?
Dust shook his head, holding up 4 fingers and raised his short, chubby index finger. One day, Dad. Then he held up the other 3 fingers, raising his. One day, Mom. And then the remaining, raising his ring finger. One day, Uncle. Shu Dao Dao. Pinching his chubby, pink face, she said, You've arranged the whole family so clearly. I and Uncle have no problem, but can you wait until Dad gets off work to ask him if you can go to work with him? Dustin nodded happily. Okay. Dinner was still prepared by Fu Jingtu, including stir-fried clams, cucumber shredded with meat, a cold seaweed salad, and some greens. I noticed that the cafeteria's meals always include 1 seafood dish, 1 meat stir-fry, 1 cold dish, and 1 vegetable, repeated over 3 meals without repeats. Su Taotao told Dustin about his plan to go to work with him. When Fu Jingtu was bathing the child, he finally asked, You want to go to work with Dad?
Why?
The little boy splashed in the water, blowing bubbles now and then. Hearing his dad's question, he replied softly, Kong Kong. After spending more time with Dustin, Fu Jingtu understood that when he only said 2 or 3 words, he was trying to express something. Do you want to see where Dad works? But Dad is very busy, so he might not have time to play with you. You can only play alone and can't cause trouble. Dustin nodded. Okay, he also behaved well when going to class with his uncle, and the teacher praised him for being good. Fu Jingtu asked again, Will you get up tomorrow? Dustin tilted his head and thought for a moment, perhaps feeling that his dad's question was a bit simple. He looked at him with big eyes. Today breakfast together, Fu Jingtu. Of course, they had breakfast together in the morning, so how could he not get up? He smiled slightly, wiping the child's face and gently ruffling his little head with a faint smile. Su Taotao didn't know what the father and son talked about during the bath, but when Fu Jingtu came out holding the clean, white, fragrant little guy, he confirmed they would go to work together the next morning. She was a bit surprised. Seeing that he didn't say anything at the time, she thought maybe he couldn't take Dustin along and tried to persuade him during the bath. Both Su Taotao and Fu Jingtu didn't use strict adult authority to discipline the child. Since the kid understood reasoning, they mostly discussed things together. They were talking outside the child's room. Isn't your workplace very strict? Is it really okay to bring Dustin inside? Fu Jingtu replied, It's not busy these days. One morning is fine. I'll bring him back at noon. No matter how strict the rules are, they wouldn't restrict a 2-year-old who doesn't even recognize characters. What could he do? Taking him to work every day definitely isn't possible. Occasional visits are fine. Su Taotao thinks he might just want to satisfy Chen Chen's curiosity. As long as there's no problem on your side, it's fine. Chen Chen is very obedient. If something happens, you can tell him directly. He understands and won't cause trouble.
Fu Jingtu. Ino.
Chen Chen and Fu Yuanhang continue playing the unfinished game of military chess from earlier. The little guy, whether he won the game or not, can be heard laughing through the door. Fu Jingtu walks in to check, and when he returns, his eyes slightly lift with a faint smile. You've taught him very well. Su Taotao laughs along with him. Chen Chen is naturally obedient, and Xiao Hang is very well behaved too. Both children at home are like angels, so there's not much to worry about. However, Su Taotao has indeed spent a lot of effort these past few months teaching them. Even if they are well behaved, children need proper guidance. Without it, they might go astray. So she doesn't take all the credit. By another fan, Fu Jingtu says to Fu Yuanhang, who is fanning Chin Chin. Su Taotao nods. Can you get an industrial ticket? Although it's not as hot on the island as in the village, and it's cooler at night than during the day, it's still not really cool. We can get it. Fu Jingtu looks down at Su Taotao, his eyes dark and deep, his voice slightly hoarse as he says softly, Sleep early tonight. Under his intense, straightforward gaze, Su Taotao's face naturally flushes and the warmth spreads to her neck. She gives him a playful glare, mimicking him by lowering her voice. The kids are here. How can you be like this? A smile widens on Fu Jingtu's lips as he looks at her deeply, but he doesn't say anything more. That night, When they go to bed, Fu Jingtu proves once again that he is just like this. Whenever he uses contraceptive products, he is at his most assertive. He suddenly grabs Su Taotao, forcing her to look at him directly. At these moments, his eyes are often deep and unreadable. When Su Taotao's gaze drifts away, he gently holds her chin and kisses her deeply. Su Taotao is overwhelmed by his passionate breath, with nowhere to escape, and can only follow his rhythm into surrender. Finally, Su Taotao, exhausted, leans on him, too tired to speak clearly, muttering, "Fu Jingtu, if you keep acting like this, go sleep with Chen Chen." As she says sleep, her even, gentle breathing indicates she has fallen asleep. Fu Jingtu gently wipes the sweat from her body, carefully places her back on the pillow, and brings a basin of warm water to gently wipe away her sweat. Fu Yuanheng is captivated by Su Taotao's smooth, delicate skin and can't help but think of the stories on the island about her and the two children. He doesn't like others to talk about her and isn't sure if she can shed her white clothes after staying on the island for a while, so less attention is drawn to her. Later, Fu Jingtu took a quick shower and checked on the children, who had already gone to bed to rest. Su Taotao seemed to sense his presence. Just as he lay down, she curled up around him like a lazy cat. Despite being someone who hates heat, she insisted on hugging him tightly. Fu Jingtu had no choice but to let her hold him. He gently pressed his forehead to hers and held her as they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Taotao woke up a bit late. The two children had already gotten up, and Fu Jingtu had bought breakfast. When she looked at the clock, it was almost 7 o'clock. Suddenly, she remembered she had promised Aunt Zhong to go grocery shopping. She was so startled she forgot to put on her shoes and ran downstairs barefoot to wash up. The children were helping their father set the table and turned to give her big smiles. "Mommy/sister-in-law, good morning." Su Taotao quickly fixed her hair and returned their smiles. "Good morning, good morning." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Taotao thought she should answer it, thinking it might be Aunt Zhong asking to go shopping together. Fu Jingtu was distracted by her bare feet and frowned. "Go put on your shoes. I'll open the door." Only then did Su Taotao realize she wasn't wearing shoes. She went back inside and found a pair to wear. Fu Jingtu opened the door and called out, "Aunt Zhong." Aunt Zhong was surprised to see Fu Jingtu. She paused for a moment, used to seeing the slightly balding, older man at home, and was a bit unaccustomed to seeing such a handsome young man. Her face lit up with a smile. "Wow, it's been a while. Jingtu is getting more handsome. But your whole family is good-looking too. I wonder how you all keep looking so young?" Su Taotao finished putting on her shoes and came over, feeling a bit shy. "Sorry, Aunt Zhong. Today is Xiaohong's first day at school. I need to take him there first, so I can't go grocery shopping with you." Aunt Zhong looked at Su Taotao's bright smile and liked her even more. It's true what they say. Good looks have their advantages. She looked very pleasing to the eye. She waved her hand. "No problem, no problem. Has Xiaoheng finished his registration so quickly?" Su Taotao nodded. "It was done yesterday afternoon." It was quite fast. Hearing their conversation, Fu Yuanheng said, "Sister-in-law, I can go to school by myself. I remember the way." Su Taotao shook her head without hesitation. "No. Today is your first day at school. I must take you myself. It's important to have a proper ceremony. You eat breakfast quickly, and as soon as you're done, we'll leave." Although Fu Yuanheng doesn't know what a sense of ceremony is, he knows that his sister-in-law cares about him, so he doesn't say anything. Aunt Zhong's kindness to Su Taotao's family has improved even more. She is good-looking and well-mannered, making it hard not to like her. She asks, "Shall I help you buy some vegetables?" Su Taotao shakes her head, "No need. After sending Xiaoheng to school, I have nothing to do. I haven't been to the supply and marketing cooperative yet, so I want to go see it." Aunt Zhong says, "All right, I'll go first. Next time, we'll go together." After washing up, Su Taotao only ate half a bowl of porridge. Her small appetite made Fu Jingtu frown. After breakfast, the plan was to split up. Fu Jingtu would take Dust to work, and Su Taotao would take Fu Yuanheng to school. But Dust, perhaps hearing Su Taotao mention a sense of ceremony, also wanted to send her little uncle to school. Fu Jingtu said there was a parking spot at the main cafeteria at 7:45 where they could catch the bus. So, the whole family set out early under the morning sun to send Fu Yuanheng, a new primary school student, to school. Fu Yuanheng's smile was brighter than the rising sun. With such a good-looking family appearing at the school gate, they became a popular 5A check-in spot. Both students and parents passing by couldn't help but look. Su Taotao was used to this, and Fu Jingtu, as usual, didn't care about others' opinions. He only glanced coldly if any man stared at Su Taotao. Even Dust and Fu Yuanheng were gradually getting used to these gazes. Parents couldn't enter the school, only see him off at the gate. Su Taotao bent down to tidy Fu Yuanheng's clothes and smiled, saying, "Fu Yuanheng, I hope you leave wonderful elementary school memories. Do you remember me teaching you? Sit properly, don't cause trouble, don't be afraid. Just focus on studying well, make friends with like-minded people, and grow up happily. If someone bullies you first, give them a good punch. Be careful with your strength. Remember, as long as we're right, leave the rest to us adults." Su Taotao had told him this before, but every time he heard it, his mood was excited and full of energy, like a warm current flowing from his head to his feet, making every cell warm and comfortable. "I'll remember, sister-in-law. I won't let you down. I'll study hard and improve every day." Finally, Fu Yuanheng saluted his family in a clumsy but earnest military style. Dust thinks it's fun. She makes a small fist and presses it to her temple, showing her fair little teeth to her little uncle. Study hard, aim high. Fu Yuanheng rarely laughs happily, walking confidently into the school gate. His life should restart here, just like his name suggests. Su Taotao hugs the little guy and kisses him. "Are you sure you want to go to work with Dad and not go shopping with Mom?" Dust doesn't hesitate. He nods slowly. "Definitely." Su Taotao hands him back to Fu Jingtu. "Then go with Dad. Mom is going shopping." The supply store is behind the cafeteria, in a different direction from where Fu Jingtu works. Su Taotao takes a small bag from her big bag and gives it to Fu Jingtu. The water bottle has chrysanthemum tea, and there's a fried rice cake. Dust has been eating fried dough sticks for 2 days. If he's thirsty, let him drink some chrysanthemum tea to cool down. If he's hungry, give him the rice cake. If he's not hungry, come back early for dinner. Fu Jingtu doesn't know when she prepared these things. She really takes good care of the child. He nods. "Got it. No need to worry. Don't buy heavy things now. I'll buy them on the weekend when I have time off."
Su Taotao smiles brightly. "Got it.
Let's go quickly, or we'll miss the bus." Dust waves his little paw goodbye to his mom. When Su Taotao has already walked quite far away, he still turns back and leans on his dad's shoulder, watching her figure disappear. Feeling a bit sad, he mumbles. Mama. Fu Jingtu pats his head. "Are you missing Mom so soon?" Dust tilts his face, his chubby little mouth pressed into a small beak. A little. Fu Jingtu asks again, "Then why don't you go shopping with Mom?" Dust turns back, hanging his little head. His long eyelashes flutter like 2 small fans as his big eyes blink. Dust is heavy. Mama is tired. His heart suddenly feels a tiny, buzzing pain, like being stung by a bee. "Why do you say that?" Dust thinks for a moment and says, "Restaurant. Mama, working tired, can't carry." He shakes his head. Not going anymore. When Su Taotao worked at a restaurant in the county town, she only took Dust with her on the first and last days. Actually, after the first day, Dust refused to go and always followed Fu Yuanheng to school. Only on the last day, when he really wanted to stay with his mom, did he go once more. After the first day, Dust knew that his mom's work was very tiring, so he chose to go to school with his little uncle. Otherwise, he would prefer to stay with his mom. Even Su Taotao didn't know these details. Including today, Su Taotao simply thought that children are curious about where their dad works and wanted to see it. Not because he felt heavy and his mom had to carry him and carry groceries, which was too tiring. Don't think that children are naive just because they look silly and seem to understand nothing. Actually, they understand everything. Most children are quite stubborn and used to being self-centered. Adults have to listen to them. If things don't go their way, they cry and make a fuss. Dichin and Fu Yuanhang, these angelic babies, are truly one in a million. With just a few words from Dichin, Fu Jingtu automatically imagined Su Taotao working hard to make a living, deliberately making himself look ugly, exhausted from taking his son on a tractor to work at a state-run restaurant. The pain in his heart was even more obvious. "Sorry," Fu Jingtu said with regret, patting his son's head. He felt sorry for only realizing his child's existence when he was already 2 years old, missing the most difficult and needing companionship during his growth. Dichin didn't understand why his dad suddenly apologized. He reached out and hugged his dad's neck, rubbing against him. "Daddy's strong." Fu Jingtu hugged his son tightly. "Yes, Daddy is strong. From now on, Daddy will carry you." Dichin shook his head. "Growing up walking by myself." Fu Jingtu's usually cold and firm heart softened a little. Seeing the stern Fu Jingtu single-handedly carrying a cute little kid in short sleeves and shorts, with a small, pale arm and short leg and a pink, chubby face, was very striking visually. People heard that Fu Gong had a lovely, adorable son, but actually seeing him and holding him in his arms was another story. Colleagues on the bus were stunned, all staring intently at Dichin, unable to believe what they saw. But why bring him on the bus? Bring him back to the center for everyone to see? Dichin is only lively at home. When he's in a room full of strangers, being stared at like a monkey, he doesn't like it. He pouted and buried his head in his dad's neck to hide from others. The children didn't realize how adorable they looked to these strange men. Mo Gong was also on the bus. He knew Fu Jingtu well and had heard from his family that they praised him as if he was from heaven, saying even fairy children could not compare. Fu Jingtu was originally the most handsome young man in the base, unmatched. If his son wasn't handsome, that would be a problem. So Mo Gong was very calm. But when he saw Dust in person, he realized that the family member who always exaggerated was actually telling the truth this time. This little kid is really good-looking, white and pretty. Just looking at him makes me drool. The people on this bus are mostly those familiar with Fu Jingtu, some are even from his team. But given Fu Gong's personality, even though everyone here is older than him, no one dares to joke in front of him. Mo Gong is the one who knows Fu Jingtu best. He couldn't help but ask, "Jingtu, is this your son?" Fu Jingtu gently strokes his son's back, looking kind and smiling slightly. "Yes, my son is Fu Haochen Dust. When Dust heard his dad introduce him, he tilted his little head up from Fu Jingtu's neck, glanced at the strange uncle, then quickly pulled his head back. Fu Jingtu patted his head softly and said gently, "Don't be afraid. He's Dad's colleague, Uncle Mo." As soon as Fu Jingtu finished speaking, everyone on the bus looked at him like they had seen a ghost. Is this Fu Gong? The Fu Gong who always has a stern face and rarely smiles even when he finds money? Mo Gong's youngest child is already 12 years old. It's been many years since he saw such an adorable little bundle. He didn't dare speak loudly, afraid his rough voice would scare the little one. Yes, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Uncle is your dad's colleague." Dust secretly peeked out again.
Montag Gong grinned.
Scared Dust shrank back again. "Don't scare my son," Fu Jingtu said.
Montag Gong.
Want to cry. Is it his fault that he looks scary? Really? Back at the research center, Missouri Gong didn't dare to speak to the little one anymore, at most stealing a quick glance. The scene of Fu Jingtu, over 1.8 meters tall, carrying the snowball into the office with one hand became another 5A check-in spot. Everyone who saw it was stunned, jaws almost dropping. The news quickly spread to Zhou Weining. She was listless, lying on her desk, almost poking a hole in her notebook with her pen. A colleague who was friendly with Zhou Weining nudged her elbow. "Ningning, have you seen Fu Gongsun? Is he really as good-looking as they say?" Zhou Weining's voice was weak. "You can see for yourself, then you'll know." The colleague shook her head wildly. "I dare not. Fu Gong is so scary. If his eyes look at me, I want to kneel down. Only you. By the way, have you met his wife?" Is she really as beautiful as the rumors say? A colleague changed the subject. Zhou Weining thought about the pretty fox spirit at Fu Gong's house and felt even more annoyed. She gave up and said, I've seen her. A fairy descending to the mortal world, a celestial child born to the heavens. His younger brother is handsome too. Their whole family is good-looking. But it has nothing to do with me now. Don't ask me anymore. If you want to see, go look yourself. After she finished speaking, she got up and went to the bathroom. Once she left, some curious colleagues quietly said she was so confident before. Everyone thought she would end up with Fu Gong. Now she's embarrassed, huh?
Exactly.
Turns out Fu Gong doesn't even know her. A colleague who got along well with Zhou Weining pounded the table and said, At least Weining can let things go. She's honest and straightforward. What about you guys? Are you just rats in the gutter? Another colleague tugged her sleeve and said in a low voice, Forget it. We can't afford to offend her. Zhou Weining listened to their argument at the door and chuckled to herself. Letting things go. She never really did. From the beginning, he never looked at her. Forget it, forget it. If he doesn't want her, she won't want him either. She's determined to find someone more handsome than him in the future. Fu Jingtu had no idea about the commotion in the logistics department. Since he entered the office, people kept passing by his door with various excuses, visiting Dust, which annoyed him a lot. Dust was very well behaved. He never disturbed his dad. He sat on a chair, swinging his short legs, holding a pen given by his dad, drawing and scribbling on scrap paper. When he finished, he folded paper into airplanes, ships, and even tanks. His quick work amazed Fu Jingtu's colleagues, making their jaws drop. Is this a 2-year-old? After finishing work, Fu Jingtu fed him some chrysanthemum tea. Around 10 o'clock, he asked if Dust was hungry. The little guy touched his tummy and shook his head. Fu Jingtu set aside some millet cakes for him to eat when hungry, patted his little head, and went back to work. Apart from once asking Fu Jingtu for a bathroom break, Dust played by himself most of the time, never bothering him. Fu Jingtu's colleagues found this unbelievable, again and again. A 2- or 3-year-old is usually at the age where even a dog would be annoyed, yet the snowball from Fu Gong's house was more obedient than adults. Not only obedient, but also beautiful. And not just that, smart. Look at the things he folded. Adults would find it difficult to do the same, especially for a 2-year-old. Colleagues with children often feel more and more eager to send their mischievous kids back home for re-education. Unmarried colleagues sometimes wish they could have a child of their own. But it's just a thought, considering their own situation and Fu Gong's situation. They think about what they look like, what Fu Gong looks like, and what his wife looks like. Everyone has a rough idea in their minds. Even the top leaders personally came to visit Dust. After the visit, they all praised him highly, saying Fu Jingtu has a bright future. Little Dust's focus is extraordinary. When he concentrates on something, he is completely unaffected by outside things. Around 11 o'clock, Dust put down his paper folding, bit into a small rice cake, and waddled around to check on his dad's work. He doesn't touch anything he shouldn't, but if something interests him, he stops to look, sometimes thinking deeply, sometimes frowning, sometimes seeming to understand everything, making his inspection very thorough. All morning, Fu Jingtu's team worked slower than ever before. Not just his team, but the entire research center. Everyone who received the news and had free time came to visit little Dust. Fu Jingtu also kept looking at his son, but Dust was happily entertaining himself and paid no attention to him. Even though Fu Jingtu was a first-time dad and was new to taking care of a child, he knew his son was actually quite easy to raise. When work hours ended, Fu Jingtu didn't want to stay even a minute longer. He took his son on the bus back to the residential area, leaving colleagues who only had free time then empty-handed. On the bus, Fu Jingtu asked his son, "Is your dad's workplace fun?" Dust honestly shook his head. Not fun. He usually goes to school with his uncle and has recess, but with Dad, it's not fun at all. Still, he misses his mom the most. Fu Jingtu asked again, "Do you want to come again this afternoon?" Dust shook his head again. "No, why?"
Fu Jingtu asked.
Mom at home, Dust replied. Fu Jingta thought for a moment and asked, next time, when you go grocery shopping with Mom, can you try walking by yourself? Dust sighed, looking worried as he touched his little short legs tired can't walk. The man on the bus listened to Fu Jingtu and Dust chatting and was almost moved to tears by how adorable Dust was. How can there be such a perfect kid in the world? I really want to take him home and raise him. Just thinking that he is Fu Gong's son made everyone feel clear-headed. It's enough to look and think about. Everyone thought Fu Gong was a strict father, but surprisingly, he was very patient and gentle with his children. However, people found it harder to accept that gentle Fu Gong was different from his cold side. As for Su Taotao, she cleverly wrapped herself in a scarf like a rice dumpling. Surprisingly, her costume at the supply and marketing cooperative didn't attract much attention. Everyone knew the island had strong UV rays, so people used various ways to protect themselves. Even in the summer, if someone wore a thick coat, people might think it was a new way to block the sun. When she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Taotao immediately bought a straw hat to wear. Since she needed one hand to hold Dust, the hat was more practical than an umbrella. This way, no one could recognize her easily. This place is called a supply and marketing cooperative, but it's actually a small market. Inside, they sell packaged daily necessities like canned food, grains, and seasonings. Fruits, vegetables, meats, and seafood are displayed at outdoor stalls. Su Taotao arrived not long after Aunt Zhong. She saw Aunt Zhong waiting at a fish stall, watching a few fish that were already starting to turn white and roll over. Aunt Zhong caught her eye and waved from afar. Su Taotao went over and asked, Aunt Zhong, can you recognize me? Aunt Zhong said, your hands are white. I saw your outfit this morning, so I recognized you at a glance. Su Taotao was silent. Then, Aunt Zhong, what are you doing? Aunt Zhong pointed to the fish that were rolling over and whispered to Su Taotao, I've been watching these fish for almost 20 minutes. Look, they're starting to turn white. In a few minutes, they'll die and be half price. Do you want two? I'll share them with you. Su Taotao was confused. No need, Aunt Zhong. I don't want fish today. I'll look around for something else suitable, she said, mainly because there were so many fresh seafood options, and she didn't want to eat fish that were about to die. Aunt Zhong didn't insist and started explaining each stall. This fish seller is the most honest. Buying fish here is always safe. Su Taotao replied, there's only this one fish stall. If they're not honest, I wouldn't buy from them. Is there any other choice? Aunt Zhong continued, the pig meat seller, Rong, is the most difficult to deal with. It's not easy to get meat on this island. He often hides the good meat and leaves it for his close friends. Every time we buy, only lean meat and some scraps are left. I've tried to bribe him with a handful of sunflower seeds, but it didn't work. I even wasted a handful of seeds.
说到道.
Trying to buy people with just a handful of melon seeds? No wonder it doesn't work. Su Taotao feels there's a bit of a generational gap between her and this era. Isn't the best part of pork the lean meat and scraps? Aunt Zhong points to the distant vegetable seller. The one selling winter melon over there is Granny Huang. She has many children and is in a tough situation. The organization gave her a large piece of land so she can grow her own food. If she has extra, she sells it to earn some living expenses. Her melons are tastier than those brought from outside. Next to her, the others selling vegetables are also cared for by the organization. They were given land too, Aunt Zhong sighs.
You don't know how jealous I am.
I also wish I had a piece of land to grow vegetables myself. Su Taotao asks, can't we just clear some land on the mountain ourselves? Aunt Zhong replies, there are plenty of lands, but near the freshwater source, the land that's fertile enough for vegetables is limited. Su Taotao thinks about it and agrees. She then asks, can't we plant on the land outside our yard? The one in front of my house looks pretty fertile. Aunt Zhong takes a deep breath, then pats her thigh. Yes, yes, yes. The open space in front of the first row is big enough. It's not as large as a whole plot, but planting some green onions and vegetables for ourselves is enough. Unlike the back row, where the front is all stones and nothing can be grown. Su Taotao says, I don't know how to grow vegetables. How about you plant on that piece of land outside my door? Leave a small spot for me to plant 2 flowers. My mother-in-law will visit soon, and when she comes, I'll let her plant some vegetables too. She loves growing vegetables. Aunt Joan looks at her in disbelief. Of course, you can give me the land now. But she feels a bit regretful that Su Taotao wants to plant flowers on such precious land. Land on the island that can grow vegetables is so precious. It's better to keep it for vegetables. Wildflowers grow everywhere. If you like, go to the back mountain and pick some. I think the best place to plant green onions, garlic, and chives is near the door. When cooking, if you find you're missing something, you can just go to the door and get it. Isn't that great? Aunt Joan keeps thinking it's perfect and can't wait to start planting. She asks again uncertainly, "Are you really not going to plant for me?" Su Taotao smiles and nods. "Really, I don't know how to grow vegetables. But I will plant 2 flowers. My mother-in-law will also want to plant some when she comes." Aunt Joan beams. "All right, I'll plant some too. We'll eat together. I tell you, I also have a skill for planting flowers." Oh, I turned over. "Fish seller, I want these 4 fish." In the end, under Aunt Joan's guidance, Su Taotao bought fresh and cheap vegetables. "I bought a small winter melon from the local shop to see if it's as tasty as Aunt Joan said." Su Taotao thinks Aunt Joan, who is very outgoing, should join the Women's Federation. It would be a big loss for the organization if she doesn't. Even working in the company's administration, she's very capable, wasting her talent. The seafood on the island is fewer in variety than Su Taotao expected, but Aunt Joan said most of the catch from fishing boats is handed over and distributed by the organization. Only a small part is left for locals to share. Having so much left over on the island is already quite good. Su Taotao understands that during the planned economy era combined with political movements, the city was unstable and people were anxious. Life here is simple and pure, far from noise, like a paradise. She really likes this place. Aunt Joan talks a lot, chatting with every vendor for a long time. If it were just Su Taotao alone, she could finish shopping in 10 minutes. But shopping with Aunt Joan took her over an hour. Walking home slowly with her, it was already past 10, nearly 11 o'clock. Su Taotao once again thought Aunt Joan was a time killer. Next time, she definitely wouldn't go shopping with her. Too much time wasted. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Taotao bought seaweed and dried shrimp, planning to make a simple seaweed and shrimp egg drop soup. She also bought 2 jean of clams to cook with black bean sauce. 2 jean of clams cost less than half a jean of meat, which made Su Taotao feel speechless about the high prices. She also planned to stir-fry some greens and cook mixed grains rice for lunch. There aren't many trees on the island, mostly precious wood that can't be used as firewood, so they burn charcoal and coal instead. The coal and charcoal at Su Taotao's home were bought on her island trip, 1 box of charcoal and a basket of coal. After finishing all the preparations, Su Taotao realized she didn't know how to burn coal. She had never seen a coal stove before and didn't know where to start. In the past few days, Fu Jingtu and Fu Yuanhang had been fetching water for bathing. She finally managed to light the charcoal stove, but now the rice was steaming. There's no Dunyang in this era, and she didn't want to go upstairs to chat with Aunt Joan for half an hour about how to change the coal. Looking at the clock, Fu Yuanhang and Fu Jingtu should be back around the same time. She decided to sit on a small stool at the door and wait for them to return. Wearing a white dress that makes her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world, Su Taotao sits happily at the door. Passers-by can't help but notice her. On the island, only one woman is as beautiful as her, and anyone who sees her in person would recognize her immediately. Some people are surprised that Fu Gong, who is cold and distant, could marry such a stunning wife like Su Taotao. Being handsome definitely has its advantages. Su Taotao usually doesn't greet strangers first. She only pays attention to her husband and children. She thought Fu Yuanhang would come back earlier than Fu Qintu and Qinchen. But not long after, she saw a tall, strong man carrying a small child in one arm appear at the staircase. She recognized immediately that it was her husband and child. Su Taotao stood up and waved at them. Qinchen. Hearing his mother calling, Fu Haochen The little boy adjusted his hat with one hand and looked up happily. When he saw his mother waiting at the door, he grinned and wiggled his hips. Mama Fuchinta patted his little bottom. Don't move around. The stairs are dangerous. Chunchin calmed down and kept his big eyes on his mother. Fuchinta looked up along his line of sight and saw a cheerful woman in a dress walking down the stairs, like a light butterfly approaching him. She took the child from his arms and kissed each side of his face. Chin-Chun, are you good today? Did you miss Mama? Chin-Chun was so happy he hugged his mother's neck and kept rubbing. Good. Miss Fuchinta took the child back. Let me hold him. Su Taotao, holding her skirt, walked side by side with him. Why are you back so early? I thought you'd come later. Xiaoheng isn't home yet. I wonder if I should go pick him up. Fuchinta shook his head. No need. Fu's children are not so useless. He's almost 11 years old. He shouldn't be so clueless about the way home. Su Taotao asked, Did Chin-Chin cause you any trouble? Fuchinta replied, No, he's very well behaved. Su Taotao started to complain. The coal stove at home is so annoying. I don't even know where to start fixing it. Fuchinta said, I'll cook. He turned to look at her, thinking about whether her family uses coal for cooking. But if he had a daughter as white as snow like Su Taotao, he probably wouldn't want her to do such hard work. Her cooking skills were probably learned during her rural years. If Su Taotao knew what he was thinking, she would say it's just a beautiful misunderstanding. The original owner probably didn't cook because she was lazy. Her cooking skills were developed in her past life. But that doesn't matter. Su Taotao continued, Aunt Zhong is so funny. She actually stood in front of the fish stall for half an hour waiting for the fish to die because dead fish are half the price of live ones. Today, I also bought some very cheap clams. We'll eat clams at noon and pig's feet at night. Fu Xingtu realized he really enjoyed listening to her chatter. Her voice was pure and clear, like a refreshing sweet taste, very crisp. In the past, everyone laughed at Mo Gong for being afraid of his wife, always returning home on time to see his family. Mo Gong always said, You single men just don't understand what it's like to have a wife and children at home. Fu Xingtu didn't understand before, but now he did. This is what life is really about. After Fu Xingtu returned home, cooking with coal became much easier. Despite Su Taotao waving a big fan and giving commands, Fu Xingtu was better at cooking than a robot. By the time he finished the second dish, Fu Yuanhang came back. He could be heard saying goodbye to his friends at the door. Su Taotao went to open the door and took his backpack from his shoulder. Why are you so late, Xiaoheng?
I thought you didn't know the way.
Fu Yuanhang smiled and avoided her hand, holding his backpack close. I asked the teacher some questions after class, so I was a little delayed. Su Taotao asked, Are you adjusting well to the classes? Can you keep up?
Fu Yuanheng said, For now, yes.
It's a bit deeper than what we learned in the village, but I can keep up. That's good. If you can't, don't force it. You can repeat the year in September. Su Taotao asked, Was the person talking to you just now a new classmate? Fu Yuanheng nodded. Yes, he lives in the building above us. I only found out he's in the same class when I met him at the intersection. Su Taotao asked again, Is his last name Mo? Fu Yuanhang was a bit surprised and nodded again. Yes, Mo Jialan. Sister-in-law, do you know him? Su Taotao shook her head. I don't know him, but I know his mother. You also know her. Aunt Zhong is his mother. Fu Yuanhang was momentarily stunned and blurted out, Then Dust would have to call him uncle? Su Taotao laughed loudly. It seems all your classmates named Dust should call him uncle. Calling him brother would mess up the family hierarchy. Thinking of something, Su Taotao turned to ask Fu Xingtu, what does Dust call Mo Gong?
Fu Zhentu replied.
Uncle Mo. Su Taotao kept laughing. That's really confusing. What were you thinking? Dust can't call Aunt Zhong. If she calls her Grandma Zhong, then she'd have to call Mo Gong Grandpa Mo. Fu Xingtu looked like he had a stomachache and said, Among colleagues, everyone just calls each other by their job titles. No one considers family seniority. Mo Gong is indeed around the same age as his parents. His eldest son is already in his 20s, old enough to be Dust's grandfather. But something still feels a bit strange. However, I won't dwell on it since there are no close relatives. Dust can call him whatever he likes. The family chat and laughed together. Su Taotao prepared well, and Fu Jingtu only took about 10 or 20 minutes to cook the meal. The affordable and tasty black bean sauce stir-fried clams received unanimous praise from everyone. The two brothers responsible for cleaning the plates didn't leave a drop of sauce behind. Clean plate action was easy and stress-free. Dust really likes seaweed egg drop soup and kept saying he wanted to eat it tonight. Su Taotao said she would make winter melon and dried shrimp soup tonight, and tomorrow they could have seaweed egg drop soup again. When Dust heard about dried shrimp, he nodded in agreement, reluctantly accepting. The whole family still prefers Su Taotao's cooking. After so many meals on the island, they finally had a satisfying dinner. During the lunch break, Su Taotao asked Fu Jingtu, do you think I can set up a childcare class? Send the children aged 3 to 5 on the island to learn there. Of course, kids like Dust who are obedient can come as early as 2. Fu Jingtu smiled slightly, thinking about Dust's behavior today. Their son is indeed smart and obedient. Do you like taking care of children? Su Taotao shook her head. I don't like it. Except for Dust, I find other kids around that age quite noisy. I'm really afraid of taking care of children. Fu Jingtu lowered his eyes and looked at her carefully. So, why do you keep finding trouble for yourself? Su Taotao understood his look and smiled irritably. I just want to find some jobs for family members like Aunt Zhong. Lying on her back, Su Taotao looked up at the ceiling and honestly shared her true thoughts with Fu Jingtu. Fu Jingtu, setting up a child care class isn't my ultimate goal. I want to help women stuck at home by creating a factory, which can provide more job opportunities for the accompanying family members. Fu Jingtu closed his eyes and listened carefully to Su Taotao's words, feeling both logical and unexpected. He never thought of keeping her at home, or rather, as long as she was happy, she could do whatever she wanted. He thought she might want to work in the cafeteria. With her abilities, it wouldn't be hard for her to get a position there. Starting a childcare class also seemed reasonable. She has a way with children. Not to say she can teach all children to be as obedient as Dust, but the children she teaches won't be bad. She wants to start a factory, which really surprised Fu Jingtu. Did you suddenly have this idea? Su Taotao thought for a moment and said, it was Aunt Zhong who inspired me, or maybe woke me up. She paused to organize her words, thinking about how to explain this. For 10 years, Aunt Zhong has been running around with Mo Gongdong, never getting a chance to work. She spends her days shopping and chatting, and time just passes. I find it very scary. I don't mean to say Aunt Zhong is bad, but just thinking about living like that forever makes me feel very afraid. Fu Jingtu, I'm not a very ambitious person. I told Xiaoheng my dream is to be a lazy, carefree person who just eats and sleeps. That's half true, but I also don't want to give up. I think I can still do something. As a woman who traveled through time, her biggest advantage is her foresight. She can't change reality or the world, but she can improve the lives of her family or a small group of people. She believes she can still manage that. Fu Jingtu reached out and took her arm, pressing her head gently onto his shoulder, his thin lips leaving a light kiss on her hair. I understand. The U-Home class thing isn't hard to handle. Make a detailed plan, and I will talk to the organization. As for the factory, that might be more difficult. His large hand gently ruffled her hair, and his deep voice slowly said, the research funds at the base are always tight. The leadership has considered saving costs and generating income on their own. Currently, only the sea fishing project is close to breaking even and improving our living standards. Several other projects failed midway, with no profits, only losses. So, your factory, your project, needs to be convincing enough. Su Taotao was hearing Fu Jingtu talk so much for the first time. She was stunned for a moment before lifting her head to look at him.
So, you support me?
Her idea was still just a rough sketch. She hadn't decided what kind of factory to open. Fu Jingtu's large hand again gently patted her head. Whatever you do, I support you. Su Taotao lightly bit his Adam's apple. You're so good. Fu Jingtu's eyes darkened, and he said in a husky voice, there's not enough time at noon. Don't touch here easily. Su Taotao was speechless. Is this a forbidden zone? I shouldn't touch it anymore. But she didn't dare to make trouble. Su Taotao gently touched the spot where Fu Zhengtu had kissed her. After spending a long time with a man like Fu Zhengtu, being loved and cared for by him made it hard not to fall for him. It felt like their marriage became more real after arriving on the island, no longer feeling so artificial. Especially after they talked openly, Su Taotao felt much more relaxed. Whether they could officially get married or how far they could go, life now seemed to have hope. In the afternoon, those going to work went to work, those attending classes went to class, leaving only Dust and Su Taotao at home, both like little lazy cats. Dust kept running around, and the cloth Su Taotao had placed on his back was soaked through. She changed it for him, thinking about how to cool him down, then remembered she had bought 2 good things at noon. Su Taotao brought out a young coconut. Dust, guess what this is? Dust looked up curiously, then pointed in the direction of the road. Tree he reached out to try to hold the coconut, but Su Taotao didn't dare let go, worried it might fall on the child's feet and cause trouble. Mommy told you about coconut trees, right? You see, this is a coconut on a coconut tree, right? Dust nodded. Mommy said, this is a coconut, the fruit on the tree. Inside, there's coconut water, which is very sweet and tasty. This thing was also very cheap, but it was too heavy. She planned to ask Fu Jingtu to bring back 10 or 8 on the weekend so they could slowly enjoy it. Dust touched the coconut surface and smiled happily, tilting his little head. Really, I want to drink, Mommy. We'll open the coconut first. Dust clapped his hands happily, like a little tail wagging, and followed Su Taotao into the kitchen. In her previous life, Su Taotao loved drinking coconut water so much she became quite skilled at opening coconuts despite her small arms and legs. First, she shaved off the green skin at the top, creating a pointed tip. Then, she hammered around the tip with the back of a knife until a lid popped out. When she lifted it, she saw the clear coconut water inside. Nowadays, no straws were used, and not holding the coconut while drinking made it less flavorful. Su Taotao poured the coconut water into a large bowl. Although the coconut was big, it only yielded about half a bowl of water. Little Fu Haochen was already clapping his small hands excitedly, making wow sounds non-stop. The coconut water was very cold, so Su Taotao didn't give him too much, just half a bowl. Anyway, Dust knew his mother always gave him the best, so he didn't mind the small amount. He held the bowl with his tiny hands happily and toasted with his mother. The cool, refreshing coconut water slid down his throat into his stomach, proving to be a wonderful remedy for heat and summer heat. Mom, water, it's so tasty. Su Taotao gave her son a thumbs up. You know, Mom thinks coconut water is the best drink in the world. It's much better than soda. It's a pity Grandma can't drink it in the village. When she mentioned Zhou Linglan, Chen also missed her grandma. He saw a coconut in the room and pointed at it, softly saying, "This leave it for Grandma." Su Taotao sighed. It's too far, and the coconut shell is heavy. It's not convenient to take on the train. Chen clearly remembered the crowded train scene. He tilted his little head and thought for a moment. Mom, take water, no shell. A flash of inspiration crossed Su Taotao's mind. She suddenly remembered something. Her heart skipped a beat. When did canned coconut juice appear? Was it in the 80s or the 90s? Never mind. Canning technology was very advanced by this time. Canned food and malted milk powder were equally important. Ordinary people would wait until New Year to eat a can. Not only on the island, but even in nearby coastal towns, coconut trees were abundant. Making coconut water into canned coconut juice and selling it to central and northern regions was possible. She needed to do some research to see how feasible it was.
Su Taotao kisset her sons forahat heavily.
Chen, you're so great. Chen didn't know what made him great, but he was so happy he spun around. If Mom said he was great, then he was the best. Su Taotao happily thought about her canned coconut juice. Suddenly, there was a hurried knocking at the door, and Aunt Zhong's voice came through. "Little Su, open the door quickly. Xiao Hang is in trouble." Su Taotao didn't bother to put on sun protection gear. She picked up Chen Chen and followed Aunt Zhong to the school. Aunt Zhong, what exactly happened? Aunt Zhong saw her small arms and legs in a dress, holding a baby, carefully going down the stairs. Her heart fluttered nervously.
Take it slow.
I don't know the full story either. I was chatting with someone in the cafeteria when I heard that Fu Gong's younger brother was fighting with classmates and bleeding all over his face. I rushed to the school, but the security guard wouldn't let me in, so I hurried back to tell you. Su Taotao pursed her lips, feeling anxious. She knew Fu Yuanhong's temper very well. Unless he was provoked, he wouldn't fight first. Fortunately, she had warned him in the morning. Fu Yuanhong wouldn't be foolish enough to get beaten up alone. Aunt Zhong really couldn't bear to watch anymore. I have strong arms, let me hold the baby. Dust usually doesn't let outsiders hold her. Su Taotao wanted to speak and refuse, but Dust had already reached out to Aunt Zhong. Su Taotao was surprised. Could Dust like Aunt Zhong? Su Taotao couldn't guess the child's thoughts. Dust didn't care who was holding her now. As long as her mom wasn't tired, anyone could hold her. Aunt Zhong smiled happily. If the atmosphere hadn't been tense, she might have laughed out loud. She never expected the cute little fairy to really let her hold her. When old Amo came home tonight, she could brag about it for a year. She had heard that little fairies usually didn't even look at that old man. They took turns holding the baby for about 10 minutes and soon arrived at the school. The gatekeeper recognized Su Taotao. The story about Fu Gong's brother fighting had already spread. The gatekeeper asked them to register, and then let them in. He also told her that someone was in the medical room. Aunt Zhong knew where the medical room was and took Su Taotao there directly. Outside the medical room, there were students and parents. Many people were gathered inside and outside. When they saw Su Taotao, they were first stunned, then made way for her.
Su Taotao pursed her lips, holding Dust.
Her cold, icy face was very tense. With black hair, snow-white skin, and wearing a white dress, she looked like a moving snow mountain. The noisy medical room suddenly became quiet. Fu Yuanhong hung his head and stood in the corner. His favorite green military uniform and the backpack made by Zhou Linglan were covered in shoe prints. His neatly combed hair before leaving was now a mess. He stood quietly in the corner, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, with his back straight. Seeing no blood everywhere, Su Taotao breathed a sigh of relief. The rumors from the aunties were indeed exaggerated. Feeling something, Fu Yuanhong looked up at the door. His eyes fell on a familiar figure. When some classmates pressed him during a fight, he remained silent, with not a single tear in his eyes. As soon as he saw Su Taotao and Dust at the door, he pursed his lips, and tears started to fall. He quickly walked over, hugging Su Taotao's waist, choking on his words. "Sister-in-law, I didn't lose. I fought back, but my clothes and backpack are ruined, broken." He had beaten all three of them down. What made him sad was that the clothes his sister-in-law bought for him and the backpack his mother made were all damaged. Su Taotao felt a pang of sadness. She hugged the child and patted his head. "It's okay, don't cry. We'll buy new ones for you on the weekend." Dust also imitated her mother, touching her little uncle's head. "Little uncle, don't cry." Su Taotao handed Dust to Aunt Zhong. "Aunt Zhong, please watch her for a while." Auntie Zhong was very happy and content as she hugged the little baby. Su Taotao held Fu Yuanhong's hand as they walked inside, found a seat, and gently asked while fixing his hair and clothes, "What happened?" A well-dressed woman shouted, "Your kid beat someone to death. What else is there to say?" "Shut up. No one asked you," Su Taotao said coldly, glancing over. For some reason, the woman shut her mouth. Thinking about what they said, Fu Yuanhong didn't speak directly but said, "They're rude, and they started it. They three beat me, and I just fought back." These days, the law doesn't have a specific self-defense rule, but in practice, if someone provokes you and you fight back when hurt, as long as it's not excessive, you aren't responsible. Su Taotao probably understood what had happened. She patted Fu Yuanhong's head and said, "It's okay. You did the right thing. I'll handle the rest." The woman interrupted again, saying, "They beat him so badly, and you still say he's right?" Su Taotao replied, 3 against 1, and he still got beaten up? Isn't it their fault? Should our kid just stand there and let your kids hit him? Then she asked Director Chun, "How does the school plan to handle this?" The 3 kids who fought were troublemakers, often bullying classmates. The scientists at the base were busy all year, so parents usually handled their children. Sometimes, overly spoiled parents who didn't care about their kids' behavior would be told by the school, "It's the teacher's job to educate children. That's why we send them to school." Such parents were a headache for the school. 2 of the parents of the kids who fought didn't even come. They sent someone to ask, saying, "We're busy."
Do whatever the school wants.
At worst, just send him back. Honestly, the most common solution was to let it go. If the victim's parents insisted, the school didn't know what to do. Seeing that Su Taotao was reasonable and gentle in her words, Director Chin, despite her beauty, hesitated but then said, "It's just a small fight between classmates. The students have already apologized to each other. I've given a strict warning to the one who started it. Students should help and love each other, and harmony is the most important." Su Taotao looked at him with a half-smile and said, "What a good idea of harmony and peace. Director Chun, you're doing a good job as a leader. I didn't realize before that you're quite skilled at smoothing things over." Director Chun, standing there, sweat dripping. "What kind of leader am I? You sit and speak so confidently. It's as if you're the one in charge. You're more like my boss, really." Su Taotao tilted her head and asked Fu Yuanheng, "Xiao Heng, do you want to forgive them?" Fu Yuanheng shook his head. "No, I don't want to." Su Taotao looked at Director Chun with a half-smile and said, "Sorry, Director Chun. Our child doesn't want to forgive them." The woman who interrupted was the only parent among the 3 children who hit others to be present. She rolled her eyes several times while listening to Su Taotao and tugged at her child's clothes, saying, "Who's not forgiving whom now? We don't want to forgive you either. Your kid tore my child's clothes, and until you pay for them, this isn't over." Su Taotao ignored her and looked at the child who had been pulled forward, taller than Fu Yuanheng by half a head and with dark skin. She asked, "Where's your backpack? Is it torn?" The child, for some reason, found Su Taotao's gentle voice frightening and quickly protected his backpack, shaking his head. Su Taotao continued, "Our Xiao Heng's backpack was sewn by my grandmother stitch by stitch. Now that it's torn, what do you think we should do?" The child shook his head and said, "No, I didn't tear it. I didn't tear his backpack." Seeing Su Taotao repeatedly ignoring her on purpose, the parent of the child got angry and said, "Hey, what's your attitude? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you?" Su Taotao finally turned her gaze to her, gave a faint look, and said, "Who are you? Why should I listen to you when you speak?" The parent of the child was speechless.